In the fifth year of Konoha, under the unreasonable demands of his elder brother Hashirama, Tobirama was compelled to adopt a young Uchiha boy, unaware that this child would alter the course of his life forever. Lianye, having traversed into the Uchiha clan, found himself under the guardianship of the malevolent Tobirama Senju. Fortunately, this old man did not engage in any excessively outrageous behavior. One night, in a laboratory, Tobirama fixated on the unconscious Lianye on the experimental table, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. An Uchiha child, the perfect experimental subject. Years later, Lianye would inadvertently uncover the secrets of the laboratory. Old man, after all these years of cooking for you for free, this is how you treat me? Chapter 1. Hashirama's Suggestion. 5 years into Konoha's founding. Lianye, Lord Madara has truly departed, remarked a spiky-haired youngling with a complex expression. Lianye had previously asserted that Lord Madara would leave Konoha in a few days. At the time, he had been disbelieving, but to his astonishment, mere days later, his words came to fruition. The spiky-haired youngling, known as Uchiha Shun, shared a good rapport with Lianye. Very well, I understand. Lianye spat out the grass he had been chewing, his expression calm, as if he had anticipated this. How did you know Lord Madara was leaving? Uchiha Shun inquired with curiosity. The news of Madara's departure was unknown even to the clan's powerful ninjas. How could Lianye be privy to it? It is only fitting, Lianye replied, looking at Shun. Lord Madara had previously summoned the clan members to leave together. However, they're not willing to forsake this hard-earned peace. No one wishes to accompany Lord Madara. Lord Madara is such a proud individual, he would surely depart alone. So that is the case. Uchiha Shun exclaimed, then indignantly added, if I had known Lord Madara would leave today, I would have followed him. Even if you were willing to follow Lord Madara, he would not take a mere child like you with him, Lianye retorted, curling his lip. Madara had grand ambitions and would not be encumbered by a burden. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shun immediately grew displeased. He scrutinized Lianye, muttering under his breath, "Humph, you're not even as tall as I am." Lianye. Those words struck a nerve, rendering him momentarily speechless. This year, Lianye was 6 years old, standing at a height of 1.20 m. In contrast, Uchiha Shun, also 6, towered at an impressive 1.40 m, a full head taller than Lianye. His height hardly resembled that of a 6-year-old, one could easily mistake him for a 10-year-old. Lianye often wondered what this fellow consumed to grow so rapidly. He even observed him for a while but failed to discern the reason. All right, you may leave now. Lianye waved his hand, signaling Uchiha Shun to depart. Uchiha Shun hesitated for a moment, then said, Lianye, why don't you return to the orphanage? Lianye frowned, impatiently retorting, I can take care of myself, I don't need your concern. Fine then, Uchiha Shun sighed, turning to leave. Once Uchiha Shun had departed, Lianye closed the courtyard gate and returned to his room. Lord Uchimadara has defected, Lianye murmured softly. Deep inside, Lianye harbored a secret. He was, in fact, a time traveler. Initially, upon discovering he had traversed into the Uchiha clan, he felt a twinge of fear. He worried that he might have arrived during an inopportune time, perhaps on the fateful night of the clan's massacre, which would spell disaster for him. However, after some inquiries, he learned that this was during the founding period of Konoha. This revelation brought him relief. This era was relatively peaceful in the annals of the ninja world, with a low risk factor and ample time for growth. After all, with both Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha present, which nation would dare to cast covetous eyes upon a land of fire? It was already fortunate that neither Hashirama nor Madara had designs on them. Lianye's original parents had been slain by the Senju clan before the founding of Konoha. As a child, he was placed in the Uchiha clan's orphanage, akin to an orphanage, housing some Uchiha children who had lost their parents. Uchiha Shun was a friend he made during his time there. After arriving in this world, Lianye proactively requested to leave the orphanage and live independently. Every Uchiha orphan received a monthly stipend. Although the living expenses were not substantial, they sufficed for daily needs. Lianye sat cross-legged on the floor, beginning to refine chakra. The method of chakra refinement was not a secret among the Uchiha. As a prominent clan during the Warring States period, they possessed such resources. Upon reaching an appropriate age, every Uchiha could receive the chakra refinement method for free, effectively serving as an early test of one's ninja potential. This was precisely where the disparity between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas lay. With the advantages of clan resources, clan ninjas naturally surpassed their peers among ordinary ninjas. Although this founding period was relatively peaceful, strength would always remain paramount, regardless of the era. Only through formidable strength could one ensure their own safety. Since his arrival, Lianye had diligently practiced every day. In addition to chakra refinement, he also engaged in physical training at his young age. He could not overexert himself, lest he reach a height of merely 1.50 meters and face a life of inadequacy. In the Hokage's office, why did Madara do this? The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, upon learning of Madara's defection, gazed at the Konoha emblem hanging on the wall, his heart a tumult of emotions. He slowly rose, resting his hands on his desk, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Memories of his time with Madara flooded his mind, from their childhood encounters to their shared vow to establish Konoha, and the subsequent disagreements. It ultimately came to this. Tobirama Senju scoffed, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain. He had always harbored wariness towards Madara Uchiha. Despite Hashirama's persistent attempts to maintain the bond between the Senju and Uchiha clans, he remained concerned that the Uchiha clan would pose a threat to Konoha. As expected, Madara had proven to be as ambitious as he had suspected. He lamented that he should have disregarded his elder brother's counsel and dealt with Madara decisively from start. Witnessing Hashirama's despondent demeanor, Tobirama's frustration surged. He promptly commanded, "Brother, immediately notify all Jonin, excluding the Uchiha, to gather and closely monitor the Uchiha clan's movements. I do not wish for any further turmoil in the village." Hashirama sighed. "Tobirama, you always harbor grudges against the Uchiha, constantly targeting them. Perhaps your actions have displeased Madara, prompting his temporary departure from the village. Blame me for not managing your relationship with Madara better." Tobirama? He looked incredulously at Hashirama, his eyes reflecting shock, seemingly unable to comprehend how his elder brother could utter such words. He could not fathom how his brother could attribute Madara's defection to his actions. Just as Tobirama was about to retort, Hashirama continued earnestly, "Tobirama, the war between the Senju and Uchiha has long since concluded. You must learn to let go of hatred. Now is not the time for such counsel." He wished for the situation to be resolved before Madara returned. To prevent such occurrences in the future, he did not desire for his brother and his friend to be at odds. Tobirama remained silent, his face cold as he listened to his brother's ramblings. This scenario had unfolded more than once, revolving around themes of abandoning hatred, accepting the Uchiha, Konoha as a big family, unity being paramount. He was too weary to listen. However, the words that followed from Hashirama left him utterly astounded. "Tobirama, I believe you have a prejudice against the Uchiha, so I propose that you adopt an Uchiha orphan. I hope that in the process of interacting with this child, you can learn to let go of your hatred towards the Uchiha." "Brother, are you joking?" Tobirama lost his usual composure, exclaiming in outrage. "I'm serious." Hashirama's expression was solemn, devoid of jest. "In no way, absolutely not." Tobirama hastily rejected the notion. He could not comprehend how his elder brother could propose such a foolish suggestion. Did the stone thrown by the spotter strike your head when you were skimming stones across the water? In the 5th year of Konoha, under the unreasonable demands of his elder brother Hashirama, Tobirama was reluctantly compelled to adopt a young Uchiha boy, unaware that this child would irrevocably alter the course of his life. As the young boy, Lianye, traversed into the Uchiha clan, he found himself under the guardianship of the malevolent Tobirama Senju. Fortunately, the old man did not engage in any excessively outrageous behavior. One night, in a laboratory, Tobirama gazed intently at the unconscious Lianye on the experiment table, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "An Uchiha child, the perfect specimen for my experiments." Years later, Lianye would inadvertently uncover the secrets of the laboratory. "Old man, after being your cook for so many years without charge, is this how you repay me?" Chapter 1. Hashirama's Suggestion. 5 years in Konoha. "Lianye, Lord Madara has truly departed," remarked a spiky-haired youngling, his expression a mixture of emotions. Lianye had previously asserted that Lord Madara would leave Konoha in a matter of days. At the time, he was met with disbelief. Yet mere days later, his words came to fruition. The spiky-haired youth, named Uchiha Shun, shared a close bond with Lianye. "Very well, I understand," Lianye replied, spitting out the grass he had been chewing, his demeanor calm, as if he had anticipated the news. "Lianye, how did you learn of Lord Madara's departure?" Uchiha Shun inquired curiously. The news of Madara's exit had eluded even the most formidable ninjas of their clan, so how could Lianye possibly know? It stands to reason, Lianye responded, glancing at Shun. Lord Madara had summoned the clan members to leave together. However, they were unwilling to forsake this hard-won peace, and no one wished to follow him. Lord Madara is such a proud man, he would undoubtedly choose to depart alone. Now, I see. Uchiha Shun exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, before indignantly adding, had I known Lord Madara was leaving today, I would have certainly followed him. Even if you wish to accompany him, he would never take a child like you. Lianye scoffed. Uchiha Shun's expression soured at this remark. He scrutinized Lianye from head to toe, muttering under his breath, "Humph, you aren't even as tall as I am." Lianye could only remain speechless. The truth struck a chord, rendering him momentarily unable to retort. T 6 years old. Lianye stood at a mere 1 meter and 20 centimeters tall. In contrast, Uchiha Shun, also 6, towered over him at an impressive 1 meter and 40 centimeters, a stature that seemed incongruent for a child of their age, more fitting for a 10-year-old. Lianye often found himself curious about what this boy consumed to grow so rapidly. He had observed Shun for some time, but had failed to uncover the secret behind his growth. Enough, you may leave now. Lianye gestured dismissively, signaling for Uchiha Shun to depart. After a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Shun proposed, Lianye, why not return to the orphanage? Lianye frowned, impatience creeping into his voice. I can take care of myself, I don't need your concern. Very well, Uchiha Shun sighed, turning to leave. Once Shun had departed, Lianye closed the courtyard gate and retreated to his room. Lord Uchiha Madara has betrayed us, Lianye whispered softly. Deep within, Lianye harbored a secret was a traveler from another world. Initially, upon realizing he had crossed into the Uchiha clan, he felt a twinge of fear. He worried that he had arrived at the wrong time. What if it was the night of the massacre? That would spell disaster. However, through inquiries, he discovered that he had arrived during the founding era of Konoha. This revelation brought him relief. This period was relatively peaceful in the annals of shinobi history, presenting a lower risk and ample time for development. After all, with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha in place, which nation would dare to cast a covetous eye upon the land of fire? It was a stroke of fortune that neither Hashirama nor Madara had their sights set on them. Lianye's original parents had been slain by the Senju clan before the founding of Konoha. As a young child, he was placed in the Uchiha clan's orphanage, akin to an orphanage for Uchiha children who had lost their parents. Uchiha Shun was one of the few he had met there. After his arrival, Lianye had proactively requested to leave the orphanage and live independently. Each Uchiha orphan received a stipend monthly, which, though modest, sufficed for daily expenses. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Lianye began to cultivate chakra. The method of chakra refinement was not a secret within the Uchiha clan. As a prominent family during the Warring States period, they possessed such resources. Upon reaching an appropriate age, Uchiha clan members could obtain the chakra refinement method free of charge, serving as a preliminary assessment of their potential as shinobi. This disparity in resources was what set clan ninjas apart from their civilian counterparts. Although the founding era was marked by relative peace, strength would always reign supreme. Only through formidable power could one ensure their own safety. Since his arrival, Lianye had diligently practiced every day, engaging not only in chakra refinement, but also in physical training. At his tender age, he needed to avoid overexertion, lest he reach a height of merely 1 meter and 50 centimeters, which would be a dismal fate for him. In the Hokage's office, why did he choose to do this? The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, pondered the news of Madara's defection, gazing at the emblem of Konoha hanging on the wall, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He slowly rose, his hands resting on the desk, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Memories of his time with Madara flooded his mind, from their childhood encounters to their shared vow in founding Konoha, to the subsequent myriad of disagreements. It has come to this at last, Tobirama Senju scoffed, a blatant disdain glimmering in his eyes. He had always harbored a wariness towards Madara Uchiha, despite his brother Hashirama's persistent efforts to maintain the bond between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Tobirama remained apprehensive that the Uchiha clan might pose a threat to Konoha. As anticipated, Madara had proven to be as ambitious as he had suspected. In hindsight, he should have disregarded his brother's counsel and dealt with Madara decisively. Seeing Hashirama in such a despondent state ignited Tobirama's ire. He promptly commanded, "Brother, Immediately notify all Jonin, except for the Uchiha, to assemble and closely monitor the Uchiha clan's movements. I do not wish for any further disturbances in the village. Hashirama sighed. Tobirama, you have always held a grudge against the Uchiha, constantly targeting them. Perhaps your behavior has upset Madara, prompting his temporary departure from the village. That it is my fault for not managing your relationship with him better. Tobirama. He looked incredulously at Hashirama, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom how his brother could make such a statement. He had no idea what Hashirama was thinking to attribute Madara's defection to him. As Tobirama prepared to retort, Hashirama continued earnestly. Tobirama, the war between the Senju and Uchiha has long ended. You must learn to let go of your hatred. Now is not the time for such counsel. Once Madara returned, such incidents would cease. He did not wish for his brother and his friend to be at odds. Tobirama remained silent, his face a mask of coldness as he listened to his brother's lengthy discourse. This scenario had played out more than once, revolving around themes of letting go of hatred. Accepting the Uchiha, Konoha being one big family. Unity being paramount had grown weary of it all. However, what Hashirama said next left him utterly speechless. Tobirama, I believe you harbor a bias against the Uchiha, and thus wish for you to adopt an Uchiha orphan. I hope that through your interactions with this child, you will learn to release your animosity towards the Uchiha. Brother, you cannot be serious? Tobirama exclaimed, losing his usual composure, his voice rising in outrage. I am quite serious. Hashirama replied, his expression grave, indicating no jest was intended. Absolutely not. Tobirama hastily rejected the idea. He could not comprehend how his brother could propose such a ludicrous suggestion. Did the stone thrown by the spotted one strike your head when you were skipping stones? Chapter 2. Adoption at the Uchiha clan land. Senju Hashirama arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, accompanied by his younger brother, Senju Tobirama, whose head hung low. Upon learning of their presence, the Uchiha elder swiftly led the clan members out to greet them. After Uchiha Madara's defection, the Uchiha clan was left leaderless, with the elder taking charge of clan affairs. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? The elder inquired, trembling with apprehension, fearing Hashirama had come to seek retribution for Madara's actions. Madara had vanished from Konoha, and while it could be described as being lost, the harsher truth was that he had betrayed the village. What if Hashirama took advantage of Madara's absence to strike against the Uchiha clan? Without Madara, no one could stand against Hashirama. Ah, dear elder. There is no need for alarm. I am here to discuss a matter with you, Hashirama replied with a warm smile. What is it, Lord Hokage? The elder cautiously asked, hoping it was not a decree for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. My brother wishes to adopt an orphan from the Uchiha clan. I wonder if you would be amenable to this. At this proclamation, the Uchiha present were taken aback. They exchanged incredulous glances at Tobirama, their expressions seemingly asking, are you jesting? Amongst the villagers of Konoha, no one harbored a greater disdain for the Uchihas than Senju Tobirama. Conversely, the Uchiha clan held no fondness for him either. It was difficult to fathom that he would wish to adopt one of their own. After the initial shock, the Uchiha turned their displeased gazes toward Tobirama, speculating whether there was an ulterior motive behind his desire to adopt. Under the scrutinizing stares of the red-eyed clan members, Tobirama felt his irritation peak, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he averted his gaze in silence. Had it not been for his elder brother's overwhelming influence, he would never have considered this. Hashirama ignored Tobirama's discomfort and turned his attention back to the elder. So, do you agree? Upon hearing this, beads of cold sweat formed on the elder's brow. To be frank, he was reluctant to acquiesce. If news of an Uchiha being adopted by the Senju were to spread, how could the Uchiha clan maintain their standing in Konoha? However, the man before him was none other than the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. To refuse would be ill-advised. With Madara's betrayal, none among the Uchiha could rival Hashirama. If they did not consent, who could guarantee that he would not turn against the Uchiha? Perhaps this was merely a pretext for an attack. After all, the Senju now held dominion in Konoha, not the Uchihas. The elder felt a pang of regret, wishing he had left with Madara. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. The Uchiha, having endured years of war, had finally welcomed peace. How could they forsake this hard-won tranquility? After much contemplation, the elder finally relented. Lord Hokage, I shall take you to the orphanage. The expression of the Uchiha was complex as they silently watched the three depart. They understood this was the elder's concession to Konoha. Had Madara not left, such a scenario might never have unfolded. The Uchiha could endure once, but they had no further options. At the Uchiha orphanage, the director, a burly man with a scruffy beard, quickly gathered the children upon realizing the purpose of the Hokage's visit. Approximately 50 children stood in line, their faces full of curiosity. Unaware of the unfolding situation, having lived in the orphanage for so long, they did not recognize Hashirama. "Children, this is Lord Hokage," the director announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion. The name of the god of shinobi echoed throughout the shinobi world, and in Konoha, few did not revere him. Even the proud Uchiha could not escape this admiration, for it was in their nature to venerate the strong, especially when that strength was paired with kindness and humility. Hashirama greeted the children warmly, explaining the purpose of his visit. The Uchiha orphans stood in stunned silence. While they admired Hashirama, they were not inclined to be adopted by him. The thought of an Uchiha being taken in by the Senju was an affront. Should this become public knowledge, it would etch their disgrace into the annals of history, leaving them unable to hold their heads high for eternity, especially for these orphans. Their very existence was a result of the Senju's actions. Had it not been for the Senju, their parents would not have perished in war, and they would not have become orphans. Tobirama approached the Uchiha orphans with a grim expression that suggested he had just received grave news. He glanced around and dismissed them with a shake of his head. "Brother, I am not interested in any of these children." He merely wished for his brother to abandon this farce of adopting an Uchiha orphan. Upon hearing this, the children collectively sighed in relief. Thankfully, they had not been chosen. "Tobirama, do not play games," Hashirama scolded, frowning. With arms crossed, Tobirama muttered, "What can I say? I am not drawn to any of these children." Before Hashirama could respond, the director interjected, "Lord Hokage, there is actually one more child at the orphanage, though he recently moved out." Hashirama's eyes lit up. "Then I kindly ask you to lead us to this child." He turned to Tobirama with a serious expression, invoking the seldom-seen authority of an elder brother. "Since the others did not appeal to you, I sincerely hope you will take a liking to this last child." Tobirama's anger flared as he clenched his teeth. He shot an infuriated glance at the director. If looks could kill, the director would have been obliterated. His earlier words had merely been a ploy to dissuade his brother. Yet now, the director had forced his hand, leaving him no choice but to adopt this child. The implicit threat in his brother's statement was unmistakable. The Uchiha were indeed a clan born of malice. As the director led the way, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, an uncomfortable sensation. "Tobirama." A gentle admonition dispelled the feeling. At the residence of the orphan, Lianye, he was busy extracting chakra when he heard a commotion outside. Rushing to the door, he opened it to find the director and 3 others standing there. He recognized the elder, but the other 2 were unfamiliar. One wore a green kimono and had black hair, while the other donned blue armor and had white hair. It was easy for him to deduce their identities: Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. Lianye felt a wave of panic. Why were they here to see him? Had his identity been revealed? This was implausible. He had never disclosed anything to anyone. Moreover, Tobirama's garb was quite excessive for merely visiting the Uchiha clan. Was he that wary of them? He steadied himself, feigning ignorance. "Elder, director, what brings you here?" "Lianye, someone wishes to adopt a child, so I brought them to find you," the director explained. Linye's pupils dilated in disbelief. What was happening? Hashirama Senju wanted to adopt him? His mind momentarily blanked, unable to comprehend the current situation. "What does Lord Hokage wish?" the elder inquired. Hashirama regarded Lianye, nodding in satisfaction. "This child shows great independence at such a young age. He is the one." He did not even consider Tobirama's input, making the decision unilaterally. "Be brother," Tobirama exclaimed, exasperated. "You genuinely want me to adopt an Uchiha?" Only then did he realize that his brother was not jesting. Hashirama patted Tobirama's shoulder, gently encouraging, "I hope you can let go of your hatred toward the Uchiha while interacting with this child." Turning to the still-dazed Lianye, he declared, "From now on, he will be the one to look after you. If he bullies you, come find me, and I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson." Upon hearing these words, Lianye finally snapped back to reality. He stared blankly at Senju Tobirama, realizing that it was indeed Tobirama who intended to adopt him. How utterly absurd. Senju Tobirama also regarded Lianye, their eyes locking in mutual bewilderment. Both were thoroughly flustered by the unexpected turn of events. Ultimately, with a stern expression, Senju Tobirama lifted the bewildered Lianye and departed from the Uchiha clan's territory. Lianye could never have imagined that Tobirama would take him in, especially since the man was notoriously averse to the Uchiha clan. Tobirama, too, was astonished, never expecting to adopt a young Uchiha in his lifetime. The elder observed this scene with a sigh of resignation, hoping that Tobirama would not mistreat the child. Chapter 3. Cook me a couple of dishes in the Senju clan's territory. Senju Tobirama led Lianye to his residence. The news of his adoption of an Uchiha child had spread throughout the Senju clan. As they walked, clan members regarded Lianye with various expressions, some curious, some shocked, and others disgusted. Lianye paid no heed to their reactions, silently following Tobirama while contemplating his future plans. He preferred to remain in the Uchiha territory rather than be adopted by Tobirama. Given Tobirama's wariness of the Uchiha, Lianye would undoubtedly have no privacy within the Senju clan, making many things impossible. He looked at Tobirama's back, a sense of grievance washing over him. He could not fathom what had compelled Tobirama to adopt him. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Tobirama's residence was situated in a serene area of the Senju clan, far removed from the bustling marketplace and commercial streets. "Come inside," Tobirama said, pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard. Lianye curiously surveyed the yard. Where tall cherry blossom trees stood, their blossoms in full bloom, pink petals cascading down and blanketing the ground. "Oh, this is rather charming," Lianye mumbled softly. Tobirama, clearly having heard him, replied, evidently. "This will be your room from now on." He indicated a particular room. "Understood," Lianye nodded, pushing open the door and stepping inside. Tobirama, observing Lianye's haughty demeanor, could not help but think of someone else, muttering under his breath, "Damn Uchiha brat." As they walked, Lianye came to a realization. Despite Tobirama's disdain for the Uchiha, he would not be so cruel as to harm a mere child of the clan. Of course, this was only true after the establishment of Konoha. Had it been during the Warring States period, he would have likely relished the opportunity to send an Uchiha child on their way prematurely. Since Tobirama had no intention of harming him, what was there to fear? Moreover, with the ever-kind Hashirama around, as long as he did not act foolishly, Tobirama would have no way to truly harm him. Lianye assessed the room's ambience, finding it far superior to his previous living conditions. Tobirama leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, looking down at Lianye with a low voice. "Impertinent Uchiha brat. You have yet to introduce yourself." For some inexplicable reason, Lianye felt irked by Tobirama's attitude. He coldly replied, "I am Lianye, Uchiha Lianye. And you?" "White-haired uncle." Tobirama was taken aback by Lianye's response, momentarily stunned, and inwardly scoffed. Truly the wicked Uchiha brat, not one to back down. "Lianye, you say?" "I am Tobirama, Senju Tobirama," Tobirama affirmed. "Oh, white-haired uncle, could you refrain from mimicking my speech?" Lianye pouted. "Is this truly the future second Hokage? He seems rather juvenile." Tobirama's lips twitched, and he instinctively clenched his fists. "Well, you should consider yourself fortunate to be living in a good era," Tobirama replied coldly. "If it were 5 years ago, I would have had no qualms about eliminating any Uchiha on sight. Thank goodness I live in a good era." Lianye nodded vigorously. "Otherwise, I would genuinely fear you might harm me." Tobirama suddenly realized that this child was not as innocent as he appeared. "All right, uncle, stop standing there like a fool. I'm hungry. Go cook me a couple of dishes," Lianye commanded. Tobirama stared at Lianye in disbelief, exclaiming, "You want me to cook for you?" Lianye shrugged, exasperated. "I'm only 6 years old. You can't expect me to cook for myself." Upon hearing this, Tobirama fixed Lianye with a blank stare before finally turning to leave. As Tobirama's figure disappeared, Lianye chuckled. "White-haired uncle, be sure to add plenty of chili. I love it spicy." Tobirama stumbled at the remark, nearly losing his balance. Observing Tobirama enter the kitchen, Lianye closed the door, a smile fading from his face. As I suspected, he murmured to himself. It seemed that Tobirama was coerced by Hashirama. The precise reasons remained a mystery, but perhaps in time, he could glean more from Tobirama. For now, it appeared that Tobirama would not act against him, and even some outrageous requests he would accommodate. Lianye's earlier actions had been a test of Tobirama's boundaries, a sort of compliance examination. The conclusion was that while Tobirama had reluctantly adopted Lianye, aside from his irritation, he would not pose any genuine threat. With this thought, Lianye exhaled in relief. He then sat cross-legged on the floor, beginning his chakra refinement training. Regular practice in chakra refinement would enable him to better grasp the balance and fusion of physical and mental energy, enhancing the efficiency of his chakra usage during ninjutsu. After preparing dinner with great reluctance, Tobirama resolved to call Lianye to the table. What an absurd situation. Tobirama Senju, the one who despises the Uchiha most, find myself cooking for a member of their clan. While he cooked, he struggled to suppress the urge to spit into the food. Did the wicked Uchiha brat actually expect to eat his cooking? He can have my saliva instead. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself. Otherwise, Lianye would have been left with a dish of spit. Tobirama, using his sensory abilities, discovered Lianye seated in his room, engrossed in chakra refinement. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "This child." He had not anticipated such diligence from someone so young. The efficiency of Lianye's refinement clearly indicated extensive prior training. His impression of Lianye shifted significantly. Tobirama approached the door and called, "Child, it's time to eat." Lianye opened the door, raising an eyebrow. "Uncle, how's your cooking?" "I'm quite particular." Tobirama's demeanor fell once more. As they entered the kitchen, Lianye looked at the dishes on the table, wrinkling his nose. "Uncle, your cooking leaves much to be desired." Tobirama's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "I have soldier pills. Would you prefer those?" Producing 2 soldier pills, he made his point. "Just kidding." Lianye promptly knelt at the table and began to eat heartily. Though the presentation of the food was unappealing, the flavors were equally lacking. It appeared that in the future, cooking would be a task he would have to undertake himself. Chapter 4. Unwarranted favors after dinner. Lianye headed towards his room without a word. Perhaps it was the original's personality at play. He found it difficult to engage in flattery towards Tobirama. Instead, he instinctively harbored disdain for him. Given that the original's parents had perished at the hands of the Senju clan, the enmity between the 2 clans was the very root of their conflict. Kakashi's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Little brat, can't you wash the dishes?" Lianye nonchalantly waved his hand without looking back, replying, "Uncle, your cooking is so atrocious that I refuse to help you wash the dishes." "Dream on." Kakashi's calm demeanor shattered, and he furiously retorted, "What do you mean, little brat?" He acknowledged that his culinary skills were not exceptional, but surely not to the point of being inedible. This little brat was undoubtedly trying to provoke him. The members of the Uchiha clan were the most insufferable, and this little one was no exception. Lianye turned his head, observing Kakashi's furious expression, and said with exasperation, All right, I'll wash the dishes today." His tone resembled that of soothing a child. He uttered it casually, yet Kakashi was genuinely upset. At their age, one would think they could manage their tempers better. Kakashi stood there, stunned, watching Lianye carry the dishes to the kitchen, replaying Lianye's words in his mind. After a while, he snapped back to reality, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger as he watched Lianye's petite figure busying himself in the kitchen. Had he just been comforted by a child? The sink was rather high, and considering Lianye's meager height of only 1.20 meters, he could barely reach it. He had to stand on a chair just to wash the dishes, which was the very reason he disliked the chore. Once Lianye finished washing the dishes and dried his hands with a towel, he walked into the living room. At that moment, Kakashi was pretentiously engrossed in a book. Not bothering to acknowledge him, Lianye scoffed, "White-haired uncle, your culinary skills are truly lamentable. From now on, I'll cook, and you can wash the dishes." Kakashi lifted his head, an expression of skepticism in his eyes. "You can cook?" Just recently, this kid had claimed he couldn't cook, and now he was saying he would take charge of it. How typical of a little Uchiha to be so cunning. "Originally, I had no intention of cooking, but your food is simply too dreadful for me to endure," Lianye sighed. Kakashi's cooking was indeed lackluster, even inferior to his own. "All right, I dislike spicy food," Kakashi stated. "Please refrain from adding chili in the future." "Who cares about your preferences? I will add chili regardless." "If you want to eat, then eat," Lianye retorted, rolling his eyes as he headed to his room. Kakashi's lips twitched in irritation as he watched Lianye's departing figure. That insufferable Uchiha brat. If it weren't for his older brother's insistence, would he have ever taken in this little brat? No, he must convince his brother. With that thought, Kakashi's figure vanished from sight. Upon returning to his room, Lianye did not rush to train. After just finishing dinner, he needed a moment to relax. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling in a daze. How had he ended up being adopted by Kakashi? Lianye felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He simply could not comprehend why the Uchihas had consented to such an arrangement. As a traveler from another world, Lianye knew full well that the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans had persisted for over 1,000 years, dating back to the era of Ashura and Indra. Given this backdrop, how could the Uchiha allow Kakashi to adopt him? It was utterly absurd. While it was true that Kakashi would not harm Lianye, he was not fond of living under constant scrutiny. With Kakashi's formidable strength, monitoring Lianye would be a trivial task. The mere thought of a future devoid of privacy made Lianye feel increasingly despondent. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. One step at a time, he resolved. Lianye got off his bed and sat cross-legged on the floor, beginning to refine his chakra. As long as he became strong enough, no one could touch him. With that in mind, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the task. Although Lianye was only 6 years old, his chakra reserves already surpassed those of his peers in the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the lack of jutsu to learn at this moment, he would have already begun his studies. He estimated that with his current chakra levels, he could easily perform 2 jutsu of the Nin rank. Having traversed into the ninja world without a system, he could only rely on his own efforts. Perhaps due to being a traveler, Lianye's physical and mental energy was significantly stronger than that of his contemporaries, coupled with the soul of an adult who understood the importance of strength. His expectations for power were not excessively high. The ability to defend himself was sufficient. After all, shortly after the death of Senju Hashirama, the first great ninja war would erupt, during which even someone as powerful as Kakashi would perish, let alone Lianye. As a member of a prominent clan like the Uchiha, if war were to break out, he could not simply stand aside. He would have to charge into battle. Moreover, with his identity as Kakashi's adopted son, he would be thrust into the fray even if he wished to avoid it. Unless Lianye was utterly talentless, incapable of wielding any ninja skills, he would have to confront the battlefield like any other. Yet the reality was, Lianye possessed ninja talents that far exceeded those of his peers. With diligent training, becoming a Nin was almost a certainty, and even attaining the rank of Kage was not out of reach. With this thought, Lianye became even more resolute in his training. Having crossed over into this world with such a fortuitous start, neglecting to hone his talents would be a grave waste. He mused, I should at least survive the upcoming ninja wars, if not defeat Kaguya and strike down the Sage of Six Paths. By the time Kakashi returned home, it was already late at night. The dejection on his face revealed the outcome without needing to ask. He had argued with his brother for hours in the Hokage's office, nearly wearing his tongue out, yet his brother remained adamant, insisting that Kakashi must take care of Lianye until he reached adulthood. Kakashi felt as though the weight of the world had descended upon him. After spending only a brief period with that Uchiha brat in the afternoon, he was already exasperated. The thought of enduring another decade with him made it hard for him to breathe. That detestable little brat. If I suffer, you shall not have it easy either. Kakashi's eyes flickered as a thought crossed his mind, and a manic grin spread across his face. It was clear he was concocting something devious. He glanced toward Lianye's room, noticing the light still on, and his lips curled into a subtle smile. He made his way to the kitchen and soon returned with a cup of milk. Standing at Lianye's door, little brat, open the door. Lianye, engrossed in his training, was puzzled upon hearing Kakashi's voice. What could he possibly want at this late hour? With curiosity, he opened the door to find Kakashi holding a cup of warm milk, offering it to him. Drink this milk and get some rest. Lianye was taken aback, unsure of Kakashi's intentions. Why was he suddenly offering him milk? Had he experienced a change of heart? He instinctively accepted the milk and muttered a thank you. Drink up quickly. I need to take the cup back, Kakashi urged. Lianye remained silent, gulping down the milk before returning the cup to Kakashi. He took the cup, reminding him, make sure to rest early. With that, he turned and left. Lianye watched Kakashi's retreating figure, bewildered. What was that old man up to? A gesture of goodwill often concealed ulterior motives. After mulling it over for a while, he could not decipher Kakashi's true intentions. Finally, shaking his head, he lay back down to sleep. Perhaps Kakashi had indeed experienced a change of heart. Not long after Lianye fell asleep, Kakashi's figure appeared outside the window, wearing a knowing smile. Hee, that insufferable little brat. The next morning, Lianye awoke, feeling utterly fatigued. He had experienced a peculiar dream the night before. In the dream, he found himself in a laboratory, lying on a cold dissection table surrounded by shelves filled with various biological specimens and jars. He attempted to rise from the table, but his body refused to respond, leaving him to observe silently. What on earth did that dream signify? Lianye murmured to himself. Could this be the fabled golden finger of transmigration? The thought brought a glimmer of excitement to his face. If it truly were a golden finger, it would be exhilarating. As a transmigrator, lacking such a boon would indeed be somewhat disheartening. He quickly regained his composure. A mere dream could not signify anything substantial. What if it was not true? That would only lead to disappointment. He decided to observe for a while longer, to see if he could continue dreaming. If so, he would delve into research at a later time. With this thought in mind, he rolled out of bed and exited his room. Wandering around the courtyard, he found no sign of Senju Tobirama. He speculated that the latter had gone to the Hokage's office to assist Senju Hashirama with paperwork. Thus, he made his way to the corner of the yard, where the Shuriken throwing area was located. The area was a perfect circle, approximately 20 meters in diameter. At its center stood a row of meticulously crafted wooden targets. These targets were about the height of a person and made from sturdy wooden boards, their surfaces adorned with vibrant concentric circles, starting with a red dot at the center, surrounded by rings of orange, yellow, blue, and other colors. On one side of the area, a simple wooden shed had been constructed. Inside, there was a wooden table and several chairs, with an array of shurikens neatly arranged atop the table, including triangular and cross-shaped variants. Along the wall, a rack held protective gear, including gloves, wrist guards, and chest protectors. As expected of Senju Tobirama, he is quite affluent, Lianye remarked to himself. In his previous life, he could hardly afford to eat and drink, let alone buy shurikens for training. Gazing at the collection of shurikens on the table, he felt a surge of desire. Although he longed to commence shuriken training immediately, these items were not his to use without the consent of Senju Tobirama. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely averted his gaze and began his physical training. His body was still small, so he did not push himself too hard. Instead, he engaged in simple bodyweight exercises such as push-ups, squats, and pull-ups to enhance his chest, leg, and arm strength. Such strength training was crucial for a ninja to maintain stability and explosiveness during missions. By the time Lianye finished training, it was nearly noon. He lay on the ground to rest for a short while before dragging his fatigued body to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Lianye was unsure whether Senju Tobirama would return for the meal, but he decided to cook for two. Notably, the portion he prepared for himself was particularly generous, double that of what he had consumed the night before. After engaging in physical training, Lianye found himself ravenous. He was quite pleased with this. Eating more indicated that he had expended considerable energy, affirming the effectiveness of his training. Furthermore, adequate food intake would aid in muscle growth, enhance endurance, and improve recovery. With limited ingredients at home, Lianye prepared a simple meal of mapo tofu and kung pao chicken, both dishes spicy as ever. He chuckled, a small bowl of rice. As usual, Lianye brought a basin of rice, filled a bowl to place across from him, and then began to indulge heartily. The small bowl of rice, of course, was reserved for Senju Tobirama. Having been a citizen of Huagua in his past life, Lianye was not accustomed to Japanese culinary culture. He preferred Chinese cuisine. Since Senju Tobirama was not fond of spicy food, he decided to prepare an entire table of fiery dishes. At that moment, Senju Tobirama returned. Upon entering the courtyard, he caught a whiff of a rich aroma. He looked curiously toward the house, muttering, "What could that little brat be cooking?" Realizing that Lianye had not been exaggerating, he instinctively swallowed and hurried inside. "Welcome back, white-haired uncle," Lianye greeted, continuing to devour his meal. Senju Tobirama wasted no time and sat down at the table, where two enticing dishes, mapo tofu and kung pao chicken, awaited him. The white tofu soaked in bright red chili oil, speckled with fragrant Sichuan peppercorns and vibrant green scallions, emanated a rich, spicy aroma that filled the air. Similarly, the kung pao chicken, with its orange-yellow morsels of chicken, bright red chilies, and tender green scallions, released an irresistible sweet and spicy scent. He first picked up a piece of mapo tofu, and the moment it touched his tongue, the scalding heat combined with a potent spiciness exploded across his palate. Sai. Senju Tobirama was not accustomed to spicy food, yet he found himself utterly captivated by the mapo tofu. Next, he sampled the kung pao chicken, the tender chicken, crunchy peanuts, and fiery chilies melded together in a symphony of flavors, providing him with an unprecedented culinary experience. This taste was simply exquisite. "Hey, uncle, don't just eat the dishes. You must mix them with rice for the best flavor," Lianye reminded him. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama feigned nonchalance, lifting the bowl of rice and mimicking Lianye's actions by scooping a spoonful of mapo tofu, allowing the red oil to cascade down, enveloping the rice. As he chewed, The spiciness of the tofu harmonized with the sweetness of the rice. Each bite was intoxicating. He continued to eat, immersed in the satisfaction brought by the food, completely unconcerned about the sweat pouring down his face from the heat. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes in enjoyment, seemingly savoring the flavors of the two dishes. Even he had never encountered such delectable food before. This little brat's culinary skills are truly remarkable, he mused, finding the idea of adopting him increasingly palatable. Hey, uncle. Stop dawdling there. Once you're done, wash the dishes, Lianye exclaimed, patting his full belly. Senju Tobirama snapped back to reality and obediently gathered the bowl and chopsticks to head to the kitchen. Lianye was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the old man to be so agreeable. Little did he know that Lianye had successfully won over his appetite. The fact that Senju Tobirama, who had never eaten spicy food, finished 2 servings of such fiery dishes spoke volumes about Lianye's culinary prowess. Before long, Senju Tobirama emerged from the kitchen, his gaze landing on Lianye before quickly shifting away. Lianye thought he detected a hint of appreciation in Senju Tobirama's eyes. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Why would Senju Tobirama appreciate me? What a joke. He recalled the training ground and tentatively inquired, Uncle, may I use the training ground in the courtyard? Feel free to use it if you wish, Senju Tobirama replied nonchalantly. Lianye felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself, this old man is quite easy to talk to. I have matters to attend to, Senju Tobirama said, turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, he paused, seemingly recalling something, and turned back to Lianye. Little brat, remember to cook extra rice tonight. Lianye was left speechless. Chapter 6. Shuriken throwing after Senju Tobirama departed. Lianye took a brief rest before eagerly making his way to the practice area. This would be his first attempt at shuriken throwing, and he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. In the world of ninjas, shurikens were a commonly used weapon, enabling long-range attacks on foes, making them particularly suited for stealthy assassinations, delivering a lethal blow to enemies without a sound. In short, why engage in close combat when one could eliminate enemies from a distance? If a stealthy approach was possible, it should be employed. Neutralizing the enemy was the ultimate goal. Lianye envisioned a future where his throwing technique would reach mastery, allowing him to take down an opponent with a single shuriken on the battlefield. The thought of such a scene filled him with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. Gradually, he lifted his arm, leaning slightly back, and, after adjusting his posture, he summoned all his strength to hurl the shuriken. This was his first training session, and he hoped for a promising start. He set his expectations modestly, merely aiming to hit the target. The number of rings mattered little. However, while aspirations are often grand, reality can be quite stark. The shuriken traced a crooked arc in the air before embedding itself in the ground, not far from the target. Far from hitting the bullseye, it missed the target entirely. The smile on Lianye's face instantly froze, his cheeks flushed crimson, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He instinctively glanced around, and upon seeing no one, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one had witnessed this blunder. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. He picked up another shuriken and resumed throwing. Again and again, the shuriken either strayed from the target or fell short. Beads of sweat dotted Lianye's forehead, and his arms ached from the repetitive motions. Yet he persisted unwaveringly. In this perilous world of ninjas, one's strength was paramount. Unlike other transmigrators who possessed systems, he could only rely on his own efforts to grow stronger, understanding that the path to strength lay in relentless training. Lianye felt fortunate to belong to the Uchiha clan, whose chakra reserves, ninjutsu aptitude, and combat prowess surpassed those of many other clans, coupled with the unique Sharingan bloodline. Aside from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, none could rival the Uchihas. If he had been reborn as a ninja from an ordinary clan, it would have been a true catastrophe, leaving him with nowhere to lament. After all, the potential of ninjas from ordinary clans was limited, no matter how hard they endeavored. They would barely reach the rank of J-nin. Talent dictated the upper limit, while effort set the lower limit. Well, except for those few in tight green uniforms who could utilize the 8 gates. After an indeterminate period of attempts, Lianye steadied himself, inhaling deeply to calm his mind. This time, his gaze was particularly resolute, as if the shuriken had fused with him. After repeated practice, he seemed to have found his rhythm. With a swift whoosh, the shuriken flew through the air in a perfect line, striking the target squarely in the red bullseye. At last, he had succeeded. Lianye collapsed onto the ground, his arm aching severely, a reminder of the intense training he had just endured. Sweat trickled down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks to drip onto the ground. Despite his exhaustion, the sight of the shuriken embedded in the bullseye made him smile. As the sky darkened, Lianye took a brief rest before rising to gather the scattered shuriken, returning them to their original place. After completing this task, he dragged his weary body back to his room, his clothes soaked with sweat, desperately needing a cold shower to relieve the fatigue of training. The afternoon session had taught him that mastering shuriken throwing was not an overnight endeavor. This was merely a stationary target. In combat, enemies would not stand still. He needed to perfect his aim on fixed targets first, and Lianye contemplated his future training regimen. With Uchiha Madara's defection not long ago, the Valley of the End battle would not occur anytime soon. It seemed Senju Hashirama had passed away shortly after defeating Madara. Lianye speculated that Hashirama must have sustained severe injuries during their battle, leading to his demise. The First Shinobi War erupted approximately 17 years after the founding of Konoha, suggesting that Lianye had a decade of developmental time ahead of him. However, 10 years didn't seem sufficient. Lianye clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. Becoming strong within a decade appeared nearly impossible. Even 10 years later, he would only be 16. He was not like Naruto or Sasuke, whose paths to power seemed far easier. Unless he awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Lianye's gaze flickered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, let alone the Mangekyou. He had yet to unlock even a single tomo. With a resigned sigh, Lianye decided to focus on his next priority, dinner. He headed to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Following Senju Tobirama's request from the morning, he cooked an ample amount of rice, 2 large bowls, to be precise. The dishes were still mapo tofu and kung pao chicken. He would have liked to make something else, but the available ingredients were limited. He would have to ask Senju Tobirama to fetch more supplies later. Just as Lianye set the dishes on the table, Senju Tobirama returned precisely on time. He surveyed the 4 plates of food, nodding approvingly. Quite good, these were his favorites. This time, Lianye divided the meals into 2 portions, one for himself and one for Senju Tobirama. His reasoning was his obsession with cleanliness. He preferred not to share a dish with anyone. Senju Tobirama didn't mind this arrangement. The boy was quite considerate. He too preferred not to share a plate with someone from the Uchiha clan. At the dining table, the two remained silent. There was simply no common ground between the Uchiha and Senju, and neither was inclined to initiate conversation. After the meal, Senju Tobirama carried the bowls to the kitchen. There are no ingredients left at home, Lianye called out to remind him. Though the mapo tofu and kung pao chicken were delightful, they couldn't be consumed every day. Senju Tobirama paused in his dishwashing, pondering for a moment before responding, "Tomorrow, I will buy whatever ingredients you desire." "Anything is fine," Lianye replied, stretching his arms as he stood. "I'm heading back to my room." Noticing Lianye's intention to leave, Senju Tobirama hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, holding a glass of milk. "Drink this before going back." Lianye was somewhat surprised. Was he being offered milk again? He hadn't expected this old man to be so thoughtful, aware that he was still growing. Accepting the milk, he downed it in one go before returning to his room. After a full day of training, he was utterly exhausted and needed a good night's sleep. Senju Tobirama glanced at the empty glass, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 7. Uzumaki Mido at dawn. Lianye jolted awake from a dream. Cold sweat soaking his back. His chest heaved with rapid breaths, his eyes reflecting lingering fear and confusion. It was that dream again. Lianye hesitated, muttering, "What exactly is that place?" Within that eerie dreamscape, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar setting. A pungent odor of chemicals filled the air as he lay on a cold examination table, his limbs bound by mysterious apparatuses, rendering him immobile. The laboratory walls flickered with strange red lights, surrounded by bizarre specimens that emitted a nauseating aura. A figure clad in a white lab coat circled around him. And despite Lianye's attempts, he could not discern the person's face. The individual was scribbling notes, each movement inducing an unsettling sensation in Lianye, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, subjected to scrutiny and manipulation. "Is this truly my golden finger?" Lianye pondered. In the myriad of novels he had read prior to his transmigration, some protagonists possessed dream-related abilities. For instance, one character had been pursued by various monsters in dreams for over a decade, only to later discover this was his unique power. Contemplating this, Lianye resolved to investigate whether he had undergone any changes. However, After scrutinizing for a considerable time, he found nothing. Was it necessary to act within the dream? Lianye furrowed his brow in contemplation. He decided to see if he could uncover anything in the dream that night. With this thought, Lianye left his room and, after breakfast, commenced his morning training. The morning's regimen mirrored that of the previous day, first refining chakra, then engaging in physical training. While Lianye diligently focused on chakra refinement in the courtyard, a gentle voice suddenly called from the gate. "Little one, you are quite serious." Startled by the sound, Lianye opened his eyes and turned toward the voice. There stood a woman with striking red hair, styled into two buns adorned with talisman-like decorations. A prominent purple diamond mark graced her forehead, and her gaze was warm. Clad in a white qipao, she exuded elegance with every movement. Lianye recognized her instantly. This was Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Senju Hashirama. What brought her here? Although Rinya recognized Mito's identity, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Who are you?" Mito Uzumaki smiled, gracefully approached Rinya, crouched down to meet his gaze, and gently said, "I am Tobirama's sister-in-law. I heard he adopted a child from the Uchiha clan. So I came to see if you were the one." For some reason, Rinya felt as though Mito could see through his innermost thoughts, a sensation that made him quite uncomfortable. Instinctively, he took a step back, creating distance between them. "Indeed, I am the Uchiha child adopted by the white-haired uncle," he replied. Mito was momentarily taken aback by his words and chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Why do you call Tobirama white-haired uncle?" she inquired. Rinya shrugged and explained, "That guy doesn't like me, and coincidentally, I don't like him either. It's a miracle I didn't call him white-haired." Mito found his words amusing, shaking her head with a smile. "What a prideful little rascal you are." Truthfully, she did not understand why Hashirama insisted on having Tobirama adopt a child from the Uchiha clan, especially given Tobirama's well-known wariness of the Uchiha family. This situation had led Tobirama to frequently complain to her about Rinya's irksome behavior. Curious about this irksome little brat, Mito decided to visit and see for herself. After spending a few moments with Rinya, she realized Tobirama's complaints were exaggerated. While Rinya had a touch of pride, he was not as bothersome as Tobirama made him out to be. It was likely that Tobirama harbored some bias against the Uchiha and was deliberately exaggerating, aiming to send Rinya back. With this thought, Mito reached out to pat Rinya's head, only to have him dodge her hand. She was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to evade her. "Auntie, please don't mess with my hair," Rinya said. Mito was taken aback by his response. All right, anyone touch you," she replied with a light laugh. "That's better." Rinya crossed his arms, exuding pride. As a proud Uchiha, how could he allow an outsider to touch his head? If word of this got out, what would become of his reputation? "Oh, I haven't asked your name yet," Mito suddenly remembered. "I am Uchiha Rinya," he replied, looking at her. "Auntie, what about you?" Mito smiled gently. "Little Rinya, my name is Mito Uzumaki. You can call me Auntie Mito." Rinya nodded, acknowledging her. "Auntie Mito, I still need to train," he stated, signaling that he was not keen on further conversation, as he needed to grow stronger quickly. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to refine his chakra. Seeing this, Mito's face lit up with surprise. She hadn't expected Rinya to want her to leave. "What an intriguing little rascal," she remarked with interest. Now she understood why Tobirama often came to her to vent. Rinya was indeed unlike most children. This meant Tobirama would have his hands full. Watching Rinya diligently train, she slowly rose and left the courtyard. Once Mito departed, Rinya opened his eyes, contemplating her retreating figure. At the Senju residence, Tobirama lamented, "Brother, I beg you, can you please send that child away?" The usually composed Tobirama displayed a surprisingly humble side. If anyone who knew him saw this, they would surely be astonished. Since Rinya, the Uchiha child, had come to live with him, nothing felt right. "You must learn to be tolerant and accepting," Hashirama advised earnestly. He truly hoped his brother could bond with Rinya, as this might alleviate Tobirama's resentment towards the Uchiha clan. Tobirama replied, "He runs over here the moment he wakes up. Hoping you will retract your decision, but no matter how I plead, you refuse to relent." At that moment, Mito walked into the room. Upon seeing her, Tobirama quickly turned to her, seeking assistance. "Sister-in-law, please talk to my brother." Since persuading Hashirama was futile, he turned to Mito for help. In matters of family, she held significant influence. Once she spoke, Hashirama would have no choice but to comply. However, Mito's following words left Tobirama utterly dumbfounded. "Tobirama, I've met that child, and I believe my brother is right. You should try to get along with him. Ha ha, Mito is right. Hashirama chimed in with a smile. Tobirama? He never expected such an outcome. For a moment, he felt as though the sky had fallen. Tobirama was unsure how he left the room. His brother and sister-in-law were united in deciding he would raise Rinya until adulthood. The thought of this future left him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 8. Living expenses. As noon approached, Rinya glanced at the time, estimating that Tobirama would soon return. He decided to bring over a chair and sit in the courtyard to await his return. Why wasn't Rinya cooking, you ask? Simply put, there were no ingredients left in the house. Tobirama had mentioned he would go shopping today, but it seemed he had forgotten. What on earth was that old fellow busy with every day? Having been here for 3 days, Rinya had hardly seen Tobirama outside of mealtimes. It seemed he was intentionally avoiding him. Does he really think I want to live with him? Rinya scoffed quietly, with both the Uchiha elder and Hashirama weighing in. If given a choice, he would never willingly reside with Tobirama. Before long, Tobirama's figure appeared at the door. Upon seeing Rinya sitting in the courtyard, he was momentarily taken aback. Little brat, have you made lunch? He inquired. Rinya shot him a glare and replied, how can I cook when there are no ingredients? Only then did Tobirama remember the shopping he had forgotten amidst his thoughts of persuading Hashirama. Clearing his throat, he explained, I've been quite busy lately and overlooked it. Busy? You are just the brother of the Hokage, not the Hokage himself. What could possibly keep you so busy? You probably just crawled out of some kunoichi's bed. Rinya muttered under his breath. After training all morning, he was ravenously hungry, hoping to whip up a delicious meal for himself, only to discover the kitchen was bare. As a mere child without any source of income, he had no means to buy ingredients and could only endure hunger while waiting for Tobirama's return. Observing Tobirama's nonchalant demeanor, Rinya felt a surge of resentment. Who knew where that old man had been enjoying himself? Tobirama's lips twitched in annoyance as he suppressed his anger and said, We want TB cooking today. I'll take you out to eat. It was already too late to prepare a meal, and allowing this little brat to cook might lead to some outrageous remarks. Tobirama had lived an honorable life. He could not let this child slander him. Rinya's eyes brightened, but he feigned composure. If that is the case, I want to eat barbecue. Tobirama. In no time, Tobirama brought Rinya to a barbecue restaurant. The enticing aroma wafting through the air. The tantalizing scent of meat made Rinya swallow hard, instinctively moistening his throat. After months in the ninja world, his living expenses had only covered basic meals. He had never had the luxury of indulging in barbecue. Konoha Senju, Tobirama settled into a corner with Rinya, greeted promptly by an enthusiastic proprietor who handed over the menu. Tobirama passed the menu to Rinya, suggesting, You may choose. Without hesitation, Rinya ordered a dozen plates of grilled meat, including signature beef, tender pork belly, and pork kidneys, finishing with a few vegetable dishes. Tobirama gazed at the scene, astonished. Can you truly consume all of this? Rest assured, I can manage, Rinya replied confidently. The quantity he ordered could easily satisfy 3 adults. Initially, he considered ordering more but thought better of it, not wishing to waste food should he be unable to finish. Observing Rinya's determination, Tobirama remained silent. But his curiosity piqued. Could the Uchiha truly have such an appetite? Before long, the sizzling grill was placed on their table, with vibrant red slices of meat curling and changing color upon contact with the heat, juices splattering and filling the air with a rich aroma. Tobirama picked up his chopsticks, methodically turning the meat. Rinya, arms crossed, watched with keen interest, occasionally offering comments. Though he appeared calm, inwardly he was ravenous. The tantalizing scent of grilled meat made him swallow discreetly. Even in his hunger, he maintained the composure befitting a true Uchiha. The meat is nearly ready, Tobirama announced, transferring the grilled pieces onto Rinya's plate. I can serve myself, Rinya replied, swiftly placing a slice into his mouth. As the savory meat touched his palate, a look of sheer delight illuminated his face. This grilled delicacy was exquisite. In that moment, he cast aside the pride of the Uchiha, devouring piece after piece, occasionally emitting satisfied hums. Tobirama silently observed Rinya's every movement, and as he watched the young boy finish every morsel on the table with astonishing speed, disbelief washed over him. Yet, Rinya, feeling unsated, waved for the proprietor to bring more plates. Tobirama thought, why had he not noticed before how much this child could eat? I'm full, Rinya declared, patting his stomach with satisfaction. This meal had truly hit the spot. Indeed, meat was the most delightful fare. Tobirama instinctively glanced at Rinya's slightly protruding belly, incredulous. How could this child possibly consume such a volume of food? Rinya had devoured enough for 5 adults, and considering he was merely a 6-year-old, Tobirama began to question his perception of reality. It seemed necessary to study why this child possessed such an extraordinary appetite later that evening. Unaware of Tobirama's contemplations, Rinya relished the lingering flavors of the grilled meat. If only I could enjoy grilled meat like this more often, he mused. Noticing Tobirama still watching him, he prompted. Old man with white hair, we can settle the bill now. Snapped back to reality, Tobirama summoned the proprietor to process the payment. Shortly after, the two departed the grill house. Just outside, Tobirama suddenly recalled something, retrieving a thick stack of money and handing it to Rinya. This is for your living expenses. I have matters to attend to. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Rinya staring at the substantial sum in his hands, speechless for a moment. Finally, he tucked the money into his pocket, a smirk forming on his lips as he quietly remarked, "Heh, this old fellow is quite amusing." He had not expected Tobirama to provide him with pocket money. This financial boon would alleviate his immediate concerns, allowing him the freedom to eat as he pleased, thus escaping the burdensome life he had endured. Perhaps I should use less chili when cooking in the future, he pondered as he trotted away. Once Rinya's figure had completely disappeared from view, Tobirama emerged from around the corner, observing Rinya's retreating silhouette, his tone icy as he muttered, "Do not misunderstand, child. This is merely your experimental fee." Tobirama would never engage in acts of taking advantage of a young Uchiha. To him, this money served solely as compensation for Rinya's role as a test subject. The poor boy remained oblivious to this reality. One could only wonder what expression would grace his face upon discovering the truth in the future. Chapter 9. The Uchiha Observation Manual in the Uchiha clan's territory. At the orphanage, Rinya had finished his meal, but chose not to rush back. Instead, he wandered toward the clan grounds. He felt more at home at the orphanage than among the Senju clan. "Rinya, you're back," Uchiha Shun exclaimed, rushing to greet him with excitement. He had already learned of his friend's adoption by Senju Tobirama. "I came back to check on you all," Rinya explained. His return was not solely to visit his friends. He also sought a ninja technique scroll from the headmaster. The Uchiha clan maintained its own storeroom, safeguarding various strategic resources, including a plethora of ninja technique scrolls. These scrolls were awarded to the younger generation of clan members as a means to showcase the family's heritage and encourage contributions to the clan. Typically, every Uchiha, upon being able to harness chakra and demonstrating potential as a ninja, could claim a scroll. However, to acquire additional scrolls, one generally needed to exchange merits or equivalent items. At present, Tobirama had not established a ninja school. The clan's ninjas were self-sufficient, with no concept of civilian ninjas. Only after the establishment of a ninja school would ordinary individuals begin to emerge. Rinya's chakra reserves were now sufficient to perform a few basic ninjutsu, making it imperative for him to obtain a scroll to enhance his abilities. Ninjutsu constituted the primary means of offense and defense in combat for ninjas. Mastering powerful techniques was essential for bolstering one's strength. With this in mind, Rinya engaged in conversation with Uchiha Shun for a while before bidding him farewell and heading to the headmaster's office. The bearded headmaster was visibly surprised to see Rinya. "Rinya, what brings you back? Were you mistreated by the Senju?" He wondered, regretting having allowed the boy to leave with the Senju brothers. However, the situation was unavoidable. After Uchiha Madara's defection, the village had heightened its vigilance against the Uchiha. Under such circumstances, they had little choice but to comply. As the headmaster's thoughts wandered, Rinya spoke. "Headmaster, I would like to request a ninja technique scroll." The headmaster snapped back to attention, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Rinya, do you currently possess enough chakra?" "Rest assured, Headmaster," Rinya replied confidently, "I can manage a few ninja techniques." Upon hearing this, the headmaster nodded approvingly, admiration shining in his eyes. "Excellent. It seems you have been diligently training." Rinya's progress had been among the top tier in the orphanage, rivaling even some of the clan's prodigies. Children of the Uchiha clan typically received specialized instruction from jonin after the age of 8, while those at the orphanage lacked parental guidance, leading the headmaster to teach them in his limited spare time, resulting in less efficient learning compared to typical Uchiha households. "Rinya, I hope you continue your rigorous training," the headmaster said, opening a drawer and retrieving a scroll. "I will." Rinya accepted the scroll with a serious demeanor. After bidding farewell to the headmaster, he exited the office. Once Rinya had left, the headmaster sighed in resignation. What a fine child. Such a pity. Had Rinya not been taken in by the Senju, he would have wished to mentor him one-on-one, recognizing the potential in him. The headmaster understood well that Rinya was not being valued within the Senju clan, otherwise, he would not have specifically returned to request a ninja technique scroll. Tobirama's formidable strength would surely have ensured the availability of fire release technique scrolls. Perhaps Lord Ban's approach is indeed correct. Lianye returned to the Senju clan grounds, eager to delve into the art of ninjutsu. He could hardly contain his excitement about what techniques he might learn. Just then, two somewhat stocky little rascals suddenly emerged ahead, arms crossed, blocking his path. The taller one lifted his chin, a taunting expression plastered across his face. "Hey, kid, are you the Uchiha that Lord Tobirama adopted?" How did they know Lianye's identity? Naturally, it was the Uchiha fan emblem on his clothing that betrayed him. It was so conspicuous that it was impossible not to recognize. Lianye frowned, a flicker of displeasure washing over him. He had not anticipated encountering troublemakers. He was eager to return to his training. "Get lost. I have no time to play with you," he retorted. The two little rascals were undeterred. The taller one charged forward, fists raised. Lianye deftly dodged, causing the taller boy to stumble and nearly fall. Seeing this, the shorter one drew a kunai from his waist and lunged at Lianye. A glint of cold light flashed in Lianye's eyes as he swiftly grasped the boy's wrist, causing him to drop the kunai onto the ground. "You really are annoying." Without hesitation, Lianye kicked the shorter boy away. Since the brat had resorted to using a weapon, Lianye felt justified in retaliating without mercy. Once the taller boy regained his footing, he charged again, but it was clear they were no match for Lianye. In no time, both little rascals lay on the ground, howling in pain. Lianye picked up the fallen kunai and tossed it at the shorter boy. It zipped through the air, grazing the boy's cheek and leaving a thin line of blood before embedding itself into the earth nearby, quivering slightly. The shorter boy's face turned pale with fear. He stood frozen, too frightened to utter a sound. He had come perilously close to death. The taller boy was equally terrified, shrinking back and daring not to make a sound. This Uchiha was indeed too ruthless and terrifying. Lianye dusted himself off, looking down at the two with a cold, emotionless voice. "If you dare to trouble me again, I will kill you." The boys were instantly petrified, sensing the gravity of Lianye's words. He was not joking. Ignoring their pain, they scrambled to their feet and fled as if their lives depended on it. Lianye watched them go, his expression unyielding. In the world of ninjas, using brutality to suppress violence was always the simplest approach. In the shadows, Senju Tobirama quietly observed the scene, taking out a notebook to jot down his observations. The title read Uchiha Observation Manual. Once Lianye's figure had completely faded from view, Tobirama vanished in a flash, appearing before the two little rascals. Upon seeing him, they cried out, "Wah, Lord Tobirama, he was too ruthless." They were actors specially hired by Tobirama to observe Lianye's reactions. Tobirama consoled them. "You've done well. Here is your reward." He handed them a stack of bills. "Hee, thank you, Lord Tobirama." The boys beamed with joy upon receiving the money. The Uchiha little rascals are indeed difficult to handle, Tobirama mused, his expression complex as he reviewed the notes in his notebook. Chapter 10. Tobirama's killing intent at the Senju residence. Lianye hurried into the courtyard and eagerly unrolled the scroll. It contained records of 3 ninjutsu techniques: the Great Fireball Technique, the Phoenix Fire Technique, and the Dragon Fire Technique. These 3 techniques were the hallmark fire release ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, all ranked at a high level. Lianye was overjoyed. Mastering these techniques would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. His immediate priority was to learn and master these techniques. After noting down the theoretical aspects of the Great Fireball Technique from the scroll, he closed it and prepared to practice the technique. The essence of the Great Fireball Technique lay in converting the chakra within his body into fire attributes and controlling it with precision. This required a profound understanding and mastery of chakra. With his eyes tightly shut, Lianye calmed his mind, attuning himself to the flow of chakra within. He attempted to guide the chakra, gathering it in his abdomen. However, the process was not smooth, as the chakra behaved like a mischievous child, darting about chaotically. Yet, Lianye persevered. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to stabilize the chakra in his abdomen. Next, he needed to convert this chakra into fire attributes. Although he had never tested his chakra's nature, he instinctively knew it was of the fire attribute, perhaps with other undiscovered attributes as well. He planned to purchase chakra testing paper later to ascertain his attributes. For now, he focused on mastering these 3 techniques first. Lianye concentrated intently, gradually altering the nature of the chakra. As the transformation occurred, he felt a surge of intense heat emanating from his abdomen, as if a flame were igniting within. Once the chakra conversion was complete, he directed the fire attribute chakra into his throat. This step was critical, requiring precise control over the amount and flow of chakra. A moment's lapse could not only hinder the technique, but also result in self-inflicted burns. Lianye cautiously propelled the chakra, feeling the heat building in his throat as he sensed the powerful energy coalescing there. With preparations complete, he swiftly formed the hand seals. His speed was impressive, having practiced extensively beforehand. In combat, the speed of hand seals is paramount. The one who can execute them swiftly gains the upper hand in battle. His hands danced rapidly, completing the hand seals of the snake, horse, monkey, pig, goat, and tiger. Each gesture was precise, signaling the initiation of the Great Fireball technique. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Utilizing the strength of his lungs, Lianye expelled the chakra gathered in his throat. In an instant, a fireball half a meter in diameter erupted from his mouth, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat and blinding light, soaring forth and generating a powerful gust of wind in the training grounds. Lianye stared in astonishment at the impressive display before him, his lips slightly parted, eyes brimming with disbelief. Could it be that I am a genius? He had never imagined he would successfully execute the Great Fireball technique on his first attempt. Mastery of ninjutsu heavily relies on innate talent. Some individuals learn techniques in mere moments, or even with just a glance, while others may take much longer. Reflecting on this, Lianye's lips curled into a proud smile. He decided to attempt another Great Fireball, as the previous one had consumed a third of his chakra, allowing for 2 more releases. This time, he intended to increase the chakra output to gauge its power. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Lianye formed the seals again, and a colossal fireball, several meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth like a beast breaking free from its confines, roaring forward. As the fireball raced through the air, it ignited the surrounding atmosphere with a crackling sound, generating a gust strong enough to displace sand and gravel across the training grounds. This spectacle was fortuitously witnessed by Tobirama, who had just returned home. His gaze was fixed intently on Lianye, his eyes betraying unmasked astonishment. As a prodigy of ninjutsu, he had witnessed countless ninja training, but to see such a young child flawlessly execute high-level ninjutsu on his very first attempt was a rarity of exceptional talent and perception. Tobirama couldn't help but recall his own arduous training in his youth and the countless days and nights spent creating and refining ninjutsu. He silently marveled. This young boy's future was undoubtedly limitless. However, he quickly recalled that Lianye's identity was Uchiha. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened instantly, as he feared that Lianye might become the second Uchiha Madara. He gazed at Lianye, furrowing his brow, internally vigilant. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention to this kid's growth and development of character in the future. Should Lianye exhibit any issues, he was prepared to take decisive action if necessary. Having spent his life guarding against the Uchiha, he would never allow the emergence of another malevolent and powerful Uchiha. Lianye was still immersed in the overwhelming power of the Great Fireball technique when he suddenly sensed a potent killing intent locking onto him. This sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively turned to look. There stood Senju Tobirama, his face shrouded in darkness as he fixed a grim stare upon Lianye. The sight caused Lianye to swallow hard, his heart racing with anxiety. What was going on? What was this old man thinking? Lianye was genuinely terrified that Senju Tobirama might suddenly strike him down. He was merely a weakling. If Tobirama wished to kill him, Lianye wouldn't even have the chance to plead for mercy. An elite of the shadow level could easily eliminate a child who hadn't even reached the level of a ninja, far simpler than crushing an ant. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama soon reined in his chakra, feigning nonchalance as he lifted the ingredients he had brought and remarked, "Kid, I've bought the ingredients." Lianye remained silent, his face pale. He had nearly been scared out of his wits just moments ago. Senju Tobirama said no more, heading to the kitchen with the ingredients. He understood that this kid would take some time to recover. Once Lianye saw Tobirama leave, he let out a sigh of relief, his tense body finally relaxing. It was then that he noticed his back was drenched in cold sweat, sending chills through him as the wind blew. He had truly learned his lesson. Lianye remembered that Senju Tobirama was not the kind-hearted Hashirama, and it would be wise to avoid provoking him. Otherwise, if one day he angered that man, he might find himself wishing he could cry, yet having nowhere to do so. That vile man, I will have my revenge. Lianye clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. At that moment, his desire to grow stronger reached its zenith. The feeling of life and death resting upon another's whim was deeply unsettling. He would never forget that sensation. In the kitchen, Senju Tobirama set down the ingredients, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. He had failed to control his killing intent and inadvertently frightened Lianye. Such a blunder was not typical of Tobirama, but given that he was dealing with an Uchiha, he had lost control. The image of Lianye's tense and fearful demeanor made it difficult for him to suppress a smirk. Time passed until evening. Lianye noted that it was nearly time for dinner and, without needing to be reminded by Senju Tobirama, he made his way to the kitchen. After experiencing Tobirama's killing intent, Lianye had become thoroughly subdued. In the past, he would have spiced the food with chili, but this time he refrained. Lacking the strength to stand up for himself, he decided to play the role of the obedient child for now, waiting to return as a formidable figure in the future. During dinner, Senju Tobirama observed that Lianye was unusually quiet, which made him feel somewhat bored. He preferred the rebellious demeanor Lianye usually exhibited. Contemplating this, Tobirama slowly spoke. "Kid, why have you fallen silent?" Hearing this, Lianye paused in his eating, setting down his chopsticks. "What do you want me to say?" "You can say anything you like." With curiosity, Senju Tobirama looked at Lianye. The once defiant child had become as docile as a quail under his guidance, a feeling that brought Tobirama immense satisfaction. "Let us refrain from conversation during meals," Lianye replied expressionlessly. He did not wish to engage with Tobirama at that moment, and suspected that the white-haired man might be trying to provoke him into a reaction, leading to his demise. Typical of the inherently malevolent Senju Tobirama, his heart is indeed tainted. Tobirama did not expect such a response from Lianye, and the familiar feeling of exasperation returned. It seemed that the Uchiha would not easily change. "Kid, how old are you?" Tobirama inquired. Realizing he had yet to learn Lianye's age after having taken him in for some time, Lianye cast a disinterested glance at him and replied, 6 years old. Clearly, Tobirama was looking for trouble, and Lianye thought it best to finish his meal and leave as soon as possible. With that in mind, he quickened his eating pace. Senju Tobirama silently watched Lianye, pondering his thoughts. "I'm done," Lianye announced, standing to head to his room. Senju Tobirama quickly called out, "Kid, you haven't had your milk yet." Lianye halted, watching as Tobirama emerged from the kitchen holding a glass of milk. "Why do you drink milk every day, uncle?" Lianye asked, exasperated. Having a large glass after dinner always left him feeling bloated before bed. "You're still growing. Milk is essential," Tobirama explained. Lianye accepted the milk, eyeing Tobirama with suspicion, feeling that the old man harbored some ulterior motive. Noticing Lianye's hesitation to drink the milk, Tobirama, sensing the suspicion, gently said, "If you don't want to drink it, that's fine. However, milk is beneficial for growth and development, especially at your age." Seeing that Tobirama was not forcing him, Lianye felt reassured. It seemed there was nothing wrong with the milk. If there truly were a problem, Tobirama would certainly have compelled him to drink it. Feeling clever, Lianye raised the glass and drank it all in one go. "I'm heading back to my room," he stated before turning to leave. Watching Lianye depart, Tobirama's lips curled into a subtle smile. The naive Uchiha child still thinks he can outsmart me? With just a slight maneuver, he had managed to lower Lianye's guard, ensuring he drank the milk laced with a sleeping agent. This tactic was a classic case of retreating to advance. Unbeknownst to Tobirama, once Lianye turned away, his expression darkened instantly. He had suspected that Tobirama had nefarious intentions. The milk was undoubtedly tainted. Upon returning to his room, he rushed to the restroom to expel the milk. After completing this task, Lianye nonchalantly lay on his bed, closing his eyes. He awaited Tobirama's arrival. Yet, after a long wait, Tobirama did not come. Lianye began to ponder whether the milk truly was safe. Had he overthought the situation? To be cautious, he chose not to sleep, fearing that Tobirama might come in the middle of the night. Thus, he remained vigilant until dawn, and still, Tobirama did not appear. "It seems I was overthinking it," Lianye mused, somewhat bemused. How foolish he felt for having admired his own cleverness, only to find out he had engaged in a battle of wits with thin air all night. Having gone without sleep, Lianye rose. dragging his weary body to the mirror, where he beheld his bloodshot eyes, dark circles under them. As dawn broke, he had no intention of returning to sleep. Lianye made his way to the training grounds in the courtyard to commence his morning exercises. At that moment, Senju Tobirama opened the door, observing Lianye training earnestly, and said, "Kid, do you need me to prepare breakfast for you?" "That would be much appreciated, uncle," Lianye replied, continuing his training. Senju Tobirama headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Upon seeing Lianye with his dark circles, he nearly burst into laughter, reveling in the child's youthful naivety. Last night, when he failed to drink the milk promptly, he sensed that the little rascal had begun to harbor suspicions. Senju Tobirama, ever the cautious one, refrained from taking action that evening. He suspected that after returning, Lianye might have discarded the milk, for one cannot apply ordinary reasoning to the cunning Uchiha. Indeed, the devious Uchiha child was quite shrewd. His suspicions were confirmed. Tobirama planned to continue administering the drug to Lianye during this period, but he decided to bide his time before acting, waiting for a more opportune moment. Breakfast was a simple affair, consisting of bread and fried eggs. Just as he was about to call Lianye in for a meal, a wicked smile crossed his face as an idea struck him. He retrieved a bottle of milk and poured a glass, placing it on the table. The little rascal needed to drink more milk. Having completed this task, he beckoned Lianye to join him for breakfast. Upon entering the room and spotting the milk on the table, Renya's expression froze. How infuriating! More milk. It was this very milk that had kept him awake all night. The thought of it made him wish to throw it out. Senju Tobirama observed Renya's reaction with a concealed satisfaction, relishing the boy's dismay. Ah, the child was indeed naive. "I have matters to attend to, little rascal. Remember to wash your bowl after eating," Tobirama said, turning away with a sense of fulfillment. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might burst into laughter. There was a peculiar delight in witnessing the Uchiha's plight. A splendid day, indeed, begins with watching Renya's struggles. Feeling buoyant, Tobirama resolved to experiment with a forbidden technique today, unbeknownst to his elder brother. As a master of forbidden jutsu in the ninja world, inventing such techniques was akin to play for him. Chapter 12. The establishment of the ninja school as spring gave way to autumn. It had been a year since Renya arrived at the Senju clan's territory. Throughout this year, Renya maintained a remarkably disciplined routine, dedicating himself to training almost every day. One could say that he was either training or on the path to training. Even Tobirama could not help but commend Renya's diligence. Despite the many detours Renya took in his training, Tobirama never offered guidance, nor did Renya seek it. The proud nature of the Uchiha clan prevented him from approaching Tobirama for help. When faced with difficulties, he would seek the orphanage's headmaster instead, who, being a former elite shinobi of the Warring States era, could easily guide Renya in his training. After a year of rigorous practice, Renya's abilities had reached the level of a genin. At 7 years old, a genin from the Uchiha clan was considered quite the prodigy. However, he did not grow complacent. Instead, he trained even harder, fully aware that his current strength was insufficient for survival in the ninja world. He aspired to become a genin at the very least. Since Renya's transmigration, he occasionally dreamt of being trapped in a laboratory, unable to move or recall the specifics of what transpired. This perplexed him, leaving him to wonder if it was his hidden potential. Initially, he sought to uncover the secrets of the laboratory within his dreams, but despite his efforts, he remained immobile, unable even to speak. As time passed, he considered giving up, but recently, the dreams grew more frequent, from once or twice a week to now every other day. This left him troubled, pondering the significance of these dreams. A year had passed, yet he had yet to decipher their meaning or determine if they were indeed a manifestation of his latent abilities. Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside the matter, understanding that some things cannot be forced and that clarity would come in due time. With this thought, he commenced his training for the day. Clad in black, he stood tall like a pine tree. Tobirama had not been mistaken. Drinking milk indeed contributed to growth and development. Over the course of a year, he had grown from a height of 1.2 meters to approximately 1.3 meters. He activated the mechanical device in the yard, a Shuriken launcher typically used for evasive training. Renya fixed his gaze on the launcher, determined to remain vigilant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the device whirred to life, a flurry of shurikens hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. Renya reacted swiftly, his movements fluid and agile as he evaded them with the grace of a leopard, sidestepping, twisting, and leaping in seamless succession. His long, Dark hair billowed wildly, and the edges of his clothing snapped in the wind. Each evasion was executed with precision, narrowly missing the sharp shurikens. As the training progressed, the frequency of shuriken launches intensified, and their trajectories grew increasingly complex. Renya's breathing became labored, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He found himself struggling to keep pace with the shurikens, and his movements lost their earlier fluidity, making each dodge increasingly arduous. A misstep nearly led to a shuriken striking him from an awkward angle. When the device finally ceased its barrage, Renya collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. If only he could activate his Sharingan, this would not be so challenging, he mused. The Uchiha clan's primary condition for awakening the Sharingan is experiencing profound emotional stimuli. When the Uchiha understand the essence of love yet lose that emotion, it transforms into a potent hatred, or when confronted with life-threatening situations that provoke intense emotional upheaval. A unique chakra surges to the visual nerves, altering the eyes and awakening the Sharingan. This is also why the Uchiha are referred to as the clan of love. Although Renya comprehended the principles behind awakening the eyes, practical application proved far more difficult. Achieving such intense emotional fluctuations was no simple feat if it were that easy. The Uchiha would all possess multiple tomo by now and have long since unified the ninja world. In reality, the probability of awakening the Sharingan among Uchiha is quite low, with many clan members potentially never achieving it in their lifetimes. Those who do awaken the Sharingan must undergo relentless battles and intense emotional stimuli to evolve from a single tomo to 3. A process that also requires an increase in chakra and mastery over their ocular techniques. Renya sighed, resigned to the notion that he might be waiting an eternity to awaken his Sharingan. After the morning training concluded, Renya turned his attention to preparing lunch. Recently, Tobirama had been preoccupied with various matters, seldom returning for meals. Uncertain whether Tobirama would return for lunch, Renya prepared enough for 2. It seemed that the establishment of the ninja school was imminent. Renya was aware that Tobirama had been busy organizing the school. He had previously glimpsed the plans laid out on the table, which included the academy's design, detailed educational programs, and course arrangements. Tobirama had personally selected a group of exceptional shinobi to serve as instructors, responsible for teaching ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Currently, Tobirama was in the process of establishing the academy, and it would not be long before the ninja world would witness the birth of the academy. The thought of attending school was quite bothersome. Having spent over a decade in school in his previous life, the mere mention of it sent shivers down his spine, a lingering psychological shadow. Just then, Tobirama entered the room, looking weary. He approached the table and eagerly began to eat. His recent focus on the ninja school had left him little time to eat. But at last, he had completed his tasks. He had already enlisted his elder brother to help establish the school, and he believed that with his brother's efficiency, it would not take more than 2 days to finish. Soon, the school would be ready to begin enrollment. Currently, the majority of the ninjas in Konoha are from established clans. In order to bridge the gaps between these families and foster a sense of unity centered around the village rather than individual clans, Senju Tobirama founded the Ninja Academy. The existence of this academy not only cultivates a substantial number of lower and intermediate ninjas for Konoha, but also provides opportunities for many talented and capable commoners. It can be said that this initiative is beneficial in every regard. One cannot deny the political acumen of Senju Tobirama. He is indeed a formidable statesman. As the school nears completion, Tobirama is in high spirits and unexpectedly approaches Renya, saying, "Kid, the Ninja Academy opens in a few days. I have already enrolled you, so remember to attend." The sound of Renya's chopsticks clattering to the ground echoes his disbelief as he exclaims, "You enrolled me?" He had been contemplating skipping school, only to find that this old man had taken the liberty of signing him up. Tobirama nods, saying, "Indeed, you are of the right age for school. How can you spend all your time at home?" Renya responds, "Thank you." Tobirama replies, "No need for thanks." His intention behind this decision is to help Renya forge bonds with peers at school, making him easier to manage. After all, with such connections, one is less likely to engage in extreme actions. Chapter 13. The school opening a few days later, the establishment of the Ninja Academy has become common knowledge throughout Konoha. The commoners are filled with excitement upon learning that their children now have the opportunity to become ninjas, thus enabling a leap in social class and a transformation in their lives. The reactions from the ninja clans vary. Some are shocked, others perplexed, and a few dismissive. Hokage Senju Hashirama has announced that all eligible children in the village may attend the academy. The inception of the Ninja Academy is crucial for quickly training a new generation of lower and intermediate ninjas, and the Senju brothers place significant emphasis on this. However, certain prerequisites apply. Children typically need to be around 6 or 7 years old, although slightly older is acceptable. Moreover, they must possess chakra affinity, which is paramount. Without ninja talent, all is in vain. Additionally, candidates must be physically and mentally sound, harboring a deep love for their village and a willingness to contribute. Today marks the opening day of the Ninja Academy. Senju Tobirama departs home before dawn to prepare for the occasion. Rinya, clad in black, reluctantly makes his way to the academy. At this hour, he would usually be training in the practice grounds. He never anticipated he would have to attend school. If it weren't for Tobirama's unilateral decision, he wouldn't have to endure the early rise for classes. The thought of attending school with a bunch of children, despite possessing the mind of an adult, fills him with irritation. The only solace is that kids in the ninja world tend to mature faster, which may make the experience somewhat bearable. Rinya spends considerable time mentally preparing himself, only to grow increasingly agitated as he walks. He halts, turns around, and heads back home, thinking that he despises school and would rather train. Clearly, Rinya has developed a distaste for schooling even before it begins. Konoha is bustling with activity. Members of various clans, adorned in splendid attire, converge towards the Ninja Academy. Even though they believe the academy's teaching quality pales in comparison to that of their clans, they still bring their children to enroll. This is an order from the Hokage, and it would be unwise to disregard such a command, especially from the god of shinobi. Senju Hashirama. Only the larger clans, such as Uchiha and Hyuga, harbor such sentiments. In contrast, smaller clans are eager for their children to attend the academy, as their educational quality may not necessarily surpass that of the Ninja Academy. A significant number of parents gather at the entrance of the academy with their children. Clan leaders from prominent families also come to show their support, indicating their allegiance to Konoha. Families such as Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi are all present, resulting in a crowded entrance. Everyone is waiting for the school doors to open. In the early days of Konoha's establishment, clan ninjas constituted over 90% of the total, leaving less than 10% as commoner ninjas. On the rooftop of the school, Senju Tobirama stands with arms crossed, nodding in satisfaction at the crowd below. Tobirama, may we open the doors? Hashirama inquires. Brother, it is time, Tobirama replies. He refrains from opening the doors immediately, wanting to observe which families are absent. If a clan is missing, it indicates a lack of respect for the Hokage. Thus, he would have reason to question their motives. Although he may not know which families are present, he is acutely aware of those that are not. However, it appears that nearly all clans from the village have arrived, which pleases Tobirama greatly. Only with unity among the clans and the village can Konoha truly flourish. He wonders if that kid has arrived yet. Scanning the crowd, he fails to spot Rinya, recalling the boy's earlier resistance to attending school. A peculiar expression crosses his face as he mutters, "Could that brat be skipping school?" Tobirama genuinely believes Rinya might be capable of such an act. With that thought, he vanishes from the rooftop in a flash. At the Senju residence, Rinya practices his ninjutsu in the training grounds. Suddenly, he feels a chill behind him and instinctively turns around, only to find Senju Tobirama, arms crossed and wearing a stern expression, glaring at him. Rinya's body stiffens, and feeling slightly awkward, he scratches his nose and changes the subject. "Uncle, why are you back so early? It's not even mealtime." He makes no mention of the academy's opening. "Kid, why aren't you at school?" Tobirama's voice is icy. "School? What school?" Rinya feigns ignorance. He hopes to find another excuse to delay attending, but Tobirama grants him no such opportunity. "Huh?" Tobirama sneers, seizing Rinya and disappearing from the spot. At the Ninja Academy, Hashirama's voice resonates across the campus. Konoha's youth. Today, we celebrate the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy. This is not only the beginning of your educational journey, but also a vital moment for passing on the will of fire. Just as Rinya is dragged over, he hears Hashirama begin to expound on the concept of the will of fire. Already annoyed at the prospect of school, he finds this rhetoric even more tedious. He scoffs at the notion, questioning, is this truly the will of fire? The essence of the will of fire revolves around protection, legacy, and sacrifice. Rinya remains indifferent. To him, Strength is the only truth. It is precisely Hashirama's might that draws the crowd to listen to his speech. Had it been anyone else, attendance would dwindle. Lianye is astonished that Hashirama speaks for over an hour without pause. When he finally concludes, thunderous applause erupts from the audience. Finally, it's over, Lianye exclaims, tears of relief welling in his eyes as he claps fervently. Heaven knows how arduous that hour has been. At that moment, Hashirama notices Linye's expression and is momentarily taken aback. He assumes Lianye is deeply moved by his preaching of the will of fire and looks toward him with a sense of pride. Little Lianye is indeed a good child. Lianye, noticing the look of gratification on Hashirama's face, is utterly bewildered, a large question mark floating over his head. Why is Hashirama looking at him like that? Could it be that he overheard Linye's earlier remarks? Danzo, did you see that? The Hokage is looking at me with such pride. As daybreak. You ought to cease your boastful prattling. The Hokage is clearly observing me. Hearing the conversation beside him, Lianye turned in surprise to see two children, around 8 or 9 years of age, embroiled in a heated dispute. These two youngsters are none other than the future 3rd Hokage and 5th Kazekage. Chapter 14. Conflict. Lianye, intrigued, scrutinized the duo. Judging by their age, Sarutobi Daybreak and Shimura Danzo appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old. The Ninja Academy's enrollment begins at 6 to 7 years of age, thus it was evident that both were beyond the age limit. The two bickering boys, noticing Lianye's gaze, turned to him. What are you staring at, kid? Danzo scowled, visibly annoyed. He was engaged in a debate with Daybreak regarding who the Hokage was watching and felt irked by the attention of a mere child. Lianye retorted, what? Is even looking forbidden? Is your family running the Ninja Academy? Danzo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a retort from the young boy, and his frustration grew. Having never engaged in a verbal spar before, Danzo felt a mix of indignation and fury as he glared at Lianye, his expression akin to that of a predator ready to pounce. Look at your mother. Lianye shot back. The surrounding children froze, their faces displaying disbelief. They had not expected Lianye to utter such coarse words in this setting. You're seeking death, Danzo bellowed, raising his fist and charging toward Lianye. Having already assessed that Danzo's strength was comparable to his own, both being genin, Lianye was unperturbed. Just as the confrontation seemed imminent, Sarutobi Daybreak grasped Danzo from behind, restraining him. Danzo, calm down. Let me go, Daybreak. I must teach this brat a lesson. Danzo struggled against the hold. The Hokage is still watching. Daybreak's words struck a chord, causing Danzo to regain his composure. It dawned on him that this was indeed the opening ceremony. His visage paled at the realization. The commotion did not escape the notice of Senju Hashirama, who observed with curiosity and inquired, Little Lianye, what is the matter? It's nothing, Uncle Hashirama. Lianye replied with a smile. The Senju couple often visited Lianye, concerned that Senju Tobirama was not taking adequate care of him. After a year of interactions, Hashirama had grown quite fond of Lianye. Ah, I see. As long as all is well, Hashirama said heartily, stepping off the stage. Following his speech, Senju Tobirama ascended. Witnessing this exchange, the assembled children were utterly dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting shock. What did they just witness? This little boy seemed to have a familiar relationship with the Hokage, and it appeared to be quite amicable. Danzo's previously pale face grew even more ashen. This was disastrous. This boy possessed connections beyond imagination. He began to regret his impulsive actions. Sarutobi Daybreak breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the situation had been diffused just in time. He cast a curious glance at Lianye, pondering his identity. After Tobirama took the stage, he discreetly shot a glance at Lianye. What a troublesome little rascal. Causing a ruckus right at the start of school. In the Ninja Academy, physical altercations are strictly prohibited, and violators face expulsion. Tobirama began outlining the school's rules. These were merely children. If they were reckless, it could lead to serious consequences. While challenges between students were permissible, a teacher must oversee them. Subsequently, the enrollment tests commenced. There were 4 assessments. 1. Basic knowledge. Simple inquiries regarding ninja history, ninjutsu theory, and chakra knowledge. 2. Ninjutsu and chakra. Evaluating students' mastery of fundamental ninjutsu and their ability to extract and control chakra. 3. Physical abilities. Testing physical attributes such as strength, speed, coordination, and flexibility. 4. Psychological qualities. Presenting situational problems to assess students' mental resilience. Lianye effortlessly passed the tests and was assigned to a class alongside Sarutobi Daybreak and Shimura Danzo. Daybreak smiled and nodded at Lianye, who simply acknowledged him in return. He believed in the adage of not striking those who smile. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not initiate conflict. Meanwhile, Danzo glared at Lianye, his fists instinctively clenching. He had learned that Lianye was the Uchiha child adopted by Tobirama, inciting a mixture of envy and resentment within him. Why was this Uchiha child favored by Tobirama? Noticing Danzo's expression, Lianye smirked. You're still attending school at your age. Your family must have pulled some strings. At this remark, both Danzo and Daybreak displayed awkward expressions. For Lianye had hit the nail on the head. At 9 years old, they were well past the standard enrollment age. Their fathers had indeed spent a fortune to secure their admission. Seeing their silence, Lianye scoffed. Danzo, infuriated, thought to himself that had it not been for the school's regulations, he would have already taught this insolent brat a lesson. Daybreak's expression also soured as he glanced resentfully at Danzo. If not for his friend's poor attitude, would matters have escalated to this point? Prior to enrollment, his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, had advised him to befriend the child adopted by Tobirama, as the latter would likely be the second Hokage's successor. Establishing a good relationship with that child could indeed pave the way for becoming Tobirama's disciple, an apprentice to the Hokage. Daybreak had intended to approach Lianye to foster a connection. But now he realized that the boy Danzo had so carelessly provoked was precisely the one Tobirama had taken under his wing. Fortunately, only Danzo had incurred his ire, leaving him unharmed. Daybreak was about to walk over to Lianye when Danzo shouted, "Damn brat, do you dare accept my challenge?" Daybreak was taken aback, incredulously turning to his friend, his expression seemingly asking, "Are you serious?" After all, Danzo was a year or two older, having trained longer. Wasn't this bullying? Danzo, calm down, Daybreak urged. To exploit one's advantage over a younger opponent was one thing, but should he lose, Danzo would forever be humiliated. He wished to dissuade his friend, yet Danzo paid him no heed. "Brat, do you dare?" A genius of the Shimura clan, how could he tolerate being looked down upon by a mere child? Many children from the Shimura clan were present. If he did not reclaim his dignity, how could he continue to hold his head high within the family? Lianye, already irked by Danzo's repeated provocations, saw an opportunity to deliver a profound lesson to this oblivious fool. Chapter 15. Victory since you seek a fight. "I shall not shy away," Lianye declared, his gaze icy. Being dragged into this school had already vexed him, and now he had to deal with unwarranted hostility. It was imperative to teach this inconsiderate fellow a lesson. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo revealed a cunning smile, exclaiming, "Heh, little brat. You will soon discover the consequences of provoking me." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a resigned sigh, realizing how impulsive Danzo could be. After all, Rinya was a child taken in by Lord Tobirama, and with his guidance, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Hiruzen was genuinely concerned that Danzo might not be a match for Rinya. Little did he know, Tobirama had never actually trained Rinya. Soon, news of the impending battle spread. The children who had passed their tests flocked to spectate, and even those currently undergoing assessments occasionally glanced over. A teacher, clad in a Janine vest and wearing a grim expression, approached. He was the class instructor, previously occupied with testing when this incident arose. And now the whole affair had become common knowledge, even reaching Lord Tobirama. The instructor felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. "Are you two really going to fight?" he asked sternly. Rinya, noticing the instructor's displeasure, merely nodded, wisely refraining from further comment. In contrast, Danzo, lacking such insight, eagerly turned to the instructor. "Teacher, I want to battle him. Please announce the start." He was itching to unleash his fury upon the little brat. Upon hearing this, the instructor's expression soured. Instinctively, he glanced at Tobirama. Seeing Tobirama nod, the instructor finally exhaled in relief and declared, "Both sides, prepare for the match." The onlookers quickly cleared a space for the impending duel. Rinya and Shimura Danzo faced each other, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Neither side seemed inclined to make the first move. "Little brat, don't you dare cry afterward," Danzo sneered, his expression twisted with malice. Rinya remained silent, as he had no habit of engaging in trash talk before a battle. "You brat." Danzo initiated the attack, swiftly forming hand seals as wind chakra gathered fiercely in his palms. Gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. They had not anticipated Danzo employing ninjutsu. Moreover, He was unleashing a high-level technique that could easily prove fatal if mishandled. After all, this was merely a sparring session. The instructor's face darkened as he opened his mouth to reprimand, but Tobirama interrupted him. Though surprised, the instructor could not voice further objections. Tobirama, intrigued, remarked, "Let me witness the fruits of your training, little brat." He had observed Rinya's dedication over the past year and had to admit that the boy was quite diligent. If Rinya were not from the Uchiha clan, he might have considered taking him on as a disciple. Alas, that was not to be. It was not that Tobirama was unwilling to accept an Uchiha as a pupil, but rather that the majority of them exhibited overly radical tendencies. Perhaps one day, an Uchiha might qualify as his disciple, but Rinya was certainly not a candidate. Tobirama understood Rinya all too well. The boy was more difficult to manage than the average Uchiha. Who could say what reckless actions he would take upon gaining strength? This was precisely why Tobirama hesitated to mentor him. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Several wind bullets shot towards Rinya at breakneck speed, each possessing formidable penetrating power. Rinya's expression hardened. He had underestimated Danzo. With agility akin to lightning, he dodged the barrage, relying on his exceptional reflexes to evade the attack. In quick succession, Rinya formed seals and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, radiating intense heat as it surged toward Danzo. At the moment of impact, Danzo transformed into a wooden log, the fireball scorching the grass beside it. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with neither combatant yielding ground. The spectators gasped in awe. Their displayed prowess had already reached the level of a genin. Such capability, was there still a need for schooling? This thought crossed the minds of only the commoners and children from minor clans, while those from prominent families remained largely unfazed. As Danzo fought on, his anxiety grew. He realized he was not a match for this little brat. What madness was this? How could a genius of the Shimura clan be outdone by a mere child? "I cannot lose, absolutely must not lose." Rinya noted Danzo's growing desperation, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. Danzo had committed the cardinal sin of battle, losing his composure, thereby exposing himself to vulnerabilities. True to form, after an intense exchange, Rinya seized upon Danzo's opening, delivering a powerful spinning kick that struck Danzo squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Danzo lay there, momentarily incapacitated, thus marking Rinya's victory in this confrontation. How could this be? He lost to a little brat. Danzo's face was a mask of disbelief, struggling to rise. "Danzo, are you all right?" Hiruzen inquired, concerned as he helped Danzo up. "Get away, I don't need your help." Danzo furiously shrugged off his friend's assistance, laboriously rising to his feet. Hiruzen sighed in resignation. He had advised Danzo to maintain his composure, but to no avail. And now, he had lost. "Heh, is that all you've got?" Rinya taunted. "I expected more strength from you. Go practice some more." He had refrained from trash-talking before the battle, fearing embarrassment in case of defeat, but having emerged victorious, he felt justified in proclaiming his triumph. Danzo's face shifted through shades of anger and humiliation, the mockery and the gaze of the crowd igniting a burning desire to vanish into the earth. He loathed Rinya with every fiber of his being. The instructor admonished the children to behave, then returned to assessing the students. Tobirama, with a complex expression, observed. Rinya's displayed combat power surpassed that of an ordinary genin. He took out the Uchiha observation manual to begin documenting. The entrance examination for the Ninja Academy had concluded. The vast majority left in disappointment. Of nearly 1,000 applicants, fewer than 300 would be accepted, most of whom hailed from prominent families, with less than 100 being commoners. This highlighted the considerable difficulty for ordinary individuals to become ninjas in the shinobi world. Of course, this could also be attributed to the examination's rigorousness. The first cohort of the Ninja Academy was bound to be more demanding, with later admissions likely easing the criteria, especially in wartime, where a surplus of expendable soldiers was essential. Following the examination, teachers escorted the students to their classrooms. Throughout the journey, Danzo glared at Rinya with a dark expression, seemingly wishing to devour him whole. In response, Rinya simply smiled, choosing silence. He regarded Danzo as merely a defeated foe. Chapter 16. Self-Introduction in the Ninja Academy's classroom. Rinya found his seat, discreetly observing the surrounding children. These individuals would be his classmates in the years to come. As they were just beginning their studies and still unfamiliar with one another, the instructor suggested they each introduce themselves. "I'll begin," said the instructor, crossing his arms. "My name is Senju Takuma, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 6 years." Rinya raised an eyebrow. Realizing the instructor was a member of the Senju clan, likely someone he had encountered before. "Let's start with you," Takuma said, pointing casually at a boy in the front row with white eyes. The boy stood up, surveying his peers with an air of arrogance. "I am Hyuga Yushu, from the Hyuga clan." Several children immediately displayed envious expressions. "Wow, the Hyuga clan is quite prestigious." Yushu smirked, relishing the admiration from those around him. At that moment, a disdainful snort echoed throughout the classroom, abruptly silencing the chatter. Everyone turned to find a boy in the back row, coldly regarding Yushu with a palpable air of contempt, as if he were observing mere insects. His clothing bore the Uchiha clan's fan insignia, marking him as one of their own. Not only that, but he was also surrounded by 3 children clad in Uchiha fan attire, 2 of whom wore expressions of disdain. Uchiha Rinya was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that there would be 3 clansmen in his class. The orphanage director had previously informed Rinya that the children at the orphanage did not attend the ninja academy, instead being guided by elite J-nin from the security forces, with the prospect of directly entering the security forces in the future. This meant that Uchiha-san had a considerable chance of securing a stable position within the security forces. The establishment of the security forces differed from what Rinya had known. In the original narrative, the security forces were founded during the tenure of Senju Tobirama, at a time when Konoha faced both internal and external strife. The Uchiha clan gradually grew discontent with the Senju's monopoly over Konoha, prompting Senju Tobirama to establish the Konoha security forces, primarily staffed by Uchiha members, as a gesture of trust in their clan. However, here, the security forces were formed right at the inception of Konoha. The 4 Uchiha noticed Rinya's gaze, 3 of them casting scornful and disdainful looks, while the last one merely smiled and nodded at him. Rinya thought to himself, "What is this situation? Why do these individuals harbor such animosity towards me?" He exclaimed internally, "I have never provoked anyone. Well, except for Shimura Danzo. That old man is deliberately seeking trouble." Hinata Yuki, irate but outnumbered, could only sulk and sit down. Nara Honya preferred tranquility and detested trouble. Mito Gate-in and Nara Koharu were likewise present. Rinya glanced at the 2 and pondered. Are these the future advisors to the Hokage? If his memory served him correctly, these 2 seemed to have lived quite long lives. Saratobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. During the self-introduction session, it was Rinya's turn. "I am Uchiha Rinya." After he spoke, as he was about to sit down, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. "Heh, Uchiha? I see a Senju instead." Rinya's eyes narrowed as he turned to face the speaker. Finally, he understood why these individuals harbored such hostility towards him. They mistook him for a traitor of the Uchiha clan. "Clean up your mouth, or you'll regret it," Rinya replied coldly. "Haha, you truly amuse me. A traitor is a traitor, can we not speak of it?" Several Uchiha exchanged glances and could not suppress their laughter, showing no regard for Rinya. Being an Uchiha raised by the Senju was akin to slapping the Uchiha clan in the face. He was a disgrace to his lineage. "You shouldn't speak like that," the previously smiling Uchiha interjected. "In our haste to criticize him, we forgot to mention you. You are also a disgrace to the Uchiha." "How can you say that?" "Enough. Everyone quiet down," Senju Takuma admonished with a frown. Hearing this, the young Uchiha fell silent, albeit reluctantly. "Uchiha Rinya, you may take your seat." Rinya cast a displeased glance at the 3 Uchiha before returning to his chair. "Damn it, they are bullying me now," he thought. "I must make them understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly." Finally, it was the turn of the Uchiha to introduce themselves. The leader, exuding arrogance, declared proudly, "I am Uchiha Reefing." The other 2 followed suit. Uchiha Yen, Uchiha Lin. To Rinya's surprise, despite their arrogance, no one dared to voice dissatisfaction. It seemed they were intimidated by the Uchiha clan's reputation. Rinya sighed in resignation, finally grasping why Senju Tobirama had always been wary of the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan possessed formidable strength, yet their prideful nature and propensity for extremism could lead to perilous actions if not carefully managed. The clan's reputation had been tarnished by these individuals, coupled with the position within the security forces, which was already prone to resentment. The trajectory of the Uchiha clan appeared bleak. Rinya could not help but admire Senju Tobirama's political acumen. Knowing the Uchiha's temperament, he placed them in the security forces. What a strategic move. In doing so, the Uchiha would be denied the Hokage position. Perhaps Uchiha Madara had discerned this scheme. which is why he intended to lead his clan away to establish their own path. Unfortunately, none of the clansmen were willing to follow him. Being a founding family of Konoha, the Uchiha had not only failed to secure the Hokage position, but had not even managed to obtain a single advisory role. How lamentable. Speaking of lamentation, the Senju clan had not fared much better. The three great ninja wars had nearly annihilated the Senju clan. However, the Uchiha clan, after only a few years, followed in their footsteps to extinction. It is quite an ironic tale. The two most powerful clans of the Warring States period, united in the founding of Konoha, both met tragic ends. Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Kagami. At that moment, the final Uchiha introduced himself, drawing Rinya back to reality. So, this was Uchiha Kagami. His demeanor was unlike that of the Uchiha, which explained why he would later be taken as a disciple by Senju Tobirama. With the self-introductions concluded, Senju Takuma announced, "We will not have classes this morning. Let us take this time to get acquainted. This afternoon, we will begin our formal lessons. A few students, please assist the teachers in moving books." With that, he led several students out of the classroom. Rinya, feeling quite bored, gazed out the window with visible impatience. He detested school. At this hour, he would usually be training at the training grounds, but now he was stuck in a classroom. His classmates were nothing but a bunch of troublesome children. Chapter 17. The history of the ninja world. As noon approached, Senju Takuma announced the dismissal, prompting Rinya to rush home for lunch. The lunchtime lasted an hour, during which students could choose to bring their own bento or return home for a meal. Having just enrolled, Rinya had naturally not prepared a bento and could only head home to eat. I wonder if my uncle has prepared lunch for me? He pondered as he made his way back to the Senju clan's residence. On his return journey, Rinya caught sight of a young boy walking ahead. It was Uchiha Rifing, the one who had been the most boisterous in class. Surveying his surroundings, Rinya noticed that Rifing was alone, and a mischievous smile crept onto his face. "Heh, finally caught you." This boy had unwittingly strayed from his companions, and Rinya would not let this opportunity slip by. He must teach him the consequences of provoking him. "Damn it, I forgot my bento," Uchiha Rifing grumbled as he continued on his way. He had been so preoccupied with the entrance exam that he had forgotten to bring his lunch. Although he had forgotten his bento, his two companions had not, so he was left to return home alone. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling behind him, as if someone were deliberately trying to muffle their footsteps. The sound of shoes scraping against the ground. Who is it? Uchiha Rifing's heart raced, and he instinctively turned around. Scanning the street, he found it empty, with nothing but the gentle breeze stirring the wild grass at the roadside. Could I have imagined it? Uchiha Rifing furrowed his brow. He reasoned that perhaps he was just hallucinating from hunger. Shaking his head, he turned back around to continue his journey home. However, just as he did, a shadow lunged at him from behind, and before he could react, a coarse black bag was thrust over his head, enveloping him completely. Immediately, a flurry of fists and kicks rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Uchiha Rifing lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, only to be met with a powerful punch to the face, causing stars to explode in his vision and the world to spin around him. Before he could gather his thoughts, fists relentlessly struck his face. "Ah, please, no more hits to the face." The assailant remained silent, continuing to unleash blows. "Ah!" Uchiha Rifing let out a heart-wrenching wail. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before the attackers ceased their assault. Gasping for breath, Rifing's chest heaved violently, each intake of air pulling at his wounds, eliciting painful groans. After what felt like an eternity, Rifing trembled as he struggled to remove the black bag that had been pulled over his head. Squinting through swollen eyes, he scanned his surroundings, desperate to identify his assailant. However, the street was deserted. He raised his head, gingerly touching his battered face. The searing pain made him involuntarily inhale sharply. Regardless of the mud, the 5 great shinobi countries will not abandon you. Uchiha Rifing fought to his feet, his steps unsteady, his body swaying precariously. Leaning against the wall, he trudged onward, inching toward home. Meanwhile, in the Senju clan's territory, it was a fine day. Rinya hummed a tune as he headed home. Strangely enough, after having beaten Uchiha Rifing, his mood had considerably brightened. "Uncle, is dinner ready?" Rinya pushed open the courtyard gate. Yet, instead of Senju Tobirama, he was met with a gentle laughter. Slightly taken aback, Rinya turned to see Uzumaki Kushina sitting in the yard, a warm smile gracing her face. "Little Rinya, did you forget your lunch?" "Aunt Kushina, what brings you here?" Rinya inquired, surprised. Kushina raised the bento in her hand and replied, Tobirama had matters to attend to, so he asked me to bring you your lunch. Understanding dawned upon him. Come, let us eat. Kushina opened the bento, urging him to enjoy her cooking. I'm digging in. Rinya wasted no time, eagerly devouring the meal. Kushina watched him with a beaming smile and asked, Little Rinya, are you enjoying school? It's all right. My classmates are all talented and articulate. Is that so? Make sure to get along with them. Rinya couldn't help but recall Uchiha Reefing's pitiful state, a smile creeping onto his lips. Don't worry. I've already blended in with them. Haha, little Rinya is quite the friend maker. She was unaware that Rinya's integration was more physical than social. After finishing his lunch, Rinya bid farewell to Kushina, as he had to return for afternoon classes. Later, at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Reefing had not attended school, likely recovering from his injuries. Classmates, please take out your history books. Today we will discuss history, announced the history teacher. Rinya thought. Wait, isn't it only the 6th year of Konoha? What history could there be? To put it bluntly, the founding of Konoha occurred after his own birth. This year marked the 6th year of the ninja world. While Rinya had just turned 7, 1 year older than Konoha itself. However, Rinya was mistaken. Opening the history book, he discovered it chronicled the history of the ninja world, including the origins of ninjas, the Warring States period, and the feuds between various clans. Of course, there was a brief account of Konoha's founding. Merely a few scant pages. Glancing through, he noted that most of the text praised Senju Hashirama's great achievements, with scant mention of Uchiha Madara. Rinya felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was evident whose work this was. His gaze fell upon the cover, where it read, authored by Senju Tobirama. As expected, it truly was that old rascal Tobirama, he thought, chuckling to himself. The history of the ninja world offered little of value. Sleep seemed a far better option. Thus, Rinya laid his head down on the desk and drifted off. He was not alone in this endeavor. A classmate named Nara Shikamaru also succumbed to slumber. Rinya-kun, wake up, school is over. Rinya was groggily roused, his eyes fluttering open to find Nara Shikamaru before him. School's over? Rinya instinctively looked around, realizing they were the only two left in the classroom. Glancing outside, he noted the sky had darkened considerably. It seemed they had been dismissed for quite some time. Has time passed so quickly? He had barely closed his eyes, after all. Yes, school is over, Nara Shikamaru remarked with a hint of surprise. He had thought he was a heavy sleeper until he woke to find Rinya still fast asleep. That was a refreshing nap. Rinya stretched lazily. Indeed, it was. Nara Shikamaru agreed, nodding in affirmation. Chapter 18. Quickly say it wasn't you. In the Senju Tobirama residence, late at night, Tobirama sat alone in his room. The dim yellow light flickered, casting his shadow in distorted angles upon the floor. The low table before him was laden with dishes, the steam that once rose now dissipated, leaving the food cold. Tobirama had not touched his chopsticks, his brow furrowed into a tight knot, his expression dark. Today, Uchiha's kid had gone to school, leaving him no time to prepare dinner. It had been a long while since he last cooked, so he whimsically prepared a lavish spread, hoping Rinya would savor his culinary skills. Yet, Tobirama did not anticipate that Rinya would not return home. Initially, he heated the dishes periodically, but after several attempts, he had given up. What could that rascal be up to? Tobirama suppressed his rising anger. How long has it been? Why hasn't he returned? Surely, he hasn't gotten into any trouble? The inherently mischievous Uchiha boy. As he pondered, his suspicion grew. Rinya was likely up to no good, perhaps bullying classmates, insulting them, or even fighting. Just as he was about to rise and search for him, Rinya entered the courtyard. Upon entering, Rinya immediately noticed the untouched food and Tobirama's sullen demeanor. Instantly comprehending the situation, it appeared the old man had been waiting for quite a while. Kid, what were you doing this afternoon? Tobirama's face was stormy, his gaze fixed intently on Rinya. The Ninja Academy dismissed students rather early, around 3 in the afternoon, yet it was now nearly 8. Tobirama was curious. What had Rinya been doing for 5 hours? Had it been anyone else, he might not have questioned them so thoroughly, but with the Uchiha, he had to be vigilant. The Uchiha clan was notorious for their recklessness, and this boy was no exception. Furthermore, rumors had circulated recently about the Uchiha clan clashing with others. Those arrogant individuals were likely up to something. Tobirama had to exercise caution. Even after having spent a year with this Uchiha, faced with Tobirama's inquiry, Rinya wore an awkward expression. He had initially intended to concoct a casual excuse. But the intensity of Tobirama's gaze made him reconsider. The old man was treating him like a thief. If he discovered Lianye was lying, the consequences would be dire. Thus, contemplating his words, Lianye decided to be truthful. I was in history class this afternoon, found it boring, and fell asleep. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. Tobirama was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Renya's late return would be due to this reason. Sleeping in class is certainly better than bullying classmates. Tobirama mused. I don't understand why someone would write such a pointless book, Renya shrugged. Konoha's founding time is younger than me. Is it really necessary to publish a separate history? Tobirama shot Renya a disapproving look. Kid, what do you know? Don't underestimate those few pages of Konoha's history. In 10 or 20 years, it will become a thick volume. Moreover, the existence of history books serves to accurately document current events, allowing future generations to understand what transpired during this time. In response, Lianye disdainfully curled his lip and muttered, I harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of historical records. Senju Tobirama interjected. Has he not merely exaggerated the achievements of the Senju clan? Does this little brat truly need to voice such sentiments? He did acknowledge the Uchiha clan, did he not? Has he denied their contributions? Is Senju Tobirama truly that kind of person? In the first year of Konoha, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, forged an alliance with the Uchiha clan, bringing an end to the turmoil and establishing Konoha village. Senju Hashirama was deeply cherished by the villagers, becoming the Hokage and guiding Konoha towards prosperity. Excerpt from the history of Konoha. That old rascal Tobirama even omitted the name of Uchiha Madara. What could be done? After all, Madara defected, didn't he? Even if the Uchiha voiced their grievances, they would be met with the fact of Madara's betrayal. Thus, the Senju clan can rightfully claim the title of the primary architects of Konoha's founding. This reflects a certain cunning in Tobirama's authorship of the historical accounts. After all, who wouldn't wish for their family name to endure through the annals of history? Perhaps Tobirama never imagined that the Senju would face annihilation in the future. Uncle, the food is getting cold, Lianye remarked, eager to end the discussion as he pointed toward the dishes on the table. Do not sleep in class from now on, Tobirama admonished, before taking the dishes to the kitchen. After the meal, Lianye proceeded to the training ground to practice his shuriken throwing. Over the course of a year, his skills had significantly improved, allowing him to consistently hit a stationary target. Just then, a voice called from outside, Lord Tobirama, the Hokage requests your presence in the office. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama exited the room and glanced at Lianye, saying, Little brat, I have matters to attend to. With that, he opened the gate and departed. What could possibly be happening at this hour? Lianye pondered aloud. Yet, he dismissed any concern, reassured by the presence of Senju Hashirama in Konoha, believing that the sky would not fall. Unbeknownst to him, the matter was intricately related to him. Before long, Tobirama returned, his expression stormy. Lianye noticed Tobirama's demeanor and felt a surge of curiosity. What could have transpired to provoke such ire in the old man? You didn't get into a fight today, did you? Tobirama asked, suppressing his anger. Lianye was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such an inquiry. The incident had been executed with utmost discretion. How could it have been discovered? He had carefully surveyed his surroundings before taking action, ensuring that no one was present. Before he acted, he had even covered Uchiha Rifeng's head with a bag, remaining silent throughout the encounter. Confused, Lianye wondered how he could have been exposed. Noticing Lianye's bewilderment, Tobirama's understanding dawned. Indeed, it was this little brat. Quickly tell me it wasn't you. What? Lianye exclaimed in disbelief, as if he had misheard. I know this matter has nothing to do with you, Tobirama continued. Lianye quickly composed himself, responding earnestly, I did not strike anyone. This incident is unrelated to me. Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. I knew it wasn't you. Very well, return to your rest. Watching Lianye retreat to his room, Tobirama sighed in resignation. This little brat certainly knows how to stir trouble. The sequence of events was rather simple. Uchiha Rifeng had been ambushed, and his father learned of it. Rifeng's father, the deputy captain of the security force, inquired whether his son had provoked anyone recently and subsequently zeroed in on Lianye as the suspect. Enraged, he stormed into the Hokage's office to report the matter to Senju Hashirama, demanding a confrontation with Tobirama and claiming that Lianye was incited by him. Naturally, Tobirama would not concede to such accusations. After a heated exchange, Uchiha Rifeng's father, lacking evidence, had no choice but to depart in frustration. This led to the earlier confrontation. Tobirama's intention was to ensure Lianye denied any involvement in the altercation. It would be one thing to triumph in a spar, but to resort to underhanded tactics was undeniably disgraceful. After all, this was Konoha village, not a battlefield. Uchiha Reifong was a comrade, not an adversary. Chapter 19. Training at the Ninja Academy. Lianye-kun, have you heard? Nara Motoyasu approached Lianye, a look of astonishment on his face. Uchiha Reifong was assaulted yesterday. It seems he was quite severely beaten. Lianye was well aware of this incident. He knew too much. Yet, he feigned ignorance. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Lianye's eyes as he queried, "Is that truly the case?" "It is indeed," Nara replied emphatically. "Haha, the heavens have eyes." Lianye could not suppress a chuckle. The lad had it coming. Nara discreetly scrutinized Lianye's reaction, pondering whether this truly was not Lianye's doing. After all, Reifong had provoked Lianye just the day before, and the timing of the assault was far too coincidental to ignore. Observing this, Lianye raised an eyebrow, feigning shock. "You can't possibly think I was responsible, can you?" Nara remained silent, his expression suggesting, what other explanation could there be? That fellow has many enemies. It is entirely plausible that he was targeted by someone else, Lianye remarked nonchalantly, casting a seemingly casual glance toward Hinata Yuki nearby. Nara followed his gaze, lost in thought. Uchiha Reifong was indeed notorious for his arrogance, having offended many, including Lianye. It was conceivable that Hinata Yuki might have acted out of vengeance. Seated at his desk, Hinata Yuki felt an unsettling sensation, as if being watched. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to become an unwitting scapegoat. "I believe Uchiha Kagami could also be a suspect," Lianye whispered. "Uchiha Kagami?" Nara inquired, glancing at Kagami, who was engaged in a lively conversation with Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. Kagami, noticing Nara's gaze, offered a warm smile and a friendly nod. "You jest, Lianye-kun," Nara said, incredulous. Kagami's temperament is so gentle. He could never commit such an act. Lianye seemed to discern Nara's thoughts and explained, "You must understand that the most innocent individuals can be the most fearsome. They may endure bullying without retaliation, but should they ever be pushed to their limits, they are capable of astonishingly terrifying deeds." "Ah, I see. I appreciate the insight," Nara replied earnestly, acknowledging the validity of Lianye's words. He recognized that Uchiha Reifong and his companions had intentionally sought to marginalize Uchiha Kagami, and it was entirely reasonable for Kagami to retaliate against Reifong if provoked. Uchiha Reifong has offended so many. It is only natural that he would be targeted. Why do they always suspect me? Am I really the type to resort to such underhanded tactics? Indeed, it seemed unlikely. So, it stands to reason, Lianye concluded, but I still feel that your involvement, Lianye-kun, is more suspicious. All right, what more is there to discuss? Lianye retorted, feigning injury. After an extensive analysis, the conclusion still pointed back to him. The biases within people's hearts are formidable obstacles. Nara, perplexed, pondered whether he had misjudged Lianye. Lianye-kun, I believe in you. Haha, that's more like it. I am not that type of person. Lianye skillfully manipulated the conversation, managing to convince Nara. If he continued, he might even start believing it himself. Just as Lianye finished dealing with Nara, their homeroom teacher, Senju Takuma, entered the classroom, announcing, "Everyone, assemble on the playground." On the playground, the students buzzed with chatter, uncertain about their teacher's intentions. The morning session was rather straightforward, primarily consisting of endurance, strength, and balance training. Senju Takuma announced the training agenda. "Are we really going to train?" Nara Honya muttered quietly in discontent. Rinya, however, had no particular thoughts on the matter. He was already accustomed to high-intensity workouts, feeling discomfort if he missed even a single day of training. After all, there are no shortcuts to enhancing one's abilities. Only through diligent practice can one continuously grow stronger. Let's begin with 100 laps for warm-up. With the sound of the whistle, the class members started to run along the track. 100 laps were manageable for them, as most were ninjas from prominent families who had trained their bodies since childhood. Although they were only 6 or 7 years old now, they had at least 1 or 2 years of training under their belts. When Konoha was first established, the strength of ninjas far surpassed that of later generations. The earlier era was fraught with peril during the Warring States period, where a moment's negligence could lead to death, and the weak were particularly vulnerable. Thus, to ensure their survival, they had to continuously enhance their abilities. After completing the 100 laps, the students were a bit out of breath. Senju Takuma did not grant them any respite and proceeded to strength training. The training ground was equipped with specialized apparatus, and the students paired up to perform weighted squats, push-ups, and other exercises. Once they concluded their strength training, everyone collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. "I can't take it anymore, Renya-kun. I'm dead tired," Nara Honya gasped. Lying on the ground, panting heavily. Renya's complexion was also pale, his lips white. Such an intense training regimen was a bit much, even for him. He had initially thought that training at the Ninja Academy would be a bit easier, but they were mistaken. The training here was even more rigorous. After a 10-minute break, they moved on to balance training. As soon as the words left his mouth, groans of discontent arose. Noticing the students' resentful gazes, Senju Takuma felt helpless. He too thought the training was overly stringent, but this was the training plan set by Lord Tobirama, and he could only comply. According to Senju Tobirama, this class is full of promising talents. They must be pushed to their limits. Many geniuses have emerged throughout the history of the ninja world, but few have truly made a name for themselves. This is because only those who grow up can be considered geniuses. Those who falter along the way do not count. Senju Takuma understood that Lord Tobirama's intention was to expedite their growth into true geniuses. This was also the reason for the harshness of the training regimen. Of course, the foundation of all this lay in the innate talents of these children. Without talent, they would not have been placed in this class. It could be said that this group of children, if they mature successfully, would undoubtedly become the backbone of the village in the future. With the breakover, they proceeded to a series of challenging stretching and balance exercises. The students had to walk swiftly along a narrow balance beam while executing various poses. A slight misstep would result in a fall. Falling once meant running 10 laps, twice meant 20 laps, and so forth. Renya focused on his breathing, concentrating intently on controlling his body, successfully traversing the balance beam. Nara Honya was not so fortunate. He slipped and fell to the ground, resulting in an additional 10 laps. Already exhausted, this added burden felt like a heavy blow, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Predictably, he lost his footing again and fell hard, this time incurring 20 laps. Looking at the long track ahead, he felt darkness closing in, almost on the verge of breaking down. Of course, he was not the only unfortunate one. Renya surveyed his surroundings and estimated that only 10 students had successfully crossed the balance beam thus far. Among them, he recognized Sarutobi Hizashi, Mido Kage, Uchiha Kagami, and Hyuga. The others were unfamiliar to him. "Go for it, Danzo!" Sarutobi Hizashi shouted, drawing attention to Shimura Danzo, who was intensely focused, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he neared success. However, Hizashi's sudden shout startled him, causing him to lose his balance and fall. "Hizashi, you idiot!" Danzo roared, his face flushed with anger. "Haha, sorry about that." Danzo, Hizashi scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. Renya couldn't help but smirk. It felt as if Hizashi had done it on purpose. Chapter 20. The dispute sparked by the lion's head at noon. It was time for lunch. Renya had brought a bento from home, opting not to return for a meal. Many shared his sentiment. The training was arduous, leaving little inclination to go home for lunch. "Renya-kun, what is this?" Nara Honya was captivated by the plump, glistening lion's head in Renya's bento. The surface of the lion's head was coated with an enticing sauce, making it visually irresistible. Nara Honya's throat unconsciously swallowed as he gazed longingly at the dish. Observing his reaction, Renya understood the inner workings of his mind. "Here, have a taste." "Really? Thank you, Renya-kun." Nara Honya exclaimed joyfully, accepting the lion's head Renya offered and pairing it with a rice ball. The tender lion's head, fragrant with sauce, contrasted delightfully with the ordinary rice ball, filling Nara Honya's cheeks as he closed his eyes in satisfaction, mumbling, "This is amazing. I love it." It was evident that he was a true foodie. He had no other hobbies besides savoring delicious food and sleeping. Renya smiled gently. It was gratifying to receive genuine appreciation for his culinary skills. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, and their gazes converged on the tantalizing lion's head. Seeing the delectable dish compared to their mundane lunches, they felt an immediate sense of dissatisfaction. "Danzo, I want to eat." Sarutobi Hizashi turned to his friend. Being closest to Renya, they could clearly smell the aroma of the lion's head. "Hizashi, you're being ridiculous." Danzo scolded, but his rolling Adam's apple betrayed him. In truth, he too desired a taste, but couldn't bring himself to engage in such an embarrassing act, especially after his prior conflict with Uchiha Renya. If he dashed over, How would others perceive him? Unless he wished to be ostracized in Konoha. Hisashi, witnessing Rinya devouring the lion's head, realized the dwindling quantity and knew he could no longer merely watch. He promptly strode towards Rinya. Danzo, what are you doing? Come back. Danzo exclaimed in urgency. Hisashi disregarded his friend's calls. All he wanted was to experience the taste of the lion's head. Damn it, this guy is being lured by food, Danzo thought, watching in silent frustration. He never anticipated Hisashi would be defeated by a mere meal. It was utterly humiliating. Rinya-kun, try my tempura. Hisashi cheerfully offered his bento. Rinya was taken aback by Hisashi's gesture, but soon noticed his gaze fixated on the last remaining lion's head. Understanding his intentions, Rinya replied, "Thank you." He picked up a piece of tempura and tasted it. The flavor was decent. After indulging in the lion's head, it was nice to switch things up. Seeing Rinya eat, Hisashi grinned and asked, "Rinya-kun, what is this?" Pointing to the lion's head with a puzzled expression. "This is my braised lion's head. It's quite tasty. Would you like to try some?" Rinya inquired. "Is that all right?" Of course. With Rinya's consent, Hisashi eagerly picked up the lion's head and placed it in his own bento. "Rinya-kun, thank you so much for sharing your culinary creation." After exchanging pleasantries, Hisashi turned and jogged back to his friends. "Danzo, look." Hisashi waved the lion's head in front of Danzo's face, his eyes shining with undisguised pride. Shinmura TZ feigned slumber with his eyes closed, but upon hearing a commotion, he slowly opened them. He pretended to be curious, asking, "What is this?" "Hee, Lord Rinya said it's called a lion's head," replied Sarutobi Hisashi cheerfully. "Let me take a look." TZ leaned closer to the lion's head. At that moment, Hisashi was blissfully unaware of the impending gravity of the situation, excitedly recounting how he had acquired the last lion's head. Gazing intently at the lion's head mere inches away, TZ revealed a cunning grin, exclaiming, "Hisashi, you are far too naive." Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide. Hisashi, startled, instinctively pulled his hand back, but it was too late. TZ had already stuffed the lion's head into his mouth. Hisashi's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand still frozen in the position of lifting the lion's head, his face etched with incredulity. After several moments of shock, he shouted in anger, "TZ, you beast." Meanwhile, TZ, with his cheeks bulging, chewed away, mumbling indistinctly, "It does taste quite good." Witnessing this, Hisashi's eyes turned crimson with rage. If he were a member of the Uchiha clan, he would have activated his Sharingan by now. "TZ, you scoundrel." That lion's head was hard-earned. TZ's outrageous act had gone too far. Rinya, having just finished his meal, lazily leaned against a tree, preparing for a delightful nap. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a ruckus nearby. "What is happening?" Rinya wondered, peering in the direction of the noise, only to be taken aback. He saw Hisashi and TZ grappling with each other. "What? Aren't these two supposed to be good friends? Why are they fighting?" "TZ, give me back my lion's head." "Wait, are you really going to throw punches?" Upon hearing their exchange, Rinya was both amused and baffled. Who would have thought that a mere lion's head could spark such a conflict? TZ truly had a knack for mischief, as expected of a shadowy figure. He had revealed his darker side, even among his closest friends. "Stop fighting," shouted a classmate who attempted to intervene, only to find himself caught in the fray. The onlookers quickly reconsidered their intentions of stepping in. Thus, an unspoken rule emerged in the class: never intervene in a fight. The commotion soon caught the attention of Senju Takemura. "Enough. All of you stop." At the sound of their teacher's voice, the bruised duo instantly ceased their tussle. Takemura's expression darkened. "Who permitted you to engage in combat?" The two hung their heads in silence, aware that it was best to remain mute in the face of their teacher's fury. Noticing their silence, Takemura surveyed the surroundings, sneering, "Do you enjoy fighting so much? This afternoon, we shall have practical combat training, and you can fight to your heart's content." Rinya and the rest of the class were taken aback, realizing that they had unwittingly invited trouble simply by observing. They cast resentful glances at the two instigators. "It's all your fault," TZ muttered under his breath. "If you hadn't stolen my lion's head, would I have resorted to violence?" Hisashi was nearly overcome with frustration. TZ, that scoundrel, had the audacity to turn the blame around. Hisashi clenched his fists, resolving to deliver a thorough beating to TZ during the afternoon training session. Chapter 21. Practical Combat Training. Due to the antics of Hisashi and TZ, Takemura canceled the afternoon classes, substituting them with practical combat training. Typically, such training was reserved for upperclassmen, But given the peculiar nature of the class, it was deemed acceptable to commence earlier without consequence. Takemura pondered over the roster in hand, facing a dilemma when selecting the combat pairs. It was only the second day of school, and he had yet to ascertain the capabilities of each student. Thus, he decided to form pairs based on their performance during the morning training. Since each student's abilities varied, he endeavored to pair those of similar strength. Before long, Takemura finalized the combat roster and began to call out names for the practical training. Hinata Waiki, Nara Motoya. What bad luck, I'm the first. Motoya exclaimed with a face full of despair. You can do it. I believe in you, Rinya encouraged. Thanks for the vote of confidence. With hands in his pockets, Motoya sauntered into the arena, still wearing that despondent expression. You might as well give up, you are no match for me. Hinata Waiki raised his chin, exuding an air of innate arrogance and disdain, coldly asserting, be careful, I won't go easy on you. How infuriating. This guy is so full of himself. Uchiha Rin remarked. He's too arrogant. We must confront him after school. Uchiha Yen added in agreement. How could Hinata Waiki be more pretentious than the Uchiha clan? For once, Rinya found himself in agreement with Rin and Yen. Indeed, Waiki was being excessively boastful. Seriously, do you think so little of me? Motoya grumbled under his breath. Hinata Waiki assumed the signature stance of the Hinata clan's 8 trigrams palm. Watch out, I won't show any mercy. The moment his words fell, Motoya's gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed hand seals, whispering, shadow imitation technique. A shadow darted towards Waiki like a serpent. This was the signature secret technique of the Nara clan. Unfazed, Waiki lightly stepped back, skillfully evading the shadow's pursuit. He then lunged forward, his palms slicing through the air, sending gusts toward Motoya. Motoya dodged left and right, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Waiki closed the distance, landing a swift palm strike to Motoya's chest. Motoya was unable to evade in time, crashing heavily to the ground. Waiki emerged victorious. The surrounding classmates erupted in astonishment. Waiki's prowess exceeded their expectations, having dispatched Motoya in a mere moment. Struggling to rise from the ground, Motoya brushed off the dust and managed a wry smile, saying, Impressive. Waiki nodded, I know. Damn it, he got one over on us. Uchiha Yen grumbled. We must corner him after school. Uchiha Rin gritted her teeth. Rinya regarded Waiki with a serious expression, murmuring, his strength is indeed formidable. Motoya settled beside Rinya, inquiring, Rinya-kun, do you have confidence in defeating him? After a moment's silence, Rinya broke into a confident smile. He may be strong, but I am not weak either. Motoya's mind raced as he realized. What a revelation. They are all a bunch of monsters. As a self-proclaimed genius of the Nara clan, he was swiftly bested in this environment. Finally, Motoya understood why his father, the clan leader, had insisted on enrolling him in this class. In such an environment, one would be foolish not to strive for improvement. Shimura TZ, Uchiha Kagami. Rinya mused aloud. I wonder who is stronger, Kagami or TZ? Uchiha Yen, seemingly having overheard Rinya's curiosity, interjected, isn't it obvious? Kagami is undoubtedly stronger. The battle between the two commenced. Just as Yen had predicted, Uchiha Kagami quickly gained the upper hand and soon defeated Shimura TZ. Damn it, TZ muttered as he fell to the ground in a disheveled state, angrily pounding his fist against the earth. He had lost, and his spirits were low. Losing to Uchiha Rinya and Hizashi was one thing, but now he had been bested by Uchiha Kagami. As a talented member of the Shimura clan, he felt a profound sense of humiliation at being defeated repeatedly. TZ, are you alright? Uchiha Kagami offered a hand to help him up. Get away. I don't need your pity. TZ brushed Kagami's hand aside. Gritting his teeth, TZ pushed himself off the ground, struggling to stand. He silently vowed to never lose again. Uchiha Rinya, Sarutobi Hizashi. In the center of the arena, Rinya, clad in a black ninja outfit, stood poised, the hem of his attire swaying gently in the breeze. He slightly turned to the side, striking a combat stance, radiating confidence and an imposing aura. Hizashi, I shall show no mercy. Understood, Rinya-kun. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression grew serious. I will give it my all. The classmates surrounding them fixated their gazes on the two, including the ever-competitive Hinata Yuki. Lin, do you think Uchiha Rinya will win? I don't know. I'm unclear about his strength. I should have cornered him in that alley yesterday. Rinya naturally overheard their conversation, his mouth twitching slightly. Goodness, do these two have an affinity for that alley? It seems I must bag them up. With a command from Senju Takamasa, the battle erupted instantaneously. Rinya made the first move, darting in front of Hisashi, delivering a right hook aimed at his face. Hisashi sidestepped, seizing Rinya's arm. Rinya reacted swiftly, retracting his arm just in time, flipping in midair, and delivering a powerful kick aimed at Hisashi's chest. Hisashi quickly retreated, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block the blow. The two briefly separated, each adjusting their stance. Rinya took a deep breath, reluctantly acknowledging Hisashi's formidable strength. No wonder he would one day become a disciple of Senju Tobirama and inherit the title of Hokage. The title of ninja hero was not earned lightly. Sarutobi Hisashi appeared grave. He anticipated that Rinya could match him so evenly. Although he exerted his full strength or employed his preferred ninjutsu, he was aware that he was 2 years older than Rinya. It was disgraceful to bully the younger, yet it was a draw. How humiliating. Shimura Danzo observed this scene, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. It seemed he was not the only one to suffer embarrassment. While he lamented his own failure, Hisashi's potential defeat brought him considerable satisfaction. Just as the two were preparing to continue their battle, they were halted by Senju Takamasa. Your performance was commendable. You may return now. Sarutobi Hisashi exhaled in relief, fearing that if the fight continued, he might end up like Danzo, suffering a defeat at Rinya's hands. At that point, he would truly be unable to hold his head high. Senju Takamasa expressed his sentiments, murmuring softly, "It is no surprise that he is a child nurtured by Lord Tobirama. His strength has already surpassed that of his peers." Chapter 22. Rinya is mine. In the afternoon, the ninja school dismissed its students. The most joyous moment of the day had finally arrived. Rinya tidied his belongings, preparing to return home for dinner. At that moment, a group appeared, blocking his path. Sarutobi Hisashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Shimura Danzo stood before him, their demeanor suggesting they were seeking trouble. Upon noticing this, Rinya furrowed his brows. Surely, they do not intend to pick a fight with me. He discreetly distanced himself from the group, ready to flee at the slightest hint of aggression. Faced with their encirclement, he truly had no means to counteract. If he didn't run, he could only brace for a beating. However, Rinya overthought the situation. The group merely wished to invite him out for dinner, nothing more. "Rinya-kun, do you want to join us for barbecue?" Hisashi inquired. Upon hearing this, Rinya finally realized they were not there to provoke him. "Rinya-kun, I know a place that serves delicious barbecue," Uchiha Kagami chimed in. Faced with their invitation, Rinya shook his head and replied, "Sorry, I have to return home to cook. I don't have time to join you." He knew without a doubt that Senju Tobirama would be waiting at home for him to prepare dinner. Rinya felt quite helpless. He had truly become Tobirama's personal chef. The group, upon hearing his response, did not press further. After bidding farewell to Rinya at the school gate, they departed together. At the Senju Tobirama residence, Rinya asked, "Uncle, have you bought the ingredients?" Tobirama set aside the documents he was reviewing and replied, "You don't have to cook today. We're going to your uncle's house for dinner." Understood. Rinya was delighted to have a break. Today's training had indeed been exhausting, and not having to cook was a relief. After bathing, he followed Senju Tobirama to the residence of Senju Hashirama. The two figures, one large and one small, walked side by side through the Senju clan grounds. "Little one, how did you perform at school today?" Tobirama suddenly inquired. "I had a practical training session and fought Hisashi to a draw," Rinya replied honestly. As the founder of the Ninja Academy, Tobirama certainly would not be oblivious to Rinya's actions there. Had he not noticed that the class supervisors were all from the Senju clan? Rinya speculated that Tobirama's inquiry could stem from two possibilities, the first being a casual attempt to strike up conversation, and the second being an attempt to gauge whether Rinya would conceal the truth. The former was acceptable, but the latter was somewhat unsettling. This indicated that even after a year of living together, Tobirama still held a degree of wariness towards him. Tobirama nodded knowingly without pursuing the matter further. Rinya looked at Tobirama, hoping to glean something from his expression, but alas, it yielded nothing. Tobirama, ever cautious, rarely revealed his inner thoughts. If Rinya could easily discern his intentions, he would no longer be Senju Tobirama. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the residence of Senju Hashirama. "Uncle Hashirama," Rinya greeted as he entered the courtyard, while Tobirama followed suit, greeting his elder brother. "Haha, little Rinya, you've finally arrived." Hashirama warmly approached Rinya, barely acknowledging Tobirama's presence. "It has been quite some time since I've tasted your cooking. May I have a sample today?" Tobirama was left in the lurch. his expression darkening. "Brother, is this the reason you summoned us here?" He had indeed wondered why his brother had suddenly invited them over for dinner. It turned out to be for this purpose. Haha, little Renya's culinary skills are unmatched. I've been craving them for too long, Hashirama cheerfully expressed. Renya glanced at Tobirama, his expression seemingly asking, "Didn't you say we weren't cooking today?" Tobirama turned his head, feigning ignorance to Renya's look. "Little Renya, would you? I implore you." Hashirama clasped his hands together in a pleading manner. "Brother, this is highly inappropriate," Tobirama admonished. After all, he was the Hokage of Konoha. It was quite embarrassing to stoop so low for a meal. Hashirama ignored Tobirama's protests, looking at Renya with a pitiful expression, unable to withstand Hashirama's gaze. Renya relented. "I understand, Uncle Hashirama." Upon hearing this, Hashirama beamed with joy. "Haha, I appreciate it, little Renya." There was no helping it. Renya's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Having tasted them once before, Hashirama could not forget, and thus he would frequently find excuses to invite Renya over to cook. Renya made his way to the kitchen. Having been there many times before, he was quite familiar with the layout. Once he left, Tobirama could no longer contain himself. "Brother, how could you do this?" He had not anticipated that his older brother would forsake all dignity for a meal. "Tobirama, your words are unjust," Hashirama lamented. "I, unlike you and Mito, cannot enjoy little Renya's cooking daily." Hearing this, Tobirama's lips curled into a slight smile, arms crossed in pride. Although Renya was a child of the Uchiha clan, his culinary skills were truly beyond reproach. A significant reason why Tobirama could endure living with Renya was due to his exquisite cooking. "Tobirama, why not let little Renya stay with me for a few days?" Hashirama suggested eagerly. "No way, brother." Tobirama resolutely refused. "Brother, how can you be so cruel?" Hashirama feigned a heartbroken expression. Senju Tobirama possessed an intricate understanding of his elder brother, showing no inclination to indulge in his antics. He coldly asserted, "Brother, do not deceive yourself. Uchiha Renya is mine." Upon uttering those words, Tobirama was immediately taken aback. What had he just proclaimed? It was truly unfathomable that such audacious words would escape the lips of Senju Tobirama. "Brother, do not misunderstand." He hastily attempted to clarify, yet his mind was a blank slate, stammering for a considerable time without articulating a coherent explanation. The phrase "Renya is mine" reverberated incessantly in his thoughts. Senju Hashirama regarded Tobirama's flustered demeanor with an amused smile. "Tobirama, you need not explain, I comprehend." Just as he had anticipated, Tobirama had indeed forged a bond with the young Renya. He was confident that within a few years, Renya would transform Tobirama's perception of the Uchiha clan. "Brother, you do not understand." "And kindly conceal that repugnant expression," Tobirama reprimanded, his face flushed. It was uncertain whether his blush stemmed from embarrassment or anger. "Haha, I understand, I understand." "Silence, you comprehend nothing." "Tobirama, do not scold me." In the kitchen, young Renya, "You have finally arrived," Uzumaki Mito greeted with a smile, gesturing to the ingredients laid out on the table. "I have already washed the vegetables." "Thank you, Aunt Mito," Renya replied, promptly commencing the culinary preparations. Mito assisted nearby, diligently absorbing Renya's cooking techniques. Having frequently come to cook, she had learned much and significantly improved her culinary skills. Chapter 23. You are quite impressive. Renya busily flitted between the stove and the cutting board, the clatter of pots and pans creating a melodious symphony. Mito was equally engaged, skillfully chopping vegetables and occasionally exchanging soft-spoken tips with Renya, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Soon, an array of visually appealing and aromatic dishes filled the table, their rich fragrances wafting through the air, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Senju Hashirama was the first to take his seat, the moment he settled into his chair. His gaze was immediately drawn to the feast before him, instinctively swallowing hard. Sitting beside Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito admired the spread, exclaiming, as expected from young Renya's skills, "We shall indulge ourselves today." "Haha, Mito is correct," Hashirama chimed in. The couple had long craved such a meal. "You flatter me," Renya said with a smile. Tobirama approached leisurely, maintaining his usual composure, though the slight quickening of his steps betrayed his inner anticipation. Typically, Renya would not prepare such an extravagant spread at home. He would usually settle for a couple of simple dishes for sustenance. While Tobirama found Renya's everyday cooking delightful, he was far more eager to witness the creation of a grand feast. After all, This meant he would indulge in a multitude of delectable dishes. Once everyone was seated, Rinya enthusiastically urged them to begin eating. Hashirama could no longer contain his excitement and quickly picked up a piece of enticing braised pork, relishing its rich flavors as it burst in his mouth. He couldn't help but exclaim with satisfaction, "Young Rinya, your culinary talent is truly extraordinary. This flavor is utterly irresistible." He promptly grabbed another hefty piece to savor. "Uncle Hashirama, feel free to indulge," Rinya encouraged. As a chef, receiving recognition and praise for one's creations is immensely gratifying. Uzumaki Mito smiled softly, savoring each dish gracefully, occasionally casting approving glances at Rinya. "Young Rinya, the flavors of your dishes are truly delightful," she remarked, pausing before adding, "Moreover, the process of preparing the meal together has made this dinner all the more meaningful." Some dishes had been created collaboratively, filling her with joy. Mito realized her affection for Rinya was growing deeper. She couldn't fathom why Tobirama, despite Rinya's amiable nature and culinary prowess, often voiced complaints about him. Though Tobirama did not extol praises as loudly as Hashirama, his chopsticks moved with remarkable frequency. Before long, his bowl brimmed with a variety of culinary delights. He nodded slightly, murmuring, "Indeed, quite impressive." The evening sun cast a warm glow through the window onto the dining table, and everyone reluctantly set down their chopsticks. Hashirama comfortably leaned back in his chair, patting his round belly, and turned to Rinya with a smile, asking, "Young Rinya, how have you been at school these past few days?" "Uncle Hashirama, it has been quite acceptable," Rinya replied, wiping his mouth and sitting up straight. Initially reluctant to attend school, he discovered it was quite enjoyable after a couple of days. After all, his classmates were all talented individuals with charming conversations, far more engaging than solitary training at home. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Young Rinya, do you have any aspirations for the future?" At this, Tobirama subtly glanced at Rinya. Rinya lowered his gaze, fixating on the swirling tea in his bowl, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of the porcelain. He pondered how to respond to this question in a way that would please Hashirama. The simplicity of Rinya's desire to grow stronger stemmed from a fundamental need for self-preservation in the face of impending conflict, avoiding the fate of becoming mere cannon fodder. However, he clearly could not voice such thoughts. After a moment's silence, Rinya raised his head, his gaze resolute. "I wish to become strong, exceedingly strong." Tobirama's eyes flickered, his expression growing increasingly grave. Why is this child so fixated on strength? He was eager to uncover the reason behind Rinya's ambition for power. It seemed crucial. Fortunately, his brother posed the inquiry, "Why is it necessary to become strong?" Rinya met Hashirama's gaze directly, articulating each word with conviction. "Because only by becoming strong can one protect what they hold dear, just as you protect the village." This declaration struck like a stone cast into a still pond, creating ripples of profound impact. Hashirama's pupils constricted sharply, as images of countless fallen clansmen intertwined with Rinya's defiant visage. Tobirama stared at Rinya, utterly astonished, unable to reconcile this depth of insight with the boy he thought he knew. Rinya remained oblivious to the fact that his words had irrevocably altered Tobirama's perception of him. "Could it be that I have misjudged him?" Tobirama murmured softly. The weight of Rinya's statement began to instill a sense of self-doubt within him. Perhaps his previous bias against Rinya, solely based on his Uchiha lineage, had clouded his judgment. After a prolonged silence, Hashirama's hand landed heavily on Rinya's shoulder, his voice notably more subdued than usual. "Well said." He strode purposefully to the wooden cabinet against the wall, retrieving a weathered scroll inscribed with the Senju clan's emblem. "This is a compilation of my ninjutsu and training insights from the past years." Hashirama solemnly extended the scroll to Rinya, his fingers brushing over its surface. "This is for you. I hope you will study it diligently and grow stronger soon." Tobirama's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated his brother would bestow such a scroll upon Rinya. It contained invaluable techniques from the Senju clan, including the famed wood release. Mito's eyes sparkled with pride as she gently encouraged, "Young Rinya, should you encounter any confusion during your training, do not hesitate to seek our guidance." Rinya's hands trembled slightly as he cradled the scroll, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you. I shall not disappoint your expectations." He had initially intended to offer a few flattering words to please Hashirama, but he had inadvertently exerted too much force in his enthusiasm. Nevertheless, the unexpected joy was welcome. Tobirama gazed at Rinya with a complex expression, his thoughts shrouded in ambiguity. After this small interlude, the two bid farewell and departed. The night enveloped them like ink. Renya clutched the scroll, trailing behind Tobirama. Upon reaching the edge of the clan's territory, beneath a maple tree, Tobirama suddenly halted and unexpectedly remarked, "Uchiha Renya, you are quite remarkable." Renya looked at Tobirama, bewildered. Uncertain of what this old man is thinking, Senju Tobirama stands with arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the scroll held by Renya. To protect what one wishes to safeguard, mere words are insufficient. At the hour of the tiger tomorrow, bring the scroll to the training ground, and I shall personally guide you. With that, Senju Tobirama turned and vanished into the night. Renya stood in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 24. Guidance at the Senju residence. Renya lay in bed, still in a state of incredulity, as the ninjutsu scroll rested beside him. His mind replayed Senju Tobirama's earlier words. He had been taken in by Tobirama for a year, during which the old man had remained ever wary of him, let alone offering guidance in his training. Yet now, the man himself had proposed to instruct him, leaving Renya with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Am I trapped in an illusion? He bit his tongue, the sharp pain grounding him in reality. This was no illusion. He truly hadn't anticipated such impactful words, which not only led Senju Hashirama to gift him the Senju ninjutsu scroll, but also prompted Senju Tobirama to offer his mentorship. His heart raced, excitement bubbling forth. Senju Tobirama was a powerhouse of the highest caliber. With his guidance, Renya believed he could venture further and grow stronger. Immersed in the thrill of his potential, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. At the hour of the tiger, the waning moon hung in the sky above the Senju clan's territory. Before dawn broke, a low voice resonated from outside. "Kid, how much longer do you intend to sleep?" Startled by the sound, Renya sprang from his bed, hastily dressing while calling out, "Uncle, wait a moment, I'll be right there." Before long, he was fully attired, clutching the scroll as he opened the door. Senju Tobirama stood at the threshold, glancing at Renya without a word, then turned to head toward the training ground. Observing this, Renya silently followed. Upon reaching the center of the training area, Senju Tobirama turned, his gaze fixed on Renya, particularly on the ninjutsu scroll in his hands. Realizing the implication, Renya promptly extended the scroll. Tobirama accepted it, nodding in satisfaction before stowing it away. In Renya's astonished and questioning gaze, Tobirama's expression shifted awkwardly as he clarified, "Today, we shall not practice ninjutsu, but instead focus on fundamental training." Renya stared skeptically at Tobirama. "Uncle, you wouldn't deceive me into handing over the scroll only to make off with it, would you?" A flush crept over Tobirama's face as he retorted, "What do you mean, kid? Do you think I am that kind of person?" Although he initially intended to guide Renya, he considered examining the family's ninjutsu scroll during the process. Was there anything wrong with that? Renya remained silent, merely pouting. Tobirama, wishing to turn and leave, was relieved that Renya did not dwell on the matter. Eagerly, Renya urged, "Uncle, didn't you say you would guide my training? Let us begin. Show me the ninjutsu you can release." Tobirama, having observed Renya's training before, noted that Renya's control over chakra was woefully lacking, resulting in significant waste during ninjutsu release. Initially, he had refrained from offering guidance to prevent Renya from growing too strong. However, Renya's recent words made Tobirama realize he harbored biases against the Uchiha clan. While the Uchiha were indeed prone to extreme emotions, it also indicated they possessed a deeper understanding of love than others. Renya's words awakened him profoundly, reshaping his preconceived notions about the Uchiha. Naturally, Tobirama acknowledged only Renya, not the entire Uchiha clan, hence his willingness to offer guidance. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Renya wasted no time, forming hand seals and releasing his ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, illuminating the training ground with its searing light. Renya felt a sense of accomplishment. This was the fruit of a year's labor. However, rather than praise, Tobirama's following words struck Renya like a blow. Furrowing his brow, Tobirama stated coldly, "Fire release is not merely a release of chakra." Renya looked up in confusion, seemingly not grasping the meaning of the statement. Noticing this, Tobirama raised his hand to form seals, summoning azure flames that contrasted starkly with the usual orange-red fire. Your technique appeared fierce, yet it was a chaotic eruption of chakra, akin to an uncontrollable wildfire. As he shifted his gestures, the flames coalesced into a slender fire whip, deftly wrapping around a distant wooden post and gently returning it to its original position without inflicting damage. Rinya watched, dumbfounded. Such intricate chakra control, truly. He was a master of forbidden techniques in the ninja world. It was clear that without precise control over chakra, one could easily be blown away during the development of ninjutsu. Moreover, the techniques crafted by Tobirama possessed immense power, necessitating even greater chakra precision. Rinya felt envious. How he wished to possess such mastery over chakra. Kid, give it another try, Tobirama interrupted Rinya's reverie. Upon hearing this, Rinya attempted once more, focusing on controlling the flow of chakra as he formed the seals. This time, the flames erupted from his palm, but they took on an irregular, clumped form, instantly reducing the nearby grass and wood to ashes. The chakra flow was too rigid. Tobirama stepped forward, grasping Rinya's wrist. The chill of his touch caused Rinya to stiffen. Imagine the flames as a living entity. You are not commanding them, but dancing with them. A wave of cold chakra coursed through Rinya's veins, remarkably untangling his chaotic fire-type chakra. When Rinya attempted to coalesce chakra for the third time, Tobirama suddenly intervened, disrupting his sequence of seals. In actual combat, no one will wait for you to proceed step by step, Tobirama stated solemnly. Adaptability is more crucial. It was evident he was not dismissing the matter, but was earnestly teaching Rinya. Rinya hurriedly adjusted, and the flames in his palm bizarrely transformed into a fire serpent. Although its trajectory was askew, it bore the semblance of a nascent technique. Progress. Tobirama nodded, raising his hand to form the necessary seals, unleashing a precise fireball that struck the wooden post, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Soon after, the post was reduced to ashes. Some ninjutsu require excessive seals, making them difficult to release in battle. You must learn to simplify your seals. Tobirama contemplated briefly before adding, never mind, that aspect may be beyond your current abilities. For instance, the water release. Water dragon bullet technique requires 44 seals for an average J-nin to execute, while Tobirama could manage it with only 3. Rinya held no strong opinions on this. Simplifying seals was inherently challenging and demanded formidable chakra control, which he lacked for the time being. The essence of fire release lies in the balance between explosive power and control. Now, before dawn breaks, make your flames obedient. With that, he turned to leave. Uncle, I will succeed, Rinya called out, watching Tobirama's retreating figure, his heart brimming with motivation. He reignited the flames in his palms and dove back into training. While the concept seemed easy, actual execution proved quite different. Chapter 25. How much longer must I wait? Sunlight filtered through the thin morning fog, casting its glow over the training ground. Rinya's small figure knelt on the ground, his palms charred and marked by the remnants of failed fire release attempts. Gasping for breath, he realized his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Looking at the ravaged state of the training area, despair filled him. This was far too difficult. He simply couldn't learn. At that moment, Senju Tobirama's austere silhouette appeared in the training ground. He observed Rinya quietly, his gaze penetrating. Are you so quick to give up at the first sign of adversity? Tobirama's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable authority. Do you think becoming strong is an easy endeavor? Lianye lifted his head, gazing at Tobirama with a complex glimmer in his eyes. Uncle, I have no intention of giving up. Tobirama approached slowly and stood before Lianye. Ninjutsu is akin to your innermost thoughts. When fear of failure and the notion of surrender consume you, it becomes unattainable. He leaned slightly, observing Lianye's charred palm. It is not that you cannot learn. Rather, you lack determination and focus. Lianye gritted his teeth. I will strive harder. Effort is not merely a blind repetition, but a process of extracting lessons from failures and making continuous adjustments. Tobirama straightened, his gaze drifting into the distance. The practice of ninjutsu is like ascending a towering peak. Each step is fraught with hardship. As long as you do not surrender, you will eventually reach the summit. Taking a deep breath, Lianye stood slowly, his spirit invigorated. I understand, uncle. Just as he was about to gather chakra anew, Tobirama's voice came from behind. It is time. We must head to school. Lianye froze, suddenly remembering the obligation to attend school. In an instant, it felt as though the sky had fallen. After hours of training, he still had to endure the drudgery of school. Who could withstand such a fate? He glanced at his charred palm, and then at the scarred training ground, feeling a pang of reluctance. He had just begun to regain a sense of progress, eager to continue training, yet was forced to halt. Tobirama seemed to see through his thoughts and frowned slightly. Learning in school is equally important. Knowledge and practical skills are indispensable. Do not think that training in ninjutsu is the entirety of becoming an exceptional ninja. Lianye quickly replied, I understand, uncle. I will study diligently. With that, he stretched his somewhat stiff body and headed toward the kitchen. He needed to prepare breakfast and lunch. Once chakra was depleted, a strong hunger would arise, necessitating timely nourishment to restore chakra. After breakfast, Lianye begrudgingly set off for school. At the Ninja Academy, the morning classes were cultural studies, including, but not limited to, an explanation of the geographical advantages and defensive characteristics of the 5 great ninja villages: Konoha, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, Sunagakure. A brief overview of the components of chakra and how to enhance its quality and control through training. Please enumerate the principles of the 5 elemental chakra types: fire, water, earth, lightning, wind, and provide examples of their interactions. Lianye, however, did not uphold his earlier promise to study diligently and instead laid his head on the desk, slipping into a deep slumber. The teacher lectured tirelessly on the theoretical aspects of ninjutsu, but the words faded into a distant murmur, failing to penetrate Lianye's ears. His breathing grew steady, his body relaxed completely, and he drifted into dreams. The hushed whispers of his classmates and the occasional sound of turning pages could not rouse him. After an exhausting morning of training, he desperately needed this rest. Nara Shikamaru, bored, yawned, and, noticing Lianye asleep, also rested his head on the desk. It was not until the school bell rang that Lianye slowly awakened. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was alone with Nara Shikamaru, who was still slumped over his desk. Only then did he comprehend that school had ended. After a day of sleep, his physical fatigue had dissipated. Lianye stood, stretched languidly, and, upon waking Shikamaru, they departed the school together. Lianye, thank you for waking me. Otherwise, I would have overslept, Shikamaru remarked, still feeling the remnants of anxiety. The last time his parents learned of his late return, it was because he had dozed off at school. Consequently, he had received a thorough reprimanding. It's a trivial matter, Lianye waved dismissively. Shikamaru's laid-back personality suited Lianye, and thus their camaraderie was quite solid. At that moment, they heard familiar voices emanating from the alley. Aren't you quite the show-off? We finally caught you. Lianye's expression turned peculiar. These two truly had cornered someone? He recognized the voices of Uchiha Rin and Uchiha Yen. Lianye, who are they cornering? Shikamaru inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Both were formidable in their class, positioned in the upper tier. Who could have provoked these two? It should be Hinata Yushu, Lianye speculated uncertainly. He had overheard the two discussing their plan to confront Yushu in the alley. Hinata Yushu? Shikamaru's eyes sparkled, sensing imminent entertainment. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, and quietly approached the corner. They saw Uchiha Rin and Uchiha Yen encircling Hinata Yushu. Undaunted by the two's encirclement, Hinata Yushu was the first to strike. With a thrust of his palm, an invisible wave of chakra collided with Uchiha Yen's chest, sending him crashing into a wine barrel at the alley's end, rendering him unconscious. In just one move, he had incapacitated Yen. Of course, this was compounded by Yan's lack of preparedness, having taken the blow head-on. Their combat experience was too limited to anticipate the sudden assault. Bastard, how dare you ambush us? Uchiha Rin roared, enraged at his comrade's state, and launching an attack. Hinata Yushu remained unfazed, deftly evading Rin's blows, and with a swift motion, unleashed a barrage of bagua palm strikes. Uchiha Rin reacted quickly, sidestepping the assault and retaliating with a punch aimed at Yushu's face. Hinata Yushu's pupils contracted, the distinctive patterns of the Byakugan manifesting as he gathered a faint blue chakra in his palms, quickening his strikes. Under this relentless onslaught, Uchiha Rin found himself retreating until, ultimately, a precise, gentle fist strike struck his chakra point, sending him to the ground. In his last moments of consciousness, one thought lingered in his mind. How could this guy be so strong? Lianye and Nara Shikamaru stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. They had not anticipated Hinata Yushu could conclude the battle so decisively. Just then, Yushu slowly turned, glancing toward the alley entrance. How long are you two planning to watch? Chapter 26. Breaching defenses. Upon hearing this, Lianye and Nara Shikamaru exchanged glances and stood up. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan possesses the ability to see through in nearly a 360-degree field of vision. Once Hinata Yushu activated his Byakugan, he naturally detected the two hidden in the shadows. "Hello, Hinata Yushu," Lianye greeted. "What a coincidence to meet you here," Nara Shikamaru echoed. Hinata Yushu scanned the two with his Byakugan. "Do you also wish to confront me?" Hearing this, Shikamaru quickly shook his head. No. He had just witnessed Yushu effortlessly defeat Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Ren. This guy was terrifyingly strong, almost a monster. If a confrontation ensued, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Lianye felt a surge of excitement, eager to spar with Hinata Yushu and gauge their strengths against each other. The prowess Yushu displayed was formidable, without direct engagement. One could hardly ascertain who was superior. Ultimately, Lianye dismissed the notion. There would be ample opportunities in the future for a duel. He was not a warmonger. There was no need to invite trouble upon himself. "You misunderstood. We were merely passing by," Lianye clarified. Seeing no malice in their intentions, Hinata Yushu deactivated his Byakugan. Lianye curiously observed his eyes and asked, "Yushu, at what age does the Byakugan typically activate in your clan?" Being unfamiliar with such matters, he felt compelled to inquire. Shikamaru's gaze followed suit, equally intrigued by the question. Hinata Yushu regarded them with confusion, uncertain of their inquiry's intent. Nevertheless, he explained, the age of activation varies per individual, typically between 10 to 12 years. Lianye understood. The Hyuga clan's timeline for awakening their Byakugan was similar to that of the Uchiha clan, generally manifesting in early adolescence. With a few exceptions, as the thoughts swirled in Renya's mind, he turned to Hinata Yuki with a look of surprise. This fellow appeared to be an anomaly. "Yuki-kun, how old are you?" Renya inquired. 6, Yuki replied. Renya exclaimed, "Goodness, you are a year younger than me. Yuki-kun, you are truly impressive. Awakening your eyes at just 6 years old." Naramoto was equally astonished. Is this the realm of genius? Hinata Yuki, however, remained unfazed. He had heard similar remarks far too often. Moreover, Naramoto was mistaken. Yuki had opened his eyes at the age of 5. Renya scrutinized Hinata Yuki with a puzzled expression. With such exceptional talent, why had he never heard of him before? He was familiar with figures like Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami. Yet Hinata Yuki was a name he had never encountered. Yuki's talent was undoubtedly on par with that of Sarutobi Hizashi and others. It soon dawned on Renya. The singular truth was that Hinata Yuki had perished before he could fully develop his abilities. This realization filled Renya with a sense of melancholy. Indeed, only those geniuses who had truly matured could be deemed as such. Those whose potential had been stifled midway or who faded into obscurity did not count. Clenching his fists, Renya resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training. His purpose in growing stronger had always been to attain a level of self-defense within the ninja world. Observing Renya's unusual demeanor, Hinata Yuki asked, "Uchiha Renya, are you alright?" Renya waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. Yuki assumed that Renya was simply feeling overshadowed by his own prowess and offered words of comfort. "Do not envy. With hard work, you too can achieve greatness." Renya was taken aback. He finally understood why Uchiha Ren and Uchiha Yen had tried to block his path. It was utterly insufferable. Hinata Yuki approached Renya, pausing beside him, and stated, "I await your efforts to catch up." With that, he strode away. Renya stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly as Yuki's figure receded into the distance, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Those words echoed incessantly in his mind. "I await your efforts to catch up." After a considerable time, Renya's cheeks flushed with anger, and he felt thoroughly provoked. That boastful individual was undoubtedly insufferable. Had Yuki been present, Renya would have launched an unhesitating attack, delivering a sound thrashing to that pompous brat. "Renya-kun, are you alright?" Naramoto inquired cautiously, having never seen Renya so infuriated. "I am fine. Truly, I am fine," Renya insisted, his face a mask of barely restrained fury. Naramoto, observing his friend's murderous expression, fell silent, contemplating, is this what you call being fine? However, he wisely refrained from pressing further, secretly reveling in Renya's frustration. "It seems that the blow from a monster has not affected just me." Naramoto, a prodigy of the Nara clan, had reached the rank of a genin at the tender age of 6. He had believed that his talents would allow him to shine within the ninja academy. Yet, on the second day of class, he had been defeated by Hinata Yuki in mere 2 moves. Moreover, there were many in class who surpassed him. Thus, Naramoto was utterly crushed. Realizing the stark distinction between an ordinary genius and a true prodigy, Renya's furious outburst pulled him back to reality. This is infuriating. How can one be so arrogant? Naramoto remarked. Did you not say you were fine just now? Why are you angry again? Renya was brimming with pin-up frustration, unable to believe that he had been so easily rattled by two of Yuki's statements. He vowed to reclaim his dignity. Is it merely pretense? I can do that too. Years later, whenever Renya recalled those two sentences, he remained unable to let go of the memory. At the Senju Tobirama residence, Tobirama observed the young boy with curiosity. What is the matter with this child? He murmured, having noticed something was amiss upon Renya's return home. Renya was stirring vegetables with a scowl. Tobirama was intrigued, wondering what had transpired to cause such anger in the usually composed boy. At that moment, Renya emerged from the kitchen carrying a dish. What happened, little one? Tobirama asked. Nothing, just encountered an insufferable brat, Renya replied. Tobirama was perplexed by the term insufferable brat. Renya had no intention of explaining, opting instead to head to the training grounds after dinner. He needed to grow stronger, so that when he eventually defeated Hinata Yuki, he could also deliver some self-important remarks. Meanwhile, Tobirama watched Renya train, pondering the meaning of insufferable brat. After much contemplation, he remained baffled. What was this child thinking? Dismissing the thought, he realized he had not researched the Uchiha clan in quite some time. With that in mind, Tobirama rose to the kitchen, adding a hefty dose of sleeping powder to the milk, wearing a satisfied smile. He approached the training ground, presenting the milk to Renya. Little one, the time is ripe. Upon hearing this, Renya paused his training, drank the milk, and returned to his room to bathe and sleep. That night, he dreamt once more of the laboratory. Chapter 27. I challenge you. At the Ninja Academy, Renya stood before Hinata Yuki and declared loudly, Insufferable brat, I challenge you. The surrounding classmates turned their attention to the two, eager for the unfolding drama. What is going on, Renya-kun? Sarutobi Hizashi asked, his expression one of curiosity, unaware of the previous day's events. To him, it seemed Renya and Yuki had little interaction. One remained silent during class, while the other tended to doze off. How could these two seemingly unrelated individuals find themselves in conflict? Shimura Danzo, reveling in the spectacle, thought, let them fight. He had long harbored disdain for both, hoping for a mutually destructive clash. The only one aware of the truth, Naramoto, remained silent, merely watching from the sidelines, having anticipated Renya's actions, and curious as to who was the stronger of the two. What did you call me? Hinata Yuki asked, confusion evident on his face. Renya, exasperated, retorted, let us duel. I will crush you. The mere thought of Yuki's arrogant demeanor infuriated him. Did he truly believe he was invincible? Last night, as he closed his eyes, those words echoed in his ears, fueling his anger. Thus, early in the morning, Renya sought out Hinata Yuki, eager to prove himself and reclaim his honor. I'm sorry, I have no time, Yuki replied, his focus on his book. Renya's face darkened, feeling as though he had been struck by a punch to the gut. How could he simply ignore him after flaunting his superiority? Yuki's response was more disheartening than a loss. After all, without a victory, Renya could not reclaim his dignity, while Yuki continued to bask in his self-proclaimed superiority. How can you do this? Renya felt faint with rage. Uchiha Renya, I am reading. Please be quiet, Yuki said coolly. Fine, fine. Renya's face flushed crimson. One day, you will regret this. There would surely come a time when their paths would cross in battle. Just then, a figure wrapped in bandages entered the classroom. Upon spotting Renya, he shouted, Uchiha Renya, I challenge you. This individual was none other than Uchiha Reifong, who had recently been ensnared by Renya's trickery. His father had informed him that Renya was likely the culprit, though lacking evidence. The matter had been left unresolved. This enraged him. How dare Uchiha Renya assault him without provocation? Uchiha Reifong vowed to settle the score. Once his injuries healed, he had eagerly come to school seeking vengeance against Renya. Who are you? Renya asked, utterly bewildered. Who is this individual, and what compels him to challenge himself? Uchiha Reifong's bandaged face was etched with annoyance. This rascal, not only has he inflicted such harm upon himself, but he also pretends not to recognize me. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Lianye. Uchiha Reifong was swathed like a dumpling, making it nearly impossible for anyone to identify him. You fool! I am Uchiha Reifong, he bellowed. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware that it was you who did this to me. Upon hearing this, Lianye felt a tinge of embarrassment. So this fellow is indeed Uchiha Reifong. Hey Reifong! We harbor no grievances against each other, so please refrain from casting accusations without proof," Lianye proclaimed with righteous indignation. Uchiha Reifong trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, wishing to land a fist squarely on Lianye's face. "This scoundrel! Uchiha Lianye, I challenge you." "Apologies, Reifong, but I simply lack the time," Lianye replied, picking up a book from Hinata Yushu's desk. Uchiha Reifeng's forehead throbbed with veins. "You're holding the book upside down." His fists clenched with frustration. He had deduced that Uchiha Lianye was merely avoiding a confrontation, seeking excuses to evade battle. With a derisive smirk, Uchiha Reifong taunted, "Are you afraid, Uchiha Lianye?" He desired to see fear etched on Lianye's face. Lianye remained calm, seemingly unfazed by his provocations. Observing this, Uchiha Reifong couldn't help but scoff, convinced that Lianye was merely feigning composure while being terrified within. "Kneel and apologize to me, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Lianye, without lifting his gaze, replied coolly, "Reifong, please maintain your silence. I am trying to read." "Oh." Uchiha Reifong completely lost his composure. How could this individual be so infuriating? Were it not for the prohibition on private battles at the Ninja Academy, he would have already taught Lianye a lesson. Watching Reifeng's disarray brought Lianye immense satisfaction, transforming his earlier frustration into delight. It felt exhilarating to be the one in control. Hinata Yushu observed with a peculiar expression, sensing that Lianye was echoing his own sentiments. "Thank you, Yushikuin." Lianye expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He suddenly realized that it was quite enjoyable to be the one irritating others. From that moment on, Lianye ventured further down the path of annoyance. Time slipped by, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this year, Lianye had the opportunity to battle Hinata Yushu, who, leveraging his Byakugan, narrowly triumphed over Lianye. Uchiha Reifong reveled in this misfortune. Lianye, already disgruntled by his loss, was further provoked by Reifeng's mockery. In a fit of rage, he retaliated by delivering a thrashing to Uchiha Reifong. "If I cannot defeat Yushu, can I not at least overcome you?" It is worth mentioning that the Academy recognized these children were destined to become ninjas, not delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. Consequently, they modified the school's regulations, permitting students to engage in private battles, provided they did not employ lethal techniques. The faculty even tacitly condoned certain bullying behaviors, acknowledging that the world of ninjas is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. Rather than being slain during missions, it was deemed preferable to be bullied by one's peers, leading to a shattered will and potential withdrawal from the academy, thus allowing one to live a life in safety as an ordinary person. The students in the class looked down upon bullying the weak, yet the unexpected occurred. Students from other classes frequently sought to provoke those in Lianye's class, particularly the top-ranking students such as Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Q, and Hinata Yushu. Almost daily, some unwise individual would come forward to challenge them. Lianye was quite aware of the instances where underachievers bullied the top students. Even Uchiha Itachi, Hyuga Niji, and Uchiha Sasuke faced such bullying during their time in school. Perhaps it stemmed from the jealousy of the weak towards the strong? Regardless, these acts of bullying were invariably resolved, often resulting in the aggressors receiving a beating instead. As for why no one sought to bully Lianye, it traced back to his dismal academic performance. The school's rankings were determined by comprehensive student grades, placing Lianye in the middle of the class. Students from other classes typically targeted either the top or bottom performers, leaving Lianye, who occupied a middle rank, largely unbothered. Chapter 28. The discovery of Senju Tobirama at the Senju Tobirama residence. He was engrossed in reviewing the profiles of Ninja Academy students. From a stack of documents, he ultimately selected 5, Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Hinata Yushu, Uchiha Q, and T-Rune Koharu. A look of contemplation crossed Senju Tobirama's face as he assessed Hinata Yushu's profile. He was well aware of the boy's talent. However, the Hyuga clan placed great emphasis on their main family. Shaking his head, he returned Yushu's file to the pile, extracting another, revealing Mito Mononobe. After thoroughly reviewing all 5 profiles, Senju Tobirama murmured to himself, "I shall select my disciple from among these." It was evident that he was contemplating the acquisition of a disciple. After careful consideration, he identified 5 suitable candidates, awaiting their performance in the upcoming final examinations. Tomorrow marked the end of term assessments, and those who excelled would have the opportunity to become his disciples. He needed to cultivate a group of talented individuals loyal to Konoha. Dinner is ready. Lianye's voice interrupted Senju Tobirama's thoughts. Understood, he replied. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Lianye had prepared a lavish meal. Kid, tomorrow is the final test. Do you have confidence? Lianye paused mid-bite, patting his chest in assurance. Rest assured. The final exam is but a trifling matter for me. Observing Lianye's confident demeanor, Senju Tobirama refrained from commenting. Had it not been for Lianye's abysmal academic performance last semester, he might have believed him. Have you been paying attention in your cultural classes? Senju Tobirama inquired. Lianye's expression stiffened, and he chuckled nervously. Of course, I have been listening. As for whether he truly had, only he knew. Senju Tobirama chose not to dwell on the matter, stating, as long as you've been attentive, tomorrow's examination is crucial. Lianye was taken aback, uncertain of the meaning behind Senju Tobirama's words. What had transpired during this time? He pondered for quite some time, but could not decipher it. Never mind. The peculiar logic of Senju Tobirama was not easily fathomable by ordinary minds. After dinner, Lianye, for once, did not train but returned to his room to read. The theoretical exam was scheduled for the following morning, and since he had consistently slept during classes, he had not absorbed any knowledge. Unfortunately, Lianye could not help but doze off whenever he attended a cultural class. At times, he would sleep through the entire day. In the past, Nara Shikamaru shared this habit and would also sleep during class. During the last examination, Lianye had assumed Shikamaru would perform poorly, only to discover he had achieved a perfect score. This revelation had sent Lianye into an existential crisis, feeling betrayed. They had both napped together. Why could he score perfectly? Shikamaru's explanation was, such simple subjects hardly require listening. Hence, I slept in class. I thought you were like me, Lianye. At that moment, Lianye was left speechless. All right. You win. The Nara clan is indeed clever. I cannot compare. This time, he resolved to study diligently and reclaim what was rightfully his. Holding a book in his hands, Lianye prepared to dedicate himself to his studies. He believed that with his intellect, achieving a passing grade after one night of study should be feasible. After finishing this glass of milk, I shall study until dawn. Lianye motivated himself and downed the milk in one go. He eagerly opened his book, ready to immerse himself in his studies. However, after merely glancing at the pages, he began to yawn uncontrollably. What's going on? Why do I feel sleepy upon opening a book? He sighed, accepting the reality that perhaps he was not cut out for academia. As he spoke, Lianye turned over in bed and drifted into slumber. As for the upcoming exam, that could wait until tomorrow. He had barely fallen asleep when Senju Tobirama entered the room. He glanced at the books on the table and nodded in satisfaction. This little rascal was not deceiving him. He was indeed studying diligently. Approaching the desk, he opened Lianye's homework notebook, eager to assess the accuracy of his assignments. However, upon opening the notebook, Senju Tobirama was left utterly dumbfounded. The pages were blank, devoid of even a name. Damn it, this kid has really gone too far, he muttered, casting an irritated glance at Lianye before picking him up and exiting the room. The night was as dark as ink, and the streets of Konoha lay silent. Carrying the sleeping Lianye, Senju Tobirama moved swiftly towards the underground laboratory, careful to remain inconspicuous, wary of being discovered. Senju Hashirama had explicitly forbade Tobirama from conducting experiments, sealing off many of his laboratories. This was his last remaining research facility. If it were to be sealed as well, he would truly be left with nothing. Pushing open the stone doors of the laboratory, he was greeted by a damp, musty odor mingled with the scent of disinfectant. Senju Tobirama gently placed Lianye on the examination table and methodically donned a white lab coat and mask. What secrets did the Sharingan conceal that made the Uchiha clan so formidable? He carefully pried open Lianye's eyelids, revealing those enigmatic eyes. With a slender syringe, he gently punctured Lianye's arm, allowing the crimson blood to flow slowly into a test tube. Under the microscope, the cells in the blood became distinctly visible. Senju Tobirama focused intently, occasionally jotting down observations on parchment. Time passed slowly, marked only by the soft hum of instruments and the scratching of his quill against the paper. On the examination table, Lianye groggily opened his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he felt a sense of resignation. Once again, he found himself in this laboratory. If all went as expected, he would still be unable to move his body. He tentatively attempted to lift his arm, but, as anticipated, found it utterly immobile. Straining to move his eyes, he began to observe the area, spotting the familiar figure in the white lab coat engrossed in research. When would this dream come to an end? With that thought, Lianye closed his eyes once more. Suddenly, an idea struck Senju Tobirama. What if a person possessed both the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines simultaneously? Without hesitation, he drew a vial of his own blood and mixed it with Lianye's. To his astonishment, the two blood samples resonated with one another. Was this resonance a fusion or a devouring of bloodlines? The two types of blood melded seamlessly together. No, this was not a mere conflict of bloodlines. Tobirama's voice was laced with disbelief as he placed the mixed blood under the microscope. When magnified to its limit, he discovered identical spiral genetic structures emerging from within the cells. Staggering against the table, he wore a look of shock. How could it be that our bloodlines share a common origin? The experimental results indicated a shared lineage between the Senju and Uchiha. In that moment, he felt as if the world around him had warped into something surreal. If Lianye were to learn of this, he would surely think Tobirama was making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, the ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha were brothers, sons of Otsutsuki Kagaya. A shared bloodline was hardly surprising. The following day, at the Senju Tobirama residence, he stared intently at the blood samples, unable to fathom how the bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha could be intertwined. If the data was accurate, it suggested that, in a distant epoch, the Senju and Uchiha were indeed related by blood. This revelation was more than unsettling. It was unfathomable. Who would have imagined that two clans, historically embroiled in conflict, could share a familial connection? Just then, Lianye's voice jolted him from his thoughts. "Uncle, I'm off to school," he announced, followed by the sound of his departing footsteps. Only then did Senju Tobirama realize that dawn had arrived, and an entire night had slipped away. He gazed at the mountain of books before him, his expression troubled. What was the truth behind this mystery? He sifted through the historical records of the Senju clan, but found no mention of a shared lineage with the Uchiha. This meant that for thousands of years, he was the first to uncover such a revelation. Senju Tobirama was exhilarated. If he could unravel this secret, he would gain deeper insight into the Uchiha and devise a strategy against them. He vowed not to abandon his pursuit of the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan. With renewed determination, he resumed his examination of the extensive materials at hand. At the Ninja Academy, it was the day of the final examination. Lianye arrived early, eager to seize the opportunity to review. He had accidentally dozed off the previous night, and if he didn't study in the morning, he would be doomed. He certainly did not wish to rank at the bottom of the class again. "Lianye-kun, why are you here so early?" Nara Hanzuki inquired, taken aback. "I'm here to review before the exam," Lianye replied, pulling out his textbooks. After all, it was said that sharpening a sword in preparation for battle was always wise. Nara scratched his head, puzzled. Is it really necessary to review such basic knowledge? Lianye thought to himself, feeling as if Nara was boasting. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo entered the classroom. "Ah, Lianye-kun, you're here early," Sarutobi exclaimed. "I'm just here to study," Lianye responded. "Should have done that sooner." Danzo scoffed derisively. "You usually sleep in class, but now you're anxious for the exam. What have you been up to?" Lianye retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. "You'd better pray you don't run into me during the practical assessments this afternoon, or you'll be in for a rude awakening." The theoretical exam was already a source of frustration. Danzo's taunts only added to it. Danzo's face turned a shade of green and then pale. His fists clenched in anger. Lianye's abilities ranked among the top 5 in the class. If they crossed paths that afternoon, he would certainly have a hard time facing him. He felt a deep sense of resentment. Despite his rigorous training, why couldn't he keep up with these individuals? Dian, Hyuga Yuki, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Lianye, and even Uchiha Reifong all surpassed him. The Uchiha clan, with their innate talent, were a constant source of envy. If only his own talent were a touch stronger, he would be the one in the lead. Lianye had scarcely turned a few pages when Senju Takuma entered the classroom with a stack of exam papers. "The final exam begins now. Everyone, behave yourselves. Cheating will result in a score of 0. Unlike the Chunin exams, this was a genuinely serious test where cheating was not an option. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to review. Lianye silently wished for a better performance this time. Senju Tobirama had mentioned that this exam was crucial. Although he didn't know why, it would be wise to do well. Upon receiving the exam paper, Lianye was taken aback by the questions presented. What the hell are these questions? The exam, though not lengthy, contained queries he could barely answer. There were 5 main questions, each worth 10 points, totaling 50. The first question was a basic one. Who were the first leaders of Konoha, Mist, rock, cloud, and sand villages? Lianye thought to himself, this is simple. The first Hokage was Senju Hashirama. However, he was clueless about the leaders of the other villages. Who cares about the names of the other villages' leaders? Who has the time to ponder such trivial matters? He only knew the names of the leaders from the second generation onward, and had no knowledge of the first. Chapter 2. Historical and Cultural Questions. The hallmark event marking the conclusion of the Warring States period is the defeat of the Uchiha clan, which significantly impacted the system of the 5 great nations and their hidden villages. Lotus Knight pondered for a moment, then began to write, the defeat of the Uchiha. As for the subsequent questions, he left them blank, uncertain of how to proceed. For the question regarding the core principles of medical ninjutsu, particularly in treating fractures and toxin infections, he scratched his head, thinking, am I not a medical ninja? Shouldn't this question be answered by someone with medical expertise? He decided to leave this one unanswered as well. Next, for the tactical analysis question concerning counterintelligence measures during reconnaissance missions. He felt a surge of excitement and wrote down, erase footprints, conceal presence, and mask chakra. Regarding the open-ended discussion on the symbolic significance of the ninja headband and its practical role in diplomacy and mission execution, he sighed in frustration. What are these questions? I'm exhausted. It is what it is. A failing grade will be just that. After all, it's not the first time. Clearly, he was not cut out for academic pursuits. While his classmates diligently worked on their exams, Lotus Knight chose to rest his head on the desk and drift off to sleep. Senju Takuma noticed Lotus Knight dozing off and raised an eyebrow. Had he finished so quickly? He approached silently, glancing at the exam paper. The first question had 5 blanks, and only one was filled out. Takuma frowned as he moved to the second question. Upon seeing Lotus Knight's answer, his vision darkened. The defeat of the Uchiha? The correct answer should be the establishment of Konoha. He continued to the third question, which was entirely blank. Takuma assessed the fourth question, finding the answer insufficiently complete, warranting only 3 points. The fifth question remained unanswered. His eyelids twitched, at a loss for words. How could someone fail to answer such fundamental questions? It was as if he had never attended a class. With the 2 points from the first question and 3 from the fourth, Lotus Knight's theoretical score astonishingly totaled 5 points. Takuma fell into self-doubt. Was Lotus Knight even human? He seemed to exist beyond the realm of normality. While a ninja's strength was paramount, a certain level of education was still expected. Scoring 5 points in a cultural exam was a rarity he had never witnessed in his many years. Chapter 30. There must be a conspiracy. Lotus Knight, wake up. Don't sleep. Lotus Knight groggily opened his eyes to find Nara-han also quietly calling him. Is the exam over? He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and surveyed the nearly empty classroom. Nara nodded. The exam has concluded. Everyone has gone out to eat, preparing for the afternoon's practical assessment. Let us go grab a bite. They made their way to the training ground, settling in at a spot with their bento boxes. Some of their classmates had already finished eating and begun warming up. As Lotus Knight opened his bento and started to eat, Sarutobi Hizashi joined them. How did you do on the exam? He inquired. Fairly well, I suppose, Lotus Knight replied. That's good to hear. Hizashi exclaimed as he reached over to take a piece of braised pork from Lotus Knight's bento, his eyes lighting up in delight. Delicious. Really? Let me try? Nara also grabbed a piece, squinting in satisfaction at the flavor. Indeed, quite good. One more. Me too. In a short while, the entire box of braised pork had been devoured by the two, a routine Lotus Knight had grown accustomed to, as they frequently came over to mooch off his food. From a distance, Shimura Danzo glanced at the rice ball in his hand, and then at the pork-smeared Hizashi. Hizashi, how selfish of you. You didn't even think to share a little. It had been a long time since he had tasted Lotus Knight's bento. Initially, Hizashi would share some of the food he got from Lotus Knight, but eventually, he stopped, deliberately avoiding Danzo while eating with Lotus Knight. Each time, Danzo could only watch from afar. Yet, one could hardly blame Hizashi. Lotus Knight's cooking was simply too delectable. He barely had enough for himself, let alone to share with Danzo. After enduring a few painful shares, he had reached his limit. Danzo swallowed hard, huffing, Hizashi, you will regret this. One day, you will feel remorse for not sharing your delicious food. In the afternoon, the practical assessment commenced. Senju Takuma arrived at the training ground with a draw box. Next, we will proceed with the practical assessment, determined by draw lots. During the battles, students must utilize their learned ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu skills to demonstrate their combat abilities and adaptability. I will score based on their performance in skill application, combat decisions, and reaction speed, rather than merely on victory or defeat. Once the drawing concluded, Shimura Danzo's face turned pale upon seeing the results. Damn it, my opponent is indeed Uchiha Lotus Knight. He strongly suspected that Lotus Knight had colluded with the homeroom teacher to orchestrate this conspiracy. Haha, I've caught you, Haven Ti. Lotus Knight's gaze turned icy. I won't let you off easily. After all, this guy had come looking for trouble early in the morning. With a poor theoretical score, he was in the perfect mood to relieve some stress by beating Danzo. Danzo, with a dark expression, retorted, "The outcome is yet to be determined. Although I was no match for you before, that does not mean I am now." In preparation for this practical assessment, he had trained hard every day until late at night. Danzo was confident he could redeem himself this time. "Oh, then you must ensure your victory." Lotus Knight replied nonchalantly. Danzo's forehead twitched with frustration. He was eager to engage in battle with Lotus Knight immediately, but unfortunately, their turn had not yet arrived. The first match featured Sarutobi Hizashi against Nara Honorable. Upon seeing the draw results, Han felt as if the sky had fallen. "Why am I so unlucky?" Hizashi smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Han, I will go easy on you." Senju Takuma announced, "Begin the battle." Hizashi launched an attack towards Honorable. "Damn it, don't underestimate me. I am a genius of the Nara clan," Han declared, activating the Shadow Binding Jutsu to control Hizashi. However, the attack was easily evaded. "What?" Han gasped, realizing too late that Hizashi had already closed the distance. It was over. He could only watch helplessly as Hizashi's assault approached. Is this the gap between geniuses? Hizashi emerged victorious. Senju Takuma began grading their performances. Uchiha Reefing faced Uchiha Q. "This time I will win," Reefing thought, recalling his previous defeat at Q's hands. This left him feeling disgruntled. Why should he lose to someone like Q? Since then, he had trained even harder, determined to defeat Q. Uchiha Q smiled, "Reefing, I won T hold back. Damn it, you haven't T won yet." 2 minutes later, Uchiha Q triumphed. Reefing lay on the ground, questioning his own existence. Why does it feel like Q has grown stronger again? "Are you alright, Reefing?" Q inquired with concern, his gaze piercing Reefing's heart like a needle. He struggled to rise. "Uchiha Kagami, next time, I will surely defeat you. I look forward to that day." Uchiha Kagami maintained his smile. Uchiha Reifoam, Hinata Yuki vs. T. Rune Koharu. Hinata Yuki wins. Uchiha Rin vs. Mito N. Mito N wins. Soon, it was time for the battle between Rinya and Danzo. "Come on, Danzo!" Sarutobi Hizashi shouted loudly. Danzo's face darkened at the words. Does Hizashi want to humiliate him further? "Uchiha Rinya, this time I will definitely win against you. Let us see about that." The battle between the two began. The fight concluded. Uchiha Rinya emerged victorious. "Danzo, are you alright?" Sarutobi Hizashi approached with concern. "Get lost, Hizashi. Stop pretending to care." Rinya thought, why does this scene feel so familiar? The practical assessment concluded. Senju Takuma began ranking according to theoretical and practical results. First place, Sarutobi Hizashi. Second place, Hinata Yuki. Third place, Uchiha Kagami. Fourth place, Mito N. Fifth place, Shimura Danzo. 11th place, Nara Motoya. 25th place, Uchiha Rinya. What a joke. Upon learning his rank, Rinya felt as if the sky had fallen. With only 30 students in the class, his performance was dismally low. There must be some hidden agenda. Rinya protested loudly. In response to his doubts, Senju Takuma presented the paper with a score of 5. The crowd gasped in disbelief at the score. Is this even a score a human can achieve? Rinya stared at the paper, lost in thought. Chapter 31. The Unique Recipe of the Sarutobi Clan. The final exam concluded. The students of the ninja school welcomed a month-long summer vacation. Classmates eagerly discussed their plans for the break. Finally, the holiday had arrived. Rinya felt elated. Without the need to wake early for school, he had ample time for training. Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Shimura Danzo approached Rinya. "Rinya-kun, let us go out for a meal," Sarutobi Hizashi suggested. "After all, we finally have a break. Aren't we going to enjoy a meal together?" Uchiha Kagami chimed in. "Indeed, training can be monotonous. We must find time to relax." "Absolutely, a balance between work and rest is essential," they urged in unison. They had previously invited Rinya multiple times, only for him to decline each time, but surely he had time now? As for Shimura Danzo, he wore a frown. Must we invite this arrogant fellow? Rinya considered their words to be reasonable. This past year, he had been consumed by training, and it was indeed time to unwind. All right. Rinya nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hizashi also invited Hinata Yuki and Nara Motoya. To Rinya's surprise, Hinata Yuki actually agreed. It was a rare occurrence. Rinya was astonished. Having observed that Hinata Yuki was a true training fanatic, even more diligent than he was. The group of 6 departed from the school. The summer cicadas sang through the crevices of the Hokage Rock, as the streets of Konoha bustled with activity. Bingwang, what brings you here? Rinya asked with curiosity. Hinata Yuki, accustomed to Rinya's nickname for him, replied, Uchiha Kagami is right. It's important to balance work and rest. Since he could remember, his father had urged him to train. You are from the High Ga main family. The future of the clan depends on you. Under the expectations of his father and the clan elders, Hinata Yuki diligently trained. He awakened his Byakugan at the tender age of 5, earning the title of a genius in the High Ga clan. Bearing the weight of his family's future, he could not afford to slacken for a moment. When faced with the group's invitation, it was rare for Hinata Yuki to decline. After the final exam, he decided to allow himself half a day's break. Tomorrow, I will train twice as hard, Hinata Yuki mumbled softly. Bingwang, what did you just say? It's nothing. Sarutobi Hizashi turned back, asking, what does everyone want to eat? I'm fine with anything. Both Rinya and Hinata Yuki responded in unison. Choosing can be quite troublesome. Why don't you two decide? Nara Motoya suggested. Hizashi, I'll follow your lead, Uchiha Kagami said with a smile. Only Shimura Danzo remained silent, as everyone's gaze fell upon him. Feeling the attention, Danzo awkwardly turned his head away. I'm fine with anything. Then, shall we go for barbecue? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired. No problem. The barbecue shop owner spotted Rinya and the others from afar and called out. Hey, Sarutobi kid, today's beef tongue just arrived. Are you sure you want to come to try it? Clearly, Sarutobi Hizashi was a regular at this establishment. The barbecue here is quite delicious. I often come here. He explained excitedly. His hands rubbed together in anticipation, his nose already captivated by the enticing aroma of charcoal and meat, and he entered the shop first. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the 6 gathered around the table. The sizzling meat on the grill spat and crackled, with the sparks from the oil splattering lighting up their faces. Sarutobi Hizashi gently waved a fan, intensifying the aroma of the meat, causing everyone to swallow in anticipation. Rinya's eyes sparkled as he stared at the grilled meat. It had been quite a while since he had savored barbecue. The fragrance was simply divine. Even before tasting it, he knew it would be exquisite. Behold my secret sauce. Sarutobi Hizashi mysteriously produced a small porcelain bottle and added a few drops of green liquid to his sauce. I found this herb in the forest. I guarantee it's delicious. Would you like to try it? Is it really tasty? Rinya expressed doubt. That green concoction, can it really be good? Of course it's delicious. This is the unique recipe of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hizashi assured them boldly. Upon hearing this, the others felt intrigued and wished to taste what this unique recipe was like. Shimura Danzo's eyelids twitched. Please don't tell me it's another one of your bizarre experiments. Last time's culinary disaster left me with a day of stomach issues. This was how Hizashi had described his previous attempt. Consequently, after eating, he could not stop running to the restroom. Forget it. I'd rather pass, Rinya chuckled awkwardly. The others nodded in agreement. They certainly did not wish to experience such discomfort. Don't listen to Danzo. Last time was an accident. This time will definitely be delicious. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly defended himself. Unfortunately, no one was willing to take the plunge. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hizashi sighed in resignation, gazing forlornly at Danzo. If it weren't for Danzo's meddling, everyone could have enjoyed my special dipping sauce. Alas, you've missed out. Sarutobi Hizashi picked up a piece of grilled meat, coated it in the sauce, and popped it into his mouth, eyes closing in satisfaction. It's truly delicious. Are you sure you don't want to try? If it's good, you should indulge a bit more. Rinya picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. The ingredients at this restaurant were fresh, and the flavor was outstanding. The group began to feast heartily. While enjoying their meal, Nara Motoya suddenly lowered his voice. Did you all know? I heard that Lord Tobirama is going to take on disciples at the school. Clatter, the sound of chopsticks dropping echoed. Rinya suddenly realized why Senju Tobirama had emphasized the significance of this exam. It was clear that he intended to recruit disciples. Presumably, his disciples would be chosen among the top performers of the class. Rinya recalled that in the original story, Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mido-en, and Tirun Koharu were all disciples of Senju Tobirama. And among the top performers of this exam, aside from Hinata Yuki, the rest were. If nothing changed, the disciples of Senju Tobirama would still be these few. It seemed the history of the ninja world had not been altered by his arrival. Motoya-kun, is this true? Sarutobi Hizashi asked excitedly. Shimura Danzo breathed heavily, his gaze fixed intently on Nara Motoya. Uchiha Kagami gazed longingly, wishing he could become Lord Tobirama's disciple. Hyuga Yuki remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his grilled meat. Nara Hanya nodded, affirming that this information had been conveyed directly to his father by the Hokage himself, thus its accuracy was unquestionable. What were the criteria for Lord Tobirama to accept disciples? Shimura Danzo's composure had dissipated. If he were chosen by Lord Tobirama, he would undoubtedly grow stronger, surpassing Hizashi, Hyuga Yuki, Uchiha Rinya, and Kagami. The specifics eluded him, and Nara Hanya shook his head. At that moment, the collective gaze of the group fell upon Rinya. If memory served correctly, he seemed to reside with Lord Tobirama, did he not? Chapter 32. Perfect scores in combat. Why the bottom rank? Why are you all staring at me? Rinya felt uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. Rinya-kun, do you know if Lord Tobirama intends to take on disciples? Sarutobi Hizashi asked cautiously. The others fixated on Rinya, eagerly awaiting his response. Rinya shook his head, stating, he has not mentioned it to me. Disappointment washed over the group. They had hoped to glean first-hand information from Rinya. However, Rinya continued, based on my understanding of him, he is likely to select those with the best performances as his disciples. Haha, that would be splendid. Hizashi exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. If what Rinya suggested were true and he became Lord Tobirama's disciple, it would be a foregone conclusion. Danzo clenched his fists anxiously. He ranked 5th in class, a position he would normally be content with. Yet learning that Lord Tobirama selected disciples based on rankings left him feeling inadequate. If only 3 disciples were to be chosen, 5th place would hardly suffice. The thought of being overlooked by Lord Tobirama left him feeling despondent. Rinya noticed Danzo's pale complexion and surmised his thoughts, taking some delight in his discomfort. The top 3 are assured, but the positions beyond that remain uncertain. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face turned ashen. The mere thought of not being selected filled him with despair, particularly if he were to witness Hizashi chosen by Lord Tobirama. The image left him breathless. Danzo prayed silently, hoping to catch Lord Tobirama's eye. Seeing Danzo's fluctuating expression brought Rinya immense satisfaction. For reasons unknown, Danzo's distress only heightened his own joy. As for the matter of Lord Tobirama taking on disciples, Rinya held no strong opinions. He had frequently received guidance from Lord Tobirama, considering himself half a disciple already. After their meal, the group returned home, each lost in their own thoughts. At the Hyuga clan grounds, Hyuga Yuki arrived at the entrance only to find a stern middle-aged man waiting. The man, with a grim expression, coldly inquired, "Where have you been?" Yuki kept his head bowed, silent. The man remained quiet, merely observing him. After a long moment, Yuki raised his head. "Father, I went out to eat with my classmates." "Is the food at home unappetizing?" "No." "Then why did you go out to eat?" "Father, I understand my mistake. Since this is your first offense, you will practice 1,000 gentle fists before dinner. You may not eat until you finish." "Yes, father." At the Senju Tobirama residence, Rinya returned home to find no sign of Senju Tobirama. Most likely, that old rascal was holed up somewhere tinkering with forbidden techniques. He began his training for the day. Rinya had decent talent, and with dedicated practice, he believed he could attain sufficient strength to survive the upcoming ninja wars, avoiding the fate of becoming mere cannon fodder. He had never harbored lofty ambitions. His sole purpose in growing stronger was to stay alive. Rinya understood his own position well. He was not like Naruto or Sasuke, nor was he swayed by the will of fire to the point of losing his way. He could not simply shout the will of fire and recklessly throw himself into danger. That night, Senju Tobirama returned with tousled hair, having gone without sleep since the previous evening, engrossed in researching the origins of the Senju and Uchiha clans, but regrettably making no progress. Upon seeing Tobirama's disheveled appearance, Rinya became increasingly convinced that the old man was secretly delving into forbidden techniques. At this hour, he ought to be investigating the impure world reincarnation, right? "Hey, how did your exam go?" Tobirama asked, noticing Rinya had been reviewing before the test, which suggested he might have performed well. "These basic questions were easy," Rinya replied with a chuckle. Tobirama did not press further, quickly finishing his dinner before returning to his study to continue his research. Rinya breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the old man did not pursue the matter further. After all, a fifth-to-last ranking was somewhat embarrassing to present. Cultural studies were my weakness. I must make up for it this summer. With determination, Rinya pulled out his books and began to study diligently. 30 days of effort, and I shall become the top of my class. 5 minutes later, Rinya expressionlessly closed his book. In truth, a ninja only needed strength. Academic knowledge was of little consequence. Did he not see how Naruto did not even understand the meaning of mob mentality? This indirectly indicated that academic success held little importance in the ninja world. Well, it's not that I cannot learn. It's just that there is no need to study, Rinya reassured himself. Time for sleep. The sensation of knowledge entering my brain is truly captivating. Rinya recalled the information he had just learned. It feels empty. Although he retained little knowledge, it did not prevent him from slipping into slumber. In the study, Senju Tobirama pored over various texts from the ninja world and stumbled upon relevant records. He brushed off the dust from the last page of an ancient tome, revealing a faded mural nestled between the yellowed pages. In the image, an elder wielding a staff hovered in midair, with two youths kneeling at his feet, one adorned in vine-like patterns and the other with crimson ripples in his eyes. The inscription along the mural's edge read, Indra and Ashura, the twin sons of the Sage of Six Paths. The records detailed how Indra inherited powerful ocular techniques and combat talent, but succumbed to darkness due to his obsessions, while Ashura cultivated wood release with a compassionate heart, using his healing powers to protect all living beings. Ocular techniques and wood release, Tobirama murmured. Although the records were vague, he understood that these were the origins of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha were, in fact, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. He speculated that the discord between Indra and Ashura gave rise to the centuries-long conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Just as Tobirama intended to seek further documentation for confirmation, his peripheral vision caught the end-of-term exam results on the table. This was the paper he had asked Senju Takuma to deliver. He had been too preoccupied with research to look at it until now. Flipping open the report, he noted, First place, Sarutobi Hizashi 2nd place, Hyuga Yuki 3rd place, Uchiha Kagami 4th place, Mito Gate in 5th place. Shimura Danzo Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. These were the future of Konoha. However, wait, why was there no sign of that little rascal's name? He began searching for Rinya's name, eventually finding it in the 6th-to-last position. Perfect score in practical assessments. Yet how did he end up at the bottom? This puzzled him until he glimpsed Rinya's theoretical score. Senju Tobirama. Chapter 33. Do not disappoint me before dawn. The darkness lingered, and a thin frost lay upon the training ground's blue stones. Remember, kid, Senju Tobirama's voice was grave. A true ninja concludes battle before the enemy is aware. With a flick of his fingers, 3 shuriken shot forth in a triangular formation, striking the distant target with precision. Lianye was wholly absorbed in capturing every detail. Dew still clung to his raven-black hair, and his pale face bore a look of gravity. When Senju Tobirama suddenly closed the distance, he instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding a shuriken that whisked past the tip of his nose. Senju Tobirama retracted his hand, the hem of his attire billowing in the wind. In battle, an adversary does not grant a second chance. He raised his hand to form seals, and dozens of shadow clones encircled the training ground, leaving no room for escape. Lianye's pupils constricted, his eyes darting rapidly in search of the original amidst the clones. Sweat trickled down his cheek, soaking his collar. This was one of Lianye's daily training exercises, to locate Senju Tobirama's true form, honing his perceptive skills. He had only 3 chances to strike. Little brat, have you found it? 20 voices echoed simultaneously. Lianye scrutinized these Senju Tobirama clones. Some crossed their arms with a mocking expression, others remained expressionless, quietly watching him, while a few brandished shuriken with solemnity. Lianye felt exasperated. Locating the original among 20 clones was no easy feat, especially considering this was Senju Tobirama's technique of multiple shadow clones. Little brat, you should just give up. The clones chorused. Silence. Lianye snapped, feeling a surge of irritation. He began to observe intently, catching sight of one clone moving in the crowd. In that instant, Lianye's shuriken shot forth. Could this be the original? He murmured softly. As the clone dissipated into white smoke, he did not feel disheartened, instead wearing an expression of realization. Senju Tobirama would not make such a basic error unless attempting to deceive him. Yet, he dared not gamble. What if it truly was the original? Little brat, You have one last chance. I know. Before he could finish speaking, all shadow clones launched their attacks simultaneously. Faced with 18 clones, Lianye's lips curled into a slight smirk. You've brought this upon yourselves? Do not blame me. He leapt into the air, forming seals, and unleashed the great fireball technique. A roaring inferno engulfed the training ground, the 18 clones flickering within the flames. Just as the fire was about to extinguish, Lianye dashed toward the northwest corner, his shuriken aimed directly at one figure. Before him, Senju Tobirama extended his hand, blocking Lianye's attack. A faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, you were able to discern the original from the residual chakra. It seems you have made progress. Although he had deliberately granted Lianye this opportunity, it was not easily seized. Lianye's ability to identify the original had genuinely exceeded Senju Tobirama's expectations. Exhaling a long breath, Lianye finally relaxed, collapsing onto the ground. His morning training evoked a mix of love and hate. Senju Tobirama pushed him to the limits. During their sparring sessions, he held nothing back, leaving Lianye nearly incapacitated before summoning medical ninjas for healing. Lianye suspected that Tobirama relished finding excuses to chastise him. Yet, despite the arduous training, his progress was undeniable. Lianye had surpassed the average genin in strength and believed that it would not be long before he could fulfill his aspirations of defeating formidable foes. As he envisioned the future, Senju Tobirama emerged with a grim expression, brandishing the test scores. Uchiha Lianye, explain to me how you achieved this score. Lianye stared at the paper marked with a mere 5 points, awkwardly scratching his head. Haha, uncle, let me explain. You pitiful Uchiha brat. You have learned nothing. Senju Tobirama bellowed. Uncle, don't slander me. I did study. Lianye retorted sheepishly. Flipping through a few pages before the exam is still considered studying, right? He had done his best. What more could he do if he did not perform well? If you score like this next time, I will personally. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, pinching the middle of the shuriken. With a sharp snap, the weapon broke in two. Lianye instinctively gulped, nervously saying, Uncle, please calm down. It's not the end of the world. Tobirama remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lianye with a menacing intensity, showing no hint of jest. If Lianye were to score such a disgraceful mark again, he would not show mercy. Such a simple test. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never believe someone could score as low as 5 points. Could a person who scored 5 truly be considered human? The more Tobirama pondered, the angrier he became. An overwhelming aura of menace radiating from him. This was the second time Lianye faced Senju Tobirama's murderous intent. It nearly suffocated him. Was this the pressure of a shadow-level powerhouse? Had he not been seated on the ground, he might have found himself kneeling. Dear uncle, I will strive for a passing score next time. Please, calm yourself. With Lianye's promise, Tobirama snorted, retracting his oppressive aura. Little brat, this better not happen again. He tossed the test paper to Lianye and turned away. Today's instruction had concluded. He had other pressing matters to attend to, including mentoring his disciples. He needed to cultivate a group of geniuses imbued with the will of fire to serve as the village's elite force. And these geniuses required his personal guidance. As for Lianye, he had little hope for him. Tobirama did not expect a child who scored 5 in a cultural exam to inherit the will of fire. He even seriously doubted whether Lianye fully understood what the will of fire entailed. His expectations for Lianye were modest. As long as he did not engage in actions detrimental to the village, it would suffice. Although Lianye currently exhibited good character, it remained to be seen how he would evolve once he awakened his Sharingan. From Tobirama's understanding of the Uchiha clan, most members underwent personality changes upon awakening their eyes. He could not predict how Lianye's character would develop. He could only endeavor to guide him onto the right path. Little brat, do not disappoint me. Chapter 34. Sarutobi's future. You may find yourself disappointed, uncle. Lianye murmured softly as he watched Senju Tobirama's departing figure. Ever since he began receiving guidance from Tobirama, he could distinctly feel the subtle indoctrination of the ideals of love for the village. For an ordinary child, such influence would have been seamless and gradual. However, Lianye was different. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his worldview was firmly established and resistant to change. Tobirama subtly conveyed to Lianye that for the sake of Konoha, one might even need to sacrifice their life when necessary. The safety of the village superseded all, including one's own life. Yet Lianye did not share this belief. Ultimately, he was an outsider, lacking a strong sense of belonging to either the village or the clan. To him, The most crucial thing was his own survival. His relentless pursuit of strength was solely to endure the trials of future wars. Standing up, Lianye gazed into the distance, softly declaring, "If I become strong enough in the future, I would not mind protecting the village for you." There is a saying, in times of poverty, one should focus on self-cultivation. In times of prosperity, one should aid the world. If one possesses the capability, they would naturally lend a hand. Without the ability, ensuring one's own well-being is of utmost importance. The night of intense training continued for Lianye, as the journey towards strength was a protracted one, requiring years, if not decades, unless one were to possess extraordinary advantages. The Sarutobi clan, a venerable family that joined Konoha during its inception, was renowned for producing ninjas proficient in all 5 elemental jutsu, which greatly contributed to their formidable combat prowess. This was a key reason why Senju Hashirama valued them and extended an invitation for their inclusion. At this moment, the current clan leader, Sarutobi Sasuke, was flushed with excitement. The reason for his elation was none other than the visit of Senju Tobirama, the brother of the first Hokage, and the one most likely to ascend to the position of second Hokage. "Lord Tobirama, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Sasuke asked cautiously. It had been many years since Tobirama had last visited, which had been during the initial joining of the Sarutobi clan to Konoha, alongside his elder brother. It was said that one rarely visits without cause, and Sasuke surmised that Tobirama's presence must herald significant news. Sasuke fidgeted with his fingers, speculating on Tobirama's intentions. The temperament and methodology of Tobirama were markedly different from those of his brother, Hashirama. Engaging in conversation with such a person required utmost caution. It was best not to attempt to decipher his thoughts, lest one fall into misfortune. Thus, Sasuke suppressed his curiosity regarding Tobirama's motives. Tobirama took his time, savoring the red tea before him, while Sasuke remained patient, observing in silence. After a considerable pause, Tobirama set down his cup, causing Sasuke's expression to sharpen. Was the long-awaited announcement about to unfold? "Sasuke, I wish for your son to become my disciple. Would you be amenable to this arrangement?" The emotions flitting across Sasuke's face transformed from tension to astonishment, then to joy, and finally culminated in sheer exhilaration. "Are you truly willing to accept my son as your disciple?" His voice trembled, disbelief washing over him. Was this truly happening? Tobirama was offering to take Nichiren as his pupil. With Tobirama's esteemed reputation within the village, Nichiren's path towards becoming the second Hokage seemed assured. Such an alliance would undoubtedly elevate the Sarutobi clan's standing within Konoha, ensuring that no family would dare disrespect them in the future. Under Nichiren's leadership, perhaps the Sarutobi clan could ascend to the ranks of great clans like the Senju and Uchiha. Sasuke's excitement swelled at the thought, nearly overwhelming him with bliss. Yet, what appeared to be a simple acceptance of a disciple entailed far more complexities. "Nichiren is indeed an exceptional child. Under my guidance, I believe he will become a formidable ninja," Tobirama affirmed. "I express my gratitude on behalf of my son, Lord Tobirama." Sasuke bowed deeply, his eyes alight with hope. The rise of their clan now hinged upon Nichiren. At that moment, Nichiren arrived, having rushed over upon hearing of Tobirama's intention to accept him as a disciple. Noticing the signs of training on Nichiren's body, Tobirama subtly nodded. "Nichiren, do you wish to become my disciple?" Breathing heavily with excitement, Nichiren eagerly replied, "Yes, absolutely." The thought of being chosen by Tobirama was a dream come true, transforming their previous fantasies into reality and leaving him with a sense of disbelief. Upon hearing Nichiren's affirmation, Tobirama instructed, "Meet me at the training grounds in the Konoha forest at the hour of the tiger tomorrow. Remember not to be late." With that, he turned to depart. "Understood, sensei," Nichiren exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Tobirama chuckled softly, noting the boy's quick adaptation to the title. Subsequently, he sought out Uchiha Q, Shimura Danzo, and the medical ninja, Haruno Sakura, ultimately deciding to include Sakura due to her potential as a healer. After all, a medical ninja would be invaluable during missions, allowing for a more rigorous training regimen knowing that injuries could be promptly treated. Feeling quite pleased with the promising disciples he had gathered, Tobirama shifted his focus from the Uchiha clan to exploring forbidden jutsu. The daily administration of a sedative in Lianye's milk had become increasingly ineffective as his resistance grew stronger. Tobirama contemplated developing a new type of anesthetic, as the current approach risked exposure, a scenario he dreaded. The thought of being labeled as a pervert or an evil scientist by Lianye sent shivers down his spine. Above all, he knew that if his brother discovered his experiments involving Lianye, he would be met with dire consequences. That night, Nichiren and his companions found it impossible to sleep, brimming with anticipation for the training that awaited them. Conversely, Lianye experienced an unusual bout of insomnia, having never encountered such a predicament in over a year within the ninja world. No matter how hard he tried, sleep eluded him, leaving him bewildered. The following day at the Konoha Forest training grounds, Nichiren, unable to contain his excitement, arrived well before the appointed time. The moon was obscured by clouds, casting a veil of darkness over the area. He navigated by memory until he noticed a shadow standing in the center of the training grounds. As he drew closer, he failed to recognize the figure shrouded in darkness. As he approached, the figure suddenly turned, barking, "Who goes there?" The familiar voice sent a jolt of recognition through Nichiren. It was his close friend, Danzo. Just as he opened his mouth to identify himself, a shuriken whizzed past his ear and embedded itself in a nearby tree. Cold sweat broke out on Nichiren's brow as he swallowed nervously. Had the environment been any better lit, Danzo's aim might have proven fatal. "Danzo, it's me, Nichiren," he called out. As Danzo stepped closer and recognized him, he furrowed his brow, lowering his weapon. "Nichiren, what brings you here at this hour?" he inquired, suspicion creeping into his tone. "Have you also become one of Lord Tobirama's disciples?" Indeed, Nichiren's next words confirmed Danzo's suspicions. "Yes, I have been accepted as Lord Tobirama's disciple, and he instructed me to gather here." Danzo's expression shifted to one of reluctant understanding. He had suspected this would happen. If he, being the fifth best, could become Tobirama's disciple, then Nichiren, being the first, was naturally also a candidate. Danzo clenched his fists, realizing that with Nichiren receiving Tobirama's guidance, the gap between them would only widen. Nichiren, oblivious to his friend's dismay, placed an arm around Danzo's shoulder, grinning. "Isn't it wonderful, Danzo? We are both disciples of Lord Tobirama now, and we can train together." In the late hours of the night, the presence of Shimura Danzo here indicates that he, too, is a disciple of Lord Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely felt a surge of joy for his friend's achievement. Danzo forced a smile and replied, "Haha, you are absolutely right. Let us strive to become stronger together. Indeed, let us grow stronger together." Just then, a feminine voice called out from behind them. The two turned to see Tsunade and Mito walking side by side. Danzo frowned in displeasure and looked at Tsunade. "Are you also a disciple of Lord Tobirama? In this day and age, is it so easy to become his disciple? It seems anyone can be accepted." "Well, Lord Tobirama said I possess the talent of a medical ninja, so he took me in as his disciple," Tsunade replied with a smile. "Haha, congratulations," Hiruzen cheerfully responded. Before long, a figure emerged from the shadows, making his way towards the training ground. As he drew closer, they recognized him. "Kagami, I knew it was you," Hiruzen exclaimed with a smile. Uchiha Kagami returned the greeting with a smile. "Hello everyone." Upon seeing Kagami, Danzo sighed in relief, thankful it was not that troublesome Uchiha Izuna. The thought of being beaten down by Izuna still haunted him, and as long as it wasn't that rascal, he could breathe easy. Remembering the scene of his previous humiliation, Danzo instinctively clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He vowed that once he grew stronger, he would ensure Uchiha Izuna would pay dearly for what he had endured. "Humph, Izuna, just wait." At that moment, the absence of Izuna was noted, leading to the realization that he had not been accepted as Lord Tobirama's disciple. How pitiful. Upon hearing Danzo mention Izuna, Hiruzen suddenly pondered, "Do you think Izuna has been accepted as Lord Tobirama's disciple?" The group exchanged glances. Izuna's strength was undeniable, yet his theoretical performance left much to be desired. Kagami remarked, "If Lord Tobirama were to judge solely based on combat prowess, Izuna would undoubtedly be chosen as a disciple. However, when considering overall performance, he left his statement unfinished, but everyone understood the implication. Alas, it's a pity for Izuna," Hiruzen lamented. "Haha, he deserves it. Who told him not to study?" Danzo replied, reveling in schadenfreude. He believed that with Lord Tobirama's guidance, his strength would inevitably surpass that of Uchiha Izuna. He envisioned a day when he would exact double the humiliation he had suffered from Izuna. He was convinced that day would not be far off. Hey. Are you talking about me behind my back?" Izuna's voice rang out from a distance, causing Danzo to stiffen and turn with difficulty. Emerging from the shadows were the imposing figures of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Good day, teacher. The five greeted respectfully with a bow. Tobirama nodded, praising them. Well done. No one is late. Izuna, observing the five, finally understood why Tobirama had summoned him to train here. It seemed the old man was secretly accepting disciples without his knowledge. Warm up first, Tobirama instructed before leaning against a tree to rest. The group's gaze collectively fell upon Izuna. Izuna-kun, have you also become a disciple of the teacher? Kagami inquired softly. No, Izuna replied. Tobirama is merely guiding my training. He cannot be considered my teacher. Humph, if that is the case, please leave. The teacher will be instructing us shortly, Danzo retorted coldly. As Izuna began his warm-up, he remarked, what you have longed for is merely my daily routine. He paused, extending a finger. I have been training every day since the hour of the tiger for an entire year. The other's eyes widened in shock. So, Izuna had been training under the teacher for a year already? Danzo suddenly recalled that Izuna had been taken in by the teacher long ago. It was only natural for the teacher to guide him. With this thought, jealousy burned in Danzo's eyes. Why should this wretched fellow be so fortunate as to be taken in by the teacher? Seeing Danzo's envious demeanor, Izuna felt a sense of satisfaction. The thought of Danzo's struggles during training amused him. Did he truly believe Tobirama's training regimen was easy? Warm-up is over. Kid, you lead them in training, Izuna instructed. Wait, is that right? Am I really supposed to do this? Izuna thought, incredulous that the old man had relegated him to such a role. Chapter 36. 3 years Danzo. What are you doing? Izuna called out to Danzo, who lay sprawled on the ground. Get up, hurry and stand. I can't anymore. I'm done for, Danzo groaned. Feeling utterly exhausted, as though he had run a marathon. He had lost count of how many laps they had completed, only aware that since training began, his legs had not stopped running. This training was several times more rigorous than he was accustomed to. Hiruzen and the others were in similar straits, their legs feeling as though they were filled with lead, rendering them nearly immobile. They gazed in shock at Izuna, who, despite being drenched in sweat, spoke with vigor and clearly still had energy to spare. So this was Lord Tobirama's training method? No wonder Izuna's strength was so formidable. You worthless fool, get up. Everyone is waiting for you. Surely you don't want to be the reason the entire team falters? Izuna reprimanded coldly. Hearing this, Danzo gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand up with great difficulty. I understand. There are still 10 laps left. Let us all persevere, Izuna encouraged. By this point, their stamina had been thoroughly depleted, leaving only sheer willpower to carry them through the training. Such physical training that pushed beyond their limits often awakened latent potential within the body. However, there was a threshold to this limit. Exceeding it could lead to irreversible harm, especially for children still in their growth phase. Tobirama's watchful presence was a safeguard against them overexerting themselves. Once the running concluded, Izuna sat on the ground, observing his exhausted companions gasping for breath, and was reminded of his own first training session. He had been just 7 years old, his body still developing. And while Tobirama's initial training plan had not been excessively harsh, it had still been quite demanding. A year had passed, and Izuna's training regimen had long since doubled. This was the reason Hiruzen and the others were utterly spent. Danzo gazed at the azure sky, his mind blank, utterly fatigued to the point of thoughtlessness. The only sound was the rapid beating of his heart. The others were similarly drained, though Hiruzen appeared slightly better off, yet not by much. He turned his gaze towards Izuna, who sat on the ground, pale and fatigued, pondering how the 8-year-old Izuna managed to complete the teacher's training. After all, he was 2 years older. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Izuna's strength would be in 2 more years. It was likely that, by then, he would not stand a chance against him. I must train diligently to ensure I am not surpassed by Izuna. Hiruzen clenched his fists, his eyes burning with the desire to grow stronger. As a prodigy of the Sarutobi clan, he naturally did not wish to be outdone by others. Just then, Tobirama approached the group. Ignoring their exhaustion, they scrambled to their feet. Tobirama nodded slightly, praising, well done, you all persevered. He acknowledged their determination, proud of having chosen such resilient disciples personally. He believed that under his guidance, they would become exceptional ninjas who loved their village and dedicated their lives to it. Perhaps, from among them, a future Hokage would emerge. From this day forth, I shall personally guide you in your quest for strength, Tobirama Senju declared. Upon hearing his words, the few present inhaled sharply, their faces filled with reverence. Teacher, we will strive to cultivate our skills. Lianye observed the expressions on their faces. a smirk twitching at the corners of his mouth. Have they forgotten the hardships of training so quickly? Just moments ago, they had been on the brink of exhaustion. Yet now they brimmed with enthusiasm. He found himself curious about the expressions they would wear during the upcoming training sessions. Tobirama Senju regarded their exuberance and spoke slowly. Physical fitness is the foundation of a ninja. We shall continue with our physical training. At this proclamation, their expressions froze in disbelief. Wait again, didn't we just finish running? Lianye watched their faces, a grin spreading across his features. Did they truly believe that becoming strong was so effortless? Danzo, hearing this, scoffed coldly. Humph, is it not merely running? I can endure it. Lianye replied with a quizzical look. Who said it was just running? Danzo appeared bewildered. If it was not running, then what was it? Lianye smiled and listed over 10 different training methods in one breath. Why? It includes push-ups, squats, rock climbing. The morning training concluded. The group lay exhausted on the ground, unable to rise. Today's regimen had made them acutely aware of how formidable Tobirama's training plan truly was. Each exercise pushing their physical limits. They began to question their resolve. Would they truly be able to endure the training ahead? Ultimately, the five supported each other as they departed. Tobirama turned to Lianye and inquired, "What do you think of them?" Lianye felt a stir in his heart. This old man was probing once more. He gazed in the direction the others had left and replied, "They possess tenacity and are willing to put in the effort. Their future is limitless." Tobirama scrutinized Lianye's profile and continued, "Do you think they love the village?" "Of course, they certainly love the village." Lianye answered without hesitation. "And what about you?" Tobirama suddenly asked. "I, too, love the village," Lianye smiled. "For the development of the village. Would you be willing to sacrifice your life?" Lianye hesitated, contemplating for a long while before responding, "Perhaps. Loving the village and sacrificing one's life for it were two entirely different matters. Compared to the safety of the village, he cared more for his own well-being." Tobirama did not press further, merely nodding thoughtfully. He had long sensed that Lianye harbored no sense of belonging or identification with the village. While this issue might be overlooked in others, it posed a significant concern in a member of the Uchiha clan. Over the years, he had endeavored to instill in Lianye a love for the village, yet with little success. Nevertheless, time was on his side. He believed he could gradually alter Lianye's perspective. "Kid, it's time to head home for dinner. What would you like to eat today, old man?" 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the 9th year of Konoha's establishment had arrived. Lianye was now 10 years old, standing at a height of 1.50 meters. He felt quite satisfied with his stature, no longer the short-legged child he once was. Though he mused, his legs were not particularly long even now. In the span of 3 years, Lianye's strength had soared, hinting at the potential to surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen. He suspected that this rapid growth stemmed from his body finally maturing, as his physical condition and chakra reserves were both increasing dramatically. Fearing being outdone by Lianye, Sarutobi Hiruzen trained with relentless fervor. Danzo, witnessing his close friend's dedication, was unwilling to lag behind. The others followed suit, leading to an incessant cycle of competition among them. With Tobirama's guidance and their diligent efforts, the traditional teaching methods of the Ninja Academy no longer sufficed for them. At their request, Tobirama consented to allow them to graduate early. While termed early graduation, it merely meant they graduated a year ahead of their peers. Chapter 37. The Sun Rises in the West? That night, at the training ground, Lianye's blade sliced through the damp air, the moonlight refracting off the curve of the katana, reflecting a cold silver gleam. His sweat-drenched black sleeves clung to his arms as he struck with utmost seriousness. He recalled the techniques taught by Tobirama, his wrist flicking lightly, the blade cutting through the silence with a sharp whoosh. Shoulders down, elbows dropped. Power directed to the blade's tip. Tobirama's instructions echoed in his ears, each strike executed with remarkable precision. Lianye transitioned seamlessly between techniques. From basic slashes to intricate combinations, his movements flowing like water. Occasionally, he would pause to mentally replay his previous actions, contemplating areas for improvement. 3 years prior, Lianye realized that mere physical training was inadequate. He needed to learn weaponry as well. In battle, the side-wielding weapons often held a distinct advantage. Thus, he proactively approached Tobirama to study swordsmanship. After 3 years of rigorous training, his skills had reached a commendable level. As training concluded, Lianye sheathed his blade. This sword was a costly purchase from the ninja tool store. Though not of the finest quality, It sufficed for Lianye's current needs. As for superior weaponry, he would acquire it once he became a ninja and earned money. Today, they had requested early graduation from Tobirama, who had agreed. Tomorrow marked their first day as ninjas. Lianye felt a surge of anticipation for the ninja life that lay ahead. Who would his team leader be? In his recollection, freshly graduated genin teams were typically led by a chunin or jounin. Given that inexperienced genin often encountered issues during missions, the guidance of seasoned jounin or chunin was essential to ensure success and survival. The following day, at the Konoha training ground, Tobirama approached with the grouping list, proclaiming, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Minyin, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsurugi Kamachi, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Lianye. You will wait here. Shortly, a jounin will arrive to lead you. With that, Tobirama turned and departed. He was a busy man, with no time to lead the team himself, leaving the six to exchange glances in the training ground. Danzo's expression darkened. How unfortunate he was. Haha, Danzo, I never expected us to be on the same team. The thought of being able to tease Danzo during missions made Lianye's grin stretch from ear to ear. To Danzo, Lianye's smile resembled that of a demon. Danzo, from now on, we are teammates, Tsurugi Kamachi remarked. Yes, Danzo nodded. Though he looked down on Tsurugi Kamachi, she was still preferable to Uchiha Lianye. Before long, two middle-aged men clad in jounin vests arrived at the training ground. Little ones, I am Senju Tanaka, and this is Senju Yusuke. We are your team leaders. Senju Tanaka had a lively demeanor, while Senju Yusuke appeared serious and stern. Lianye was not particularly surprised that their team leaders were from the Senju clan. Tobirama, wishing to monitor their performance, naturally selected trusted clan members. From now on, I will be your team leader, Senju Yusuke stated as he approached Lianye and the others. Hello, teacher, the three respectfully bowed. Senju Yusuke observed their demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. Follow me. Soon, he led Lianye and the others to a riverside. This will be our gathering point going forward. Now, let me see what you are capable of, he paused before adding. You three will work together to last half a stick of incense against me. Upon hearing this, Lianye's expression turned grave as he slowly unsheathed his sword. Danzo and Tsurugi Kamachi joined him. The three exchanged glances, and Danzo initiated the attack. Wind release, vacuum wave. Countless wind blades shot forth like arrows towards Senju Yusuke. He effortlessly dodged, the wind jutsu crashing to the ground, stirring up dust. Meanwhile, Lianye, wielding a katana, stealthily approached from the right, cloaked in the cover of smoke and dust. Upon spotting Senju Yusuke, he did not hesitate to bring his blade down in a swift arc. The gust of the blade brushed past Yusuke's ear, severing a few strands of his dark hair. Too slow. In an instant, Yusuke vanished and reappeared behind Lianye. Just as danger loomed, Tsuji Kinoko's chain ensnared Yusuke's ankle. Teacher, don't underestimate us, she exclaimed. However, before she could finish, Yusuke deftly threw a shuriken that precisely severed the chain, the razor edge grazing Kinoko's cheek and causing her to stumble back in shock. Taking advantage of the moment, Danzo began forming seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Yusuke leapt to the treetops, evading the attack, and looked down with a mocking smile. Good teamwork. But there are too many openings. With that, he sent 3 shurikens hurtling towards the trio. Lianye swung his sword to block, sparks flying. Kinoko rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the assault. Danzo, caught in the process of forming seals, was unable to evade and was struck in the shoulder by a shuriken, his complexion turning ashen. Danzo, are you alright? Kinoko rushed to his side, eager to administer medical ninjutsu, but was met with Danzo's stern reprimand. Forget about me. Go help Uchiha Lianye. Upon hearing this, Kinoko immediately darted to assist Lianye. Danzo, clutching his shoulder, gritted his teeth and rejoined the fray, aware that his injury was hampering the team's progress. Yusuke regarded Danzo with an appreciative glance before delivering a kick that sent him flying. If you're injured, just lie down, Danzo. The battle intensified, the boys' labored breaths intertwining with the clatter of weapons. When Yusuke trapped the 3 in the earth using earth release, the last grains of sand slipped through the hourglass. Observing only their heads protruding from the ground, he smirked. Half an incense stick's worth of time, barely acceptable. He suddenly tossed 3 forehead protectors into the air, warning. Next time, I won't be so lenient. One of the protectors struck Danzo squarely in the face, further draining the color from his already pale visage. Yusuke then recalled that the trio was still encased in the earth. Ah, my apologies, he quickly released them. After instructing them to regroup here tomorrow morning, he took his leave. Once freed, Kinoko hurried to Danzu's side to treat him. Lianye picked up a fallen forehead protector and offered it to the two. I apologize for holding you back earlier, Danzu murmured. Had it not been for his injury, the task would have been less arduous. Lianye, somewhat taken aback, had not expected such words to come from Danzu. He had initially intended to disparage him. Since Danzu had apologized, he decided to let it go. It's all right. Just be more careful next time. Lianye waved dismissively. Danzu looked up in astonishment. Disbelief etched upon his face. Was he dreaming? Uchiha Lianye, the rascal, had refrained from slandering him. Could it be that the sun had risen in the west? Kinoko smiled as she observed the two. Chapter 38. I never intended to kill him. Senju Tobirama's residence. How does it feel to be a ninja, little brat? Senju Tobirama noted the forehead protector adorning Lianye's brow. It's fine, not particularly difficult, Lianye replied. Tobirama felt compelled to remind him, exercise caution during missions. A moment's negligence could cost you your life. I understand, uncle, Lianye replied, well aware of the stakes. He valued his life greatly. Tobirama murmured softly. As long as you know. After all, he had lived with Lianye for 4 years, and it would be a shame if he were to perish on a mission. Fortunately, he was merely a genin, and with a jounin leading, he wouldn't encounter much danger. Go cook, Tobirama instructed as he watched Lianye enter the kitchen, sighing to himself that he would have to cook for himself from now on. Ever since Lianye became a ninja, his time at home had diminished. Sometimes, missions kept him away for days, leaving no one to prepare meals. Tobirama regretted agreeing to Lianye's early graduation. Now, their household had lost its cook. It was now a matter of eating when they could. He called into the kitchen, little brat, make a few more dishes today. After their meal, Lianye headed to the training ground to practice his swordsmanship. Drawing his blade, he suddenly noticed a nick on the edge, likely from deflecting shurikens earlier. This pained him, as he had spent a considerable sum on it. Lianye sighed. Once I have the money, I must buy a fine sword. A good quality katana would cost no less than 500,000 ryo, which meant he'd need to save for several years. He decided to make do for now and sheathed his sword. Tobirama, having observed the scene, fell into contemplation. The boy had been with him for 4 years, and he realized he had never gifted him anything. Since Lianye desired a quality sword, he would present him with one. He had long cherished a particular katana. Little brat, I will give you a sword as a gift for becoming a ninja, he stated. Really? Lianye's eyes lit up. It felt as though a pillow had appeared just as he dozed off. He hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Follow me. Tobirama beckoned as he led Lianye to his study. Uncle, where's the sword? Lianye scanned the room, but found no sign of it. Tobirama remained silent as he approached a bookshelf and pulled out a book. A hidden door creaked open in the corner of the study. Lianye was taken aback. He had never realized there was a secret door here after all these years. He silently marveled. Senju Tobirama is truly adept at hiding things. Following Tobirama into the secret chamber, Lianye's pupils constricted. The walls were lined with an array of scrolls, undoubtedly forbidden jutsu scrolls. Truly, he was a master of forbidden techniques. At that moment, Lianye noticed a katana gleaming coldly on the innermost shelf. It was unmistakably a fine sword. Tobirama gazed at the blade, lost in reminiscence. This sword was taken from an enemy I defeated on the battlefield. I never intended to kill him. I merely wanted to test a new technique I had been researching. I did not anticipate his demise. Lianye grew increasingly uneasy. Could the owner of this sword be? Tobirama tossed the sword to Lianye, stating, this sword belongs to your Uchiha clan. It is fitting that it returns to its rightful owner. Lianye understood. This sword indeed belonged to Uchiha Izuna. Upon grasping it, he recognized its exceptional quality. It might rival even Orochimaru's Kusanagi. What a shame that it had been taken by Senju Tobirama. From the old man's words, it seemed the act had been accidental. Lianye perceived the underlying message in Tobirama's words. What? I just stabbed you, and you died? I truly did not expect you to perish. You were far too fragile. Faced with a foe like Senju Tobirama, Lianye could only mourn for Uchiha Izuna for 3 seconds. Do not worry, Lord Izuna. I will cherish this sword. Lianye murmured to himself. You know Uchiha Izuna? Tobirama asked, somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that Lianye, this young boy, would be aware of events from over a decade ago. Not only that, but he had also deduced the identity of the sword's owner from Tobirama's few words. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Lianye decided there was no need to conceal it further. He would simply fabricate an excuse. I heard from the elders in the clan that Lord Izuna was killed by you. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's expression grew conflicted as he solemnly remarked, I truly did not intend to kill him. Although he had harbored thoughts of killing Izuna at the time, he never genuinely wished for his death. He merely wished to showcase his newly developed Flying Thunder God technique to Uchiha Izuna, but unexpectedly, the latter met his demise. Senju Tobirama was equally astonished upon discovering the truth. Who would have thought that Uchiha Izuna could not endure? Surely, it was that scoundrel Madara who delayed medical assistance, leading to Izuna's death. In the end, he unjustly attributed Izuna's demise to himself. That detestable Uchiha Madara. Tobirama gritted his teeth. Rinya? How did this turn into a matter concerning Uchiha Madara? This old fool cannot be so bold as to blame Izuna's death on Madara, can he? Well, given my understanding of Senju Tobirama, it is indeed plausible. I wonder what expression Madara will wear upon learning this. In a certain corner of the ninja world, a long-haired man clad in black, with a flaming fan slung over his back and wielding a scythe, suddenly sneezed without warning. This man was Uchiha Madara, who had defected from Konoha 4 years prior. He had discerned the true nature of Konoha. After Hashirama, the successor to the Hokage was none other than Tobirama. Thus, it was clear that the Uchiha clan was destined for annihilation. Realizing this, he had called upon his kin to leave the village. But not a single soul was willing to follow him. This betrayal left him utterly disillusioned with his clan. Those short-sighted individuals were unworthy of being his kin. It was not Madara who was forsaken by his clan, but rather, it was Madara who abandoned them. Ultimately, Madara departed the village alone, in pursuit of true peace. The stone tablet of the Uchiha clan bore the words left by the Sage of Six Paths. The infinite Tsukuyomi can draw everyone into a dream, allowing all to live the life they desire. Thus, Uchiha Madara resolved to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi to achieve world peace. The reality was too harsh. What was wrong with living in a dream? However, the precondition to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi was to possess the Rinnegan. Nevertheless, he had discovered a method to awaken the eye from the tablet. He was now preparing to embark on the first step of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan to control a tailed beast. Chapter 39, Class Missions by the Riverside Gathering Point. Rinya-kun, have you changed your blade? Asked Nara Shikamaru in surprise. Yes, Rinya nodded, gently caressing the scabbard. Does this blade have a name? I have named it Immaculate. Senju Tobirama had once told Rinya that this blade would not stain with the blood of enemies when it struck. Hence the name Immaculate. Shimura Danzo's gaze burned with envy as he fixated on Immaculate. He could tell it was a fine sword, even superior to the weapons wielded by the elite of their clan. This ignited a sense of jealousy within Danzo. Why should this Uchiha Rinya possess such an exquisite weapon? Given Rinya's already formidable strength, coupled with this fine sword, it would be even more challenging for him to catch up. Danzo thought to himself, no, I must acquire a fine weapon as well. In a moment, Senju Yusuke appeared before the trio in a flash. Noticing the sword in Rinya's hand, he complimented, that's a fine blade. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes ignited with jealousy. A weapon praised by Yusuke-sensei was undoubtedly extraordinary. If only he too could possess such a weapon. Senju Yusuke scanned Danzo, who immediately concealed his expression, feigning nonchalance. I will take you to accept your missions. At the mission assembly hall, Rinya surveyed the surroundings and discovered that tasks of various ranks were allocated to corresponding sections. Senju Yusuke led them to the class mission area. Please wait a moment while I select your tasks. With that, he began to peruse the mission information. Humph, soon we'll be undertaking missions, Danzo exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. This would be his first mission since becoming a ninja. He was fully prepared to unleash his prowess. Wow, it's a bit nerve-wracking for my first mission, Nara Shikamaru murmured softly. Rinya regarded the two with a complex expression. It was merely a class mission. Why were they so agitated? If he was not mistaken, class missions were likely trivial tasks, right? What do you mean by that, Rinya-kun? Nara Shikamaru queried, perplexed. Rinya had no intention of explaining. They would soon find out. Danzo snorted derisively, thinking that this brat was once again being enigmatic. Before long, Senju Yusuke returned, clutching a pile of scrolls. I have selected your missions. Yusuke-sensei, is this too much? Nara Shikamaru gulped. With so many tasks, how long would it take them to complete? Not at all. You should be able to finish them today, Senju Yusuke replied. Given your abilities, class missions should be quite manageable. This was precisely why he had taken on so many tasks. Danzo was left astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yusuke-sensei truly did not regard them as capable individuals. Ninja missions were not so easily accomplished. Take a look at your tasks, Rinya suggested, opening a scroll. His lips twitched, as expected. Upon hearing Rinya's words, both of them displayed confusion. What sort of tasks were they? They each opened a scroll, and their expressions instantly froze. Yusuke-sensei, is this really our mission? Danzo exclaimed in shock. Indeed, this is your mission. It is best to complete it by this afternoon, Senju Yusuke stated. Danzo, undeterred, opened a second scroll, and upon reading its contents, he fell utterly silent. Incredulous, this was indeed a task meant for ninjas. Task 1. Organize a beauty contest for the pigs at Uncle Sakeyuki's house at the east end of the village. Task description. Uncle Sakeyuki had a sudden idea to host a beauty contest for his 10 spotted pigs, requiring ninjas to help set up the venue and gather an audience. Task reward, 2,000 Ryo. Task 2. Mediate conflicts between fighting dogs. Task description. 2 stray dogs in the village square frequently fought, scaring the children from playing in the square. Ninjas are needed to understand the cause of their fights and mediate their disputes. Task reward, 1,000 Ryo and a box of dog biscuits. Task 3. Change diapers for the children at the orphanage. Task description. The caregiver at the orphanage is on leave, and several ninjas are urgently needed to help change diapers for hundreds of children. Task reward, 5,000 Ryo. Even though Rinya had prepared himself mentally, he could hardly contain his disbelief upon seeing these tasks. What the hell is a class mission? Yusuke-sensei, can we opt out of these tasks? Rinya inquired. Senju Yusuke raised an eyebrow, stating, if you choose not to accept them, it will be considered a voluntary abandonment of the mission, resulting in a monetary penalty. Rinya. To be honest, he had no desire to engage in such trivial tasks for meager rewards. The reward for class missions was already scant, and the village would take a 30% cut, leaving only 70% to be divided based on their performance, resulting in a meager sum. All right, off you go to complete your missions. The rewards will be divided among you. I shall not partake, Senju Yusuke declared. As a J-nin, he naturally looked down upon sharing mission rewards with a group of children, especially for class missions. The three sighed in resignation as they exited the mission hall. Although class missions posed no danger, the rewards were paltry and the tasks plentiful. The trio toiled throughout the day, their short legs nearly giving out from running, just to finish these tasks. After a day's worth of missions, the initial excitement of Danzo and Nara Shikamaru had faded, replaced by expressions of numbness. Heaven knows what they had endured that day. They finally understood the meaning behind Rinya's words. So this was what class missions entailed. Rinya looked at the two, who seemed devoid of hope, and consoled them. Though the tasks were arduous, we earned some money, did we not? Upon hearing this, their expressions brightened somewhat. Rinya-kun is right. At least we earned some money, Nara Shikamaru replied with a smile. Shimura TZ nodded to himself. With money in hand, he could procure the weapons he desired. The trio eagerly made their way to the mission hall, having completed over a dozen C-rank tasks that day. Surely, they would earn a considerable sum. Upon arrival, they were informed, you have completed a total of 15 C-rank tasks, and your reward amounts to 18,000 Ryo. Please take it. 18,000. What kind of joke is this? Rinya exclaimed in shock. After a grueling day, their earnings were merely 18,000 Ryo, which, when divided among the three, left each with a paltry 6,000. It felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Both TZ and Kankin K. Haru shared similar dismay. After toiling all day, this was the meager compensation they received. Though ninjas could earn swiftly, their expenses were even swifter. After purchasing the necessary ninja tools, their pockets were emptied. Rinya distributed the money among the two. TZ, with a sullen expression, accepted his share and declared, tomorrow, let us have teacher Waisuke assign us B-rank missions. Rinya nodded in agreement. Recognizing the futility of their current C-rank tasks, it was indeed time to increase the challenge. Teacher Waisuke, we wish to undertake B-rank missions, TZ proclaimed. This declaration left Rinya and K. Haru astounded. Hadn't they previously agreed to stick with C-rank tasks? Why the sudden change of heart? TZ, if you wish to court danger, do not involve us. Rinya retorted, though he had confidence in his own abilities. He believed it wiser to avoid unnecessary risks. B-rank missions were perilous. Uchiha Rinya, are you afraid? TZ scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Rinya. Rinya did not deny it. He merely nodded. TZ was incredulous. Is it not just a B-rank mission? What is there to fear? Clearly, TZ underestimated the hazards associated with such tasks. Why Sukchikage furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you truly wish to undertake B-rank missions?" The rank of missions assigned to ninjas is determined by their individual capabilities. Typically, newly graduated genin are relegated to C-rank tasks. Though they can tackle B-rank missions, they are usually more challenging. CH-nin also predominantly engage in C-rank missions, while B-rank assignments are contingent upon the task's requirements and the squad's strength. Jonin primarily handle A-rank missions, occasionally taking on B-rank ones, while S-rank missions are generally reserved for teams of elite Jonin. Of course, this is merely the standard procedure for ordinary ninjas. Prodigies are an exception. Indeed, Teacher Wysuk, TZ affirmed. Wysuk stroked his beard, pondering the trio's capabilities. Given their strength, B-rank missions might indeed pose a challenge. However, taking on such tasks could be perilous. Typically, only seasoned CH-nin squads would dare accept them. Considering the high-risk nature that could lead to fatal consequences, especially for these fresh graduates, Wysuk shook his head firmly. No, B-rank missions are far too dangerous. Such tasks often involve infiltration and assassination. Freshly graduated genin lack the necessary experience. If he were to consent to their request, it would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. TZ, do not press further. Wysuk interrupted as TZ attempted to argue again. Forget about B-rank missions. With your current strength, it would merely be a suicide mission. The trio were disciples personally trained by Tobirama. Should they perish on a mission, Tobirama would undoubtedly be furious. Lianye concurred. Teacher Wysuk is correct. We should stick to C-rank missions. Yes, Lianye-kun is right, K-Haru chimed in. Seeing their agreement, TZ felt a vein throb on his forehead, gritting his teeth. You two are such useless teammates. Lianye implored. TZ, B-rank missions are far too risky. Let us simply take on C-rank ones. TZ, why do you wish to pursue B-rank missions? K-Haru asked, puzzled. Hadn't they just agreed to stick with C-rank tasks? Yesterday, Hizashi informed me that they had taken on a B-rank escort mission. TZ replied coldly. Lianye was taken aback. Had they already begun tackling B-rank missions? TZ nodded, trying to persuade the others. If they can take on B-rank missions, why can't we? All of us have just graduated. Why should they be allowed to pursue B-rank missions while we are left with these inferior tasks? TZ's words were persuasive and ignited Renya's competitive spirit. It was no wonder he would eventually become the leader of the root organization. Uchiha Renya, what do you think? TZ suddenly asked, believing he had incited Renya's desire for competition, which he had. For a moment, Lianye contemplated accepting a B-rank mission. However, he quickly regained his composure and responded to TZ's inquiry. Perhaps they are simply bolder? TZ's lip twitched in frustration. What do you mean by bolder? A true ninja emerges from the blood-soaked battlefield, not from completing B-rank missions. TZ exclaimed. Lianye was momentarily taken aback. TZ's words struck a chord within him. All this time, Lianye had not fully transformed his mindset. He understood that to survive in the ninja world, one must possess formidable strength. Since his arrival in this realm, he had been diligently training to grow stronger. Yet, Lianye had not realized that mere training was insufficient. One must also gather experience through combat. While undertaking missions is indeed perilous, it is also the swiftest path to growth. TZ, you are right, Lianye said, suddenly raising his head. We should indeed pursue B-rank missions. He had come to this realization. If he hesitated to take on a B-rank mission now, how would he face future ninja wars? While it was true that he feared death, this was the ninja world, and he had no choice. The only option was to strive to grow stronger and survive. He believed that he would undoubtedly become more powerful. In that moment, Renya's determination to grow surpassed all else. Lianye, your eyes. K-Haru's exclamation interrupted Renya's thoughts. What is wrong with my eyes? Lianye inquired, bewildered. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though his vision had become more acute, even able to discern the pores on TZ's face. Uchiha Lianye, have you awakened your Sharingan? TZ gazed at Renya's newly manifested Tomo in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. If he were to realize that his words had catalyzed Renya's awakening, would he regret not keeping his mouth shut? It was then that Lianye recognized the change, a surge of joy filling his heart. No wonder his vision had suddenly improved. He had awakened his Sharingan. After 4 years in the ninja world, he had finally opened his eyes. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to awaken a single Tomo at the age of 10 compared to other transmigrators, he was nonetheless elated. The disparity between those of the Uchiha clan with and without the Sharingan was monumental. The Sharingan not only enhanced visual acuity and perception, but could also identify Genjutsu and even cast it back upon opponents. Moreover, it possessed the ability to replicate the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and Genjutsu of adversaries. One must realize that Kakashi earned the title of copy ninja only after obtaining a Sharingan. Mother, you need not worry about my inability to learn ninjutsu anymore, Rinya exclaimed joyfully. Awakening the Sharingan at the age of 10 classified him as a prodigy within the Uchiha clan, deserving of the family's utmost resources for cultivation. Regrettably, Rinya's circumstances were rather unique. After being adopted by Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan appeared reluctant to engage with him. They instinctively regarded Rinya as a traitor. Even Uchiha Shun began to deliberately distance himself from him. Rinya remained unfazed by the Uchiha's treatment, even finding it somewhat amusing. This was clearly the Uchiha's compromise with the Senju, yet they blamed it on him. It merely indicated the ineptitude of the Uchiha's higher-ups. Rinya did not harbor anger over this. As an outsider, he felt little attachment to the clan. The trio approached Waisuk Chikage, collectively requesting to undertake B-rank missions. Unable to resist their fervor, Waisuk acquiesced and assigned them a B-rank mission to eradicate a band of mountain bandits. Chapter 41. Bitter Battle at the Edge of the Land of Fire. I shall not intervene in this mission. You may arrange it as you see fit. Senju Yosuke glanced at the three young ones. Do take care not to perish. With that, he tossed the mission scroll to Rinya and vanished in an instant. Rinya unrolled the scroll. A band of ruthless mountain bandits has taken up residence along a vital route, frequently plundering passing merchant caravans and nearby villages, severely disturbing the peace of the region. Please eradicate these wretched bandits. Note, it is suspected that rogue ninjas are among the bandits. It is advisable for the Chunin team to undertake this mission. Upon reading the task, Rinya's expression grew solemn. The presence of rogue ninjas among the bandits necessitated heightened caution. Are they Jinin or Chunin? Asked Tsurugi Kamaru. If they are Jinin, that would be manageable, but if they are Chunin, it could become quite troublesome. The trio faced the daunting challenge of not only dealing with ordinary bandits, but also potentially confronting Chunin-level rogue ninjas, significantly escalating the difficulty. I do not know, but we should prepare as if they are Chunin, was their consensus, never considering the possibility of an elite Jonin among them. Who among the Jonin would be idle enough to become a bandit? Typically, only those mediocre Chunin or low-level ninjas would resort to banditry, wielding their strength over ordinary folk. Rinya looked at his companions and said, "Let us observe the enemy's movements after nightfall and then devise our battle strategy." The two nodded in agreement. Finding a suitable spot to rest and recuperate in preparation for the evening's confrontation, Rinya noticed his body trembling slightly and wondered, is this fear? No, it seems more like excitement. After years in the ninja world, this was his first mission involving killing. As night descended, the moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds. Rinya and his two teammates lay concealed in the underbrush several hundred meters from the bandit camp, holding their breath in anticipation. The crimson glow of Rinya's Sharingan pierced the darkness, meticulously capturing every movement within the camp. Two lookout towers flanked the area, their fields of vision nearly encompassing the entire encampment. In a hushed tone, Rinya traced a rudimentary map in the earth with his finger. The wooden structure on the west side is the main living area, while the three buildings on the east likely house the rogue ninjas. In the latter half of the night, we will first eliminate the sentries at the lookout towers, then swiftly dispatch the bandits, and finally confront the rogue ninjas. Tsurugi Kamaru and Shimizu Torizu nodded, indicating their agreement with the plan. As the clock approached the latter part of the night, typically the time when fatigue sets in, Rinya, armed with his weapon, Muku, signaled for action. The trio dashed towards the camp with remarkable speed, unnoticed by the drowsy sentries at the lookout posts. Rinya activated his Sharingan, swiftly launching 3 shurikens that struck true, embedding themselves in the throats of the sentries. Almost simultaneously, Kamaru and Torizu executed their ambush, and 4 lifeless bodies fell silently to the ground. First, we must eliminate the stragglers, Rinya instructed in a low voice. He burst into a room where the bandits lay in deep slumber, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Without hesitation, he slit the throat of the nearest bandit. Warm blood splattered across his face, yet he felt neither fear nor disgust. Instead, an uncontrollable thrill surged within him. With his blade in hand, Rinya advanced to the next room. Inside, Chaos erupted as bandits armed with steel knives stumbled out, cursing in confusion. Their movements betrayed the exposure of the trio's stealth. Renya's eyes widened as he witnessed the first few emerge, only to freeze in shock and turn against each other in a violent frenzy. Swiftly resolve this. Renya quickened his strikes. They needed to eliminate these stragglers before the rogue ninjas could react. These bandits were mere commoners. Slaying them was as easy as killing chickens. And soon they were decimated by the trio. Stop, you wretches. A brawny man wielding a large sword finally arrived, glaring at the corpses of his subordinates with fiery eyes. Having arrived too late, he found his men slaughtered. You leaf village brats shall not escape my wrath. He's a chunin, cover me. Renya commanded as he launched the first offensive, targeting the man's vital points. The brawny man remained unfazed, blocking Renya's attack with his massive sword. The force of the impact left Renya's hands tingling, forcing him to stagger back. Brats, you shall perish. The man swung his large blade. At that moment, Torizu and Kamaru rushed forward to provide support. Torizu formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Wind release, vacuum wave." The brawny man roared, cleaving through the wind attack with his sword. Seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing dust, he charged towards Torizu. The latter's face paled as he hastily invoked a defensive technique. However, the brute's strength was overwhelming. The blade struck Torizu's defense, sending him reeling and spitting blood. At that moment, Torizu's mind was consumed with a single thought. I seem to have become a liability again. Kamaru, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of urgency and immediately cast a healing technique to mend Torizu's wounds. Meanwhile, Renya leaped back into the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the brawny man. Their weapons clashed, sending sparks flying as they exchanged blows. Utilizing the advantage of his Sharingan, Renya sought an opening in the man's defense. Frustrated at his inability to subdue the young ninja, the brawny man let out a furious shout, his muscles tensing as his strength surged. His sword rained down upon Renya like a tempest, and a misstep caused Renya to receive a deep gash on his right shoulder, staining his clothing with blood. The searing pain paled Renya's complexion as he quickly distanced himself from the brute. Just when he found himself in peril, Torizu and Kamaru, having regained some strength, rejoined the battle. Kamaru unleashed a fire release technique, sending a torrent of flames towards the brawny man, while Torizu augmented the fire's ferocity with wind release. Forced back by the flames, the brawny man was momentarily distracted, allowing Renya to seize the moment. He gathered chakra into Muku and appeared before the man in a flash. The brute, furious, swung his sword to defend, but Renya's strike, infused with all his strength and the support of his comrades, shattered the blade. Muku plunged directly into the brawny man's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the blade protruding from his chest, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. With the battle concluded, Renya fell to the ground, looking at the lifeless body of the brawny man, overwhelmed with a sense of relief at having survived. This S-rank mission had been perilously dangerous. They had nearly met their end. Had he known, he would not have heeded Torizu's reckless chatter. Kamaru rushed to Renya's side, employing a healing technique to staunch his bleeding. Torizu lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. Once again, he had become a burden during this mission. Will we take on another S-rank mission? Unbeknownst to them, Senju Yosuke appeared before the trio. It was unthinkable for him to truly disregard their safety. Should anything happen to them, Lord Tobirama would certainly tear him to shreds. Senju Yosuke marveled, astonished that they had actually managed to defeat a chunin together. Truly, they are the disciples of Lord Tobirama. Renya stood, extracting Muku from the brawny man's body. Just as Lord Tobirama had stated, the blade remained unsullied by blood. He gazed up at Senju Yosuke, declaring, "Of course, we shall accept." Hearing this, Senju Yosuke was momentarily taken aback. Has this lad forgotten the pain of his wounds? No. The injuries had not yet healed. He observed the blood oozing from Renya's shoulder and fell into silence. Kamaru. Chapter 42. Renya's chakra with the mission accomplished. Senju Yosuke led the group back to the village. Due to the injuries sustained by Torizu and Renya, their pace was unhurried. The journey took 3 days, filled with stops, before they finally returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, Senju Tanaka hurried towards the village, cradling the unconscious Sarutobi Hizashi and Mito Gate in his arms. Uchiha Kagami followed closely behind, seemingly bearing significant injuries. Senju Tanaka wore a frown. Had he known, he would have never agreed to let them undertake a rank mission. Previously, a few of them clamored for the challenge, and in a moment of misguided impulse, Tanaka acquiesced. The mission target turned out to be 2 nin and 1 genin. How could 3 freshly graduated genin contend with such formidable opponents? Within mere minutes of engagement, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kakashi were rendered incapacitated, leaving only Uchiha Kagami to struggle in desperation. Had he not intervened in time, the trio would have already met their demise. If Lord Tobirama were to learn of this debacle, Tanaka would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. The two groups ultimately converged at the gates of Konoha. "Tanaka, what have you done?" Senju Yusuke raised an eyebrow. "Oh, don't even mention it," Tanaka sighed, explaining, "These young brats insisted on taking a rank mission, only to find themselves nearly beaten to death due to their insufficient strength." Rinya gazed at the two severely injured and unconscious individuals, his lips twitching in disbelief. "Goodness, their injuries are quite severe." Shimura Danzo wore a gloating smile. Initially, he had worried that Hiruzen's team would outperform theirs, but seeing their current woeful state brought him great relief. "Kagami, are you all right?" Danzo asked, a rare smile gracing his face. Uchiha Kagami awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm okay." When they had taken on the rank mission, the trio had boasted before Danzo, never anticipating such a swift comeuppance. "I won't waste more time," Tanaka declared as he sprinted toward the Konoha hospital, with Kagami limping along behind him. "Haha, this is absolutely hilarious," Danzo bellowed with laughter. He had believed that Hiruzen's team was truly impressive for taking on a rank mission, only to discover otherwise. "Ha ha ha, cough, cough." His mirth caused him to inadvertently aggravate his wounds, instantly draining the color from his face. "Is this what they call joy turning to sorrow?" Rinya remarked, while Yusuke's lips twitched. "Perhaps I should escort you to the hospital." After a brief bandaging at Konoha Hospital, Rinya returned home. Senju Tobirama's residence. The task, including travel time, had consumed a total of 5 days. Rinya pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Tobirama emerged from his study, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his face. "You're back, little one." During Rinya's absence, Tobirama found meals unappetizing. He realized that his appetite had been spoiled by Rinya's cooking. He could hardly enjoy any other fare. Just as Tobirama was about to request that Rinya prepare a few dishes, he paused, noticing something amiss, his brow furrowing instinctively. In his perception, Rinya's chakra had changed, taking on a chilling aura that inexplicably repulsed him. "Little one," Tobirama's eyes flickered. Rinya felt bewildered. What had caused this sudden shift in demeanor? Had he unwittingly offended the man? Was it possible he was experiencing a midlife crisis? While Rinya pondered these questions, Tobirama spoke. "Have you awakened your Sharingan?" "Uncle, how did you know?" Rinya replied, astonished. He had not disclosed this to Tobirama, yet the elder seemed to possess this knowledge. Tobirama's expression revealed that he had indeed anticipated this outcome. Through his long observation of the Uchiha clan, he discovered that whenever a Uchiha activated their Sharingan, their chakra would undergo a transformation. The higher the Sharingan's grade, the colder and more sinister the chakra became, which he found particularly distasteful. Generally, the colder the chakra, the more prone its wielder was to extremism, potentially leading to dangerous actions. This was the rationale behind Tobirama's wariness of the Uchiha clan. To him, they were akin to powerful lunatics, unpredictable in their tendencies. "Show me your Sharingan," Tobirama commanded, fixing his gaze on Rinya's eyes. Rinya, puzzled by the elder's intent, complied nonetheless. A black tomo emerged near his pupils. The moment he opened his eyes, Tobirama distinctly sensed Rinya's previously tranquil chakra surge, now turbulent and ominously cold. However, this chilling sensation soon dissipated. Tobirama fell into contemplation. What secrets lay hidden within the eyes of the Uchiha clan? Why did awakening them result in such drastic changes in temperament? He resolved to study Rinya's Sharingan thoroughly that evening. "All right, little one," Tobirama finally said. Upon hearing this, Rinya slowly closed his Sharingan. This elder was acting quite mysteriously, leaving Rinya perplexed. Later that evening, Tobirama sat at the table, contentedly enjoying the dinner Rinya had prepared. Indeed, this young one's culinary skills were exceptional. After a few days of preparing his own meals, he found them nearly inedible, devoid of any desire to consume them. Before long, the dishes on the table were completely devoured. Tobirama wiped his mouth, his gaze drifting to Rinya's bandaged shoulder. "I heard you undertook a rank mission?" Rinya nodded, replying, "The difficulty exceeded our expectations." The scenes from that day flashed through his mind. Danzo's blunders, Koharu tending to Danzo's wounds, his own struggle against a formidable opponent, and the sense of impending doom. This mission made Rinya acutely aware that they had previously underestimated the nature of combat. Battles among ninjas were brutal, and one misstep could lead to death. He recounted the details of the mission to Tobirama, who did not chastise them for accepting the ranked task. In his view, a ninja must grow through relentless conflict. A flower sheltered in a greenhouse could never develop into a powerful ninja. Tobirama nodded slightly, his fingers lightly brushing the table. I am quite pleased with your mission's outcome. Only by dancing on the edge of death can one truly comprehend the essence of the ninja way. With that, Tobirama rose, taking his bowl and utensils to the kitchen. Rinya settled onto the sofa, picking up a novel to peruse. In the current ninja world, there was no television and few entertainment options. He had purchased a few novels to pass the time. The quality of these works was mediocre, lacking the brilliance of those from his previous life. In the future, he might consider writing a couple himself. Having read so many novels, he could easily craft a couple based on familiar tropes, surely reaping substantial rewards. It was worth noting that novels in the ninja world were often straightforward narratives, devoid of any pretentious showmanship or dramatic returns. When he finally penned his own, the residents of the ninja world would surely stay up late, eagerly awaiting updates. Chapter 43. Beasts, submit to me. Little Rinya, long time no see. A few months later, upon returning home from a mission, Rinya encountered Senju Hashirama seated in the courtyard. Smiling as he greeted him, Uncle Hashirama, what brings you here? Rinya asked, somewhat surprised. It was well known that aside from the fourth Hokage, other Hokage were typically quite busy. For Hashirama to personally visit indicated something significant had occurred during Rinya's absence. With a sigh, Hashirama explained, I don't know why, but I've felt rather strange lately, even lacking an appetite. During this period, he occasionally experienced palpitations, as if an invisible hand was tightening the strands of fate. This sensation was quite unsettling. Uzumaki Mito noticed Hashirama's change and believed he was suffering from exhaustion-induced anorexia, thus suggesting he try a meal prepared by Rinya. After learning the details, Rinya smiled and said, I see, Uncle Hashirama. I'll prepare a meal for you later. Haha, you're a lifesaver. Little Rinya. Hashirama managed a strained smile. Rinya thought nothing of it. Assuming Hashirama's loss of appetite was merely a result of fatigue, he prepared several dishes favored by Uncle Hashirama, hoping to stimulate his appetite. If that failed, he felt powerless. Rinya expressed his confusion. Is it possible for a powerful figure like Uncle Hashirama to truly suffer from anorexia? Perhaps it is not anorexia, but rather a matter of the heart. After leaving, Senju Hashirama did not return home, but instead wandered alone to Hokage Rock. Below, the smoke from the village wafted gently upward, mingling with the shouts of vendors and the laughter of children, weaving a vibrant tapestry of life that pierced the morning mist. As his wooden sandals crunched over the fine gravel at the peak, he was struck by a familiar sensation. The contours of the stone beneath his feet bore an uncanny resemblance to a memory long cherished. Years ago, he had stood here with Madara, envisioning the future of their village. In those days, Madara, standing in the same spot, pointed to the barren land below, declaring that it should bloom with symbolic white flowers. Now, the cherry blossoms of Konoha were in full bloom, yet their soft pink petals left him momentarily speechless. The wind carried the voices of vendors and children, brushing past his ears, and he suddenly reached out toward the void, as if attempting to grasp his dear friend. The expression on Hashirama's face was complex. He could not fathom why his friend had chosen to leave. Was this not the village they had built together? He stood silently atop Hokage Rock, lost in thought. As night fell, Senju Hashirama finally returned to reality, gazing into the distance. Madara, what are you doing at this moment? At the Senju residence, Tobirama inquired, Sister-in-law, why hasn't brother returned yet? He eyed the dishes on the table, swallowing hard. Not only did his brother love these meals, but he himself relished them as well. If it weren't for the fact that this was his brother's home, he would have already indulged. Kushina frowned. Hashirama is truly something else, making so many people wait for him. Since Hashirama left that morning, he had not returned, and she had no idea where he had gone. Rinya pondered, what could Senju Hashirama be doing? He had come to cook in the afternoon, only to find that Uncle Hashirama was absent when the meal was ready. Believing that Hashirama would return soon, Rinya waited all afternoon, but he never appeared. The dishes on the table had been reheated countless times. After a long wait, Senju Hashirama finally arrived, exclaiming, Haha, I apologize for making you wait so long. What took you so long? Kushina asked, grabbing Hashirama's ear in reprimand. Ow, ow, ow. Kushina. Let go. Hashirama begged. With a huff, Kushina released him. Hashirama rubbed his reddened ear, explaining, I went to Hokage Rock to enjoy the scenery and lost track of time. Kushina rolled her eyes, unsure of how to express her feelings about her husband's antics. Rinya and Tobirama exchanged bemused glances. Having expected Hashirama to be handling village affairs instead of getting lost in the beauty of the landscape. Little Rinya, could you please heat the dishes again? Kushina asked softly. Of course, Aunt Kushina, Rinya replied, taking the dishes to the kitchen. In a short while, he returned with the food warmed once more. Seated at the head of the table, Senju Hashirama gazed at the enticing dishes but felt no appetite. He hovered his chopsticks over the miso soup for what seemed an eternity, the steam blurring his vision. Even the tempura, his once beloved dish, with its golden, crispy exterior, failed to stir his hunger. Is this truly anorexia? He murmured softly. Brother, why aren't you eating? Tobirama noticed his brother's change and inquired. I have no appetite, Hashirama sighed. Rinya silently observed, saying nothing, but his instincts warned him that something significant was about to unfold. Rinya pondered what events might transpire during this time. Just then, a distant rumble of thunder echoed, startling the wind chimes under the eaves into a cacophony of sound. Senju Hashirama suddenly felt a tightness in his throat, each breath becoming labored. He rose, approached the door, and gazed at the darkening sky, whispering, Could it be you, Madara? His intuition told him that this matter was intertwined with Madara. Upon hearing this, Rinya stiffened, a sudden realization dawning upon him. If events were to unfold at this moment, it could only signify the impending battle at the Valley of the End, somewhere in the ninja world. Beast, I have finally found you. At the moment lightning cleaved the clouds, Uchiha Madara's long hair danced wildly in the wind, his crimson Sharingan glowing like two blood moons amidst the darkness. The roar of the nine tails shattered the sky as its 9 colossal tails swept through the air, shattering rocks and sending debris swirling with a violent chakra. Tracing a crimson arc in the sky, Madara deftly evaded the nine tails' assault, eyeing the massive beast with satisfaction. Excellent, you'll make a perfect pet. This incited the nine tails' fury, its desire to rend the human before it to pieces. In the face of the enraged beast, Madara's lips curled into a cold smirk as the 3 tomo spun wildly, ultimately forming the shape of a kaleidoscope. He unleashed a jinjutsu upon the nine tails, commanding, Beast, submit to me. Madara's chakra surged into the nine tails like a tidal wave. The beast struggled and roared in defiance, yet it could only watch helplessly as its body slipped from its control. The 3 tomo appeared in its eyes, marking its complete subjugation under Uchiha Madara. Standing atop the nine tails, Madara gazed into the distance. The first step of my plan is complete. Now, to execute the second. Chapter 44. The most worrisome event has come to pass that night. Rinya lay in bed, contemplating the causes behind the eruption of the battle at the Valley of the End. After the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha clan found themselves in a rather precarious position within the village. Their ideologies diverged sharply. Madara foresaw that after Hashirama, Tobirama would inherit the Hokage position, and the Uchiha might face annihilation. Concerned for the future of Konoha, he believed that only by following his own path could he safeguard the Uchiha clan. Prolonged warfare had instilled a deep aversion to conflict among the Uchiha, who began to fear strength. Madara, who had always revered power, found himself unrecognized by the villagers, even his fellow Uchiha harboring distrust and lack of support for him. Feeling isolated and helpless, Madara resolved to leave Konoha in search of true peace. This so-called peace was the result of Kurizetsu's manipulation of the Uchiha tablet's content, an infinite Tsukuyomi, a jinjutsu to ensnare everyone in illusion. For Madara, was this not a form of peace? The battle at the Valley of the End was pivotal for Madara's awakening of the Rinnegan. According to the tablet's content, to unlock the Rinnegan, he needed Hashirama's cells. Thus, Madara orchestrated the Nine Tails assault on Konoha, leading to a confrontation with Hashirama. This battle also served as a farewell to his past. The peace in the ninja world is about to end, Rinya murmured softly. After the battle at the Valley of the End, time to grow stronger would be limited. If all proceeded as expected, Hashirama would be gravely injured in this conflict, passing away within a few years. At that time, other ninja villages, ever covetous of the Land of Fire, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to wage war upon learning of Hashirama's demise. seeking to claim the bountiful land. The first great ninja war would erupt. War is brutal. Without sufficient strength, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. If Rinya's memory served him correctly, the first great ninja war lasted for many years, claiming the lives of several Kage-level powerhouses, including Senju Tobirama himself. The war dragged on for an extended period, and while Rinya only knew a few significant battles, he felt powerless concerning the overarching dynamics of the conflict. The second Raikage launched an assault on Konoha, with Senju Tobirama putting up a valiant resistance. After a prolonged struggle, both sides opted to form an alliance. However, during the ceremony to solidify this alliance, the duo known as Kin and Jin launched a coup, assassinating the second Raikage and severely injuring Tobirama. In a bid to protect his subordinates, Tobirama chose to confront Kin and Jin alone, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. Concurrently, fierce battles raged between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Stone Village, resulting in the demise of both the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage. Rinya was aware of these developments, yet he felt powerless to alter the course of the war due to his own limitations. At best, he could warn Tobirama of the impending danger of the alliance, allowing him to prepare in advance or even refrain from attending the ceremony. If he could change Tobirama's fate, that would be commendable. Tobirama's political acumen, at the very least, surpassed that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With his leadership, Rinya's chances of survival on the battlefield would be somewhat enhanced. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that Tobirama might intentionally assign him to a perilous task. Given Rinya's understanding of Tobirama, the likelihood of such an outcome was low, yet not entirely impossible. For Tobirama, the safety of the village outweighed all else. If Rinya's demise could yield value for the village, he would undoubtedly send him to face death without hesitation. Ultimately, possessing formidable strength was paramount. In a few years, I shall become stronger. Rinya clenched his fists, resolving to double his training efforts from this moment on. Meanwhile, in Tobirama's quarters, he lay restlessly in bed, a rare instance of insomnia afflicting him despite his usual sound sleep. His elder brother's unusual demeanor today filled him with confusion and unease. He remained unaware of his brother's worries. The village was thriving, and the villagers enjoyed content lives. Under his brother's formidable presence, other nations dared not instigate war, allowing the ninja world to experience its first peace since the Warring States period. In such an environment, he could not fathom what troubled his brother. Tobirama fell into deep contemplation, pondering what could so deeply unsettle his brother. Suddenly, a figure flashed across his mind. If any disruption were to occur, it could only be attributed to Uchiha Madara. A grave expression crossed Tobirama's face as he murmured, "Could it be that Uchiha Madara is plotting something?" Ever since Madara defected from Konoha, he had not heard any news of him, as if he had vanished from existence. He had previously dispatched operatives in search of Madara, but to no avail. Tobirama was well aware of the terror that Madara embodied. If Madara were to undertake any extreme actions, only his brother could possibly thwart him. "I hope my suspicion proves unfounded," Tobirama muttered. The Uchiha clan was a group of perilous lunatics, and Madara was the most dangerous among them. Originally, there had been two such threats, but one had inadvertently met his end at his hands, leaving only the last. It was inconceivable that if Madara were to attack the village, how many innocents would suffer the consequences. Upon this realization, Tobirama sprang from his bed and strode purposefully toward the door. A naturally suspicious individual, he could not ignore any potential threat, no matter how improbable. To prevent such an occurrence, he needed to summon the sealing squad to reinforce Konoha's barriers, ensuring Madara could not breach the village. The twilight sky bled crimson, as if foreshadowing impending calamity. As Tobirama opened the door, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, piercing the air and causing his eardrums to ache. Following this was an overwhelming and malevolent chakra. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the sound. Before him approached a colossal crimson fox, its 9 gigantic tails sweeping through the forest, snapping trees as if they were mere twigs. "Is this the 9 tails?" Tobirama leaped onto the rooftops. The sight of the 9 tails caused his pupils to constrict sharply. He had heard tales of tailed beasts. There were whispers of the Cloud Village attempting to capture the 9 tails. But the beasts might have led to the demise of nearly all those sent after it. 2 unfortunate souls were even swallowed whole by the 9 tails. Miraculously, they survived for 2 weeks inside its belly, sustaining themselves on its flesh and blood before being expelled. Yet, they emerged fortified with the 9 tails chakra. Tobirama was perplexed as to why the Ninetales had appeared here. At that moment, the Ninetale's scarlet-slitted eyes turned towards Konoha. Tobirama's breath hitched as he recognized the Sharingan reflected in those eyes. He beheld the three-tomo Sharingan. Not only that, but atop the Ninetales stood a familiar figure clad in red armor, wielding a scythe and a fan. Uchiha Madara. Tobirama's expression turned grave. The very scenario he feared had come to pass. Uchiha Madara had indeed arrived. Chapter 45. Tailed Beast Bomb. The tremendous commotion roused everyone in Konoha from their slumber. As they emerged from their homes and beheld the immense Ninetales in the distance, their faces paled in an instant. The overwhelming aura emitted by the beast sent shivers down their spines. It's a tailed beast. Everyone flee. Someone screamed hoarsely, plunging the crowd into chaos. Mothers clutching infants stumbled and fell. The elderly were pressed against walls by the panicked throng, and young shinobi gripped their kunai, their knuckles whitening from exertion. Villagers cowered in the shadows, their legs trembling to the point of collapse. Even the shinobi were engulfed by intense fear. Faced with the might of the Ninetales, thoughts of resistance did not even cross their minds. Lianye stepped out of his room and gazed up at the distant Ninetales. Even from afar, the beast's immense presence weighed heavily upon him, rendering him breathless. Is this truly the Ninetales? Linye's voice trembled. In that moment, he comprehended the terror of the tailed beasts. The Ninetales' power surpassed his understanding. No wonder it would become the village's weapon of war in the future. If such a creature appeared on the battlefield, the consequences were unimaginable. Perhaps, in the face of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the Ninetales was but a large toy. Yet to ordinary shinobi, the Ninetales could effortlessly annihilate them. Even elite J-nin would find themselves fleeing in the presence of a tailed beast. Kid, stay inside and don't run around, Tobirama commanded before vanishing from sight. With Madara approaching with ill intent, he needed to quickly organize forces to repel the Ninetales' incursion. Soon, Tobirama had gathered hundreds of shinobi at the gates of Konoha, bracing for confrontation. Meanwhile, Madara had drawn the Ninetales closer. Tobirama's expression grew anxious. Where was his brother? If Senju Hashirama did not arrive, they would stand no chance against Uchiha Madara. The shinobi stared at the Ninetales before them, nervously swallowing their fears. Can we really hold it back? The thought echoed in the minds of those present. We will die. We will definitely die. Tobirama ground his teeth. At this juncture, all he could do was delay as long as possible, waiting for his brother's arrival. He looked up at Madara atop the Ninetales, his voice deep and steady. Madara, what do you intend to do? Madara, looking down upon Tobirama, replied coldly, what do I intend to do? Of course, to destroy Konoha. Observing Tobirama's grim expression, he continued. In my view, Konoha has outlived its purpose. Hashirama's ideals are flawed. This peace is but an illusion. If that is the case, it is better to raze it to the ground and start anew. You are nothing but a traitor and have no right to judge Konoha, Tobirama retorted. Upon hearing this, Madara's expression flickered with surprise before morphing into a mocking smile. A traitor? Uchiha Madara gazed coldly at Tobirama, asserting that Konoha was established by him and Hashirama, and lamented that Hashirama had led the village down a misguided path, prompting his departure. Before he could finish, Tobirama interrupted him, retorting, such eloquence. You are merely a forsaken dog cast aside by your clan. The Uchiha clan members present widened their eyes in terror, incredulous at Tobirama's audacity. They thought, this cannot be spoken. If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. They could already envision the wrathful Madara tearing them to shreds. Realizing his blunder, Tobirama acknowledged that he had misspoken. He had intended to stall for time, but his anger at Madara had overcome him. Madara's expression fluctuated as he looked down at his clan, his Sharingan spinning rapidly to form a kaleidoscopic pattern. The Uchiha lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of their former leader. The moment when Madara had summoned them to leave was still vivid in their minds. Tobirama was correct. They had indeed abandoned their leader. Tobirama, fearing Madara's fury might erupt, commanded, at any cost, prevent him from entering the village. The consequences of the Ninetales entering Konoha would be catastrophic. Contrary to expectations, Madara did not rage with indignation but instead stared quietly at the Uchiha clan below. You are mistaken. It is not they who have abandoned me, but I who have forsaken them. Madara's expression was devoid of emotion. These short-sighted individuals are unworthy of being my kin. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha displayed expressions of guilt. The experiences of being ostracized over the years had made them realize that Madara's decision had been the correct one. Alas, there was no turning back. They could never return. Madara! Tobirama exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Madara's words. This nostalgia ends here, you ants, Madara declared, commanding the Nine Tails to launch an attack. Be careful, Tobirama shouted. The immense paw of the Nine Tails came crashing down, causing everyone to hastily evade. A few were unfortunate and were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Tobirama formed hand seals, unleashing a jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet. The other ninjas followed suit, performing their own jutsu. In an instant, countless powerful techniques surged toward the Nine Tails. Yet, these jutsu failed to inflict any harm on the beast. Instead, they ignited its ferocity. The Nine Tails roared, shattering the ground, with flying debris striking the crowd like cannonballs. A medical ninja, attempting to heal an injured comrade, was pierced through the chest by a massive rock. A ninja armed with kunai attempted a close-range assault, but was repelled violently by the chakra of the Nine Tails, crashing heavily to the ground, with his fate uncertain. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke, as the ninja's attacks proved futile against the might of the Nine Tails, which was just beginning its onslaught. Despair filled their hearts. Could they truly withstand the Nine Tails? Madara, cease this, Tobirama implored. Do not tread further down this misguided path. Before he could finish speaking, the Nine Tails unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the ground to quake. Misguided path? Madara's laughter intertwined with the beast's roar, dripping with scorn. This is the only path. Look at your proud Konoha. How feeble it appears in the face of absolute power. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned a colossal-tailed beast bomb. Its ominous red glow illuminating the despair etched on everyone's faces. And you, Tobirama, shall witness the demise of Konoha. Tobirama swallowed hard, thinking, brother, where are you? It's one thing to be late, but now Konoha is on the brink of destruction. If you do not appear soon, it will be too late. In the distance, Renai was paralyzed with dread at the sight of the tailed beast bomb in the Nine Tails' maw. What a joke. If that bomb falls, Konoha will be obliterated. Had I known it would be this perilous, I would have taken on a mission instead. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated, Madara, halt. Upon hearing this, Renai felt a wave of relief. Finally, Uncle Hashirama has arrived. Chapter 46. The Valley of the End Battle. Hashirama Senju, riding a wooden dragon, confronted Madara from the sky. Madara, stand down. Do you truly wish to destroy the village we built together? Madara's expression remained serene. Hashirama, your understanding of peace is flawed. I do not share your beliefs. As he spoke, the tailed beast bomb that had coalesced in the Nine Tails' mouth was suddenly unleashed. Hashirama's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Madara's resolve to destroy Konoha. Clapping his hands together, he summoned wooden vines behind him to form a colossal barrier, absorbing the impact of the tailed beast bomb. Despite his haste, Hashirama felt the strain. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he gazed incredulously at his once dear friend. Madara, why must you do this? Hashirama, you remain unchanged, always hopelessly optimistic. Madara replied, his gaze as deep as an unfathomable well. He had come to battle with a resolve to face death, and he would not be swayed by Hashirama's words. If you intend to persuade me, I suggest you abandon the effort. We are no longer of the same world. Brother, stop being so indecisive. Tobirama interjected. Madara intends to annihilate Konoha. Why waste breath on him? I understand now, Hashirama murmured. Madara had embarked on an irrevocable path. Persuasion was futile. With unwavering determination, he met Madara's crimson Sharingan gaze, his voice low yet resolute. I will not allow anyone to destroy this village, not even you. As his words hung in the air, countless robust wooden stakes erupted from the earth, surging toward Madara and the Nine Tails. Hashirama, Madara shouted. A monumental battle was on the verge of erupting. Hashirama understood that Konoha could not withstand the aftermath of such a confrontation. He leaped into the air, chakra coalescing beneath him to form a massive lotus platform, using it to block the Nine Tails' assault. Madara, if you have the courage, then follow me. Madara was aware of Hashirama's intentions, yet he bore no ill will. Their clash gradually distanced itself from Konoha. Renai watched the battle unfold, speechless in awe. Is this truly the power one can possess? Even if I were to awaken my own Manjiki Sharingan in the future, I doubt I would stand a chance against Uchiha Madara. Unless, of course, I were to find the aged Madara reliant on life support in 30 or 40 years. By then, he would be nothing more than a frail old man, easy to subdue. Yet, he knew that finding Madara would not be so simple. Renai felt a sense of resignation. Perhaps that would be his only opportunity to defeat Madara in this lifetime. The figures of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara faded from view. Yet the thunderous sounds of their battle echoed in the distance. Renai knew that the outcome would likely see Hashirama victorious, with Madara feigning death to escape. After this confrontation, time for his own growth would be limited. The sounds of battle persisted throughout the night, gradually fading as dawn broke. Everyone understood that the clash between the two had concluded. They began to worry about who the ultimate victor would be. Lord Hokage, you must win. The villagers could not fathom the implications of Hashirama's defeat. Tobirama led the Konoha ninjas towards the battleground. Initially intending to assist, he was sternly rebuffed by his brother. Hashirama did not wish for anyone to interfere in his battle with Madara. Once the sounds of combat ceased, Tobirama finally approached. If Hashirama emerged victorious, all would be well. If Madara triumphed, they would take action against him. At the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood facing each other. Weary from a night of relentless battle, their armor in tatters, Madara had exhausted even the chakra needed to activate his Sharingan. Both men charged at one another, weapons clashing. And Hashirama fell to the ground. Madara turned to gaze at Hashirama, whispering, "It is I who stands, unlike the past." His thoughts drifted back to the moment he was defeated by Hashirama. Had he emerged victorious, the founding of Konoha would never have occurred. It was precisely due to his defeat that he was persuaded by Hashirama to form an alliance and establish the village. Hashirama knelt on the ground, his voice deep and resolute. "I will protect the dream we have just realized. I shall not allow you to destroy the village." Madara, with a scornful expression, retorted, "Hashirama, you are nothing but a failure now, just wait." Before he could finish, Hashirama suddenly appeared behind him, driving his blade through Madara's left chest. In disbelief, Madara looked down at the weapon piercing his torso, only then realizing that the Hashirama he faced earlier was merely a wood clone. "How could I be struck from behind?" Madara murmured. "I will protect our village, my village." Hashirama's expression turned serious. No matter the cost, safeguarding the village meant preserving everything. "I am steadfast in this belief. Anyone who threatens the village, be they friends, brothers, or children, shall not be spared." "You have changed, Hashirama." Madara's body weakened, and he sank to the ground. "Initially, you founded the village to protect your family and friends. Now, you would kill friends and family to save the village. Does that not seem a reversal of priorities?" With that, Madara slowly collapsed onto the ground. Hashirama stared at Madara's lifeless body, falling into silence. If he could, he would have wished to spare his former friend. Yet, there was no choice. Madara's actions had crossed a line. To Hashirama, the safety of the village superseded all else. He sat beside Madara's body and softly expressed, "Madara, I have always sought to ease the conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans." A smile graced Hashirama's face as he continued. "I even had Tobirama adopt one of your Uchiha children, hoping that through their bond, Tobirama would dispel his prejudices against the Uchiha. He had believed that Madara had left out of frustration and would soon return to the village. Hashirama had hoped to share this news with Madara to surprise him. Yet, this was the outcome. "Madara, farewell." Just then, Senju Tobirama arrived with a host of ninjas. Upon seeing Hashirama as the victor, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, are you all right?" Tobirama inquired with concern. Hashirama shook his head and struggled to rise. "I am fine, Tobirama." Tobirama's gaze fell upon Madara's body, filled with avarice. Madara possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. If he could uncover its secrets. Hashirama seemed to sense Tobirama's intentions and warned sharply, "Tobirama, I advise you not to entertain thoughts of Madara, else I will be angered." He would not permit anyone to desecrate his friend's remains. "Understood, brother." Ultimately, Tobirama concealed Madara's body deep in the mountains of Konoha. Within the depths of the mountains, Uchiha Madara, lying in a coffin, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 47. Hashirama's injuries at the Senju Tobirama residence. "Has Uncle Hashirama's condition improved?" asked Renya. Since the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama's injuries had shown no signs of healing. Given Hashirama's robust physique, even fatal wounds should have healed swiftly. Yet, months had passed since the battle, and his injuries remained unhealed, causing Renya great concern. What if Hashirama were to die, leading to an immediate outbreak of war among the ninja nations? Senju Tobirama's expression grew grave as he explained, brother's cells seemed to have entered a dormant state. During this time, he had conducted extensive research on his brother's condition, discovering with astonishment that Hashirama's cellular division rate had slowed dramatically, akin to that of an aging elder. Lianye frowned. This was indeed troubling. Hashirama's formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities stemmed from his exceptionally active cellular division. This allowed him to swiftly regenerate damaged tissues, enabling quick recovery even from severe injuries during battle. However, now, Hashirama's cellular division was slow, indicating that in his clash with Madara, his cells had been overexerted. Utilized to mend grievous wounds or to undergo extensive cellular proliferation to execute powerful jutsu, resulting in a temporary decline in cellular division speed. Much like how the body accelerates hematopoietic stem cell division after significant blood loss, it may subsequently experience a slowdown, requiring time to return to normalcy. This could very well explain why Hashirama had yet to recover. Lianye speculated that it would not be long before Hashirama's cellular division returned to normal. However, excessively rapid cell division could have a downside. It would begin to deplete his vitality. Overextending cellular division could hasten the consumption of his life force, which might ultimately lead to Hashirama's demise. Tobirama was well aware of these implications. Since his brother's injury, he had been seeking solutions but had found none. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "I have done all I can." Lianye remained silent. Knowing the future of the ninja world, he was the one who most wished for Hashirama to survive. The title of God of Shinobi was not bestowed lightly. As long as Hashirama lived, no other nations would dare to covet the land of fire, preventing the outbreak of war and granting him enough time to grow stronger. However, should Hashirama perish, the dynamics of the ninja world would inevitably shift. After all, with both the strongest, Hashirama and Madara, gone, other ninja villages would naturally seize the opportunity to attack the leaderless Konoha. Tobirama's expression remained serious. He shared Linye's thoughts. The experience of his brother's severe injuries had illuminated the fragility of life and the immense loss a great ninja's passing would entail for the village. He began to ponder. How might he enable fallen ninjas to serve Konoha once more? If he could develop such jutsu, he could transcend the boundaries of life and death. In this way, even if his brother were to truly pass away, he could summon him back. If he could invent this kind of jutsu, Konoha would have no need to fear the ambitions of other nations. Lianye was unaware of Tobirama's thoughts. Had he known, he would have been utterly astonished. In the evening, at the Senju Tobirama residence, "Tobirama, little Lianye, you have come," Uzumaki Mito spoke softly. Hashirama's unhealed wounds had greatly distressed her, leaving her looking haggard. "Sister-in-law, how is brother faring?" Tobirama's throat tightened. Among the three Senju brothers, two had perished during the Warring States period, leaving only Hashirama. He could not bear the thought of his brother dying. "Still the same, with no improvement," Mito replied, her eyelashes fluttering. During this time, she had summoned numerous medical ninjas to treat Hashirama, but to no avail. Sensing her despair, Tobirama comforted her. "Sister-in-law, do not worry. I will find a solution." With that, he led Lianye into the house. "Tobirama, little Lianye, what brings you here?" Hashirama managed to sit up with great effort, looking at the two. "Uncle Hashirama, how are you?" Linye's face displayed concern. He silently prayed, "Uncle Hashirama, hold on for a few more years. I have yet to fully grow." Seeing Linye's worried expression warmed Hashirama's heart. He had indeed not misjudged the boy. "Haha, little Lianye, you need not worry. My injuries will heal soon." He sensed that his wounds would mend rapidly. "Is that true, brother?" Tobirama asked eagerly. "Indeed, Tobirama." As the Senju Hashirama spoke, he expressed a sensation of gradual healing from his wounds. With this, he revealed the injuries adorning his arm. Both Yoru and Tobirama hurried forward to inspect them. Just as Hashirama had indicated, the lacerations upon his body were indeed mending. Although the pace of recovery was not as swift as before, it was undeniably progressing. Upon witnessing this, Yoru heaved a sigh of relief, saying, "Uncle Hashirama, it is a relief that you are well." "Haha, I apologize for causing you worry." Hashirama affectionately ruffled Yoru's hair, growing increasingly fond of the child. The concern that had etched itself onto Yoru's face was genuine. He could clearly sense the child's authentic anxiety for his well-being. "Brother, it is a relief you are unharmed. Should anything happen, let sister-in-law come to find me." Tobirama, gazing at Hashirama, paused momentarily before stating, "Brother, you must recover. The village cannot do without you." Upon hearing these words, Hashirama's smile faded. and his expression turned grave. I understand, Tobirama. After grasping the situation concerning Senju Hashirama, Yoru dedicated himself fervently to undertaking missions. He was acutely aware that the time available for him to grow stronger was limited. He must attain the ability to protect himself before Hashirama departed from this world, ensuring he would not become mere cannon fodder in the ensuing conflict. In the days that followed, Yoru was either engaged in missions or on the way to them. This relentless pace proved to be exhausting for both Shimura Danzo and Tsubaki. On several occasions, after completing a mission, with their wounds still fresh, Yoru would embark on yet another task. However, the results were remarkable. Throughout their missions, the trio faced numerous life and death battles, continually reflecting and refining their skills, leading to significant improvements in their abilities. Within just a year, their prowess had nearly reached that of Chunin. Senju Yusuke held them in high regard. At the borders of the land of fire, Tsubaki, with a hint of fatigue in her eyes, suggested, Yurukun, now that this mission is complete, shall we take a brief respite? This was already their 5th mission in the month. Excluding travel and rest, they had been almost constantly engaged in tasks. Upon hearing her words, Danzo halted his efforts to bandage his wounds, directing his gaze toward Yoru. Although he remained silent, it was evident he too desired a break. Yoru, lowering his eyes to wipe his blade, caught a reflection of the trio's disheveled state. Tsubaki, having exhausted her chakra, appeared pale, while Danzo's bandaged arm was still seeping blood. With both of them looking expectantly at him, Yoru nodded in agreement. Indeed, a period of rest was warranted. Sheathing his sword, Yoru noted Danzo's tense expression finally relaxed somewhat. Thank goodness, we can finally rest. If we undertake another mission, I might just perish in the process. Tsubaki exclaimed joyfully, giving Yoru a playful pat on the back before darting off toward the village, declaring, It's settled then. I plan to sleep for 3 days and nights. With the mission concluded, they began their journey homeward. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the 3 companions. Chapter 48. I would prefer you become a chef at the Senju Tobirama residence. Tobirama, appearing weary, emerged from his study. You've returned just in time, little brat. Hurry and prepare me a meal. Over the past year, he had been engrossed in researching a jutsu capable of bringing the deceased back to the shinobi world. After countless experiments, he had yet to achieve any success. The crux of this technique lay in summoning the souls of the departed, a feat that proved exceedingly challenging. In pursuit of controlling souls, he intended to develop a jutsu that could restrain them, tentatively named soul binding. Should he succeed in crafting this jutsu, he would be able to control the souls of the deceased, thus facilitating their summoning. Tobirama's obsession with soul binding led him to neglect his rest, relying solely on military rations for sustenance, with only his sister-in-law occasionally bringing him meals. He was nearly at the point of starvation. Upon seeing Yoru's return, he immediately ordered him to prepare food. During Yoru's absence, Tobirama had often grumbled about the boy's constant missions, lamenting that he hardly ever returned home. Hearing Tobirama's request, Yoru felt a twitch in his eyelids, internally grumbling, This old man is at it again, ordering me to cook. The irony was that he had barely entered the house, not even having a moment to drink water. Uncle, I have injuries, Yoru replied helplessly. Tobirama then noticed the bandage wrapped around Yoru's abdomen. It's merely a small injury. Bear with it for now. I haven't eaten in days. Yoru was taken aback, thinking, what does your hunger have to do with me? Uncle, I'd rather not point out that you're well into your 30s. Can't you just cook for yourself when you're hungry? Yoru's expression was one of incredulity, as if he were looking at someone utterly foolish. Tobirama's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained. I've been preoccupied with developing jutsu. I haven't had the time to cook. Uncle, you're secretly researching forbidden jutsu again, aren't you? Yoru sighed. In his previous impressions, Tobirama had been focused on lofty jutsu. However, upon witnessing the content of Tobirama's scrolls, he realized they contained highly abstract techniques, some bordering on the unethical. It was no wonder Hashirama had prohibited Tobirama from further research. Who knew what kind of catastrophic jutsu he might develop if allowed to continue? Despite Hashirama's explicit orders, this old man persisted in his clandestine studies. After Yoru stumbled upon him, Tobirama had even threatened him to keep it a secret from his elder brother. In this matter, Yoru could only turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. The jutsu I'm developing isn't forbidden. It's meant to serve the village's legacy, Tobirama asserted with a serious demeanor. He genuinely believed that the techniques he was developing, while perilous, could unleash tremendous power if mastered. Even when he and Hashirama were no longer around, these jutsu could provide the village with a means to fend off invasions from other nations. Upon hearing this, Yoru remained noncommittal. Indeed, the jutsu created by Tobirama were formidable, and mastering even one could greatly enhance one's strength, much like the multiple shadow clone jutsu and flying thunder god technique. Once Naruto and his son learned them, they became signature moves. However, the only downside to Tobirama's powerful techniques was their demanding nature on the user. The multiple shadow clone jutsu required a vast amount of chakra. If the user lacked sufficient chakra, its use could lead to exhaustion, posing a risk to life. Meanwhile, the flying thunder god technique necessitated an intricate understanding of space-time ninjutsu principles, alongside an exceptionally high level of talent. In summary, it was challenging for an average person to master. Yoru had long desired to learn the flying thunder god technique, but had never found the opportunity to ask. Even if Tobirama were willing to teach, there was no guarantee he would be able to learn it. "All right, little brat, hurry and make that meal," Tobirama urged. With a resigned sigh, Yoru trudged into the kitchen, feeling more like a chef than a shinobi. Ever since he had been taken in by Tobirama, he had become the Senju household's designated cook. Each time he returned from a mission, his first priority was not rest, but preparing meals. Initially, it was manageable. Yoru only had to handle cooking without concern for anything else. Now, however, he found himself not only cooking but also shopping for ingredients and washing dishes. This old man always claimed to be busy and left all the dirty and laborious tasks to him. Tobirama watched Yoru enter the kitchen with a complex expression, murmuring softly, "Little brat, I would rather you become a chef." The world of ninjas was fraught with peril, living on the edge of life and death. With the constant threat of oblivion lurking around the corner, he would prefer for Yoru to lack ninja aptitude and instead run a restaurant in the village. As long as Konoha remained intact, Yoru could blissfully live out his days as an ordinary person. After all, having lived together for so long, one could develop feelings even for a dog, let alone for a living, breathing person. Senju Tobirama was naturally reluctant to witness the demise of Lianye in battle. However, there was little choice. Once one became a ninja, certain harsh realities must be confronted. After all, he could not protect this young boy for a lifetime, could he? At the dining table, the delectable aroma of the food allowed Senju Tobirama to momentarily forget his fatigue and worries. Indeed, the culinary skills of this young boy were commendable. After consuming 2 bowls of rice, he still felt unsatisfied and served himself another. This young boy often embarked on missions, sometimes disappearing for weeks. If he did not indulge now, he would soon find himself subsisting on soldier pills in the laboratory. As Tobirama savored his meal, Lianye inquired, "Uncle, is Sister Sakura about to give birth?" The Sakura he referred to was Senju Hashirama's daughter-in-law, and thus Tsunade's mother. "It should be soon," Senju Tobirama replied, putting down his chopsticks. "It will likely happen within the next few days." "I understand. I will visit Sister Sakura when the time comes." "Yes. Remember to send blessings to Fujin and Sakura." "Rest assured, Uncle." Fujin was Senju Hashirama's son, and thus Tobirama's nephew. Initially, Lianye was curious about the whereabouts of Hashirama's son, only to later learn that Senju Hashirama had arranged a marriage for his son at the feudal lord's estate. Senju Fujin had been living in the capital of the Land of Fire with his wife, and had not returned to Konoha. It was understandable that Lianye was unaware of this, as if not for the impending birth of his wife, Fujin might not have returned at all. From Tobirama, Lianye learned that the relationship between Hashirama and his son was strained, with the two having had little contact for quite some time. The cause was the arranged marriage, which Fujin described as a union, but one could argue it was more akin to an adoption. It was perplexing that Senju Hashirama would allow his son to be adopted into another family. This situation had led to a deterioration in their relationship. As for why Fujin had returned, Lianye speculated it might be due to the allure of family, especially since Sister Sakura was quite beautiful. Chapter 49. The birth of Tsunade. With Tsunade's impending birth, Lianye refrained from accepting missions in recent days, granting Shimura Danzo and Sakinakawa Koharu a brief respite. This delighted the two, who eagerly embraced their rare holiday. A few days later, at the Senju residence, Senju Hashirama anxiously paced the courtyard. "What shall I do? What shall I do? Sakura is about to give birth. Is it a boy or a girl?" Senju Fujin looked bewilderedly at his father. Shouldn't these words be his? After all, wasn't he the one who was to become a father? Uzumaki Mito rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hashirama, please don't create chaos. Haha. It's my first time as a grandfather. I am a bit nervous. Senju Hashirama sheepishly scratched his head. After a year of recuperation, Hashirama's injuries had healed completely, but he could distinctly feel that his physical capabilities were not what they once were. His vitality was not as robust as it had been before. He was aware that he was not far from death. To spare Mito and Tobirama from worry, he chose not to disclose this. Thus, he cherished the present moments. And upon learning he was to become a grandfather, he felt immense joy. Unexpectedly, in the twilight of his life, there was a delightful surprise. At that moment, Senju, Tobirama, and Lianye hurriedly arrived. "How is it, brother?" Tobirama asked, tension evident in his voice. It was his grandchild about to be born, after all. "Fujin, are you all right?" Lianye approached Fujin's side, noticing the sweat glistening on his forehead, his complexion pale, and his legs trembling slightly. Upon hearing Linya's question, Fujin's voice quivered. "Lianye, I am a bit anxious." He genuinely feared for his wife and child's safety. Childbirth in the ninja world is fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic outcome for both mother and child. "Relax, Sister Sakura, and the baby will be just fine," Lianye softly reassured him, believing that Fujin's fears would not materialize. After all, Tsunade would soon have a younger brother named Ju, at least until Ju's birth. Fujin and Sakura were unlikely to encounter any misfortune. As for what lay beyond that, Lianye was uncertain. The original narrative made no mention of their specific fates. However, given their residence at the feudal lord's estate, they should not face significant issues. "Thank you, Lianye." Fujin's anxious demeanor began to ease. Experiencing such a situation for the first time, it would have been disingenuous to claim he was not nervous. He truly feared the occurrence of a tragedy involving both mother and child. Fortunately, not long after, the sound of a baby's cry echoed from the room. The group quickly gathered at the door, anticipation etched on their faces. "Fujin, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Hashirama asked, looking at his son. I like both," Fujin replied, blushing. The midwife opened the door, cradling the baby, and smiled. "Everyone, there's no need to worry. The delivery went smoothly, and both mother and daughter are safe." Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly rushed forward to witness the moment. Senju Hashirama took the baby into his arms, his face breaking into a wide grin. "Haha, it's a girl. I have a granddaughter. Brother, let me hold her," Tobirama exclaimed eagerly. Hashirama was swift, and before he could react, his granddaughter was already in his brother's embrace. "Tobirama, don't be hasty. Let me hold her for a while," Hashirama chuckled, knowing that as long as the granddaughter was in his hands, he could decide how long to hold her. As for Tobirama, who cared? Lianye had hoped to catch a glimpse of Tsunade's newly born face, but he found himself unable to squeeze through the crowd. Not just him, even Fujin, the father, could only watch as his father and uncle vied for their child. However, Fujin soon thought of his wife and, disregarding Tsunade, rushed into the room. Lianye raised an eyebrow. Realizing that Fujin and Sakura shared a genuine love, Tsunade was merely a delightful surprise. "Hashirama, give me my granddaughter." Uzumaki Mito extended her arms, eager to hold her grandchild as well. Though reluctant, Hashirama had no choice but to comply, surrendering his granddaughter to his wife. "Sister-in-law, I have yet to hold her," Tobirama weakly protested. After all, he had arrived first. How could she cut in line? "Tobirama, be patient. Let me have a look at my granddaughter first," Mito smiled. "Very well," Tobirama sighed, hoping that his sister-in-law would soon allow him to hold his granddaughter. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity of anxious waiting, Mito was finally about to hand over Tsunade to Tobirama. He eagerly extended his hands, ready to embrace her. My first time holding my granddaughter. I am quite excited." Just then, Fujin emerged, supporting the weak Sakura. "Mother, may I see the child?" Sakura asked. "Of course," Mito replied without hesitation, passing Tsunade to Sakura, for after all, she was the child's mother. Watching Sakura take his granddaughter, Tobirama felt as though the sky had fallen. He had waited so long, only to have it end in this manner. Lianye, witnessing Tobirama's constipated expression, could hardly contain his amusement. This old fellow was truly entertaining. Seeing Tobirama's forlorn expression, Mito shrugged in resignation. "Tobirama, I cannot help it. The child's mother has spoken." In the end, Tobirama finally got his wish and held his granddaughter. His gaze upon Tsunade was filled with tenderness. Lianye was astounded by this scene, unable to believe that this old fellow possessed such a gentle side. Sakura named her daughter Tsunade. After her birth, everyone lavished affection upon the child. Unfortunately, it was not long before Fujin and Sakura departed for the capital with Tsunade, leaving Senju Hashirama heartbroken. On the day of their departure, he clutched Fujin's sleeve, pleading for them to stay with Tsunade. Observing his father's embarrassing display, Fujin felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, he promised that they would frequently return with Tsunade, allowing Hashirama to finally let go. Later, Fujin proved to be a man of his word, frequently bringing Tsunade back. The couple, Hashirama and Mito, were overjoyed to see their granddaughter. With this brief interlude concluded, Lianye returned to the normal life of a ninja. It is worth noting that during Renya's mission, Senju Hashirama convened a Kage meeting to sell the captured tailed beasts to various villages. Uzumaki Mito utilized the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to seal the 9 tails within her body, prompting other ninja villages to follow suit. Thus, the era of Jinchuriki began. Chapter 50. Surely, the Chunin exam cannot include theoretical questions? At the gates of Konoha, Lianye and his companions had just returned from a mission. This time, they had successfully eliminated a squad of Chunin from the Land of Wind. In that moment, Lianye noticed that Senju Yusuke had somehow arrived at the gate. Yusuke-sensei, what brings you here? The trio inquired, puzzled. Hey, you 3 really don't regard me as your guiding teacher at all, do you? Senju Yusuke sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. As the leading jonin, it was theoretically his responsibility to accompany the 3 on missions to ensure their safety. However, Lianye always neglected to inform him when they accepted missions, and by the time Yusuke learned of it, the trio had already embarked on their tasks, sometimes even completing them without his knowledge. Principally, a Jinin team was required to be led by a Chunin or Jonin teacher to accept missions at the task hall. Yet, the trio's unique status, coupled with their strength reaching that of a Chunin, led the staff responsible for mission registration to turn a blind eye. After all, their teacher was none other than Tobirama-sama. Renya's reluctance to allow Senju Yusuke to accompany them stemmed from a simple reason. If Yusuke, a Jonin, were to secretly protect them, they would lack the motivation to fight earnestly during their missions. Subconsciously, they would develop a dependency, diminishing their fighting spirit and potential. When confronted by formidable foes, they might instinctively wait for the Jonin to step in and resolve the crisis rather than actively employing their knowledge and teamwork to navigate the challenges. Over time, their battle consciousness could become complacent, and they might even cultivate a false sense of security, believing that someone would always have their backs. Such a mentality could prove fatal. Upon realizing this, Lianye ceased to notify Senju Yusuke about their missions. Initially, Danzo and Koharu did not comprehend this decision, but gradually, they began to understand during the course of their missions. Naturally, Lianye did not accept tasks beyond their capabilities. He merely sought to grow stronger and was not foolish enough to take on missions that were tantamount to suicide. Lianye recalled an instance when the mission target was stated to be a Chunin team, only to discover upon arrival that there was a Jonin leading the team. Estimating the success rate of ambushing them to be merely 40, he did not hesitate to abandon the mission and led his companions to safety. Jonin who survived the Warring States period possessed immense battle experience and were exceedingly cautious. They would not underestimate Lianye and his companions due to their youth. Instead, they would unleash their full strength and resolve the battle in a matter of moments. After all, those arrogant fools would have long since met their demise. Ninjas, akin to high-damage assassins, possess limited physical strength. Even a Jonin could falter against a Chunin or Genin. Lianye was unwilling to engage with a Jonin who had survived the Warring States period unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would prefer to flee, as there was no shame in retreating. Senju Yusuke understood the trio's mindset and felt a sense of satisfaction. However, this also left him feeling rather insignificant. In times of peace, while the Jonin of the village led students on missions, he found himself wandering the village aimlessly. Once a proud Jonin, he felt reduced to a mere idle bystander. Those Jonin who were close to Yusuke often teased him, asking if he had been ostracized by his students. At such moments, Yusuke could only smile silently, harboring his frustrations alone. The independence of his students was not without its drawbacks. To avoid being perceived as a mere idle figure in the village, he contemplated deeply and ultimately resolved. You 3 have performed admirably, so I have enrolled you in the upcoming Chunin exam. Yusuke declared, with your abilities, passing the exam should not pose a challenge. This way, I can lead freshly graduated Genin. Generally, Chunin serve as the backbone of the village's strength and are a crucial component of its combat capabilities. Once they pass the Chunin exam, a team no longer requires a guiding teacher. In fact, most instructors for Jonin are Chunin. As the number of Jonin in a village is limited, typically, a group of Jonin would mentor Jonin until they became Chunin, at which point they would guide newly graduated Jonin. Upon hearing this, the trio was momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Senju Yusuke would make such a proclamation. Yusuke-sensei, are you abandoning us? Renya gulped, pondering. Could it be that our decision to undertake missions without him has angered him into quitting? The three exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Yusuke-sensei, please don't be upset. For our next mission, we will take you along, Tsunade offered timidly. Indeed, Yusuke-sensei. As a Jonin, you shouldn't hold a grudge against us, Danzo added, seemingly seeing through the teacher's thoughts. Renya remained silent, merely letting out a resigned sigh, his expression conveying both understanding and unspoken words. Senju Yusuke. Just moments ago, he felt guilty towards the trio, but now that guilt had vanished entirely. He was immensely relieved to have made the right decision. Otherwise, he would have eventually driven himself to despair. The Chunin exam was set to take place in 5 days. And Yusuke instructed them, you three should refrain from undertaking missions during this time and prepare diligently. Not wishing to see them any longer, he promptly turned to leave. Just then, Renya called out to him. Yusuke-sensei, wait. Yusuke turned, looking at Renya with curiosity. Do you have more questions? Well, Renya scratched his head, tentatively asking, surely, the Chunin exam cannot include theoretical questions, can it? Of course, it does, Yusuke replied. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why Renya posed such a question. Wait a moment, why does this kid look so distressed? Renya, are you alright? Senju Yusuke inquired. Haha, I'm fine, really, Renya stammered, still somewhat dazed. Well, if you're alright, I'll take my leave, Yusuke stated, and with that, his figure vanished from sight. Renya-kun, don't be nervous. The theoretical exam is quite simple, Tsunade reassured him. Renya said nothing, gazing up at the sky. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Did he not know how simple or difficult the theoretical exam was? The dazzling score of 5 still adorned the wall of his home. He had thought that upon becoming a ninja, he would be free from academic studies, only to find that the Chunin exam awaited him. Having performed poorly in academics, and with over a year since his graduation, Renya felt that his chances of becoming a Chunin were bleak. Danzo, witnessing this, could only sigh in resignation. Renya's academic performance was truly lamentable. Perhaps he could consider cheating during the exam. Chapter 51. The Chunin exam that night. At the Senju Tobirama residence, after a long day of labor in the laboratory, Senju Tobirama returned home. Upon stepping into the living room, an expression of disbelief crossed his face. There sat Renya in the living room, engrossed in his studies, deeply focused on the books before him. The dust on the surface of the books suggested that their owner had not perused them in quite some time. Witnessing this scene, Senju Tobirama instinctively disrupted the chakra within his body. He would rather believe he was ensnared in a jinjutsu than accept the reality that Renya was reading. Ultimately, Tobirama was astonished to discover that he was not under an illusion. The young lad was indeed engrossed in a book. For a moment, he felt as if he were in a dream. The impact of seeing Renya read was akin to receiving news of Izuna's demise. You're reading? Tobirama inquired, his tone laced with disbelief. Renya rolled his eyes in response, wondering if the old man was merely seeking trouble. Displaying the cover of the book, he retorted, what else could it be? As Tobirama glanced at the title, History of the Ninja World, he fell silent. The boy was genuinely reading, and it was a work he had authored himself. He nodded in approval. Indeed, reading is beneficial. He had previously encouraged Renya to study, but the boy had shown little interest in theoretical knowledge, making it difficult for him to absorb any of it. Now, seeing Renya engage in learning, Tobirama felt a sense of satisfaction. If it weren't for the theory portion of the Chunin exam, I wouldn't bother with it at all, Renya grumbled. Tossing the book onto the table, he had spent an entire afternoon reading, yet it felt as though he had absorbed nothing. The knowledge slipped from his mind as swiftly as it entered. As for using his Sharingan to memorize, that thought had never crossed his mind. True strength did not rely on deceit, unless absolutely necessary, and he certainly was not a formidable force at present. Upon hearing this, Tobirama finally understood the boy's unprecedented motivation for reading. He was preparing for the Chunin exam. The thought of Renya's theoretical scores filled Tobirama with dread. He could not fathom why the boy's theoretical performance was so abysmal. He had even analyzed Renya's intellect, finding no apparent issues, which only deepened his confusion. Tobirama ultimately concluded that Renya was simply not academically inclined. Since you've registered for the Chunin exam, you ought to study diligently. It would be embarrassing to fail, Tobirama advised. Suddenly, Renya had a thought and turned to Tobirama. Uncle, I believe there's no need for a theoretical exam in the Chunin exam. I suggest we abolish it. Tobirama regarded Renya with a calm gaze, evidently unwilling to engage in the discussion. If it cannot be changed, so be it. I shall prepare dinner, Renya said hastily, rising to head to the kitchen. As for the theoretical exam, he figured he could always resort to copying others' actions with his Sharingan, just like Sasuke in the original story. After all, learning was an impossibility for him. After a long afternoon of reading, Renya came to the stark realization that he simply was not cut out for academics. 5 days later, at the Chunin exam venue, as Renya and his team arrived, a familiar voice called out from behind. Renya-kun, are you also participating in the exam? Turning around, Renya saw Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Mito Menko approaching. Long time no see, Renya greeted, and they began to exchange pleasantries and recount their experiences since graduation. The past year seemed to have matured them all considerably. Tobirama observed his good friend with a complex expression. Hizashi had grown stronger. He had thought that through diligent training, he could keep pace with Hizashi, yet the reality was that the gap between them had only widened, leaving him with a sense of loss. Haha, Tobirama. It's been a while, Hizashi exclaimed, enthusiastically giving Tobirama a bear hug, expressing how much he had missed his best friend. Tobirama forced a smile, although they were close. He did not relish being overshadowed by Hizashi, such is human nature. Renya approached Kagami, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Have you awakened your eyes? Renya asked suddenly. Huh? Kagami was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, yes, I have awakened them. Renya displayed a knowing expression. He had sensed the change in Kagami's chakra the moment he saw him, a clear indication of the awakening of the Sharingan. At that moment, the proctor took the stage, his gaze sharp as an eagle surveying the gathered ninjas. Upon seeing Renya and his companions, he appeared somewhat taken aback. It was rare for ninjas as young as 11 or 12 to participate in the Chunin exam. This Chunin exam will assess your strength, wisdom, and teamwork, he announced, signaling the commencement of the first round. Renya sighed in resignation, not expecting the first exam to be a written test. Fortunately, he had the advantage of copying others' actions with his Sharingan. As the exam began, he mimicked the movements of Tenkai Komura, successfully passing the test without raising suspicion. The format of this Chunin exam was akin to that of Naruto's cohort. Following the written portion, they would face the brutal elimination rounds. The candidates were taken to the forest of Konoha, where the objective was to acquire a specified number of scrolls within 3 days and reach the designated endpoint. Renya's team and Hizashi's team separated to pursue their tasks. After 3 days of searching and battling, they successfully obtained the required scrolls and reached the destination by the evening of the 3rd day. The final exam was a one-on-one duel. Renya's opponent was a young man in his 20s. Upon realizing his opponent was merely a child, the youth felt assured of his advancement to Chunin. Proficient in water techniques, he quickly enveloped the battlefield in a thick mist. Renya activated his Sharingan, remaining vigilant amidst the fog, aware that an ambush was imminent. Sure enough, a water blade shot forth from the mist. Renya sidestepped it and swiftly performed hand seals to unleash the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Countless fireballs swirled through the mist, forcing the young man to reveal himself. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, leveraging the advantage of his Sharingan. Renya gained the upper hand and ultimately utilized Genjutsu to subdue the young man, securing his victory. Tobirama, Hizashi, Tenkai Komura, Kagami, and Mito Menko were fortunate not to be grouped together. Each demonstrated formidable strength in their respective battles. In the end, all 6 successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin. Renya received the exclusive green vest designated for Chunin. Having ascended to Chunin at the tender age of 11, he felt quite pleased with the rapid progression of his abilities. The only source of frustration was that his Sharingan had yet to evolve, remaining a single tome. If he could unlock the 3 tomes, his power would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Just how intense must one's emotional stimuli be? Chapter 52. Am I joking with you? Renya-kun, why do you seem so distracted? Days later, within the merchant convoy, Tenkai Komura observed Renya, who sat in a daze atop a cart, her brow furrowed in concern. Their task was to escort the merchant caravan to the land of Earth. Yet throughout the journey, Rinya remained silent, clutching his weapon, lost in thought. Initially, she hesitated to inquire. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and it was unnecessary to pry. However, Rinya was different. He was the core of their team, and such a state could pose risks during their mission. Tobirama glanced over. It was his first time witnessing Rinya in such a state. He was curious about what could cause Rinya to be so preoccupied. Rinya had been contemplating the awakening of his eyes, and, upon hearing the question, finally snapped back to reality. He turned to the two with a curious expression and explained, I was pondering how to quickly evolve my single tome into a double tome, and eventually a 3-tome. Is it difficult for your Uchiha clan to awaken your eyes? Tenkai Komura inquired. At her words, Tobirama instinctively furrowed his brow, casting an annoyed glance at Tenkai Komura. To him, Xiaochun's inquiry was rather presumptuous, as it involved questioning another family's method of awakening their eyes, a behavior akin to that of a spy. Fortunately, Rinya was their teammate. Had it been any other member of the Uchiha clan, they might have seized this foolish woman for interrogation. After all, the method of awakening one's eyes was a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan. Yet, Rinya did not dwell on it too much. To him, the process of awakening the eyes was not a secret worth concealing. It was indeed somewhat challenging. Shimura Danzo was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Rinya to divulge such a sensitive topic, and he quickly perked up his ears. This was a prime opportunity to gain insight into the Uchiha. The evolution of the Sharingan required intense emotional stimulation, and once coupled with sufficient chakra, it would naturally evolve. While this sounded simple in theory, the practical application was quite different. Among the Uchiha clan, the majority of those capable of awakening their eyes stopped at the 2-tomo level, with only a select few able to reach the 3-tomo. The concept of intense emotions was rather abstract. Some clan members possessed a formidable psychological resilience, making it difficult for ordinary emotions to trigger an evolution of the eyes, unless they witnessed their most cherished ones perish before their eyes, which would increase the likelihood of the evolution occurring. Hence, within the Uchiha clan, having an excessively strong psychological fortitude was not necessarily a boon. For Rinya, the evolution of his eyes was even more arduous. He was a traveler from another world, perpetually feeling a sense of detachment from this realm, unable to swiftly integrate or form profound emotional bonds. This predicament troubled him greatly, as ordinary emotions rarely spurred him. Only the death of a comrade or a close friend might provoke such an evolution in his Sharingan. Of course, intense emotions were not solely comprised of anger, joy, excitement, and fear could also catalyze the evolution of the eyes in life and death situations. So, the evolution of the Sharingan hinged on powerful emotions? Zhuangqin Xiaochun suddenly understood. Shimura Danzo was astonished, murmuring, is it merely emotional intensity that suffices? He had assumed the evolution of the Sharingan was a complex process. He never imagined that mere intense emotions would be sufficient. This revelation stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. Damn it, it was easier for ninjas from prominent clans to grow stronger. For their lesser clans, bereft of powerful bloodline limits, the only path to strength was relentless training. After exhausting themselves to gain strength, they would watch as a neighboring Uchiha awakened their Sharingan in a fit of rage, instantly surpassing them. How disheartening. Rinya was oblivious to Danzo's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have vehemently argued against him. Awakening the Uchiha eyes was no simple matter. Rinya pondered as he absently rubbed the hilt of his blade, glancing at the two. Tell me, if you were to die before me, would I be able to awaken my eyes? Upon hearing this, both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Was Rinya truly so desperate to awaken his eyes? Rinya-kun, please don't say such things, Xiaochun said nervously, swallowing hard. Haha, Rinya, please, don't jest with us, Danzo chuckled awkwardly. Rinya's line of thought was perilous. They needed to dissuade him from such notions. Otherwise, they genuinely feared that Rinya might act against them on a mission or leave them to perish. At that moment, both realized the meaning behind their teacher Tobirama's earlier words. The Uchiha clan possesses extreme personalities, easily swayed to the brink. Rinya gazed at them coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. I am not joking. He placed his hand upon the hilt of his blade, and with a metallic hum, the blade slid from its sheath by several inches. Both Danzo and Xiaochun stared in terror, their eyes widening in shock. Goodness, this was far more terrifying than betraying a teammate. He was actually going to strike. Rinya, please calm down. Killing us won't necessarily awaken your eyes. They hadn't anticipated that Rinya would truly consider attacking them. Witnessing Rinya's crimson eyes and indifferent expression, cold sweat cascaded down their backs. If it came to blows, they were genuinely no match for Lianye. Alarm bells rang in their minds. This could lead to their demise. They were truly in danger. Overwhelmed by fear, their legs turned to jelly, and they forgot to flee. Observing their pale faces, Lianye smiled slightly, sheathing his blade. "TSK, don't be so tense. I was merely jesting." Upon hearing this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Had they not feared Renya's strength, they would have surely beaten him senseless. Damn it, this was no laughing matter. They had nearly wet themselves from fright. "Renya-kun, you nearly scared me to death." Xiaochun punched him lightly in the chest, flustered and annoyed. "Haha, my apologies," Lianye chuckled. Scratching his head, Danzo scrutinized Renya with a complex expression, feeling that Renya's demeanor had not truly been one of jest. In that moment, it seemed he genuinely contemplated attacking them. After all, that intense killing intent could not be feigned. Tobirama Sensei was right. The Uchiha clan was indeed a clan of lunatics. No wonder the teacher had always been wary of the Uchiha. Who would dare to ignore such a volatile element? In that instant, he deeply comprehended the teacher's well-meaning caution. With this thought, Danzo instinctively distanced himself from Renya. If Renya exhibited such tendencies again, he would be ready to flee. Renya's actions instilled a newfound fear of the Uchiha within him. Such an unstable factor should be eliminated early, lest it wreak havoc on others. "Danzo, don't be tense. I truly was just joking with you," Renya said, noticing Danzo's anxious movements with a hint of exasperation. Bored on their journey, he had merely sought to lighten the mood. Unaware that it would frighten them so, Danzo remained silent, creating even more distance from Renya. Renya, seeing this, was at a loss for words. As for whether he had genuinely been joking, perhaps only he knew the answer. Chapter 53. Anoki's Malice. Another chapter to follow. The journey was devoid of any peril. The three successfully escorted the merchant caravan to the hidden stone village in the land of Earth. Currently, in this era of peace, with the legendary ninja Senju Hashirama present, even minor skirmishes between the five great nations were non-existent. Other countries were also disinclined to provoke the ninjas of Konoha. After registering at the village gate, the three followed the caravan into the hidden stone village. This was their first visit to the village, and they curiously surveyed their surroundings. It was only during this peaceful period that the interactions between ninjas from different villages were not as strictly regulated. Had it been during wartime, the moment they entered the village, they would have been encircled by numerous IWA ninjas. Now, only 2 IWA ninjas followed at a distance, monitoring their movements to prevent any nefarious intentions. Renya's gaze fell upon the architecture of the hidden stone village, where cliff-like rocks had been intricately carved into various buildings. The tallest structure in the center was the Tsuchikage building. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. In such an environment, would they not inhale significant amounts of dust? Renya mused aloud. He wondered if the villagers of IWA had poor lung health. Perhaps in future encounters with IWA ninjas, he might consider targeting their lungs to see if it yielded any effect. "Renya-kun, stop daydreaming. Once we replenish our supplies, we'll be leaving," Xiaochun urged. This was the territory of the hidden stone village, and as Konoha ninjas, they should not linger for too long. Understood. Renya hurriedly caught up with the two. The trio arrived at a commercial street within the hidden stone village to procure the necessary supplies. Just then, Renya suddenly sensed a gaze filled with malice fixated upon him. Instinctively, he turned to look and was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the owner of that gaze. It was a young man, short in stature, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a nose that was red and bulbous. At this moment, the diminutive youth was glaring at him with evident disdain. His distinctive appearance allowed Lianye to immediately recognize his identity. Wasn't he this the future third Tsuchikage, the elder of the ninja world, Anoki? Lianye felt a twinge of confusion. It was their first meeting, so why did Anoki harbor such animosity towards him? Anoki, with his short legs, approached Lianye, his face a mask of undisguised contempt. "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Upon hearing this, Lianye suddenly understood. It was the clan emblem on his clothing that had betrayed him. No wonder Anoki had such intense hostility towards him. "I am an Uchiha," Lianye affirmed, neither denying nor being able to deny the truth. It seemed prudent to avoid wearing garments adorned with the clan emblem in the future. Although the Uchiha clan generally preferred to keep their distance from Lianye, he remained one of them, and he would not lack for resources that belonged to his kin. Lianye felt satisfied with the Uchiha's approach. At least they did not treat him differently. Upon hearing Lianye's admission, Inoki instinctively clenched his fists. The visage of Uchiha Madara involuntarily flooded his mind. A few years prior, Iwagakure had learned that the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, was willing to form an alliance with other nations. Thus, Inoki had traveled with his mentor to Konoha, seeking an alliance. However, the individual who received them was not the first Hokage, but Uchiha Madara. Upon learning their intentions, Madara had mercilessly refused them. Inoki, perplexed, had dared to inquire, "Why is this different from what was previously stated?" But before he could finish, Madara had interrupted him with a dark expression, declaring that no alliance existed. Before the might of Konoha, submission was their only option. With his eyes narrowed, the three tomo in his gaze transformed into the Sharingan. Furthermore, "Do not utter that man's name in my presence." Feeling the overwhelming power of Uchiha Madara, Inoki, though shaken and fearful, was undeterred. He stepped forward and challenged, "Can such rigidity truly bring peace?" Inoki's audacity irked Madara. When had even an insect dared to question him? In an instant, Madara activated his Susanoo, unleashing such formidable power that Inoki and his companion were brought to their knees, utterly terrified and speechless. Yet Inoki, unwilling to concede, struggled to rise, locking eyes with Madara. In that moment, he fell victim to Madara's Jinjutsu, which instilled a lasting psychological scar within him. Upon returning to his village, he fell into despair, only emerging from the shadows after learning of Madara's demise last year. Seeing Lianye now rekindled memories of that moment, thus inciting within him a profound animosity. "What business do you have here in Iwagakure?" Inoki's voice was frigid. Lianye frowned in displeasure at these words. So, this little troublemaker was looking for a fight? Despite his height of merely 1 meter and 30 centimeters, Inoki was already 18 or 19 years old and had attained the rank of Jonin. In a confrontation, Lianye and his companions would undoubtedly be outmatched, for Inoki wielded the formidable dust release. However, Lianye was acutely aware that Inoki would not dare to act recklessly, especially with Senju Hashirama still alive. Nevertheless, the enmity between them had been firmly established. "What do you want?" Shimura Danzo glared at Inoki, vexed. The arrogance of Iwagakure was becoming increasingly intolerable. Since it was Inoki who had initiated the confrontation, Danzo, with his fiery temperament, would not relent. "You." Inoki shot a furious glare at Danzo. He was conversing with the Uchiha. What business did this man have interrupting? "You what?" Danzo loomed over Inoki. "Does Iwagakure wish to declare war on Konoha?" Inoki's face flushed with indignation, nearly prompting him to retaliate. Lianye glanced at Danzo with surprise, secretly admiring his boldness. Danzo was unafraid of trouble and even less afraid of confronting it. Perhaps he truly could become Hokage. "Apologies, we will gather our supplies and depart shortly." Tsurugi Kamachi interjected, sensing the tension in the air. With that, she hurriedly ushered Lianye and Danzo away. Inoki watched the trio leave with a dark expression, the Uchiha emblem on Lianye's clothing glaringly prominent. One day, the Uchiha would make you pay? He might not be able to defeat Uchiha Madara, but he would not spare the clan's members either, including the insolent one who had stepped forward. At the gates of Iwagakure, Tsurugi Kamachi expressed her exasperation. "You two truly frightened me." She had genuinely feared a confrontation would ensue. After all, they were on Iwagakure's territory, and any skirmish would disadvantage them. "Humph. That little squirt initiated the trouble," Danzo scoffed. "Exactly," Lianye concurred, uncharacteristically siding with Danzo. He knew Inoki wouldn't strike, for he was not a brash individual like a. Tsurugi Kamachi sighed in resignation, feeling helpless against her two companions. With their mission completed, the trio set off towards the land of fire. Throughout the journey, Kamachi remained anxious, concerned about potential retribution from Inoki, but fortunately, her worries proved unfounded. They encountered no dangers until they returned to the land of fire. Chapter 54. Brother, what are you doing? "Oh, you've just returned from your mission?" As Lianye and his companions entered the village, they heard a familiar voice from afar. Senju Yusuke approached them, accompanied by 3 genin. Upon seeing the trio behind Yusuke, Lianye's face registered a hint of astonishment. Noticing Lianye's expression, Yusuke cheerfully explained, "They are my newly appointed students." He turned to the trio and urged, "Come over and greet your senior." The 3 exchanged awkward glances. "TCH, Nara Shikamaru, have you forgotten me so soon?" Lianye smirked, glancing at the Byakugan youth beside him. "What do you think, king of laziness?" "Haha, Lianye, it's been a while." Nara Shikamaru scratched his head sheepishly. They had entered the academy together. Yet Lianye had already been promoted to Chunin while they had only just graduated from the ninja school. Hyuga Yuki maintained a neutral expression, stating blandly, Uchiha Lianye. Long time no see. He had heard of Lianye's promotion, but remained indifferent. His singular focus was to elevate the Hyuga clan to greatness. That was his mission in the shinobi world. Since the age of 3, he had diligently practiced the clan's secret techniques, dedicating 8 uninterrupted years to his training. The only time he had slacked off was to dine with Lianye and the others, but he had returned to training afterward. Observing Hyuga Yuki's demeanor, Lianye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally lamenting, as expected of the king of laziness, his act is far too polished. After a year, the king of laziness had not changed one bit. Senju Yusuke appeared taken aback. Wait, you two know each other? Shimura Danzo explained. Yusuke, we were in the same class at the ninja school. Is that so? Yusuke nodded in understanding, then suddenly inquired, what did you just call me? If he hadn't misheard, this brat hadn't referred to him as teacher, but rather as Jonin. Is there a problem with calling you Jonin, Senju Yusuke? Danzo inquired, his brow furrowing. You are no longer our instructor. Calling you Jonin should be acceptable, right? Yusuke's eyelids twitched. It had barely been a few days since the Chunin exams concluded. Had this kid forgotten his place so quickly? All right, I'll remember you. Yusuke shot a disgruntled look at Danzo. You better watch yourself. Haha, Yusuke, I was just joking with you. Danzo chuckled. How could I, Shimura Danzo, be that kind of person? Haha, I knew you were joking. Yusuke patted Danzo on the shoulder, then shifted the topic. But do be careful on your journey. Upon concluding his words, he departed with his students. In the distance, Yosuke's voice resonated. Make sure not to emulate those fellows, understood? Understood, Yosuke-sensei. Only Tenzu was left, disheveled by the wind, for he had merely intended to jest. Why was Yosuke-sensei taking it so seriously? Tenzu, what on earth were you joking about? Rinya questioned, puzzled. Tenzu, typically not one for humor, retorted with dissatisfaction. Aren't I just following your lead? You really have the audacity to blame yourself for this, Rinya remarked. Tenzu, indeed, was the king of Konoha's cook, already adept at casting aspersions at others at such a young age. You two should refrain from jesting in the future. It's not amusing in the slightest, Kamachi suggested with a smile. At the Senju residence, Senju Tobirama surveyed the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The next step was to find a test subject. After relentless efforts day and night, he had finally devised a technique capable of resurrecting the deceased for battle in the ninja world. He decided to name this ninjutsu Edo Tensei. As he inscribed the name on the scroll, he sensed a familiar chakra approaching. Why is this fellow back? Tobirama quickly concealed the scroll, for such matters must remain undisclosed. Should it reach his elder brother's ears, it would be strictly forbidden, especially considering this ninjutsu required a sacrifice. Just as he tucked the scroll away, Rinya entered the room. Uncle, you're actually at home. What a rarity. In Rinya's memory, this old man was always out early and back late, returning only for meals, leaving one to wonder what he occupied himself with otherwise. He speculated that the old man was likely hiding away to research forbidden techniques, as Senju Hashirama had expressly forbidden him from inventing such arts, necessitating clandestine endeavors. Tobirama had many unformed ninjutsu that were abruptly halted upon discovery by his elder brother. Otherwise, he would have devised many more. It's been quiet these past couple of days, so I decided to stay home, Tobirama explained. So that's how it is, Rinya thought, entirely unconvinced. He suspected it was more likely that Tobirama had been caught researching forbidden techniques, and after having his scroll confiscated, he returned home in a huff, hastily concocting a poor excuse. However, Rinya had no intention of exposing him. Uncle, have you eaten yet? By now, mealtime had passed, and having just returned from a mission, he was uncertain if the old man had dined. Not yet. Make a bit more, Tobirama replied without hesitation. He had consumed a soldier pill at noon, but nothing compared to a proper meal. Rinya, who was constantly out on missions, found his opportunities to savor delectable food dwindling, transitioning from 3 meals a day to 1 every 3 days, or even just 1 a week. He began to reminisce about the days when Rinya was still in school, at which time he was blissfully unaware of his fortunate circumstances. As soon as the two sat at the dining table, they hadn't even begun to eat when Senju Hashirama entered, cradling Tsunade. Ah, you both are eating without inviting me. Uncle Hashirama, please, take a seat, Rinya urged, rising to fetch a pair of chopsticks. Brother, what brings you here? Have you finished your duties? Tobirama inquired. With his mouth full, Hashirama mumbled, "Tsunade here. So I used my wood clone to handle the administrative tasks." In truth, he had intended to sneak a peek to see if Tobirama was secretly researching ninjutsu, only to stumble upon the two dining together. Reluctantly, he had to join them. Tobirama, understanding, shifted his gaze to little Tsunade, who was fixated on the spread before her, waving her tiny hands eagerly. Now, Tsunade, you can't eat yet," Tobirama said, affectionately. Just then, his expression changed abruptly, and he exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing?" He saw Hashirama feeding a morsel to Tsunade. "She seemed to want to eat, so I fed her," Hashirama explained. Tobirama sighed, "Brother, Tsunade doesn't even have teeth yet." Before he could finish, he saw Tsunade swallow the food and continue to gesture, seemingly wanting more. Tobirama, "Ha, little Tsunade. Don't rush. Grandpa will get you more," Hashirama chuckled contentedly. Chapter 55. Alas, another defeat. Ugh, that was delicious, Hashirama remarked, patting his round belly with satisfaction. Renya's cooking remained as delightful as ever, and he couldn't help but envy Tobirama for regularly enjoying Renya's meals, unlike himself, who had to shamelessly ask Renya to cook each time he desired a meal. After indulging in the delicious food, little Tsunade drifted off to sleep in Hashirama's arms. "Brother, aren't you going back yet?" Tobirama urged, anxious that Hashirama's prolonged stay might expose his secret research into forbidden techniques, an eventuality he dreaded. Unbeknownst to him, Hashirama had initially come with the very intention of uncovering such secrets. Soon, Hashirama replied jovially, but then abruptly shifted the conversation. "Tobirama, you aren't secretly researching ninjutsu, are you?" Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Tobirama's forehead. Why was his brother suddenly asking such a question? Had his research on Edo Tensei been discovered? Yet, knowing his brother's nature, if he had truly uncovered something, he would have outright forbidden it rather than inquire. Thus, Hashirama was merely attempting to bait him, feigning nonchalance. Tobirama maintained his calm demeanor. "Brother, I haven tea. Please don't slander me." "Is that so?" Hashirama's smile faded, and his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Tobirama's expression. Under his brother's piercing gaze, Tobirama felt a twinge of anxiety, swallowing hard. "I am not lying," he insisted. Suddenly, he had a thought and hurriedly added, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Renya." Renya, who had been enjoying the banter, suddenly froze, incredulous as he glanced at Tobirama. How did the conversation shift to him? His instincts told him that Tobirama was undoubtedly researching forbidden techniques. Yet, faced with Tobirama's threatening gaze, he instinctively swallowed. "Little Renya, have you seen Tobirama researching ninjutsu?" Hashirama inquired, his smile inviting. Renya gulped, about to speak when Tobirama interjected with a cold snort. "Think before you answer, kid." Renya glanced between the smiling Hashirama and the menacing Tobirama, feeling utterly exasperated. What a predicament! "Fear not, little Renya. Simply tell me the truth," Hashirama reassured him. "Indeed. Just speak the truth," Tobirama echoed, his expression betraying what they both understood. "Uncle Hashirama, I haven't seen Uncle Tobirama researching ninjutsu," Renya said, smiling brightly. "Is that truly the case?" Hashirama's expression turned skeptical. He found it hard to believe Tobirama would comply so readily, given this was not the first instance of him secretly researching forbidden techniques. "Of course it is," Renya said, blinking innocently. "Since my return, I truly haven't seen Uncle Tobirama engaged in any ninjutsu research." This statement was indeed truthful, as he had not witnessed Tobirama undertaking any research since his return. As for whether he had done so prior, that remained uncertain. The highest form of deceit lies in selectively stating truths, making it less likely to be detected. As expected, Hashirama found no signs of deceit on Renya's face, chuckling as he scratched his head. "Ah, I see now. It seems I misjudged Tobirama." Upon hearing this, Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief, casting a glance of appreciation toward Renya. The young man exhibited a keen sense of awareness. Should he dare to speak recklessly in pursuit of his desired answers, Senju Hashirama, cradling Tsunade in his arms, stood up, indicating his intention to depart. Senju Tobirama felt a rush of excitement, finally managing to mislead his elder brother. The forbidden technique of Edo Tensei was of utmost importance, as it pertained to the future of Konoha and must not be discovered by his brother. At that moment, Hashirama paused at the door and turned back. "Brother, why have you returned?" Tobirama stiffened, anxiety etched across his face, his heart racing. He had concealed the scroll for Edo Tensei on his person, genuinely fearing Hashirama would search him. Hashirama extended a hand, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Well, Tobirama. Tobirama's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling. Brother, when did you discover it? What? Hashirama replied, perplexed. Discover what? Nothing. I meant, what do you wish to do? Tobirama quickly corrected himself. Hashirama paid it no mind and stammered. Tobirama, could you lend me some money? Lend money? Tobirama raised his voice. Brother, have you been gambling again? Shoo. Hashirama hastily covered Tobirama's mouth, urging him to lower his voice. If Mito finds out, I'm finished. Tobirama brushed his brother's hand away, frowning. Brother, heed my advice, stop gambling. It was uncertain when Hashirama had developed this vice, but his gambling skills were woefully inadequate, leading to his consistent losses at the casino. As the Hokage of Konoha, he had accrued a mountain of debt. When creditors came knocking, Mito discovered the truth. Since then, Hashirama had lost all sources of income. Initially, he had some savings, but those too had vanished. Tobirama, please lend me some money, Hashirama pleaded. I haven't been to the casino in quite some time. My skills have grown rusty. Brother, you've lost millions already. Isn't that enough? Tobirama's eyelids twitched. I beg you, Tobirama, just lend me 100,000 Ryo. No, 50,000. Hearing their exchange, Rinya was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Tsunade and Hashirama's arms, finally grasping how the ninja world acquired the moniker of Fat Sheep. It seemed to be a hereditary trait. Through Hashirama's relentless persuasion, Tobirama reluctantly handed over 30,000 Ryo, seeing his brother off. Ha ha ha, Tsunade. Grandpa will take you to earn big money. Tobirama shook his head helplessly, pondering which scoundrel taught his brother to gamble. If he found out, he would certainly exact retribution. With that thought, he turned to Rinya, saying, if my brother comes to you for money, do not lend it to him. Understood, uncle, Rinya nodded. Lending money to a gambler is akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. There's nothing to be gained in return. At the casino entrance, Hashirama held Tsunade in one arm, while tightly grasping the 30,000 Ryo in the other, whispering, Madara, my gambling skills will surely surpass yours. He vividly recalled the scene from years ago when Madara unleashed his Sharingan, dominating the casino with a mountain of chips before him. It was that moment that sparked his deep interest in gambling. Slowly, Hashirama entered the casino, cradling Tsunade. A few minutes later, he emerged, dejected. I lost again. The infant Tsunade looked at her grandfather with disdain. Chapter 56. Listen to me. Rest well, young man. Do you have a mission this afternoon? Senju Tobirama inquired. His gaze fixed on Rinya at the Tobirama estate. Rinya nodded, stating, we encountered no danger in our previous task, so I plan to take on another mission this afternoon. Generally, if no team member suffered serious injuries, Rinya would continue to accept new missions upon completing one. However, if any injuries occurred during the mission, they would wait for their teammates to recover before taking on more tasks. Recently, the trio had not sustained any life-threatening injuries, and minor ones were swiftly treated by TK. This was the advantage of having a medical ninja in the team, significantly saving time during missions. Thus, Rinya and his companions were engaged in missions almost daily. Upon hearing Rinya's words, Tobirama frowned, displeased. You just returned, and now you're ready to leave again? Given Rinya's frequency of accepting missions, he was on the verge of becoming a model citizen of the mission assembly. Uncle, is there a problem? Rinya asked, puzzled. If he didn't undertake missions, how would he grow stronger? What if his inadequacy led to his demise in a future war? Tobirama noticed Rinya's expression and earnestly advised. While executing missions is commendable, one must also prioritize rest. A person's energy is finite. If you undertake tasks too frequently without sufficient rest, it poses a significant danger. Rinya paused, momentarily taken aback. He recognized the validity of Tobirama's words. Continuously engaging in missions without ample rest was indeed inappropriate. After all, missions were monotonous and perilous. Prolonged exposure to such high-pressure environments could lead to psychological issues. In this regard, Rinya had indeed been remiss. He reflected, Tobirama truly possesses a sharp insight, able to pinpoint my shortcomings with precision. Noticing that Rinya seemed to absorb his advice, Tobirama seized the opportunity, saying, heed my words. It's wise to rest for a few days before undertaking missions again. Yes, uncle is right. Rinya affirmed earnestly. I will inform Danzo and TK right away. Good. I'm glad you understand, Tobirama replied, feeling a sense of relief. As he watched Rinya hastily leave, he mused, finally managed to persuade this young man. It was no easy feat in truth. He had not savored Renya's cooking in quite some time. Having only one meal at noon was utterly unsatisfactory. This was his clever ruse to keep Renya around. Additionally, he had not studied the Uchiha body for a long while. With that thought, he retrieved the Uchiha observation manual, noting that it had been 6 months since his last experiment. Since Renya became a ninja, he had seldom had the opportunity to conduct research on him. Renya, is it true? We won't be undertaking missions for a while. At the Uchiha clan's estate, Danzo clenched his fists in excitement, his body trembling slightly, overwhelmed with joy. Had Renya not been present, he might have laughed heartily at the sky. Finally, a chance to rest. Initially, when he saw Renya approaching, he assumed he would be called upon to undertake another mission. He never expected such delightful news. In truth, Danzo did not despise missions. However, they could not be performed every day, could they? Unless severely injured, there was no opportunity for rest. The frequency of these tasks was such that even a Nin would struggle to cope, yet their team had endured this for an entire year. Their team had surged to the top of the mission assembly leaderboard, completing 200 tasks within that year. Danzo, I understand your feelings about not being able to undertake missions, but Uncle Tobirama is correct. We indeed should take a break for a while, Renya reassured. Observing Danzo's trembling form, mistakenly believing it to be due to anger, Danzo, upon hearing this, looked at Renya incredulously. He was so stunned that words escaped him. This brat actually understands my feelings, he thought. If only Renya truly comprehended his sentiments, he would not be accepting missions daily. Danzo, let's take a proper break during this time, and we will make up for the missions later, Renya said, patting Danzo's shoulder. He was quite satisfied with his teammates. Tika and Danzo, both of whom, like him, were tirelessly striving for strength. Danzo. He found himself lost in thought, replaying Renya's words before leaving. Caught in a stupor, uncertain how much time had passed, he finally emerged from his stupor, gazing toward the horizon with a complex expression. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to flee. Tawanzo felt that if this continued, he would be worn down before he had a chance to grow stronger. That scoundrel Uchiha Renya truly did not regard them as human. No, that rascal seemed to not even consider himself human. After notifying the two, Renya returned to the Senju clan's territory. Throughout the journey, he felt somewhat distracted. Accustomed to executing missions, the sudden relaxation left him feeling uneasy. Thus, he began to practice his swordsmanship in the training ground. Senju Tobirama, witnessing this scene, was at a loss for words. This lad was indeed excessively diligent, to the point of astonishment. I hope you can remain true to yourself and not stray from your path. Tobirama's gaze flickered, otherwise, I will show no mercy. Through his research on Renya, Tobirama discovered that the Sharingan was not merely a visual bloodline limit. Its power stemmed from the intense emotional fluctuations of the Uchiha, particularly negative emotions. The evolution of the Sharingan granted formidable strength to its user, but simultaneously eroded their body and spirit. From this, Tobirama concluded that the premature awakening of the Sharingan among the Uchiha was not a blessing. Excessive power could distort the human heart, and the strength of the Sharingan was the very root of the Uchiha's descent into madness. Tobirama turned and entered his study, taking out a notebook to inscribe a line. The Sharingan is a gift from the divine, yet also a curse. Konoha must remain vigilant against this power to avoid repeating the tragic fate of Uchiha Madara. He slowly closed the notebook, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Young one, do not let me down. Although he had been somewhat satisfied with Renya's performance over the years, no one could guarantee that once Renya awakened his three tomo, he would remain true to himself. Or what if he awakened those eyes? If Renya could not uphold his integrity, Tobirama would have no choice but to eliminate him personally. Nipping the threat in the bud, he would absolutely not allow any danger to the village. Between the village and Renya, Tobirama would unhesitatingly choose the village. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Uncle, it's time to eat." Chapter 57. The Substitute Flying Thunder God / Young One. Once you finish your meal, I will assess the results of your training. At the dining table, Senju Tobirama set down his chopsticks, raising his gaze to Renya. Hearing this, Renya paused, suddenly finding the food in his bowl devoid of flavor. Catching a glimpse of the kunai subtly concealed beneath Tobirama's sleeve, he mused. This old fellow seems to come with ill intent. He even prepared kunai in advance. I'm done. Renya swallowed the last bite, grasping the blade at his waist, Mukai, and promptly rose to head outside. Tobirama observed the Uchiha crest on Renya's back, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. The evening breeze swept through the courtyard. Cherry blossoms dancing as the two figures, one large and one small, faced each other in the training ground. Without hesitation, Rinya activated his Sharingan and drew Mukai, the blade singing like a dragon as it was unsheathed, shattering the silence. In an instant, as the cold light swept past Tobirama's clothing, it transformed into a mist of water. This was the water clone technique. Too slow. A frigid hand suddenly gripped the nape of his neck, causing Renya's hairs to stand on end as the Sharingan detected the distortion of air behind him. Water release. Water prison technique. He swiftly spun and swung his blade, cleaving through the transparent prison formed by the water prison technique. Amidst the splashing water, Tobirama easily sidestepped. Young one, pay attention. Tobirama formed hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Rinya gritted his teeth, channeling chakra into his blade. As Tobirama's water surged forth, brilliant arcs of electricity suddenly enveloped Rinya. Utilizing the lightning release, body flicker technique, he pierced through the curtain of water. This was the ultimate technique he had comprehended over the years. Inspired by the Rakich's lightning armor, using lightning release chakra to stimulate his bodily cells, thereby enhancing both attack and defense. Coupled with the body flicker technique, it bore a resemblance to the Flying Thunder God Slash. Rinya referred to it as the substitute version of the Flying Thunder God Slash. Of course, the two techniques were fundamentally different. The body flicker technique concentrated chakra in the feet, propelling the body with explosive force for rapid movement, achieving speeds beyond the perception of ordinary eyes, creating an illusion of instantaneous teleportation. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God technique was a space-time ninjutsu, marking a target location and distorting space to enable instantaneous movement between different points, transcending distance limitations. Rinya, wielding Mukai, lunged towards him at incredible speed. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback by the familiarity of the technique, reminiscent of a past battle with someone. He had once employed a similar tactic to catch someone off guard. Now, however, the roles had reversed, and he was the one on the receiving end. Quickly regaining composure, Tobirama raised a water barrier to defend. Mukai, crackling with lightning, struck at him but was deflected back by the mirror formed from the water release. Rinya had anticipated this scenario, leveraging the force to leap, twisting his wrist mid-air, and executed fire release, fireball technique. A glimmer of approval flashed in Tobirama's eyes. A single-handed seal, huh? He recognized that this lad had simplified the hand seals for the fireball technique, accomplishing a one-handed seal, though not all ninjutsu could be performed in such a manner. Rinya's need for a single-handed seal was entirely forced upon him. With Mukai in hand, he couldn't very well perform an extra action of sheathing the blade. Hence, he had to compel himself to master the one-handed seal. The massive fireball surged forth, carrying with it a wave of heat. Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, using the water barrier to block the fire release. The clash of fire and water generated a cloud of steam, obscuring Tobirama's vision. In silence, Rinya appeared behind him, raising his blade for a merciless strike. Success. Yet, Tobirama's figure dissipated into water vapor. Oof, young one, you are still too naive. Tobirama suddenly materialized behind Rinya, thrusting his kunai forward. Just as the attack was about to connect, Rinya's lips curled into a slight smirk. Sensing this, Tobirama's eyes flickered with confusion. But he quickly realized that the Rinya before him had turned into smoke. A shadow clone. Tobirama's pupils constricted sharply. When did this happen? Uncle, do not dawdle during battle. Rinya swung his blade towards Tobirama. Before he could revel in his success, his figure transformed into mist. Rinya? At that moment, Tobirama appeared in front of Rinya with a body flicker. While Rinya was still speculating whether this was a clone, Tobirama kicked him away. Bang! Rinya crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The intense pain forced him to gasp, realizing that this old fellow was indeed unrelenting. Young one, I return your words to you. Tobirama approached Rinya. Do not dawdle during battle. Rinya stood up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Uncle, the battle is not over yet. With that, he gripped Mukai, showing no intention of conceding. Tobirama, noticing the cold determination in Rinya's eyes, involuntarily recalled Uchiha Izuna. This lad was increasingly resembling Izuna. In the moment Tobirama was lost in thought, Rinya launched his attack. The battle persisted for half an hour, ultimately leaving Rinya on one knee, exhausted. Tobirama stood beneath the corridor, holding a teacup that had been refilled at some point. To combine swordsmanship with ocular techniques shows considerable improvement since last time. If it were anyone else, Rinya's tactics might have caught them off guard. After all, once ensnared by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, one would inevitably experience a moment of distraction, during which Rinya could employ the body flicker technique to deliver a fatal blow. Alas, the Sharingan held no significance in his presence. As someone who understands the Uchiha clan better than the Uchihas themselves, how could he possibly fall victim to their Jinjutsu? It was already commendable that he refrained from using the dark arts to bully Rinya. However, Rinya's performance this time indeed surprised him. The ability to utilize lightning chakra to stimulate his bodily cells, combining sword techniques with ocular jutsu and body flicker techniques for lethal strikes, was a mark of genius. Senju Tobirama gazed at Rinya, lost in thought. Perhaps he could teach Rinya the Flying Thunder God technique. He wondered if this young lad could grasp it. After all, mastering the Flying Thunder God was notoriously difficult, requiring extensive knowledge of spatial theory, and Rinya's academic performance left much to be desired. Never mind. He decided to postpone this matter. What would Rinya think if he knew that his lackluster academic results had cost him an opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God in advance? Entering the kitchen, Senju Tobirama offered a glass of milk to Rinya. Tomorrow, he planned to summon Danzo and Koharu to assess their training outcomes. Understood, Rinya replied, downing the milk in one gulp. Tobirama nodded in satisfaction, noting it was quite late, urging him to rest early. Without further thought, Rinya retreated to his room for the night. In the laboratory, Tobirama donned a white lab coat, holding a syringe as he approached Rinya, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Chapter 58. The puppeteer of the ninja world. The following morning, Rinya awoke with a sense of soreness pervading his body. Struggling to move his neck, he muttered, "Damn it, that uncle really held nothing back." He did not dwell on it, instinctively attributing the discomfort to yesterday's battle. However, the meaning behind his words transformed in Tobirama's ears. As he prepared to call Rinya to make breakfast, he paused at the door, stunned by Rinya's remark. Tobirama's pupils constricted, a chill running down his spine. Gone was his usual calm demeanor, replaced by a singular thought. Had Rinya discovered the experiment? Damn it, despite increasing the dosage, how could this happen? He could hardly fathom what his elder brother would do if this reached his ears. Not just his brother, but his sister-in-law would surely tear him to shreds. They were both quite fond of Rinya. If they learned he was using Rinya for research, he would be in for a world of trouble. What terrified him most was how Rinya would perceive him. His illustrious reputation could be shattered in an instant. Rinya, oblivious to Tobirama's turmoil, opened the door to find him standing there. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Tobirama snapped back to reality. Though panic engulfed him, he scrutinized Rinya's expression, relieved to see no signs of anger or distress. It was merely a misunderstanding. With that realization, his anxious heart began to settle. How could he have made such a foolish mistake? Rinya, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle, are you all right? Why did that old coot's complexion fluctuate so dramatically?" "I'm fine," Tobirama urged. "Hurry and make breakfast. I need to head out soon." Rinya's mouth twitched as he muttered under his breath, "Calling me to cook breakfast so early in the morning. Uncle, you really are something." Yet, he complied and headed to the kitchen. As Rinya left, Tobirama wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That had genuinely frightened him. He almost thought his secret was exposed. After breakfast, he proceeded to the Hokage's office to handle paperwork on behalf of his elder brother. Before departing, he instructed Rinya to summon Danzo and Koharu at noon, as he intended to evaluate their training progress. Rinya wore a serious expression, murmuring softly, "Has Uncle Hashirama's health deteriorated to this extent? It's only been 10 years since the founding of the ninja world. Logically, he should still have 4 or 5 years left to live. This situation shouldn't have arisen so soon." Contemplating, he resolved to investigate the matter personally. He hoped Uncle Hashirama was all right. Upon entering the Senju estate, Rinya spotted Hashirama half kneeling on a soft mat. Tsunade, with her chubby arms flailing, tugged at her grandfather's long hair, drooling down her pudgy chin. "Uncle Hashirama." Rinya waved the milk he had brought for Tsunade. The infant suddenly halted her antics, fixating her gaze on the milk carton adorned with a fawn motif. Hashirama freed a hand to take the carton, suddenly noticing his clothes smeared with Tsunade's drool. Chuckling with a blend of exasperation and affection, "You arrived just in time. This little rascal has recently started recognizing her milk bottle and insists on being cradled for ages before she'll sleep." Rinya crouched down, gently poking Tsunade's round cheek. She immediately grasped his finger and attempted to shove it into her mouth. Seeing this, he carefully withdrew his finger and placed the milk bottle near her lips. It was then he noticed Hashirama was dressed in casual home attire and asked, "Uncle Hashirama, aren't you going to handle administrative duties today?" He had assumed Hashirama's health issues were why Tobirama was taking over, but in this lively state, he appeared far from unwell. Suddenly, a breeze tinkled the wind chimes in the corridor, startling the infant into a burp. Hashirama gently patted Tsunade's back, preparing to enjoy retirement with his granddaughter. Gazing at the child in his arms, he smiled tenderly, thinking of how he had instructed Tobirama on the procedures, anticipating the time next year. However, before he could finish his thought, Tsunade scrunched her face and began to whimper. Hashirama quickly produced a rattle, shaking it before her. "Be good, Grandpa's here." The morning breeze wafted through the garden, carrying the fragrance of flowers and causing the chimes to emit delicate sounds. Renya observed Hashirama soothing the child. Falling into a contemplative silence, he understood that the once great god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, was no longer present. Perhaps, he mused, the moment he had taken the life of Uchiha Madara, the heart of the god of shinobi had ceased to beat. After a considerable time, Hashirama managed to lull Tsunade to sleep. "Little Renya, do you think Tobirama can become a competent Hokage?" Little Renya? Noticing the prolonged silence, Hashirama instinctively turned to look, only to find Renya's figure had vanished. That child left without saying a word. Renya strolled alone through the Senju clan grounds, fully aware that Uncle Hashirama's death was now inevitable. Without Tsunade, he might have perished even sooner. Rubbing his temples, Renya grumbled internally. Uchiha Madara is truly despicable, deceiving Uncle Hashirama's affections with his fake demise. Poor Senju Hashirama, steeped in the sorrow of killing his closest friend, ultimately succumbed to despair. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara lurked in the shadows, orchestrating everything. Renya felt a sense of resignation. If Madara hadn't staged such a ruse, the ninja world could have enjoyed 50 years of peace. In such a case, he could have simply relaxed. Yet, he recognized that Madara was not solely to blame. There were many factors at play, and even Madara was merely a pawn. The true puppeteer behind the scenes was Kagaya's will. Kagaya had lurked in the ninja world for a millennium, orchestrating the rift between Indra and Ashura, subtly altering the Uchiha clan's tablet, leading Uchiha Madara astray. Well, one step at a time, Renya thought, glancing at the time. It was nearly time to summon Danzo and Koharu. He had not forgotten Tobirama's instructions. In a cave within the ninja world, Uchiha Madara was sewing Hashirama's flesh back onto his chest with needle and thread. "Hashirama, did you ever imagine? I never truly died," he whispered softly. He had now integrated Hashirama's cells into himself as described in the tablet, and all that remained was to await the manifestation of the power of creation. "Hashirama, only I can bring about true peace." Uchiha Madara gazed at the flesh on his chest, his eyes glimmering with conviction, believing that day would arrive soon. He remained utterly oblivious to the shadowy figure lurking in the corner of the cave, seamlessly blending into the stone wall. The promise of an additional chapter for every 300 love tokens received in a single day was enticing, with no upper limit. Gifts for support were also counted. What do the esteemed readers think? In Chapter 59, The Transformation of Lianye, the trio did not undertake any missions. The recently returned Danjon squad was summoned instead. Senju Tobirama meticulously assessed the progress of several individuals over the past year, expressing his satisfaction with their enhanced abilities. He was confident that within 2 years, they would ascend to the rank of Jonin. At that point, Konoha would boast a cadre of elite fighters he had personally nurtured, warriors imbued with the will of fire, loyal to their village, willing to sacrifice their lives for it. As for Lianye, Tobirama did not expect him to lay down his life for the village. He simply hoped he would not resort to extremes that might endanger it. In contrast to Lianye, he had greater faith in Uchiha Kagami. Unlike Lianye, Kagami genuinely embodied the will of fire, cherishing the village above all and willing to toil relentlessly for its advancement. This aligned perfectly with Tobirama's own philosophy of contribution to the village. Moreover, Kagami was among the few ninjas capable of transcending the limitations of his clan, unshackled by narrow tribalism, and able to consider the broader interests of the village. This naturally earned Tobirama's admiration. Lianye, on the other hand, seemed almost isolated from the Uchiha, and Tobirama perceived no genuine love for the village in him. Lianye appeared more concerned with his personal safety than the village's security. Tobirama understood that Lianye's relentless pursuit of strength stemmed from a profound sense of insecurity. Their differing philosophies did not compel Tobirama to impose his views upon Lianye. From another perspective, if the village were sufficiently secure, Lianye would not feel such insecurity, thus avoiding the path of extremism in his quest for strength. Tobirama glanced at Lianye training in the courtyard before retreating to his study. He retrieved the scroll for the reanimation jutsu, whispering softly, "Once this jutsu is successfully researched, this boy will cease to cause trouble." He had long completed the theoretical study of the reanimation jutsu, but had yet to practice it. After all, this forbidden technique required sacrifices to activate, contradicting human ethics. Manipulating the souls of the deceased was a profound disrespect. If his elder brother were to discover this, it would spell disaster. Yet, for the future of Konoha, he felt compelled to proceed. "Brother, one day you shall understand my well-meaning intentions." Lianye, puzzled, continued his training. Sensing a peculiar intensity in Tobirama's gaze directed towards him, he felt that there was much unspoken meaning behind it, yet he couldn't comprehend it. Nor would Tobirama elucidate. Was it simply that he had been home too long? Lianye scratched his head, contemplating resuming missions the following day. Being under Tobirama's watchful eye was not particularly pleasant, especially given his identity as an Uchiha. It was well known that Tobirama had a reputation for being cunning, ruthless, and willing to employ any means to achieve his objectives. After all, one could see the kind of ninjas Tobirama trained through the likes of Konoha's four. Although Lianye had spent 4 years with Tobirama, one could never guarantee that the other would not resort to some unspeakable act. Just think of the human experiments akin to Orochimaru or the Sharingan-infused arms reminiscent of Danzo. Frightening indeed. The next morning, Lianye ventured out on a mission. This time, their squad accepted a B-rank task rather than the usual C-rank. In the days that followed, Lianye and his companions relentlessly undertook B-rank missions. Although these tasks were perilous, the rewards were immensely gratifying. B-rank missions not only yielded greater financial gains, but also accelerated their strength enhancement. Such missions frequently involved adversaries at the Jonin level. Through clashes with Jonin foes, the trio acquired invaluable lessons. Indeed, as long as one survives, combat is the swiftest avenue to power enhancement. Engaging in battle allows one to clearly recognize their shortcomings and address them. Naturally, if fortune does not favor one, and they encounter an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, the opportunity for rectification may vanish. In combat, besides one's own strength, luck plays a significant role. Fortunately, Lianye and his companions consistently enjoyed favorable fortune. Even when faced with insurmountable foes, they could escape unscathed. Thus, 3 years elapsed. With the passage of time, Lianye's physical prowess grew exponentially, and his chakra reserves were astonishing. Despite being merely 14, his chakra levels far surpassed those of the average Jonin. Even among the Uchiha, his chakra reserves were exceptional. This bewildered Lianye. Initially, he thought all Uchiha were similarly endowed, only to later realize that this phenomenon seemed unique to him. Not only was his chakra impressive, but his recovery rate was remarkable as well. Where ordinary individuals took 2 to 3 days to heal, he required but a single night. Lianye was astonished. Were it not for the absence of Hashirama's visage on his body, he might have suspected he had undergone some cellular transplantation. Ultimately, he attributed this extraordinary condition to the enhanced mental fortitude typical of a transmigrator. After all, chakra is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. As a transmigrator, he theoretically possessed 2 souls. It was only logical that his mental capabilities would be stronger, wasn't it? Regardless of the underlying truth, Lianye's burgeoning strength was undeniably a boon, alleviating his fears of becoming mere cannon fodder in the war. The elders of the Uchiha clan were astounded by Lianye's situation. They unanimously deemed him a once-in-a-century prodigy of the clan. They must reclaim this genius at all costs. Thus, the Uchiha elders discreetly approached Senju Tobirama, imploring him to return Lianye to the Uchiha clan. Yet, how could Tobirama acquiesce? While others may have been unaware of the underlying reasons, he was not. He firmly rejected the elders' request, asserting that the decision had been made with the consent of the Uchiha clan's elder, urging them to address their concerns with him. The elders were left speechless, for the clan's elder had passed away years prior. Consequently, the matter remained unresolved. The primary issue lay in the fact that Senju Hashirama was in a semi-retired state. With Tobirama acting as the temporary Hokage, it was evident to all that the position of the second Hokage rightfully belonged to Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha elders dared not offend the future second Hokage. Tobirama had always harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan. What if this incident prompted him to target them once he ascended to power? They dared not resist, swallowing their grievances in silence. However, the elders did not relent, beginning to encourage Uchiha clan members to befriend Lianye. Lianye remained indifferent to these overtures, responding politely to the Uchiha's goodwill. Although afflicted with the red-eye disease, he felt no kinship with other afflicted individuals. Since Tobirama had taken him in, the Uchiha clan had deliberately distanced themselves from him, a fact that Lianye himself did not mind. Chapter 60. The Uchiha truly are madmen. Do you truly intend to oppose the land of wind, Konoha asked ninjas? Shouted a sand-hidden village jonin, gazing at the three before him with desperation. Once you choose to become a spy, you must be prepared for death. Lianye replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. Any enemy posing a threat must be eradicated without mercy. He was no saint. This is no longer within the territory of the land of fire. Are you certain you wish to make a move against me? The sand jonin grit his teeth. He had been rather unfortunate, having been discovered before infiltrating Konoha. He had thought he could easily overcome the three before him. The confrontation escalated unexpectedly, revealing that the leading youth was indeed a jonin, accompanied by two special jonin. The sand village jonin wasted no time and turned to flee. Yet he was relentlessly pursued by three adversaries. After a day of relentless chase, the sand jonin was finally caught. Don't think for a moment that I'm afraid of you, he exclaimed defiantly, but his pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears as he suddenly launched an attack on Lianye. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. In an instant, the air twisted as if it were a tangible entity, forming a massive vortex that swept towards Lianye and his companions, carrying debris in its wake. Shimura Danzo and Tazuna Koha swiftly dodged to the sides. The sand jonin strategy was straightforward: incapacitate or eliminate the leader, and the remaining two would pose no threat. After 3 years of life-and-death battles and countless brushes with mortality, Lianye had already evolved his eyes into the three-tomo Sharingan. Lianye retreated at lightning speed, the three tomos spinning rapidly, the crimson irises reflecting the oncoming wind technique. He deftly drew his blade, Ryukong, its edge glinting with a chilling light, carving a crescent arc under the sunlight. Water release, water barrier. Lianye countered with a water technique. Although he wasn't particularly adept at water techniques, having been raised by Senju Tobirama for many years, he had acquired some proficiency. Mist and sand erupted into the air, forming a dense fog. Seizing the opportunity, the sand jonin closed in, gathering a pale blue wind blade in his palm. Wind release, vacuum blade. Several transparent wind blades tore through the mist, aiming directly for Lianye's throat. A direct hit would be fatal. The Sharingan accurately tracked the trajectory of the incoming attack. Lianye swiftly retreated, his sword tracing a graceful arc through the air, cleaving the wind blades asunder. Utilizing the momentum, he surged forward, aiming directly for the sand jonin's neck. The opponent's pupils constricted in alarm as he hastily formed hand seals, a layer of wind defense manifesting before him. Yet, Lianye's blade shifted unexpectedly, slicing through the edge of the wind technique and carving a deep wound into the opponent's arm. Gotcha, Lianye smirked, deactivating his Sharingan. The sand jonin, gripped by pain, retreated. Wind release, storm dragon. A roaring dragon of wind lunged forward, wreaking havoc and stirring up sand and dust in its wake. Lianye, undeterred, swiftly evaded the attack. When the dust settled, the sand jonin was nowhere to be found. Lianye, are you all right? Tazuna Koha inquired with concern. Lianye shook his head, responding, I'm fine. Although he was a jonin, there are varying degrees of strength among them. As long as I don't underestimate him, I should be safe. Danzo furrowed his brow, questioning, Uchiha Lianye, how could you let him escape? Lianye approached the bloodstains on the ground and murmured, he won't get far. Following Lianye's gaze, Danzo's expression twitched as he noticed the blood was black. It was evident that Lianye had laced his blade with poison. Danzo shivered involuntarily at the realization of how Lianye's combat style had evolved into something he found unsettling. The three followed the trail of blood and soon discovered the lifeless body of the sand jonin not far away. The corpse was stiff, and its face was darkened, indicating he had been deceased for some time. Lianye gazed at the fallen jonin and softly mused, It seems my toxins still have room for improvement. In his eyes, the potency of his concocted poison was still too weak. Had it been stronger, the foe would not have managed to flee so far after succumbing to it. Danzo and Koha instinctively stepped back from Lianye, sensing a growing darkness within him. Under their watchful eyes, Lianye swiftly severed the head of the Sand Jonin, tossing it casually to Danzo. Take this back to the Yamanka clan. Perhaps they can uncover some useful information. Danzo stared at the bloody head in his hands, falling into silence. The Uchiha truly are mad. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Senju Tobirama was taken aback upon seeing the severed head. How could you kill him? He exclaimed, his eyelids twitching. He had ordered them merely to expel the individual from the land of fire, never intending for him to be killed. After all, this was not a time of war, and some actions should not be taken so harshly. Danzo and Koha lowered their heads, afraid to speak. He was too weak. It was an accident, Lianye shrugged, explaining that he had no intention of showing mercy in battle. One misstep could cost him his life. Tobirama's mouth twitched. He found Lianye's nonchalance hard to believe. Seeing Lianye's indifferent demeanor, he instinctively rubbed his forehead, conceding, "Fine, it is done. It was the Wind Country's fault. After all, I won't hold you accountable." The Wind Country would not wage war over a mere Jonin, and even if they did, Tobirama had no fear. "Uncle, will you be home for dinner tonight?" Lianye suddenly inquired, realizing it had been quite some time since they had shared a meal together. Tobirama glanced at the stack of documents on his desk and sighed. "No, you eat at home." Since assuming the role of acting Hokage, he had come to understand the enormity of the responsibilities. No wonder his brother was eager to retire. He was so busy that he hardly had time to develop new jutsu. "All right, uncle, I'll bring it to you," Lianye replied as he left the office with the other two. Tobirama watched Lianye's departing figure, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. This lad has not disappointed me. After years of observation, Tobirama noted that Lianye's character had not significantly changed since awakening his eyes, though he spoke somewhat less than before. Initially, he had worried that the transition to the three Tomo would alter Lianye's temperament, but fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. With that thought, he retrieved the Uchiha observation manual from his drawer and penned a line, indicating that this path seemed promising. Upon returning home, Lianye began preparing dinner. Over the past few years, he had recognized the urgency to grow stronger and had dedicated himself tirelessly to that end. Yet now, having achieved a level of strength, he felt no pressing need. A period of rest was in order. The relentless battles over the past 3 years had left Lianye wearied and numb. Day in and day out, he was either slaying foes or en route to do so. Anyone would find it unbearable. 3 years. Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? Chapter 61. An invitation from Uncle Hashirama. "Uncle, I brought your dinner," Lianye said as he placed the food box on the desk in the Hokage's office. "I see. You can head back now," Tobirama replied. Engrossed in the documents before him, his head remaining down, he thought it best to finish his paperwork before taking a meal. Lianye had no intention of leaving just yet. He voiced his curiosity. "Uncle, why don't you use shadow clones to handle the paperwork?" He found it perplexing that shadow clones were not employed in such scenarios. Hearing this, Tobirama froze, as if the thought had never crossed his mind. To mask his embarrassment, he earnestly explained, "Kid, don't always seek the easy way out. Some tasks require personal attention to be effective." He wanted Lianye to understand that it was not that he had forgotten, but rather that he simply preferred not to do so. "Suit yourself. I'm heading back," Lianye replied, turning to depart. "Take care, and don't forget to drink your milk," Tobirama called after him. Once Lianye was out of sight, Tobirama quickly set down his documents and summoned 2 shadow clones. Without hesitation, the clones seized the papers on the desk and began reviewing them, while Tobirama opened the food box and began to eat. This kid is quite clever. Had it not been for Lianye's reminder, I might have forgotten about using shadow clones altogether. This matter cannot solely be attributed to him. Initially, when he began managing the documents, there was not an overwhelming amount, and thus he did not resort to utilizing shadow clones. However, as the pile of papers on his desk grew increasingly substantial, he inadvertently forgot about the shadow clone technique. Although the memories of the clones would return to the original body, this was not a concern for Senju Tobirama. The time he saved could be devoted to researching Renya and developing ninjutsu. Soon enough, 2 shadow clones had efficiently processed all the documents. Upon dissolving the clones, the memories of the task were transferred back to his mind without causing him any disturbance. It was apparent that he would not be able to study that young lad tonight. It then dawned on him that he had forgotten to add ingredients to the milk. With this thought, Senju Tobirama made his way to the laboratory under the cover of night. Upon entering, he found two individuals bound to the experimental table. Upon seeing Tobirama, their faces contorted with terror. Without uttering a word, he unceremoniously tossed one of them to the floor and began forming hand seals. Edo Tensei. The following day at the Senju Hashirama residence, Rinya inquired, "Aunt Mito, where are Uncle Hashirama and Tsunade?" "Ah, little Rinya, please have a seat," Mito gently replied. Hashirama took Tsunade out and should be back shortly. Rinya nodded, settling on a stone bench in the courtyard. His visit was to check on Uncle Hashirama's condition, as he had been on missions for quite some time and had not seen him for a while. Logically, Hashirama's health should not have deteriorated suddenly. There should be a gradual decline. Rinya hoped to ascertain Hashirama's physical state to estimate his exact time of passing. Before long, familiar footsteps echoed from afar. Rinya looked up to see Senju Hashirama entering the courtyard, cradling 3-year-old Tsunade in his arms. Upon spotting Rinya, Hashirama displayed a look of surprise, momentarily taken aback before greeting him with a smile. "Little Rinya, aren't you on a mission? What brings you back?" "Uncle Hashirama, I thought I'd come by and see you while I had the time," Rinya explained with a smile. "Haha, you're a thoughtful young man," Hashirama chuckled. Tsunade, who had been nestled against her grandfather, appeared somewhat drowsy, but her eyes sparkled with excitement upon noticing Rinya. She wriggled out of Hashirama's embrace and hurriedly trotted over to him. "Uncle Rinya," she exclaimed, her big, watery eyes filled with anticipation. "Are you here to cook for me again?" As those delectable dishes conjured in her mind, drool involuntarily trickled from the corner of her mouth. Rinya found Tsunade's cute, yearning expression amusing. He crouched down, arms wide open, and welcomed the little bundle into his embrace, gently lifting her up. "Of course, I'll make you something delicious today. Yay, I want to eat lots of yummy food," she cheered. "But first, don't you think you should wipe your mouth?" At this, Tsunade hastily swiped her sleeve across her face. Rinya took great pleasure in Tsunade's adorable antics. "Little Rinya, how long are you back for?" Hashirama suddenly inquired at the dining table. Typically, Rinya's breaks from missions did not exceed 3 days. "This time, I plan to rest for quite a while," he replied, setting down his chopsticks. "Uncle Hashirama, is there something you need?" He sensed that Hashirama had something on his mind. Sure enough, Hashirama's eyes lit up. "Little Rinya, would you be willing to leave Konoha with me and explore the world?" The three at the table were taken aback by this proposition. Mito frowned with concern. "Hashirama, why would you leave Konoha?" She was acutely aware of her husband's deteriorating health and feared what might happen if he encountered danger outside the village. "Mito, I simply wish to see the world," Hashirama explained. "I have remained in the village for too long without venturing out. So I intend to take little Rinya along for a little adventure." He turned to Rinya and asked, "What do you say, little Rinya? Would you like to join me?" Rinya's expression grew complex. He felt an odd sensation akin to that of a dying man yearning to fulfill his final wishes. Facing Hashirama's hopeful gaze, Rinya suddenly asked, "Uncle Hashirama, do you think Uncle Tobirama would approve of you leaving?" At this, Hashirama's smile faltered, given his understanding of his younger brother. It seemed unlikely that Tobirama would consent to such a venture. After all, as Hashirama's health waned, Tobirama would undoubtedly forbid him from wandering about. "I will persuade Tobirama to agree," Hashirama stated with determination. Having fought valiantly throughout his life, he believed he deserved to savor his remaining days. "In that case, I have no reason to refuse accompanying you, Uncle Hashirama." Rinya felt compelled to accept. "Hashirama, little Rinya, please be careful," Mito expressed her worry. Though reluctant to let her husband go, she could only silently support his decision. "Do not worry, Mito," Hashirama reassured her, scratching his head. "With little Rinya by my side, I shall be safe." Rinya was taken aback by this statement. How could Hashirama so confidently assert that he would be safe with him? While Hashirama's condition had deteriorated since his battle with Madara, he was not someone who could be trifled with. As long as Hashirama lived, no other ninja village would dare wage war against Konoha. Such was the weight of the title of the god of shinobi. Chapter 62. Hashirama's Memories Brother. "Please take great care on this journey," Tobirama urged at the entrance of Konoha. He truly did not want his brother to leave the village. What if Hashirama encountered danger? However, he could not withstand Hashirama's insistence and ultimately acquiesced. Although he understood that there were few threats capable of endangering his brother in the current shinobi world, he remained deeply concerned. Hashirama's health was not what it once was, and what if he truly found himself in peril? Nonetheless, the probability of such an occurrence was minimal. Tobirama had yet to discover a specific solution regarding his brother's health. This predicament stemmed not only from physical ailments, but also from psychological factors. He had inquired of his brother multiple times, but had only received ambiguous responses. Tobirama felt helpless. It seemed Hashirama was reluctant to divulge the truth. "I understand, Tobirama." Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. "You should return home now. Little Rinya is here." Tobirama turned to Rinya, instructing, "Take good care of your uncle Hashirama, and come back to me with any concerns." "Understood, uncle," Rinya nodded. He thought to himself that Tobirama's worries were unfounded. How could Hashirama possibly encounter danger? Surely no one would be foolish enough to attempt to assassinate the god of shinobi. Rinya considered this outing merely a leisurely excursion beyond the rigors of his missions. After all, being in the company of the god of shinobi was when he felt the most secure. After conveying his final instructions to Rinya, Tobirama turned to Hashirama. "Brother, please take care of yourself." He paused before adding, "The village cannot afford to lose you." Those words carried a heavy weight. "I understand, Tobirama," Hashirama replied earnestly. Yet, he quickly reverted to his jovial demeanor. "No need to see us off. Little Rinya and I are leaving now." With that, he beckoned Rinya to follow him as they departed. "Uncle, where are we going?" Rinya inquired. "Not sure, just wandering about," Hashirama replied. Tobirama stood at the entrance, watching as the two figures gradually faded from view. "Brother, please hold on," he silently wished. Hashirama and Rinya walked side by side along the winding path. Having distanced themselves from the clamor of Konoha village, they entered a realm of desolation and silence. Along the way, Hashirama spoke little, seemingly lost in thought. Rinya, on the other hand, observed his surroundings with curiosity. He sensed that Uncle Hashirama was not wandering aimlessly, but rather purposefully advancing in a specific direction. When they came upon a landscape of crumbling walls and ruins, Hashirama's steps came to an abrupt halt. Here, weeds thrived amidst scattered stones, and the former splendor had long been eroded by the relentless passage of time. Among the shattered bricks, a few resilient wild grasses grew freely, swaying in the wind as if recounting tales of a bygone era. The once vibrant murals had faded into obscurity, leaving behind only indistinct patches of color. Rinya gazed at the patterns on the wall, recognizing that they likely depicted the emblem of a certain clan, though it was now too unclear to discern. He couldn't fathom why Uncle Hashirama had brought him to such a place. As he pondered this, Senju Hashirama explained, "This is the ancestral ground of the Senju clan from the Warring States period." Upon hearing this, Rinya's eyes widened with understanding. He surveyed the dilapidated structures, struggling to connect them to the Senju clan. Hashirama slowly stepped forward, gently caressing a damaged wall, his palm feeling the rough, cold texture. Memories surged forth like a tide. In those days, the area was filled with life and vitality. A young Hashirama would run and play on the streets of the clan's territory, chasing and frolicking with his brothers. The clansmen were busy, some training rigorously in the training grounds, others tenderly nurturing flowers in the courtyards. Every corner of the clan echoed with laughter and joy, one of his few happy memories. However, tensions between the Senju and Uchiha clans escalated, and this ancestral land transformed into a brutal battlefield. As flames raged and smoke filled the air, the once beautiful structures collapsed under the weight of conflict, and clansmen lost their lives amidst the slaughter. Hashirama recalled a night of blood and chaos when the Uchiha launched a surprise attack. Clansmen rose in defiance, their cries of battle and anguish resonating throughout the night. He fought alongside his brother Tobirama, wielding their weapons, drenched in blood. Yet, the Uchiha's assault was relentless, and the ancestral land suffered devastating destruction, with many familiar faces lost forever that night. Rinya stood quietly beside him, witnessing the weight of Hashirama's memories. He could feel the heaviness and sorrow within Hashirama, a poignant testament to a past fraught with suffering and sacrifice. He felt fortunate to have been born in the early days of Konoha's founding. Had he lived during the Warring States, despair would have been his only companion. The Warring States were marked by family feuds, where entire clans could be annihilated overnight. The conflicts between the Uchiha and Senju, as prominent clans, were particularly fierce, and it was commonplace for even children to be thrust into battle. In those times, survival necessitated taking up arms and fighting fiercely to protect loved ones and their homeland. Hashirama spoke slowly. Yet, war brings only pain and hatred, countless lives extinguished and families shattered. His voice grew thick with emotion, as if transported back to those fiery days. Rinya approached him, softly asking, "Is this the original intention behind your founding of Konoha, Uncle Hashirama?" Hashirama gazed skyward, lost in thought, recalling a promise made with Madara. He recounted the journey of their acquaintance, the eventual cessation of conflict, and the establishment of the village. Rinya listened intently. Although he was familiar with the broad strokes of the story, the intricate details remained elusive. Hearing the first-hand account imbued it with a profound sense of immersion. Seated amidst the ruins, Hashirama's voice was somber. "We witnessed so much death. We swore amidst the mountains of corpses to end the war." He suddenly smiled bitterly, that expression steeped in sorrow. Madara argued that only power could bring order, that absolute strength was required to subjugate the nations. Hashirama looked up at the dimming sky, reflecting on Madara's words that he was too naive, that such methods could never achieve true peace. His nails dug deep into his palm, his eyes reddened. "I regarded Madara as a dear friend, yet that day at the Valley of the End, for the safety of the village, I had to kill him." Silence enveloped them, and Rinya chose not to disturb Hashirama's thoughts. He understood that sometimes sharing one's burdens could lighten the heart. As twilight fully enveloped the ruins, Hashirama rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Rinya," he turned to face the direction of Konoha, a smile suddenly breaking forth. "I know peace is not the norm in the shinobi world, but someone must be the first to stand up and cultivate their ideals into towering trees." Rinya stared at Senju Hashirama in astonishment. It dawned on him that Uncle Hashirama was fully aware that such an endeavor could not bring about genuine peace. Yet he pursued it with unwavering resolve. This revelation profoundly altered Rinya's perception of Hashirama. For long, he had viewed Hashirama's commitment to peace as naively idealistic amidst a world rife with violence and betrayal, where promises of tranquility felt as illusory as a mirage. However, Hashirama's earlier words shattered that misconception. In this moment, Rinya realized he had misjudged this god of shinobi. Hashirama was not blindly optimistic. He recognized the thorny path to peace and understood the myriad doubts and betrayals that lay ahead. Despite his disagreements with Madara, he chose to tread this arduous road, hoping to achieve peace in the shinobi world in his own way, even if he knew it would be fleeting. Only those who had experienced the brutality of war could truly appreciate the value of peace. This was the very reason both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara sought to establish harmony in the shinobi realm. Rinya looked at Senju Hashirama with newfound respect, feeling a surge of emotion. Though the peace Hashirama sought was transient, it had nonetheless been realized, hadn't it? Hashirama's words had lifted a burden from his heart. Observing Rinya's admiring gaze, a smile graced his lips, and he placed a warm hand on the young man's shoulder. "Little Rinya, I hope you will protect the village well in the future." His smile faded, eyes penetrating the deepening night, as if envisioning Konoha a decade hence. The village as a grand tree, its people as its branches, and the shinobi as its roots. He withdrew his hand, his expression turning serious. "The future may bring tempests and formidable foes, but as long as there are those willing to stand guard over the village, the fire of Konoha will never extinguish. I believe you can also become a steadfast force supporting this great tree, safeguarding the village in your own unique way." Rinya was momentarily taken aback by Hashirama's words. He had not anticipated such an earnest exchange. It felt as though Hashirama were imparting a last wish. "I understand, Uncle Hashirama," Rinya replied, meeting Hashirama's gaze. "I will do my utmost to protect the village." As long as it was within his capacity, he would not hesitate to safeguard Konoha on Hashirama's behalf. Seeing Rinya's commitment, a smile lit up Hashirama's face. "Then I entrust the village to you, little Rinya." However, Rinya sensed an oddity in Hashirama's words, an inexplicable feeling that lingered in the air. Just then, Hashirama's voice interrupted Rinya's thoughts. "Little Rinya, it is time to leave." The two figures, one large and one small, departed from the remnants of the Senju clan's land. Shortly after their departure, a shadow as dark as ink began to emerge from the ground. This figure was none other than Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu, a cold smirk curling at the corners of its mouth. Heh, the reincarnation of Ashura remains so naive. He scoffs at the ideals of Hashirama and Madara. In his view, only when his mother breaks the seal can true peace descend upon the ninja world. Of course, he is indifferent to the so-called peace of the ninja world, He simply yearns to rescue his mother. Kurizetsu observes the departing figure of Rinya. Thinking that this Uchiha brat should not be part of this intricate game, he senses that Rinya's presence may disrupt his plans. As the instigator of the feud between Indra and Ashura, he fails to comprehend why the Senju brothers would adopt a Uchiha child. Rinya's appearance introduces an unpredictable variable that must not be allowed to interfere with the final arrangement. Before he can finish his thought, Kurizetsu's body sinks back into the ground as if he had never existed. News of Hashirama Senju's departure from Konoha spreads like wildfire in the ninja world. Hashirama and Rinya, the two directly involved, remain unaware that they are already being watched. Little Rinya, do you know of any interesting places in the ninja world? Hashirama inquires, feeling somewhat troubled. The ninja world is vast, and he is at a loss for where to go. Upon hearing this, Rinya suggests, Uncle Hashirama, I've heard that the hot springs in the land of hot water are quite nice. The land of hot water is a renowned tourist destination, one of Jiraiya's favorite spots. Having been in the ninja world for many years, Hashirama has never visited it. Is that so? Then let us go and see. The two immediately set off for the land of hot water. In the high-level conference room of Takigakure, news of Hashirama Senju's departure from Konoha brings excitement. This is an opportunity for us to seek revenge. During the 5 Kage Summit, Hashirama allocated the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations. Although Takigakure possesses the 7 tails, they were not invited to the summit. Despite lacking the strength of the 5 great nations, Takigakure has its own unique features and certain strengths. Hashirama's actions leave the village's higher-ups extremely displeased, wondering why he looks down upon smaller nations. Consequently, they harbor resentment towards Hashirama. They initially contemplated assassinating him, but were delayed by certain circumstances. Upon learning of Hashirama's departure, the higher-ups hastily convene a meeting to discuss their revenge plans. Ultimately, they unanimously decide to send someone to assassinate Hashirama. Even if they cannot kill him, they wish to vent their frustrations, at the very least. Let him know that their small nation is not to be trifled with. Who shall we send? The conference room falls into silence. They are all aware of Hashirama's strength, knowing that attempting to assassinate him would be exceedingly difficult. Whoever is sent out would essentially be walking to their doom. Let us send Kakuzu. This guy is formidable and has already threatened our position, someone proposes. No objections. The others in the room agree unanimously. Thus, they summon Kakuzu and inform him of the mission. Kakuzu, are they out of their minds, sending him to assassinate the god of shinobi? The elderly white-haired leader of the meeting stands trembling, placing a frail hand on Kakuzu's shoulder. Though this mission is perilous, you are the sharpest blade of our village. His voice is hoarse, yet his eyes glimmer with calculative intent. Since Hashirama established Konoha, he has disregarded us, small nations. If you succeed, Takigakure will regain its standing in the ninja world, and you will become a hero of the village. Another middle-aged man steps forward, handing over a scroll. This contains the intelligence we have gathered. It outlines Hashirama's weaknesses. Although reluctant, Kakuzu accepts the scroll and departs from the village. Today, I owe you a chapter. I will make up for it over the weekend. Chapter 64. The Wrong Path, Little Rinya. Are we not there yet? Hashirama wonders aloud during their journey to Takigakure. He feels that Rinya has taken a wrong turn. Logically, Takigakure should not be this far. Little Rinya, are you sure you haven't gone off course? Hashirama cannot help but ask. Rinya, holding a map purchased from a vendor, responds with unwavering confidence. Don't worry, Uncle Hashirama, I haven't gone astray. However, the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betray him. He instinctively wipes the cold sweat away, thinking, could I really have gotten lost? Rinya feels a pang of regret, realizing that neglecting his studies has led to this predicament, where he cannot even read a map. Really? Hashirama leans closer. Let me see the map. Rinya quickly hides the map behind him, stammering, Uncle, please don't rush. We will arrive soon. All right. Hashirama ultimately chooses to trust Rinya, remarking, I didn't realize Takigakure was so far. Uncle Hashirama, we are almost there. Rinya exclaims, though he feels a twinge of guilt. Haha, then let us pick up the pace. I can hardly wait to experience the hot springs. Hashirama laughs heartily, and they quicken their pace. 2 days later, surrounded only by dense woods, they see no signs of civilization. It seems they have strayed further off course. Rinya gazes at the trees, bewildered, according to the map. There should be a small town here. Hashirama, wearing a peculiar expression, cannot help but ask, Little Rinya, are you truly sure you haven't lost your way? After 2 days, they have already left the land of fire. Wasn't it said that the land of hot water is not far from the border of the land of fire? Suddenly, Hashirama recalls hearing from Mito that the land of hot water lies near the land of whirlpools. Yet, this is clearly not the path toward the land of whirlpools. He has no idea where they are now, having been led through so many twists and turns by Renya that he has lost all sense of location. Renya trembles as he looks at the map. Uncle Hashirama, I think I might be lost. Hashirama. Is it really necessary to reiterate what is obvious to anyone with eyes? Had he known, he would never have placed his trust in Renya. He should have checked the map himself when he first sensed something was amiss. This cannot solely be blamed on Hashirama. He never expected that Renya, who had the potential to become a Nin, would be incapable of reading a map. Was this basic knowledge not taught by the ninja school teachers? How did this child even graduate? It seems upon returning, a thorough investigation will be necessary. The ninja school is an institution meant to cultivate ninjas with the will of fire, not a place for favoritism. Such undesirable practices must be resolutely condemned. Uncle Hashirama. Renya intently studies the map, his expression grave. I believe the map is incorrect. Even now, he does not consider the possibility that it could be his fault. With a resigned expression, Hashirama rubs his forehead, unsure of what to say. He had thought Renya had discovered something significant, but it turns out to be this. Little Renya, let me see the map. Hashirama requests. This time, Renya does not resist and obediently hands over the map, muttering under his breath. How despicable to sell me a fake map. Hashirama opens the map and compares it to their surroundings, instantly feeling disheartened. Where have you brought me? He raises his voice, shock evident on his face as he looks at Renya. If he is not mistaken, they are currently at the border between the land of grass and the land of water, even nearing the territory of the land of earth. This is completely in the opposite direction of their intended destination, the land of hot water. They find themselves at a location marked in red on the map. Faced with Hashirama's inquiry, Renya sheepishly scratches his head. It seems I took a wrong turn. I thought the map was wrong. Hashirama's mouth twitches as he cannot help but ask, did the ninja school not teach you how to read a map? Such fundamental knowledge should have been imparted by the teachers. If it was not, then that is a failure on the part of the ninja school. He intends to report this matter to Tobirama upon his return. Renya scratches his head. Uncertain, I think they might have taught it. Hashirama, perplexed, responds. Are you not sure if they taught you or not? Uncle Hashirama, I truly do not know, Renya admits awkwardly, nodding. He has been dozing off during cultural classes and has never truly listened. When asked questions by Tobirama, he genuinely has no clue. Tobirama, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, deciding that this was not the time for such discussions. The immediate priority was to leave this place. He lowered his gaze to the map, comparing it with the surrounding environment, and remarked, we are quite close to Takigakure. We can rest there. Takigakure? The name struck a familiar chord with Renya. He quickly realized that it was the hometown of Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki in the future. It was rumored that he had once fought against Tobirama and often boasted about it during his time with the organization. The truth of those claims remains uncertain. Nevertheless, with the man himself present, one could easily ascertain the veracity of his words. Tobirama, have you ever fought a guy named Kakuzu? Kakuzu? Tobirama appeared perplexed, as if trying to recall the individual. I have no recollection. Upon hearing this, Renya displayed an expression of realization. The case was closed. Kakuzu was indeed boasting. If he had truly faced Tobirama and managed to escape, Tobirama would certainly have remembered. Now, with Tobirama having no recollection of Kakuzu, there were only two possibilities. Either Kakuzu had never fought Tobirama and was merely bragging, or he had only thrown a few shurikens from a distance, fleeing before engaging in direct combat. Renya couldn't help but find it amusing. He had always thought Kakuzu was a rather honest individual, but it seemed he had misjudged him. Tobirama did not dwell on the matter, leading the way with the map in hand. Renya quietly followed behind, still feeling the map was at fault. He hoped to witness Tobirama getting lost as well, as that would validate his own navigation skills. Unfortunately, the anticipated event did not occur. Soon, a small village came into view. Renya gazed at the distant Takigakure, falling into silence. Outside the land of hot water, Kakuzu crouched in a tree, meticulously surveying his surroundings. This route was the only access point to Takigakure. He would be able to spot Tobirama the moment he appeared. Yet, 2 days had passed without a sight of him. Was the intelligence flawed? Kakuzu reviewed the information provided by the village's higher-ups, Tobirama Senju is heading to Takigakure to soak in hot springs. He decided to wait another day. If Tobirama did not arrive, he would return to the village to report. Chapter 65. Tobirama is coming? What? Are you saying Tobirama is coming? In the high-level meeting room of Takigakure, an elder reported, I can assure you, I have indeed seen the god of shinobi enter the village. He was unaware of the previous discussions among the elders. He merely wished to inform them to prepare for the arrival of their esteemed guest. After all, this was the god of shinobi. Upon hearing the subordinates' report, the higher-ups felt as if the sky had fallen. That treacherous Kakuzu, failing his mission was one thing, but to betray the village was unforgivable. A middle-aged man clenched his fists in anger. He had even provided Kakuzu with intelligence, only to realize that the scoundrel was a treacherous wolf. Though the scroll contained no information, it was indeed what he had gathered. Due to Tobirama's lack of weaknesses, there was nothing to report. What to do? The white-haired elder's face turned ashen. Tobirama's arrival in Takigakure could only mean one thing. They were about to face the consequences of their actions. After all, just days prior, they had dispatched an assassin to eliminate him. The higher-ups had merely intended to vent their frustrations and use Tobirama's might to dispose of Kakuzu. They never anticipated that he would come knocking at their door. With the strength of the god of shinobi, annihilating Takigakure would be effortless. Regret began to seep into their minds regarding their earlier decisions. At this point, we can only insist that this was Kakuzu's personal deed and that it has nothing to do with the village. Another elder declared, if we maintain a sincere attitude of repentance, Tobirama will not hold it against us. The god of shinobi was known for his benevolent nature within the ninja world, and they hoped he would not be petty over such trivial matters. Sighing, they resigned themselves to this course of action. In the streets of Takigakure, Lianye surveyed the surroundings, remarking, this place is truly backward. Though Konoha had only recently been established and was still developing, it was clear that a great ninja village was incomparable to these smaller nations. The streets of Takigakure were lined with a few general goods stores, offering limited variety, and they encountered few pedestrians, rendering the place rather desolate. Little Lianye, let's finish our shopping and leave, Tobirama said, clearly feeling there was little of interest here. As they stowed away their purchase supplies, they both instinctively turned their gazes toward a particular direction. 3 white-haired elders were hastily approaching them, followed by dozens of ninjas. Lianye discerned that the strength of this group was mediocre, comprised mostly of Nin, with only 2 Nin among them. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what their purpose was. Were they here to confront Tobirama? Yet, with this composition, it was hard to believe they were there to deliver anything of value. Just as Lianye pondered this, the leading elder trembled as he spoke, and Master Tobirama? Hearing this, Tobirama scratched his head, do you know me? Upon receiving acknowledgement from Tobirama, the elder's knees buckled, and he promptly knelt before him. Master Tobirama, spare us. The others quickly followed suit, dropping to the ground in reverence. Tobirama was taken aback. What is happening? Why are you all kneeling? Linye's expression turned complex as he looked at Tobirama. Uncle Tobirama, have you been up to no good behind the scenes? Little Lianye, don't speak nonsense. Tobirama shot a disapproving glare at him. He quickly stepped forward to assist the elder to his feet. Please, get up. Master Tobirama, spare us. We realize our mistakes. The group had no intention of rising, continuing to bow and plead for mercy. As Tobirama stood there, bewildered, Lianye stepped forward, activating his Sharingan to examine the leading elder. As the elder instinctively raised his head, he met Linye's crimson gaze. Caught off guard, he fell victim to Linye's Jinjutsu. With Linye's current ocular prowess, he easily infiltrated the elder's thoughts. However, such actions could render the target a fool. Yet, these individuals exhibited strange behavior, clearly not upstanding citizens. Lianye felt no moral conflict in using Jinjutsu against them. The elder's actions during the meeting gradually unfolded in Linye's mind. After witnessing the entire scenario, a peculiar expression crossed Linye's face. It turned out that Kakuzu was not boasting. He genuinely intended to assassinate the god of shinobi. Had they not taken the wrong path, they might have encountered Kakuzu. Little Lianye, what is the meaning of this? Tobirama inquired, observing Linye's actions. The higher-ups of Takigakure dispatched someone to assassinate you. Our arrival led them to believe their plan had failed, prompting them to seek mercy, Lianye explained. The kneeling individuals turned pale, realizing they had not anticipated the presence of someone skilled in Jinjutsu alongside Tobirama. This revelation rendered their previous plans futile. The elder, now freed from the Jinjutsu, became aware of the situation and buried his head even lower. Master Tobirama, please spare us. We were momentarily blinded by folly. Grant us another chance. Takigakure is willing to submit to Konoha. The higher-ups of Takigakure, desperate to save their own lives, fervently bowed and begged for forgiveness. Lianye slowly drew his blade. Turning to Tobirama. Uncle Tobirama, how should we deal with them? Just give the word, and I will swiftly eliminate these individuals. These fools who dared to plot against both himself and Tobirama had no right to continue living. Upon hearing Lianye's words, the higher-ups of Takigakure bowed their heads even more fervently. Lord Hashirama, spare us. As Hashirama gazed at the pleading figure on the ground, his heart softened. Very well. Little Lianye, let us depart. With that, he turned and walked away. Hashirama was a man of kindness and broad-mindedness. He understood the preciousness of life and was reluctant to take it away lightly, even when faced with an assassin, as long as they had not caused irreparable harm. He chose to show mercy. Lianye said nothing, silently sheathing his blade and following Hashirama. He was aware that Hashirama's actions were predicated on his immense strength and confidence in handling any assassination attempt, viewing the assailant not as a grave threat. As long as he could ensure the safety of himself and the village, Hashirama remained benevolent. It was a rare quality in the ninja world. Few would spare those who sought to harm them. Had it been another ninja, the village would have likely faced annihilation. The higher-ups of Takigakure, witnessing Hashirama and Lianye's departure, collapsed onto the ground, their faces filled with relief at having escaped death. That was close, so close to perishing. Thankfully, we gambled right. Senju Hashirama truly spared us. Ha ha ha, surviving a great calamity surely brings great fortune. Chapter 66. The one who escapes unscathed. Little Lianye. Do you find fault with my actions? On the road, Hashirama suddenly inquired. He had noticed Lianye's conflicted expression when he decided to spare the Takigakure leaders, indicating disapproval of his decision. After a moment's hesitation, Lianye finally nodded and then shook his head. As long as you are happy, Uncle Hashirama, that is sufficient. Is it truly that simple? Hashirama raised an eyebrow, the wide sleeves of his robe fluttering in the evening breeze. He could discern the confusion in Lianye's eyes, reminiscent of the expression Tobirama had when he watched him release a member of the Uchiha clan. Had it been Tobirama, he would likely have remarked on his sentimentality. Lianye concurred. I believe Uncle Tobirama is right. Hashirama thought Lianye was different from Tobirama, someone who could appreciate his good intentions. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Lianye, like Tobirama, disapproved of his leniency towards enemies. It must be said, Lianye was indeed a product of Tobirama's upbringing. Ninjas should be decisive in their killings. One must never act as you, Uncle Hashirama, have done. Lianye continued. Life is singular. Sparing an enemy only increases the risk of one's own demise. Not everyone understands the virtue of gratitude. What if, after sparing an enemy, they launch a surprise attack? For Lianye, such risky benevolence was never an option. Hashirama could afford such actions due to his formidable power. In the ninja world, no one could threaten him, allowing him to act as he pleased. Should an ordinary ninja dare to do the same, they would find themselves buried beneath 3 meters of grass on their graves. Hashirama suddenly threw his head back and laughed, startling the birds from the trees. He placed a hand on Lianye's shoulder and earnestly said, Little Lianye, you are still too young to comprehend the benefits of my actions. Before Lianye could respond, he continued, to spare an enemy is to sow the seeds of peace. Each time one lays down their blade in favor of dialogue, they build a bridge of understanding between those of differing stances. If only people could understand and tolerate one another, the ninja world could finally achieve true peace. Lianye's lips twitched in exasperation. Uncle Hashirama, here you go again. Over the past few days, Hashirama had intermittently inundated him with his ideals of peace. He had grown weary of such unnutritious discourse. Yet, each time, Hashirama would ramble on for ages, and Lianye could only endure in silence. Instinctively, he quickened his pace, prompting Hashirama to hastily keep up, continuing to expound on his visions of peace. Time passed, and finally, Hashirama ceased his speech, nodding with satisfaction, his expression brimming with unfulfilled enthusiasm. He instinctively glanced at Lianye, only to find that the boy had not been listening at all. Unbeknownst to him, cotton had found its way into his ears. With a resigned sigh, Hashirama murmured, Little Lianye, I trust that one day you will understand the meaning behind my words. He had long been advocating his views on peace, yet it seemed that no one shared in his sentiments. be it Madara, Tobirama, or Lianye. He believed that with enough sincerity and tolerance, he could melt away the icy hatred, but reality had doused his fervor with cold water. He suddenly felt a profound solitude in his solitary quest for peace. Even those closest to him did not comprehend his earnestness. Would those he had spared truly grasp his intentions? This feeling of unrecognized frustration left even the mighty Hashirama feeling somewhat powerless and lost. As Lianye observed Hashirama's drooping figure, he felt a pang of sympathy. He began to reflect. Had he been too harsh in his judgments? Hashirama was genuinely striving to advocate for peace, yet Lianye had shown impatience. With this thought, Lianye removed the cotton from his ears. Uncle Hashirama, I believe your ideals are commendable. At those words, Hashirama abruptly lifted his head, the shadows in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a radiant glow. He excitedly grasped Lianye's shoulders, his voice trembling with emotion. You truly think so? I have always believed that no one could understand my persistence. That everyone thought I was mad, claiming I was dreaming the impossible. His throat bobbed as he gazed intently at Lianye. Yet you understand. Seeing Hashirama's expression, Lianye was engulfed by an unsettling feeling, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Sure enough, Hashirama seized Lianye's arm and began to elaborate on his vision for peace in the ninja world. Lianye watched Hashirama incessantly lecture him, his face betraying a sense of numbness. He wished he could slap himself for speaking out of turn. At that moment, he deeply understood the value of silence. Hashirama, oblivious to Lianye's demeanor, continued his discourse with fervor. That evening, it seemed Hashirama had much to say, while Lianye absorbed none of it. He repeatedly questioned himself. Why did I speak? With no mission objectives to encounter, he could finally return to the village to report. At the border between the land of fire and the land of iron, Kakuzu's lips could not suppress a smile. Initially believing that the high-level mission he had received would lead to his demise, he had been crouched at the entrance of Takigakure for 3 days in trepidation. To his astonishment, fortune favored him. He had not encountered Senju Hashirama. Thus, Kakuzu was spared the confrontation with the god of ninjas. He was unaware of the madness gripping the higher-ups of Takigakure, who had sent him to assassinate Senju Hashirama. Yet, as a ninja, fulfilling his mission was his duty, even if it posed a significant risk to his life. At this moment, Kakuzu was oblivious to the truth and had not succumbed to darkness. He still cherished his village. Such was the benefit of having been indoctrinated from a young age. I seem to be the only one who undertook the assassination of the ninja god and managed to escape unscathed. Kakuzu's smile broadened, unable to contain his glee. This legendary experience would undoubtedly serve as a bragging right in the future. To escape from a high-level mission speaks volumes about one's strength, does it not? After all, he had not lied. It was true that he had taken on an assassination mission, and it was true that he had escaped unscathed. At that moment, 2 figures came into view. At first, Kakuzu paid them no mind, thinking they were merely 2 strangers, one a middle-aged man, the other a youth in his teens. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the middle-aged man, his smile abruptly froze. Before him stood a figure clad in a light blue robe, with shoulder-length hair cascading freely, a few strands brushing against his chiseled features. He took out the portrait and studied it closely. Could it be the god of ninjas? Cold sweat broke out on Kakuzu's forehead. How could he encounter Senju Hashirama in a place like this? Chapter 67. The oppressive presence of the ninja god. Kakuzu stood frozen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He hadn't even made a move yet, and his body was already rebelling against him. This was the legendary god of ninjas. He had an ominous premonition that if he were to act, it would surely lead to his demise. Lianye and Hashirama naturally noticed Kakuzu, who was standing dazed not far away. Lianye instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. Recognizing the ninja identity from Kakuzu's attire, one must exercise caution when encountering peers outside, for one could never know the intentions of the other. Should the man before him show even the slightest sign of hostility, he would strike without hesitation. Hashirama, however, harbored no such concerns. He even offered Kakuzu a friendly smile. Yet, to Kakuzu, this smile was utterly terrifying. As he watched the 2 approach, his legs grew weak, and he nearly turned to flee. Asking him to assassinate the god of ninjas? What a joke. It was no fault of Kakuzu's. Senju Hashirama exuded an overwhelming aura. He began to spiral into self-doubt. Could I truly assassinate the god of ninjas? Am I not merely seeking my own demise? Perhaps I haven't even encountered him at all. But soon, He gathered his courage once more. No, I am the pride of Takigakure. If I can successfully assassinate Senju Hashirama, I will become a hero in my village. With that thought igniting his fighting spirit, Kakuzu's eyes blazed with determination. However, upon seeing Hashirama, the hard-won fighting spirit vanished without a trace. Even as the two passed by him, he still lacked the courage to strike. Lianye cast a peculiar glance at Kakuzu, sensing something was off about him. But since Kakuzu showed no signs of malice, he paid little mind. At that moment, Kakuzu had not yet acquired the resentment of the earth. His appearance was vastly different from when he was part of the Akatsuki, making it reasonable for Lianye not to recognize him. Then, noticing the portrait in Kakuzu's hand, Lianye's eyes flickered as a realization struck him. So this man is Kakuzu. He had seen glimpses of him in the elder's memories back in Takigakure, but he hadn't clearly discerned Kakuzu's features until now. However, he chose to feign ignorance. Once the two were far enough away, Kakuzu's knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, gasping for breath. The oppressive aura from Senju Hashirama had nearly suffocated him. Is this truly the god of ninjas? Just a mere smile had extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Kakuzu slammed his fist into the ground, expressing his frustration. Damn it, why am I such a failure? He was supposed to be the genius of Takigakure, yet he lacked even the courage to act. If he hadn't encountered Senju Hashirama, it would have been fine, but now, having met him, how could he report back to the village elders? With that thought, Kakuzu rose and looked in the direction Hashirama had departed, declaring, "For the glory of Takigakure, I shall risk it all." Thus, he retrieved the intel given to him by the higher-ups. Previously, he hadn't deemed Senju Hashirama worthy of his attention and had no intention of checking the scroll. But facing Hashirama in person made him acutely aware of the disparity between them. Let me see the weaknesses of the god of ninjas. Kakuzu slowly unfurled the scroll, only to be completely dumbfounded. Why is it all blank? Kakuzu couldn't believe his eyes and hastily closed and reopened the scroll. It remained void of any information. Realization dawned on him. There were no so-called weaknesses of Senju Hashirama. If there were any weaknesses, how could he be called the god of ninjas? Having come to this conclusion, he discarded the scroll onto the ground and pursued the direction in which Hashirama had left. Little Lianye. Was that person just now Kakuzu from Takigakure? Hashirama inquired curiously. Indeed, Uncle Hashirama, Lianye nodded. I saw a bit of him in the memories of that old man from Takigakure. Haha, so that's how it is. Hashirama paid the matter no mind. After all, he could afford to overlook even those who had intended to attack him, let alone someone who had made a move. This was also the reason Lianye had refrained from acting. If the person involved didn't care, why should he fret? If he stirred up trouble, Uncle Hashirama would surely preach his ideals of peace again. At that moment, both turned their heads in unison, only to see Kakuzu sprinting toward them at an alarming speed. Lianye was somewhat taken aback. Kakuzu was daring enough to make a move. He had thought the man had given up on the task and fled. To his surprise, he was charging back in, undeterred by fear. Doton Arcan. Kakuzu wasted no time and launched his attack at the two. He understood that he was no match for Hashirama in a direct confrontation and could only hope to injure him with a sneak attack. Yet, he had overestimated himself. The two easily evaded his assault. You are Kakuzu, correct? Senju Hashirama inquired. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's pupils constricted in shock. How could the god of ninjas know his name? He hadn't uttered a single word. I advise you to stand down. I have no desire to harm you, Hashirama urged. He discerned from Kakuzu's earlier attack that the latter possessed only the strength of an elite J-nin and was no match for him. Kakuzu ignored the warning and continued his assault. Hashirama, seeing this, felt a sense of helplessness. Why wouldn't these individuals heed his advice? Just as he was about to intervene, Lianye spoke up. Uncle Hashirama, allow me to handle this. Lianye unsheathed his katana, eager to engage. Kakuzu's strength was formidable, making him an excellent practice opponent. Even if he couldn't win, it was no matter, as Hashirama would be there to support him. Very well, but be cautious, Hashirama replied. With him nearby, there was no need to worry about Lianye's safety, yet he couldn't help but offer a word of caution. I understand, Uncle Hashirama. Kakuzu, observing Lianye step forward, felt a secret sigh of relief. Thankfully, his opponent was the young lad before him and not the god of ninjas. Child, do you think you can stop me? Kakuzu bared his teeth in a grin. He may not be able to contend with the god of ninjas, but he was confident he could overcome this youth. Before he could finish speaking, the Doton Arcan shot directly toward Lianye's throat. Lianye activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning rapidly, tracking the trajectory of the attack and easily dodging it. Sharingan. Kakuzu was taken aback. Lianye appeared before Kakuzu in an instant, his katana aimed at Kakuzu. Kakuzu hastily sidestepped. But Lianye had already anticipated his movement with the Sharingan. With a twist of his wrist, the blade grazed Kakuzu's neck, leaving behind a fine cut on his skin. Kakuzu swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Lianye, his face filled with astonishment. Had he not reacted quickly, his head would have been severed. With a grave expression, Kakuzu regarded Lianye, his voice hoarse. "Child, I must admit you possess some skill, but you still fall short in comparison to me." Lianye's gaze fell upon Kakuzu's neck, where a thin line of blood began to emerge. Yet, the blood was not red, it was black. Kakuzu was perplexed. What is this child staring at? Following Lianye's gaze, he instinctively touched his neck, feeling a sticky sensation. Looking down, he saw the blood on his fingertips was indeed black. Kakuzu. Chapter 68. Alive, why is my blood black? A momentary haze of confusion flickered in Kakuzu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. No, the blade must be poisoned. He stared incredulously at the young boy before him, who was now wearing a bemused expression. "Oh, it seems our disparity has lessened. You despicable scoundrel," Kakuzu exclaimed, enraged. He prided himself as the genius of Takigakure, having faced countless battles and opponents, employing a myriad of techniques. Yet, he had never encountered someone who applied poison to their weapon. Even the renowned poison expert of the Sand Village, a puppet master, does not resort to such nefarious tactics. Typically, the poisons employed by puppet masters are in the form of poison needles or toxic mists, clearly visible to their adversaries, allowing for proper caution. When engaged in combat with a puppet master, a ninja instinctively prepares for such threats. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly dignified youth before him would employ such underhanded attacks? The blade of that gleaming katana, in fact, bore poison. Particularly shocking was the revelation that this boy belonged to the Uchiha clan. Aren't the Uchihas notoriously proud? Shouldn't they disdain such methods of attack? Despicable? Lianye scoffed. Do you believe that being a ninja is a noble profession? In Lianye's eyes, a ninja is a deceitful and cunning occupation, where the success of a mission and personal survival are the paramount goals. To triumph over a more powerful ninja, one must resort to treacherous combat techniques. If one can eliminate an opponent through ambush and poison, why engage in honorable battle? He was not yet strong enough to rival the likes of Hashirama Senju, who faced danger without fear. Moreover, even the mightiest are not free from the specter of death. Take, for instance, the formidable Madara Uchiha, who was still felled by Black Zetsu's heart-piercing strike. Ultimately, the frailty of a ninja's body is the crux of the matter. Over the years, Lianye had specifically studied the body-enhancing techniques from his past life, yet they proved to be of little use. The upper limit of a ninja's physical strength is not high. Even the third Raikage's remarkable physique is deemed the pinnacle of the ninja world. Upon hearing Lianye's words, Kakuzu's face darkened. Whether it was due to the potent poison coursing through him or the anger ignited by Lianye's remarks, he was acutely aware that the combat methods employed by ninjas often lack honor. However, the youth standing before him was an Uchiha. It is well known that these powerful clans in the ninja world disdain such actions. Thus, Kakuzu had initially assumed that this young man was a paragon of virtue, not one to resort to such repugnant tactics. Little did he realize his misjudgment. At the very onset of their battle, he had already fallen victim. "You insufferable brat. You hardly resemble an Uchiha." Kakuzu seethed. He had encountered Uchiha adversaries before, yet none had ever employed such despicable techniques. Before he could finish his thought, he felt darkness envelop him, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. As he gazed up at the approaching youth, Kakuzu understood that his fate was sealed. Damn those high-ups. If there is a next life, I shall not spare you. Kakuzu clenched his fists in despair, but the poison coursing through him robbed him of even the strength to do so. In the face of death, a profound terror arises. It is nearly impossible for one to confront mortality with equanimity. Perhaps he had once been loyal to Takigakure, even willing to sacrifice his life for it. Yet, when confronted with death, he could not help but harbor resentment towards the village's leaders. Had they not sent him to assassinate Hashirama Senju? How could he have met such a grim fate? Had he known, he would have preferred to eliminate those high-ranking officials himself. As he spiraled into despair, Lianye stood before him. The future bearer of immortality in the ninja world was now thrashing about like a stranded fish. This was a sign of the poison's onset. Lianye looked down with disdain at Kakuzu, whose contorted body writhed in agony, his crimson Sharingan reflecting no trace of compassion. To grant you a swift death is already a mercy on my part. With that, he twisted his wrist, directing the blade toward Kakuzu's carotid artery. A single strike would surely result in decapitation. Kakuzu trembled, attempting to raise his arm in defense, but found it nearly impossible to move, his eyes filled with despair. He suddenly recalled the lives he had extinguished with his own hands. In that fleeting moment before death, the pride of all strong beings shatters into the same despair. Lianye showed no hesitation as he swung the blade toward Kakuzu. At that moment, Lianye's wrist was firmly grasped by a large, powerful hand. Confused, he turned to see Hashirama Senju's stern expression before him. "What are you doing, Uncle Hashirama?" Lianye inquired, bewildered. Hashirama solemnly shook his head. "Little Lianye, spare him his life." Just as Lianye was about to protest, he was interrupted by Hashirama's admonition. "Have you forgotten our ideals?" Lianye's mouth twitched as he internally ranted. "What ideals? It's always been you lecturing. Little Lianye, only when everyone is filled with love." Seeing Hashirama about to embark on another lengthy discourse, Lianye hastily interjected, "Uncle Hashirama, I completely agree. I shall let him go." Though he did not wish to spare Kakuzu, he was far less inclined to endure Hashirama's tedious monologue. "Good. I'm glad you understand." Hashirama nodded in satisfaction, convinced that Lianye had perfectly inherited his philosophy. At that moment, Lianye's words interrupted his thoughts. "Uncle Hashirama, he seems to be dying." Hashirama instinctively glanced at Kakuzu, who was now rolling his eyes back, frothing at the mouth, clearly on the brink of death. "Little Lianye, don't you have an antidote?" Hashirama urged. "Quickly administer it." Lianye retrieved a small vial from his ninja tool pouch. "Uncle Hashirama, given his condition, I'm uncertain if the antidote will still be effective." "It doesn't matter. We must make the effort to save him," Hashirama asserted. Snatching the vial and pouring its contents into Kakuzu's mouth, Lianye watched, intrigued to see if Kakuzu could be revived. Remarkably, Kakuzu, against all odds, awoke from his stupor. Blinking in confusion, he stared blankly at the sky. "Am I dead?" He seemed to have glimpsed his late grandmother. "Haha, you're awake." Just then, Hashirama's large face loomed into Kakuzu's view, nearly giving him a fright. Hashirama quickly reassured him, "Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm." Kakuzu struggled to sit up, bewildered as he gazed at Hashirama. "Lord Hashirama, why do you not kill me?" Hashirama bent to retrieve the kunai that had fallen from Kakuzu. "A ninja's blade should not exist solely to sever enemies," he said, handing the kunai back to Kakuzu. "I wish for you to live, to witness the changes in this world. Perhaps one day, you will come to understand that there are things worth protecting beyond mere slaughter." Kakuzu gazed at Hashirama's retreating figure, and in that moment, he understood why Hashirama was revered as the god of shinobi. In the distance, the sound of Lianye sheathing his sword could be heard as the two figures gradually faded away, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with chaos and a fate rewritten by destiny. "Am I alive?" Kakuzu whispered. Chapter 69. "You should compensate me for the antidote, little Lianye. What troubles you?" Hashirama inquired, noticing Lianye's sudden halt. "Uncle Hashirama, I need to speak with Kakuzu about something," Lianye replied. "Then go, but refrain from engaging him in battle again." "Yes, I understand." As Hashirama watched Lianye depart, he muttered to himself, "I wonder what little Lianye intends to do." The reason Lianye returned to seek out Kakuzu was that he had suddenly recalled that the character in the original story seemed to possess considerable wealth. Adhering to the principle that a thief should not leave empty-handed, he planned to extort a substantial sum from him. Meanwhile, Kakuzu struggled to rise from the ground, shakily making his way toward the village. A flicker of resentment crossed his eyes as he coldly muttered, "Damn those high-ups. I will not let you escape unscathed." Since he had survived, the village elders deserved to perish. Just then, Kakuzu heard footsteps approaching from behind. Instinctively turning around, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes. Why have you returned?" Kakuzu's face drained of color as he stammered, fearing Lianye had come to finish him off. After all, it was Senju Hashirama who promised to spare him, not the Uchiha youth before him. Contemplating this, Kakuzu despaired and shut his eyes. His body was still plagued by a plethora of toxins, making even the act of walking a challenge. He was certainly no match for Rinya. The only option left for him was to close his eyes and await death. "Cursed old fools, you've escaped this time." Strangely, in his final moments. He felt no fear of death, but rather resentment that the higher-ups of the village would survive. Rinya wondered what Kakuzu was doing with his eyes closed. Yet he paid it no mind. He was here for money. Kakuzu, I believe you owe me for the antidote. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu abruptly opened his eyes, astonished, and exclaimed, You won't kill me? Rinya, somewhat puzzled, replied, Why would I kill you? Since Hashirama has spoken, it would be inconsiderate to slay Kakuzu. Seeing that Rinya appeared sincere, he instinctively sighed in relief. However, he soon realized the implication of Rinya's words. The boy seemed to be asking him for money. How much do you want? Kakuzu inquired cautiously. He had saved a bit of money over the years from his missions, but he was uncertain if it would suffice. Rinya scrutinized Kakuzu, internally doubting the man's wealth. Finally, he slowly extended 3 fingers. 30 million ryo. 30 million ryo. Kakuzu nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. After years of toil, he had only managed to accumulate a few 100,000 ryo. This boy was asking for 30 million. Did he think he could simply rob someone? What? You don't have that much? Rinya frowned, his voice growing increasingly icy. He assumed Kakuzu was merely a miser unwilling to part with his money, deliberately seeking excuses. Seeing Rinya prepare to take action, Kakuzu was almost in tears. No, I truly don't have that much. Aren't you supposed to love money? Rinya questioned, perplexed. Wasn't Kakuzu notorious for his greed in the original story? How could he possibly be broke? I swear, I really don't have that much. What Rinya did not know was that Kakuzu had long since ceased to be obsessed with wealth. It was only after being betrayed by the village that he realized the power of money, coupled with his cursed technique, which allowed him to seize the hearts of others to prolong his life. Kakuzu had gained immortality. Yet, as those around him gradually departed, he was left to endure time and solitude. Consequently, he placed his aspirations for life and sense of security in the pursuit of wealth, ultimately leading to a philosophy that prioritized money above all else. Rinya discerned that Kakuzu was not deceiving him and sighed in resignation, realizing he had arrived at an inopportune moment. How much do you have? Show me all of it. Kakuzu obediently revealed all his possessions, and Rinya examined the scroll he received, which contained approximately 3 million ryo. Satisfied, he tucked the scroll at his waist, though the sum was modest. It was not entirely in vain. Can I leave now? Kakuzu asked cautiously. Have you settled your debt? Then you may go. Rinya scoffed. He had expected a substantial profit, but was left with so little. But I have no money left. Kakuzu gritted his teeth, feeling that this wretched boy had gone too far. If he were in better condition, he would have fought back. Enough, you can go now. Rinya waved his hand dismissively. Just as Kakuzu prepared to leave, he heard Rinya's next words. Remember, Kakuzu, you still owe me 27 million ryo. I will come to collect it later. Kakuzu turned in disbelief, but Rinya's figure had already vanished. Kakuzu lamented. Failing to assassinate the god of shinobi was one thing, but now he owed a considerable sum of money. At that moment, he truly grasped the importance of wealth. In the land of water, at the hidden village of Yu. After a series of tribulations, the two finally arrived at their destination. Haha, we finally made it. The village of Yu was enveloped in a delicate white mist at dusk. Rinya followed Hashirama into a hot spring inn, the wooden floor creaking softly beneath their feet. The proprietress hurried over, her wooden clogs clattering, and upon seeing the two, her face broke into a warm smile. You two have arrived at just the right time. The male bath's flowing Xiaohua pool has just been filled with fresh water, and you can enjoy a view of the valley at dusk. She guided them through a corridor adorned with lanterns. Pushing open the wooden door of the male bath, a wave of steam, infused with a hint of sulfur, rushed toward them. Ha, I'm coming to the hot spring, Hashirama exclaimed, leaping into the water and beckoning to Rinya on the shore. Come on, little Rinya, it's truly delightful. Rinya hesitated for a moment before slowly disrobing. The warm water enveloped his lean, battle-scarred body, and his tense muscles began to relax. This was his first experience in a hot spring, and it was indeed pleasurable. This journey had not been in vain. He glanced over at Hashirama, who was lounging comfortably at the edge of the pool, his hair floating in the water, wearing a gentle smile. How do you feel, little Rinya? Rinya nodded, acknowledging that it was quite nice. Just then, a heavy thud resonated from a distance. Instantly, he sprang from the water, seizing a nearby branch, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Yet Hashirama remained unfazed, leisurely soaking in the water, raising his hand to send forth a wooden vine that effortlessly ensnared the source of the disturbance, a stray cat. You're too tense, Little Renya, Hashirama chided gently. Stroking the stray cat, it's just a little kitten. Renya froze in place, watching as Hashirama gently placed the cat by the poolside and offered it a fish cake he had procured from the kitchen. Years of combat had instilled in him a reflexive response. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he re-entered the pool. Chapter 70. Only children love candy. As dusk fell like a veil, the fragrant steam, mingled with the unique sulfur aroma of the hot spring, wafted through the air. Renya and Hashirama, clad in the yukatas provided by the inn, stepped out of the hot spring, wooden clogs clacking beneath their feet. In Hashirama's arms, a mottled stray cat nestled contentedly, purring and occasionally nuzzling against his broad palm. Little Renya, what do you think we should name this cat? Clearly, he was considering adopting the stray. Though Renya did not comprehend Hashirama's decision, he still offered his input. This cat is a tabby. Let us call it Tabby. Ha ha ha, that is a great name. From now on, you shall be known as Tabby. Hashirama chuckled, affectionately ruffling the cat's fur. Tabby instinctively licked Hashirama's palm, seemingly fond of its new name. Uncle Hashirama, you want to adopt this ugly cat? Renya frowned in disapproval, stating, this cat is hideous. We should just get rid of it. Meow, meow, meow. Tabby appeared to comprehend, vocally protesting against Renya. Oh, this cat can understand? Renya raised an eyebrow. In the shinobi world, ordinary stray cats typically lacked the ability to communicate. Only those summoned beasts possessed the intelligence to converse with humans. The fact that this stray cat could understand human speech took him by surprise. Meow, meow, meow. Tabby rolled its eyes at Renya, as if to say, what else? Human. Ha ha. I knew Tabby was clever. Hashirama gently patted Tabby's head, causing the cat to blissfully squint its eyes. What a cunning little creature, Renya muttered under his breath, having no interest in such an unattractive pet. The two exited the hot spring inn and wandered into the streets. Under the eaves of the shops lining the street, dozens of vermilion lanterns illuminated the night. Men and women clad in yukatas strolled leisurely along the street. Vendors on either side warmly called out, and amidst the cacophony of sales pitches, the sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts, the savory scent of grilled sea bream, and the rich fragrance of sake mingled together, tantalizingly wafting toward their nostrils. Renya instinctively swallowed, realizing he was indeed quite hungry. He had been traveling for days without enjoying any good food. Little Renya, are you hungry? Hashirama asked with a smile. Come, I'll take you out for a meal. He led Renya to a tavern, its wooden sign with the words U.S. Pavilion glimmering in gold, swaying gently in the breeze. The proprietress of the hot spring establishment remarked that their signature grilled sea bream ramen is quite delectable, claiming that the broth is a secret recipe with a century of history. Zhuzhong swallowed hard and promptly led Lianye into the restaurant. Upon entering, they were enveloped by the warm air infused with the rich aroma of bone broth, causing both to involuntarily gulp. One must admit, this century-old establishment seemed to possess something special. The interior was adorned with tatami mats, and the flickering candlelight cast patron shadows upon the paper sliding doors, through which the sound of hushed conversations floated. The proprietress, donning an apron, approached them with warmth, saying, Please, follow me. They settled at a low table by the window, where the tabby cat was placed in a bamboo basket lined with a thick blanket, immediately curling up into a furry ball to doze off. Zhuzhong took the menu, his fingertip resting on the signature dishes, opting for 2 bowls of sea bream ramen and an onsen egg. Shortly after, steaming bowls of ramen were served. The dish featured fragrant grilled sea bream, a soft-boiled egg enveloped in amber broth, garnished with vibrant green scallions and delicate pink char siu. Zhuzhong picked up a piece of fish, gently blowing on it before offering it to the tabby cat, who eagerly extended its tongue, getting broth all over its whiskers. Zhuzhong, it seems this little one has taken quite a liking to you, Lianye remarked as he scooped a spoonful of broth, lamenting that the cat was rather unattractive. His words were interrupted by the sudden meow of the tabby, which had somehow leapt onto the table, gazing longingly at the char siu in Lianye's bowl. Lianye, Zhuzhong chuckled, tearing a piece of char siu into smaller bits. Look here, tabby. The cat perked up, scampering over to devour the char siu Zhuzhong offered. After a satisfying meal, they departed from the izakaya. Unbeknownst to them, the tabby had awakened and was now curiously inspecting the lanterns lining the street, perched on Zhuzhong's collar. A delightful aroma wafted from afar, igniting Zhuzhong's interest. He spotted a nearby dango shop, where the proprietor was skewering glistening, sugar-coated rice dumplings onto bamboo sticks. Little Lianye, Would you care for a post-meal treat? Zhuzhong asked. I hear their three-colored dango is quite exceptional. Without allowing Lianye a moment to respond, he strode toward the shop. Lianye sighed softly as he watched Zhuzhong's enthusiastic figure, thinking that only children had a penchant for sweets. Having lived 2 lives, he prided himself on having outgrown such whims. Just then, 2 skewers adorned with cherry blossom pink, amber, and white dumplings were presented before them. Who says only children enjoy sweets? Zhuzhong teased, shaking the skewer as the sugar sparkled under the lantern light. He blinked and placed a skewer in Lianye's hand, encouraging him to try it. Sharing that the shopkeeper once made confections for a famous lord, the tabby cat joined in the excitement, stretching its pink tongue towards the nearest dumpling, only to be playfully evaded by Zhuzhong. Under Zhuzhong's eager gaze, Lianye resignedly bit into a cherry blossom dumpling. The chewy rice melted in his mouth, mingling the tart sweetness of fruit jam with the richness of honey. Lianye's eyes instinctively closed in pleasure, pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor. Little Lianye, is it tasty? Zhuzhong inquired cheerfully. Realizing he had lost his composure, Lianye blushed and turned away, clearing his throat. It's, not bad. If it's good, you should have more. Zhuzhong insisted, disregarding the tabby's agitated meows as he offered Lianye another dumpling. Lianye reflexively accepted the dumpling, staring blankly at it, questioning his own actions. The tabby, noticing, meowed more insistently, as if to say, Human, you've changed. Observing Lianye's lack of refusal, Zhuzhong's lips curled into a subtle smile. This reminded him of his past interactions with Ban, who, like little Lianye, had initially resisted sweets. Ultimately, Ban had relented to his pleas, reluctantly tasting a dumpling. As for whether the dumpling was good, Ban had never provided a definitive answer. After witnessing Lianye's reaction, Zhuzhong finally understood. Ban's response mirrored Lianye's perfectly. Suddenly, the tabby leapt down, circling around Lianye's wooden sandals. You greedy little cat. Lianye bent down to feed the tabby a dumpling. The cat gulped it down eagerly, its eyes sparkling with anticipation, clearly wanting more. Upon looking up, it realized Lianye had only 2 skewers left. Meow meow meow. Chapter 71. Youth is a blessing. In the morning at the hot spring inn, Zhuzhong carefully nestled the sleeping tabby into his arms. His bamboo backpack filled with fish cakes that the proprietress had insisted he take for the journey. This was to be the tabby's sustenance along the way. Lianye had changed back into his black battle attire, fastening his weapon pouch at his waist. The two departed together from the hidden village of Hot Springs. Where to next? Little Lianye? Zhuzhong inquired. I've heard the waterfalls of the Land of Lightning are quite magnificent, or perhaps the mirages of the Land of Wind. The tabby poked its head out from Lianye's garment, curiously gazing at him. After a moment of contemplation, Lianye proposed, Uncle Zhuzhong, how about we visit the Land of Water? The Land of Water is the only island nation among the 5 great countries, with a geography reminiscent of a certain island nation from his previous life. Being an island, the seafood there is exceptionally fresh. He wished to sample the flavors of their seafood before exploring other countries. Haha, as you wish, Zhuzhong replied with a grin. The first water shadow's mastery of water techniques is unparalleled. Perhaps you can refine your water ninjutsu there. Lianye chose not to respond. He was not particularly skilled in water techniques and had little interest in them. As a Uchiha, he preferred fire techniques instead. He retrieved a map from his ninja tool pouch, tracing the coastline with his finger, marking the location of the hidden mist village. Uncle Zhuzhong, let us set off now and aim to arrive today. On the map, the hidden mist village was located in the lower right of the Land of Hot Water. They needed to reach the border of the Land of Hot Water, where they would board a vessel to the Land of Water. As he spoke, he took the lead, map in hand. Suddenly, Zhuzhong recalled Lianye's earlier navigation experience and quickly said, Little Lianye, allow me to lead the way. Without waiting for a reply, he seized the map from Lianye's hands and walked ahead. Lianye sighed, exasperated by Zhuzhong's insistence. Preconceived notions can be an imposing mountain. Had he not merely deviated slightly from the intended route? Their pace was leisurely, stopping frequently along the way. It was not until evening that they reached the border of the Land of Hot Water. By then, no vessels remained on the water. They would have to spend the night here, awaiting the fishermen's return to work the next day. The Land of Water is a major exporter of seafood. Fishermen from surrounding countries venture to the shores of the Land of Water each morning, purchasing high-quality seafood to sell in the interior, profiting from the price differences. That night, the campfire crackled. Zhuzhong added firewood to the flames. The tabby, having curled into a furry ball once more, draped its imperfect tail over his wrist. He watched as Lianye rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, noticing the boy's fingers glide over sharp kunai, finally resting on a row of uniquely shaped small bottles. Little Lianye, what are these? He squinted, leaning closer, and the tabby followed suit, peering curiously. Under the scrutiny of their inquisitive gazes, Lianye straightened up, placing the small bottles on the ground, a confident smile gracing his lips. Uncle Zhuzhong, these are poisons I have developed over the years. He picked up one bottle, declaring it heart erosion, colorless and odorless. A mere touch to a wound could spell certain death. The tabby, intrigued by the bottles on the ground, was startled into Zhuzhong's embrace upon hearing Lianye's words. And what type of poison do these contain? Zhuzhong pointed to the array of bottles on the ground. These are all heart erosion, Lianye replied. The corners of the mouth of Hashirama twitched as he observed the myriad of colorful bottles. He initially believed they possessed different effects, only to discover they were all of the same variety. Noticing Hashirama's expression, Lianye felt a sense of helplessness. He too aspired to concoct more potent poisons, yet his abilities fell short. Crafting a toxin of formidable strength is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. He had refined the heart corrosion formula over 100 times without the opportunity to explore new varieties. Moreover, the process of developing poisons is an expensive venture, with each experiment costing a substantial amount. Over the years, Lianye had devoted nearly all his earnings to this pursuit. He took considerable pride in his creations. During his confrontation with Kakuzu, merely cutting the surface of Kakuzu's skin had inflicted lethal poison upon him. However, he still felt the toxin's dispersion was too sluggish. Had it been faster, Kakuzu would not have survived. With a sigh of resignation, Lianye lamented that the toxin simply lacked potency. Hashirama regarded Lianye with a peculiar expression, pondering how the poison could be deemed insufficiently strong. This reminded him of a similar remark made by Tobirama in the past. Big brother, I believe this jutsu lacks sufficient power. Subsequently, Tobirama had delved deeper into the development of forbidden techniques, resolutely ignoring Hashirama's counsel. Meanwhile, Lianye had embarked on the path of poison research, leaving both men burdened with concern. With a deep sigh, Hashirama regretted allowing Tobirama to take Lianye under his wing. Such a promising child had been led astray. He recalled Renya's eyes filled with a fervent desire for strength. Subconsciously, he glanced at Lianye, whose face was intermittently illuminated by the flickering campfire, his gaze fixated on a small vial, eyes ablaze with an obsession for toxins. Hashirama thought to himself that this fervent gaze mirrored that of Tobirama during his studies of forbidden arts. It was evident that Lianye had inherited much from his upbringing. At this moment, Lianye was lost in a daydream, envisioning himself using his poisons to defeat the mighty Madara, utterly oblivious to Hashirama's expression. He firmly believed that with continued research, he would eventually concoct an even more formidable toxin, one that he could control at will, allowing him to determine life and death with a mere drop. Yet, he was aware that this was but a fantasy with his current capabilities. He would require 10 lifetimes to develop such a potent poison. Little Lianye? Hashirama's voice broke through Renya's reverie. Startled, Lianye looked at Hashirama with a hint of melancholy. Having just been pulled from his dreams of becoming the strongest poison master in the ninja world. Noticing Renya's gaze, Hashirama found himself puzzled, unsure why the child looked at him in such a manner. With a sigh, Lianye put away his poisons and lay down on the ground. I'm going to sleep now. There's everything in dreams. Good night, Uncle Hashirama. With that, he closed his eyes and swiftly drifted into slumber. Hashirama was taken aback by Renya's speed of falling asleep. Youth certainly had its advantages. Had he not witnessed it himself, he might have thought Lianye had been rendered unconscious by a sedative, for only such a substance could induce such an immediate effect. The morning mist enveloped the harbor of the hidden mist village. The two boarded a fisherman's boat, and Renya's gaze swept over the wooden barrels on deck, filled to the brim with ice, a clear indication they were prepared for transporting seafood. Considering the time it took to transport goods from the land of water to the mainland, any spoilage along the way would be a significant loss. He gazed out at the endless sea, murmuring, what a truly isolated place this is. Due to its unique geographical environment, the land of water had made it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to glean information about its interior. This was one of the reasons why Obito had successfully controlled the Mizukage for so long without detection. Haha, the scenery here is quite delightful, Hashirama cheerfully remarked. gazing at the sun slowly rising above the horizon. Rinya nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite nice. After approximately 2 hours, the boat finally reached the shore. Before they could disembark, they were met with a cacophony of calls from vendors at the dock. The pungent scent of seafood hit Rinya like a wave, causing him to instinctively cover his nose. Admittedly, the smell was rather overwhelming, making him somewhat reluctant to indulge in seafood. Due to his dietary habits, Rinya seldom consumed sashimi. This trip was solely motivated by the reputation of the land of water's seafood quality. Fishermen donned in straw hats held up bamboo baskets filled with live lobsters, their claws waving animatedly. A tan man pushed a cart overflowing with baskets of shellfish. "Young man, would you like to buy some shellfish?" he called out to Rinya, his tone warm and inviting. "These were just caught this morning. I guarantee they're fresh." "No, thank you," Rinya instinctively declined. "Uncle Hashirama, let us go." He thought to himself that there was nothing particularly interesting at the dock and preferred to explore the hidden mist village instead. Turning to his side, he noticed Hashirama was nowhere to be found. Rinya scanned the area and finally spotted Hashirama at a nearby stall, curiously haggling with the vendor using exaggerated gestures, his boisterous laughter drawing the attention of passers-by. He walked over to Hashirama and urged, "Uncle Hashirama, we should be going." Hashirama, upon hearing this, reluctantly relented and left. Somewhat disappointed. "Little Rinya, I was just about to strike a deal with the vendor," he lamented, feeling that had Rinya not been there to disrupt him, he could have negotiated the price down successfully. Watching the two depart, the vendor let out a sigh of relief, muttering softly, "Who haggles like that? 500 Rio per pound for seafood, and this fellow started at 50. You can barely get a bowl of ramen for 60 Rio. He nearly felt like he could have been struck down by Hashirama's blade. Had the vendor not known Hashirama was a ninja, he would have likely asked them to leave. Mizukage, a figure resembling the god of ninja, has entered the village. In the Mizukage's office, what? The first Mizukage, Hakurin, exclaimed, his eyes widening as he abruptly sat up in his chair. You say the god of ninja? Yes, Mizukage. This is a report from my subordinate. Damn it. Why has he come here? Hakurin's eyes widened further, though they appeared somewhat misaligned due to having lost his left eye in the war years ago. The passage of time had taken its toll. Is it because I did not show him proper respect during the 5 Kage summit? Is he here to settle the score? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. Although they were all Kage-level powers, Hashirama's strength was in a league of its own. Not only was he unmatched, but even if the 4 Kage united, they would not stand a chance against Hashirama. As this realization dawned on him, Hakurin's complexion turned increasingly pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Quickly, take me to the god of ninja. I must personally apologize for my earlier recklessness. Hakurin urged anxiously. There's no time to waste. The god of ninja has come knocking. It would be better to apologize in person than to wait for him to come to us. This way, there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. I believe that with Hashirama's magnanimity, he will surely forgive this old man. Meanwhile, Rinya and Hashirama remained blissfully unaware of the happenings in the Mizukage's office. They found themselves standing before a shop named Taste of the Sea. Little Rinya, what do you think of this place? Hashirama inquired. Before Rinya could respond, the calico cat, Tori, began meowing and promptly wriggled free from Hashirama's embrace, bolting into the shop. Haha, it seems we have no choice now, Hashirama chuckled, scratching his head. What a greedy little cat. Rinya, feeling somewhat exasperated, had no choice but to follow him inside. The aroma of seaweed and sake filled the air within the establishment. Lianye grasped the scruff of the tabby cat to prevent it from disturbing other diners. The proprietress, donning a blue and white apron, paused momentarily upon noticing the cat in Lianye's hand, quickly breaking into a smile. Dear guests, our establishment prohibits cats. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Jian had already produced a wad of cash and placed it on the counter. We can pay extra. Lianye rubbed his forehead, bewildered by the ostentatious display of wealth. But wait, where had Uncle Chu Jian gotten the money? Hadn't Aunt Mizuho taken all his funds? It was essential to note that throughout their journey, Lianye had been the one footing the bill, even for the earlier purchase of dumplings, which he had preemptively paid for Chu Jian. Noticing Lianye's expression, Chu Jian scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, I've saved a little pocket money over the years. Lianye nodded, not particularly bothered. With Chu Jian's prowess, earning money should be a trivial matter. One could only speculate whether this cash was earned through missions or if it had been illicitly appropriated from public funds. Please have a seat. The proprietress, having accepted the money, guided the two men and the cat to their table. The tabby, upon catching sight of the sashimi on surrounding tables, began meowing anxiously. Had it not been for Lianye's grip on its scruff, it would have bolted. Annoyed by the incessant meowing, Lianye coldly warned, "If you keep yowling, I'll turn you into a dead cat." At this, the tabby instantly fell silent. Satisfied with its newfound obedience, Lianye released it onto the floor. As the tabby contemplated escaping, it heard Lianye's warning, "Dare to run, and you'll still become a dead cat." Thus, the tabby resigned itself to lying obediently on the ground. Chu Jian, chuckling, cradled the tabby in his arms, gently stroking its ruffled fur. When the sashimi platter arrived, the tabby fixated on the salmon belly laid out on ice. Just as Lianye picked up a slice of tuna, the tabby leapt onto the table, its paw reaching out toward a piece of sea bream. "If you dare to take it, I'll chop off your paw," Lianye remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed, I'll sever the paw that reaches for it." Hearing this, the tabby's paw halted midair. Its gaze filled with melancholy as it looked at Lianye. "You're becoming increasingly unruly, you ugly cat." Lianye placed a piece of sea bream in front of the tabby, asserting, "From now on, you shall not eat without my permission. Otherwise." Lianye narrowed his eyes, prepared to become a dead cat. The tabby, sensing Lianye's demeanor, instantly fluffed up in fear, appearing too intimidated to touch the sashimi on the table. "Little Lianye, please don't scare him anymore," Chu Jian chuckled, once more cradling the cat. Under Chu Jian's soothing touch, the tabby's fearful expression gradually faded. While the two dined, Mizukage Hakuren, led by his subordinates, rushed to the entrance of the establishment. "Are you certain the god of ninja is here?" Hakuren incredulously inquired of his attendant. He could hardly comprehend that Chu Jian had come to Kirigakure not to cause him trouble, but to eat. Was he planning to fill his belly before taking action? Hakuren's shrewd gaze scanned the surroundings as he instructed his subordinates, "Secure the area. Do not allow anyone to enter." After all, he was about to apologize, and too many witnesses would be detrimental. With that, he cautiously stepped inside the establishment. Here was a man of great stature, the first Mizukage, whose formidable influence had propelled the land of water into the ranks of the 5 great nations. Yet, he was now on the brink of tarnishing his illustrious legacy. Upon entering, the surrounding patrons rose to their feet. "Mizukage-sama." Hakuren's lips twitched at the sight. He had not realized the villagers possessed such keen awareness. He managed to muster a strained smile, nodding in acknowledgement to the crowd. Lianye and Chu Jian, naturally, noticed the commotion at the entrance. Lianye was puzzled, wondering why the first Mizukage had arrived. However, he was soon captivated by the shrewd glint in Hakuren's eye. What a sight! He scarcely deigned to regard others. Truly, the first Mizukage was awe-inspiring, exuding such formidable prowess that he never bothered to look people in the eye. Chu Jian, spotting Hakuren at the entrance, waved enthusiastically, "Mizukage, over here." Upon seeing Chu Jian beckoning, beads of sweat broke out on Hakuren's forehead as alarm bells rang in his mind. "This is bad. He's truly coming for me." Realizing this, he forced a smile and approached Chu Jian, tentatively asking, "Why has the Hokage come to Kirigakure while not attending to village affairs?" Chu Jian warmly invited Hakuren to sit down, remarking with a grin, "Haha, I heard the seafood of the land of water is delectable, so I came to try it." Hearing this, Hakuren sighed in relief. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Given Chu Jian's character, how could he possibly travel such a distance to cause trouble? At his age, he had nearly been frightened out of his wits. After all, with Chu Jian's strength, no one could stop him from wreaking havoc in Kirigakure. "Haha, I'm glad to hear the Hokage enjoys it," Hakuren replied with a smile. Lianye, seated beside them, observed the exchange between the two men while quietly enjoying his sashimi. Hakuren noticed Lianye's presence, but showed no inclination to inquire further. After exchanging pleasantries with Chu Jian, he excused himself under the pretext of pressing matters. Once outside, Hakuren couldn't shake the lingering unease, muttering to himself, "Thank goodness it wasn't as dire as I had imagined." At his age, he could hardly withstand such shocks. Perhaps it was time to consider retirement. After Lianye and Chu Jian finished their meal and spent a leisurely day wandering Kirigakure, they found little amusement and decided to depart the land of water under the cover of night. However, this time they chose not to sail but instead ran across the surface of the sea with their chakra infused in their feet. "Uncle Chu Jian, where are we headed next?" Lianye inquired, having intended to act as a guide, only to realize he did not have the map. Chu Jian studied the map thoughtfully for a moment before responding. "Let us go to the land of whirlpools." "The land of whirlpools?" Lianye blinked in surprise. He was well aware of this nation, the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan, renowned throughout the ninja world for their formidable sealing techniques. Ironically, it was precisely this prowess that led to their downfall, as other nations coveted their abilities. Indeed, the land of whirlpools, Chujian chuckled. Your Aunt Mizuho was a princess of the land of whirlpools before marrying me. Lianye nodded, remaining silent, as he held little interest in such matrimonial alliances. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uzumaki clans had formed an alliance through marriage to confront the Uchiha. As the young clan leader of the Senju, Chujian's union was naturally with the princess of the Uzumaki clan. As night cloaked the land, the moment they entered the land of whirlpools, they were spotted. A group of Uzumaki clansmen approached, brandishing torches. Who are you? Why have you come to the land of whirlpools? The Uzumaki clan possessed keen sensory abilities and had sensed their approach long before. Faced with the wary Uzumaki, Chujian quickly declared his identity. I am Senju Chujian. Upon hearing this, the Uzumaki clansmen exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Before long, they parted to make way for an elderly man with white hair leaning on a cane, none other than the current clan leader of the Uzumaki. Spotting the elder, Chujian waved cheerfully. Leader Uzumaki, it's been a while. The elder's eyes widened with surprise. Chujian, is that really you? He exclaimed, discarding his cane and excitedly grasping Chujian's hand. Chujian, how is my niece faring? Leader Uzumaki, Mizuho is doing very well, Chujian replied. The elder nodded with a smile. If she's doing well, I can rest easy. When my time comes, I can report to your brother. Since Mizuho had married into the Senju, she rarely returned. Before his brother passed away, he had entrusted the clan leadership to him, and as an uncle, he had always worried about his niece's well-being in the Senju clan. He had contemplated visiting her several times, but had to cancel due to health issues. Leader Uzumaki, may you live 100 years. Chujian consoled, patting the elder's hand. Upon the utterance of those words, the expressions of the members of the Uzumaki clan present became instantly frozen. Lianye sensed the shift in atmosphere, uncertain of what had transpired. Hearing the remark, the elder forced a wry smile and said, Hashirama, I am now 98 years old. Forgive me, chief of the Akimichi clan. Embarrassed, Hashirama scratched the back of his head. No worries, my old bones are indeed not what they used to be. The elder, undeterred by the situation, remained calm. Lianye's lips twitched. He finally comprehended the expressions on the faces around him. Was Hashirama not inadvertently cursing the old man to live for only 2 more years? At that moment, Lianye noticed the elder's gaze fixate on him, and he politely nodded in acknowledgement. The elder scrutinized Lianye with an odd expression, opening his mouth yet uttering no words. If his senses were not deceiving him, the child brought by Hashirama belonged to the Uchiha clan, which was indeed astonishing. 2 families that had been at odds for over a millennium had truly concluded their hostilities and learned to coexist peacefully. The 2 stayed in the land of whirlpools for a night before bidding farewell the following day. Before departing, Hashirama expressed his intention to bring Mito back to visit the land of whirlpools whenever time permitted. This delighted the elder, who proclaimed, I will surely endure until Mito returns. In the subsequent days, Hashirama took Lianye on a journey throughout the ninja world, nearly traversing every corner of it. In the land of wind, amidst the vast desert, Lianye inquired, Hashirama, when shall we return? He wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the oppressive heat of the place. Initially, he had no desire to write today, promising himself to make up the 2 chapters owed once he recovered from his illness. Chapter 74. Why has Big Brother returned? The plants growing in this region possessed roots that delved deeper than anywhere else, exhibiting a resilience of life more formidable than one could imagine. Hashirama squatted in the desert, examining a few plants with keen interest. He gently brushed his hand over the foliage, and as chakra flowed into it, the plants began to grow rapidly, blooming clusters of purple flowers. After completing this, Hashirama stood up with a cheerful demeanor. Lianye observed silently, feeling a sense of helplessness in his internal monologue. Hashirama, what is there to enjoy here? He surveyed the surroundings, noting that aside from the blazing sun above, there was only endless yellow sand and the occasional sight of flora and fauna. In such an inhospitable environment, it was no wonder the land of wind was the poorest among the 5 great nations. Hashirama gazed into the distance at the sandy expanse, remaining unresponsive. The lazy feline perched on his shoulder stretched its pink tongue, feebly mewing, clearly suffering under the heat. Noticing Hashirama's silence, Lianye irritably kicked the sand at his feet, causing a cloud of fine dust to obscure their vision. With arms crossed and a tone tinged with impatience, he reiterated, Hashirama, when shall we return to Konoha? Before he could finish, a gust of scorching wind swept past, filling his mouth with sand. Ugh, 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 Lianye spat repeatedly, trying to rid himself of the grains in his mouth. Haha, little Lianye, you shouldn't speak against the wind. Hashirama chuckled at the sight. He cleverly turned his back to the wind, avoiding its intrusion into his eyes or mouth. Lianye rolled his eyes at Hashirama, continuing, Hashirama, when are we going back? They had been in the land of wind for 3 days now. Aside from the first day spent in town, the last 2 had been spent trudging through the desert. He could not fathom the allure of a landscape that consisted solely of sand. He would rather return to practice. Do you wish to go back, little Lianye? Hashirama inquired. Lianye nodded. Hashirama, we have been out for quite a while. It is time to return. Since their departure from Konoha, nearly 3 months had passed, and it was indeed time to head home. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance crossed Hashirama's eyes. He looked at Lianye and hesitantly asked, Can we stay a few more days? Hashirama, we have already explored the entire ninja world, Lianye reminded him. All right, Hashirama conceded, understanding the implication of Lianye's words, his expression revealing disappointment. I had hoped to enjoy a few more days. Lianye snatched the map from Hashirama's hands, leading the way while not looking back, declaring, Hashirama, there will always be time for more adventures in the future. At this, a shadow of sadness flickered in Hashirama's eyes as he murmured softly, But will I truly have time? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a long, narrow wound on his arm. It was from a careless brush with a plant 2 days prior, and despite the time that had passed, it showed no signs of healing. For the past 3 months, he had roamed the ninja world solely to witness one last glimpse of the peaceful world he had created before departing. The lazy feline licked Hashirama's face. Haha, did I cause you worry? Hashirama pulled down his sleeve, his jovial demeanor returning as he hurried to catch up with Lianye in the distance. Little Lianye, allow me to lead the way. We wouldn't want to lose our path again. Hashirama, trust me, I can lead us back to Konoha without issue this time. Fine. I will place my trust in you one last time. In Konoha village, within the laboratory of Senju Tobirama, the expressionless Tobirama fixed his gaze upon the struggling ninja bound to the ground, coldly stating, The worth of you spies is to serve as the sacrifices of my experiments. With flesh as bait and souls as vessels, Senju Tobirama formed a series of hand seals, invoking the reanimation jutsu. He struck the ground with one hand, intricate patterns spreading towards the bound ninja. The blindfolded ninja continued to struggle, emitting horrifying cries. Soon, white dust began to rise from the patterns, enveloping the ninja. In no time, his body was entirely obscured, leaving only a white silhouette. Using the living as vessels for the souls of the dead, Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems I have succeeded. As his words fell, the white dust covering the ninja rapidly receded. Miraculously, what was revealed was no longer the previous ninja, but a shinobi clad in armor. Where am I? The ninja surveyed his surroundings in confusion. Upon seeing Senju Tobirama, he froze, his face a mask of shock. Lord Tobirama, is that you? Tobirama, usually so stern, allowed a rare smile to surface. Keed, it has been a long time. I apologize for disturbing your rest. The being summoned by Tobirama was once his subordinate, who had unfortunately fallen in battle. Lord Tobirama, what is happening? Senju Keed looked down at his own body, exclaiming, But I was dead. This is a technique I have been researching, Tobirama explained. Truly worthy of you, Lord Tobirama, to create such a powerful technique. Senju Keed gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain his praise. If the clan leader knew, he would surely be elated. The clan leader he referred to was Senju Hashirama. Hearing this, Tobirama's lips twitched, and he refrained from responding. Such matters must never reach my brother. To toy with the souls of the deceased is a grave disrespect. Just as Senju Keed began to speak again, he saw Tobirama forming hand seals once more. Before he could comprehend, the reanimation jutsu was undone. He could only watch in bewilderment as his reanimated form gradually dissipated. Farewell, Lord Tobirama, Senju Keed said. Tobirama replied curtly, Could you not utter more auspicious words? Haha, my apologies, Lord Tobirama. As Keed's form vanished, the laboratory fell into silence. Senju Tobirama took out a scroll to jot down his observations before sealing it once more. With the reanimation jutsu successfully developed, It was time to explore techniques that could be paired with the reanimated form. The bodies reanimated by the reanimation jutsu were not bound by the conventional limitations of life, possessing infinite chakra, feeling no fatigue, needing no sustenance, and requiring no rest. If deployed in warfare, they would constitute an indomitable army of the undead. Should they also learn specialized ninjutsu, the power they exhibited would only grow stronger. Konoha Senju Tobirama, increasingly exhilarated by his thoughts, took out paper and pen to sketch and write. With his elder brother absent from home, no one could impede his exploration of ninjutsu. He secretly hoped his brother would remain away for an extended period, ideally until he completed his research. However, while engrossed in his experiments, he suddenly sensed a familiar chakra. Tobirama halted his activities, a twitch manifesting at the corner of his mouth. Why had his brother returned at such an inopportune time? Chapter 75. The village is yours, brother. You're back. At the entrance of Konoha, upon detecting the chakras of two individuals, Tobirama hurriedly concluded his experiments and rushed to greet them. Although he maintained a facade of calmness, apprehension gnawed at him, fearing his brother would discover his meddling with the souls of the deceased. After all, the Edo Tensei technique was far more sinister than other forbidden jutsu. Given his brother's nature, if he were to learn of Tobirama's actions, he would not easily forgive him. Haha, Tobirama, I have returned. The hearty laughter of Hashirama echoed. After a prolonged absence from seeing his younger brother, he felt a deep longing. Brother, why did you stay away for so long? Tobirama could not suppress his complaint. Initially, he assumed his brother would be gone for just a few days. Yet it turned into over 3 months. Had he not known his brother's formidable strength, he might have feared for his safety. My apologies. I encountered some delays on the way, Hashirama explained, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Rinya. The young man felt a tinge of embarrassment and lowered his head. 5 days prior, he had taken the map to lead the way, but inadvertently strayed off course. What should have been a 2-day journey stretched to 5. After 2 consecutive wrong turns, Rinya realized that the map was indeed flawed. The abstract and convoluted routes depicted were incomprehensible to a normal person. Rinya pondered why Uncle Hashirama could decipher it with ease. Yet, he quickly concluded that Hashirama must have had a general understanding of the route, rendering the map unnecessary. Had he known, he would not have wasted money on it. Having Hashirama as a living navigation system was sufficient. He contemplated whether he could return the map to the vendor for a refund. If not, the 300 ryo would be wasted. Tobirama noticed his brother's gaze on Rinya and found himself curious. Could his brother's prolonged absence be related to Rinya? If so, this young man had indeed been a substantial help. Everything has been well in the village while you were away, brother, Tobirama assured. With you here, I can rest easy. Hashirama replied cheerfully. However, Tobirama instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in his brother's words. Brother, since you have returned, the affairs of the village are yours to manage, Tobirama stated. Hashirama paused, slightly taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. Tobirama, I should have retired long ago. You should take on the mantle of Hokage. Tobirama opened his mouth, wanting to protest, but ultimately sighed in resignation. I understand. He had anticipated this day would come, but the swiftness of its arrival surprised him. Since his brother's injury, Tobirama had been handling the village's affairs. He had held on to hope that Hashirama's injuries would heal completely, conducting numerous experiments to aid in that endeavor. All to no avail. Now, he was left to rely solely on his brother's extraordinary regenerative abilities. Hashirama's recent decision, however, indicated that his injuries were irrevocable. Hashirama placed a gentle hand on Tobirama's shoulder. Tobirama, the village is in your hands now. Do not let me down. He then turned to Rinya with a smile. Little Rinya, I must return now. Do come by to spend time with Tsunade when you can. Yes, I will, Rinya nodded. Haha, I have indeed grown weary. It is time to rest. Hashirama chuckled as he departed. The two stood watching Hashirama's retreating figure. Uncle Hashirama's chakra is growing weaker, Rinya murmured. He had spent the past few months alongside Hashirama, thus he was acutely aware of the changes in his health. Yet, as long as Hashirama remained silent on the matter, Rinya refrained from inquiring. Tobirama remained silent, his crimson eyes reflecting his brother's silhouette. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows of Hashirama. Once the man who ended wars with his wood release, now resembling a setting sun, with each ray of light gradually consumed by darkness. Time passed, and night enveloped the land. Tobirama turned to Rinya, his voice hoarse. Young man, let us return. Rinya nodded and silently followed. Their journey home was marked by a heavy silence. Tobirama's residence lay behind Hashirama's home. As they passed by Hashirama's gate, they heard the sounds of laughter emanating from the garden, where Hashirama and Tsunade shared a joyous moment. Since Tobirama's return, he had secluded himself in his study. Gazing at the walls adorned with experimental data, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Was there truly no way forward? Just then, Rinya's voice broke through from outside. "Uncle, it is time to eat." "Yes, I understand," Tobirama replied, gathering his papers before stepping out. At the dining table, silence prevailed. Tobirama ate quietly. Though his brother's condition had dampened his appetite, Rinya's cooking, however, was an exception that never failed to please. It had been too long since he had savored this young man's culinary skills. As he enjoyed the meal, Tobirama's previously agitated mood gradually softened. Breaking the silence at the table, he turned to Rinya. "Tell me, where have you been during this time?" His curiosity piqued regarding the reasons behind his brother's delay. Rinya set down his chopsticks and recounted their recent experiences, omitting the embarrassing details of their misadventures with the map. Such shameful incidents were best kept from the elder's ears. After the meal, Tobirama washed the dishes alone while Rinya headed to the training grounds. Knowing that the path to strength was urgent, he realized that given Hashirama's current state, his time was limited. With Hashirama's eventual passing, Konoha would lose its formidable deterrent against hostile nations eyeing the Land of Fire. Though Rinya felt confident in his abilities, he understood that greater strength would enhance his chances of survival. He was determined to compensate for the 3 months of lost time. Unbeknownst to him, Tobirama had leaned against the door, silently observing Rinya's training. This young man was indeed diligent. Initially, Tobirama intended to study Rinya's progress that night, but seeing the boy had just returned, he decided against it. After all, he was not an unreasonable person. With this thought, Tobirama glanced at Rinya before retreating to his study, unaware that Rinya had narrowly escaped a close call. Chapter 76. Danzo's elation. Young man, where are you headed? Rinya donned his vest and organized his ninja tools, fastening his pouch to his waist. As he exited the house, he encountered Tobirama. "Uncle, I am going to the mission hall to accept a task," Rinya explained. Upon hearing this, Tobirama instinctively frowned, displeased. "You just returned to the village and already wish to leave? Can you not remain at home?" Rinya had not engaged in missions for a prolonged period, and idleness was not advisable. With Tobirama's words hanging in the air, he could only watch silently as Rinya departed the courtyard. After Lianye had completely walked away, Senju Tobirama turned with a sullen expression and entered his study. Had he known, he would not have allowed that young man to escape last night. He had intended for Lianye to rest well for the night, yet this was the outcome. After leaving home, Lianye did not hurry to the mission assembly, but instead planned to locate his former teammates to undertake a mission together. He pondered whether they had been on missions these past few months. If they had, did that imply one less teammate? This would indeed complicate matters for the duo during their missions. After all, both Danzo and Koharu were merely special jonin. Their overall strength paled in comparison to that of a jonin. Unless they refrained from taking on high-level missions, they would undoubtedly require teamwork, which necessitated a formidable ally. With these thoughts in mind, Lianye swiftly arrived at the doorstep of the Shimura clan. "Is Danzo home?" he inquired, knocking on the door. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman opened it, and upon seeing Lianye, she greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, it's you, Lianye-kun. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch Danzo." "Thank you, Auntie," Lianye replied with a nod. No sooner had the woman departed than Danzo appeared at the door. "Uchiha Lianye, you have finally returned," Danzo exclaimed, unable to contain his grievances. "Where on earth have you been all this time?" Initially, Lianye had merely promised them a 2-day break, but after a few days, they were astonished to discover his absence. They had searched for him for a while, yet to no avail. They even speculated that he had met with misfortune. "My apologies. I was away on a trip for a few months," Lianye admitted, scratching his nose awkwardly. It was unavoidable. Senju Hashirama's invitation had come so abruptly that he hadn't had the chance to inform them. He had thought that his outing would not take long. But who could have anticipated it would last 3 months? "You mean to tell me you were on a trip?" Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in astonishment. "For 3 months. Please, there's no need to get so worked up. I am back now," Lianye replied, cupping his ear. "You scoundrel. Do you know how I spent these 3 months?" Danzo angrily grabbed Lianye by the collar. Reflecting on those 3 months, Shimura Danzo felt suffocated. During Lianye's absence, It had been just him and Koharu executing missions. While they could manage against ordinary foes, facing a Jonin proved to be quite challenging, especially when they encountered a three-man squad. Even if they triumphed, it was a hard-won victory. Eventually, they had chosen to refrain from accepting high-level missions, and had there been no news of Lianye, they would have had no choice but to join Sarutobi Hizashi's team. Thankfully, Lianye had returned. But what irked Danzo was that Lianye had disappeared merely to indulge in leisure without bringing them along. Imagining himself bloodied by the enemy while Lianye savored gourmet meals in a lavish restaurant only fueled Danzo's ire. He clenched his fists, wishing to deliver a few blows to Lianye's handsome face. "Danzo, calm down," Lianye urged, swallowing hard. Observing Danzo's agitated demeanor, he felt a twinge of fear regarding the possibility of him acting out violently. "Calm down. How can you expect me to calm down?" Danzo's spittle landed on Lianye's face. Just as Danzo was about to say more, he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of crimson orbs, leaving him frozen in place. Drool dripped from his mouth. It was unclear what visions the illusion had conjured for him. Finally, silence fell. Lianye helplessly rubbed his temples. Danzo's temperament seemed to be growing increasingly foul, gradually transforming into the treacherous character depicted in the original story. Fortunately, at present, it was merely a foul temper, still manageable. If the situation became unbearable, he could always give him a good beating. With that thought, Lianye dispelled the illusion. "Uchiha Lianye, you scoundrel." Danzo wiped away the drool from his mouth. "Fine. I shall let you off this time." He had not anticipated Lianye would employ such an illusion against him, leaving him reluctant to awaken from its grasp. Indeed, illusions must be tailored to the recipient for optimal effect. Do not misunderstand. I merely had Danzo envision himself as Hokage, Lianye mused. Oh, and I made Sarutobi Hizashi display an expression of envy and jealousy before him, although he did not witness the scenes within the illusion. One can easily imagine Danzo's smirk stretching ear to ear. It must be said, this tactic worked wonders on Danzo. While this illusion might be regarded as basic for others, it was akin to a high-level jutsu for him. Let us refer to this illusion as Danzo's delight. Henceforth, whenever Danzo appeared displeased, this technique could surely shift his mood from overcast to sunny. Danzo seemed to still be relishing the scenes from the illusion, the flush on his face yet to fade. If only one day I could truly become Hokage, he mused. The scenarios within the illusion felt tailor-made for him. The complex expression on Hizashi's face was simply too evocative. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, reluctance, regret, jealousy, and envy all intertwined to create a most exquisite tapestry. Reflecting on the vision he had just witnessed, had Lianye not been present, he nearly would have burst into laughter. Tonight, he would have ample material for his dreams. Lianye observed the dazed Danzo, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "What is going on? I thought I had dispelled the illusion. Why was Danzo still in this state? Could it be that my ocular prowess had intensified?" However, he soon realized that Danzo was merely lost in thought. Lianye waved his hand before Danzo's eyes, and only then did Danzo snap back to reality. "Ahem, my apologies. I was momentarily distracted," Danzo stammered, his face as flushed as a ripe tomato, turning away to avoid Lianye's gaze. Observing Danzo's demeanor, Lianye thought to himself, "It appears that Danzo's delight is even more potent than I had anticipated, capable of influencing reality itself. This illusion must be used judiciously. Should this fellow take it to heart, it could become troublesome. After all, at the tender age of 14 or 15, one is easily swayed by fantasies. If he were to confuse illusion with reality, it would lead to significant complications." Chapter 77. Tobirama's mission. "I apologize, but you are currently unable to undertake high-level missions," the staff at the mission assembly said apologetically. Glancing at the trio, "What do you mean? How could we possibly be unable to take on missions?" Danzo retorted, unable to contain his frustration. "Given our team's strength, we are more than capable of taking on high-level missions. Indeed, a team comprising 1 Jonin and 2 special Jonin could undertake high-level missions. But whether they could complete them was another matter entirely." Koharu instinctively turned to Lianye. "Lianye-kun, what should we do now?" Lianye furrowed his brow and inquired of the staff. "May I ask why we cannot accept high-level missions?" "My apologies, Jonin Lianye," the staff member replied with a smile. "I should have clarified earlier that you are not only prohibited from high-level missions, but also from any tasks above that level." Lianye's lips twitched. In other words, they could only take on D and C-ranked missions? Is that so? Precisely, the staff member confirmed. You expect us, a team of jonin, to undertake D-rank missions? Danzo narrowed his eyes. It seems you are deliberately trying to make trouble for us. As he spoke, a powerful chakra emanated from Danzo. Other ninjas in the mission hall began to whisper amongst themselves upon witnessing this spectacle. Lianye observed in silence, sensing that something was amiss. The mission assembly could not arbitrarily deny them tasks. The only one capable of intervening was that old man in the office. What was that old coot, Senju Tobirama, scheming? The staff member was merely an ordinary individual, and upon facing the oppressive presence of Danzo, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his face. This is Lord Tobirama's decision. If you have any issues, you may address them with him. Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately retracted his chakra, a smile blossoming on his face. Ah, so it was the teacher's choice. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Lianye raised an eyebrow, revealing an expression of realization. He had suspected it was indeed the work of Senju Tobirama, yet he couldn't fathom what schemes the old man was concocting. Let us go and inquire further, Lianye suggested, leading the two away from the mission assembly hall. On their way, the inquisitive Koharu could not help but ask Lianye-kun, why would the teacher do such a thing? Lianye shook his head, who knows. Meanwhile, Danzo wore a pensive expression, pondering if the teacher had entrusted them with something of great significance. As the trio fell into silence, Danzo's voice broke through. What do you mean by this? In the Hokage's office, Lianye gazed curiously at the bowed figure of Senju Tobirama, who was engrossed in paperwork. Danzo and Koharu stood behind Lianye, equally puzzled. Tobirama did not respond immediately. He finished reviewing the document in his hand before lifting his gaze to the three. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. For the time being, you shall refrain from undertaking missions. I have important matters to discuss with you. Teacher, please give your instructions, Danzo eagerly replied. The prospect of being entrusted with something significant thrilled Danzo immensely. If the teacher deemed it fit to assign such responsibilities to them, it indicated a profound trust, perhaps even a belief in their potential. Why else would the tasks not be given to Hizashi and the others, but rather to them? Being favored by the teacher could very well signify that the position of Hokage might one day fall into his hands. Was it possible that Linye's illusions might manifest into reality? The thought only fueled Danzo's excitement as he looked at Tobirama with urgency. Although the specifics of the task had yet to be revealed, he was already eager to fulfill it. Linye's eyes flickered with confusion, unable to comprehend Danzo's fervor. The man seemed overly eager. Sensing Danzo's reaction, Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. Danzo, seeing this, became even more animated. The teacher's acknowledgement was a clear sign of his approval. The Hokage position was secure. Teacher, what is the nature of the task? Koharu inquired. Danzo shot her a glance, smirking inwardly. This foolish woman thought she could vie for the position of Hokage against him? How laughable. In his mind, it was evident that once the teacher retired, the Hokage seat would undoubtedly go to one of his disciples, with him, Lianye, and Hizashi being the most formidable successors. The others posed no threat at all. This was Danzo's conviction. He even believed Lianye could never ascend to the Hokage position due to his Uchiha lineage, which was a glaring impediment, especially considering the events surrounding Uchiha Madara from a few years prior. In such a scenario, Linye's identity seemed to disqualify him from the Hokage role. Nevertheless, Danzo remained uncertain about the teacher's stance on Lianye, thus considering him a rival. I need your assistance with a task, Tobirama finally articulated. The trio exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing the task. Linye's lips twitched. It seemed the old man had indeed succeeded in developing the reanimation jutsu. Otherwise, he would not have assigned them such a task. This mission is highly confidential. The fifth must not be informed. Tobirama's expression turned grave. Understood. They replied in unison. You may proceed with the task. Tobirama waved them off. The three departed from the Hokage's office. As night fell, darkness enveloped the desolate graveyard. The occasional caw of crows added an eerie ambience. Three masked figures stood among the graves, whispering amongst themselves. Lianye-kun, do we really have to do this? Koharu asked in a hushed tone. Will there be repercussions? Danzo voiced his reservations, equally perplexed as to why the teacher had instructed them to undertake such actions. Lianye sighed resignedly. Enough talk. Let us begin. With that, he brandished a shovel and commenced digging. The task assigned by Tobirama was to excavate the graves of the deceased and collect their bones. Naturally, those interred here were not weak individuals. As this site had been a battleground for various ninja clans during the Warring States period, claiming countless formidable lives. Uchiha Renya, what do you think is the teacher's intention behind this? Danzo queried. How would I know? Just dig, Renya replied with an eye roll, swiftly wielding his shovel. Being summoned for grave robbing was already irksome, and Danzo's incessant questions only exacerbated his annoyance. Explaining would be futile. Noticing Renya's disinterest in further conversation, Danzo fell silent and toiled diligently. Such morally questionable tasks should not have been accepted in the first place. Renya felt a chill creeping down his spine. Just then, from a distance, Koharu called out, Renya-kun, this appears to be one of your Uchiha kin. Renya halted his actions and approached Koharu, who was pointing into the grave pit. Renya-kun, is this one of your Uchiha clan? She inquired. Instinctively, Renya glanced at the remains, which were nothing more than a skeleton. The ribs were broken, indicating a fatal blow to the heart from a sharp weapon. The tattered black robe had decayed significantly, yet Renya immediately recognized the Uchiha clan emblem. Undoubtedly, this was a fallen Uchiha from the Warring States period. Nodding in response to Koharu's question, Renya jumped into the grave. Upon seeing this, Koharu instinctively stepped aside. Although the teacher had tasked them with collecting the remains, the discovery of Renya's clansmen necessitated his approval for any further actions. However, Renya was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely wanted to rummage through the remains to see if anything valuable could be found. He noticed the bones were propped against the pit's base, the abdomen of the robe distinctly bulging, suggesting something was concealed within. Without hesitation, Renya reached toward the abdomen of the corpse. As he pulled aside the robe, a scroll came into view. Renya-kun, is that a storage scroll? Koharu leaned closer. Renya held the scroll in his hand, confirming, indeed, it is sealed. Can you open it? He turned to Koharu. Storage scrolls are crafted using sealing techniques, and typically, to prevent unauthorized access and usage of the stored items, users impose sealing restrictions. Generally, only the user or those well-versed in sealing arts can unlock them. Since Renya had no expertise in sealing techniques, he was unable to access the scroll. He recalled that Koharu had some knowledge of sealing arts. I'll give it a try, Koharu replied, taking the scroll and attempting to break the seal. Renya watched silently, eagerly anticipating what treasures might lie within. After numerous attempts, Koharu returned the scroll to Renya with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Renya-kun. I couldn't unlock the seal on this scroll. Renya was not disheartened. It was expected that Koharu, not being a specialized sealing master, would struggle with a Jonin storage scroll. If it were easy to open, there would be no need for restrictions in the first place. If all else failed, they could always return to seek Tobirama's assistance. With his prowess, unsealing a scroll would be a trivial matter. Accepting the scroll, he smiled reassuringly. It's all right, Koharu. Upon finishing his task, he leapt from the grave pit and returned to the half-dug burial site, brandishing a shovel and resuming his excavation. T-Rune Koharu observed Renya's diligent return to work, hesitating to voice her thoughts. She had intended to inquire whether Renya would permit the remains of the Uchiha clan to be taken away, but seeing his fervent efforts, she dismissed the notion. If Renya did not object, it implied consent. With that in mind, Koharu reached down to pry off a few rib bones before covering the grave once more. Renya, engrossed in his grave robbing, remained oblivious to Koharu's actions, and even if he had noticed, it would not have concerned him. Senju Tobirama had instructed them to collect the remains of powerful individuals. Yet neither Danzo nor Koharu understood the underlying reasons. Did he not realize it was merely a means to utilize the impure world reincarnation to summon these formidable beings? Renya, however, was indifferent to this. In fact, he somewhat endorsed Tobirama's approach. Although the impure world reincarnation technique was morally questionable when employed on the battlefield, it effectively created an unending army. This could be likened to the Fourth Great Ninja War, which could expedite the conclusion of conflicts. The only uncertainty lay in whether Senju Tobirama would implement this technique in warfare. Yet, according to the original narrative, it seemed he had not. This brief interlude made Renya realize that grave robbing had an additional advantage, the opportunity to pilfer the deceased's burial goods. For instance, the storage scroll, which Renya whimsically dubbed a gift from predecessors. With this thought, he hastened his efforts. Before long, he uncovered a corpse at the bottom of the pit, only to be met with disappointment. The body bore nothing of value, save for a rusted and broken sword nearby. Renya grimaced. This individual was truly destitute. He collected a few bones from the remains and departed. As dawn approached, Renya had yet to unearth anything of worth. His storage scroll was already filled with bones. The battlefield had been thoroughly cleaned. The victors had presumably ensured to scavenge the spoils. Yet, was it not excessively meticulous? The sole consolation was that the Uchiha's predecessors had left him a small token. This was the essence of their lineage. Rinya glanced at the two still digging and declared, "It is time for us to depart." Upon hearing this, the two excavators halted. The trio gathered their belongings and stealthily exited the mass grave. In the Hokage's office, the doors and windows were tightly shut. They placed the storage scrolls upon the desk. "Sensei, we have completed the task you assigned," Danzo stated earnestly. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly. "Well done. I appreciate your efforts." He discreetly collected the scrolls. "It was our duty," Danzo replied with sincerity. Rinya cast a disdainful glance at Danzo, thinking to himself how servile he was. Truly, he had become a loyal supporter of Tobirama, destined to inherit his teacher's will and target the Uchiha. "You've worked hard, Danzo," Tobirama praised, unable to resist encouraging such a devoted disciple. Who could not admire a student like that? Moreover, engaging in such tasks was indeed unglamorous, warranting encouragement. Unbeknownst to Danzo, who was oblivious to the underlying complexities, he felt honored by his teacher's words, his face flushing with excitement. "Thank you for your concern, Sensei." The fact that Tobirama had directed these words solely at him led Danzo to believe he was favored. Surely, he was the teacher's most esteemed disciple. Lost in his joy, Danzo failed to notice the derisive glances exchanged between his companions. What on earth is he so excited about? Rinya mused, considering that Tobirama had not offered them any rewards. This endeavor had been akin to working for free. Tobirama's gaze shifted to Rinya and Keiharu. "You both have also worked diligently." "You are too kind, Sensei." Keiharu replied with a smile. "Please, spare us the formalities," Rinya scoffed, tossing the storage scroll onto the desk. "This is a scroll I found in the grave. It bears a seal I cannot open." Upon witnessing Rinya's actions, Tobirama felt a throb at his temples. This boy was becoming increasingly audacious. Was it really necessary to act this way simply because he had been barred from accepting missions? And in the presence of others, no less. He should at least consider his own dignity. "Uncle, please assist me in breaking the seal, and then cancel the orders from the mission hall." "We still need to accept the task," Rinya insisted. Tobirama said nothing, taking the scroll into his hands. He examined it and noted that the seal was indeed somewhat intricate. However, it was nothing he could not unravel. "Here," Tobirama said, handing the scroll back to Rinya after dispelling the seal. Rinya was taken aback by the speed of his success. While he had anticipated that it would not challenge Tobirama, he had not expected it to be done so swiftly, believing it would require considerable effort. Observing Rinya's astonished expression, Tobirama felt a sense of pride. "Such a seal poses no difficulty for me. Now, open the scroll and let me see what lies within." "Uncle, you are overstepping your bounds," Rinya retorted, fastening the scroll to his waist without any intention of opening it. After all, the previous owner of this scroll was a predecessor of the Uchiha clan. If this old man were to discover that, there would be no place for him in it. It was better for him to remain unaware. Tobirama's lips twitched, though he did not press the matter further. If Rinya was unwilling to share, so be it. Had he known the scroll originated from the Uchiha, his attitude would surely have changed. Unfortunately, Danzo and Keiharu did not interject to clarify. Tobirama, unaware of this detail, waved his hand at the three. "You may leave now." The trio turned to depart. But suddenly, Tobirama called out to Rinya, "Hold on, kid." "What is it, uncle?" Rinya turned back. "I won't be returning for lunch," Tobirama stated, casting an expectant look at Rinya, hinting that he hoped Rinya would bring him a meal. "Understood," Rinya nodded before turning to leave. "I'll only prepare a single serving for myself at noon, right?" Tobirama thought. He stared blankly as Rinya walked away, lost in thought. After a while, he murmured, "Did that kid understand me? If he did, it's good. If not, he'll be stuck with military rations for lunch." Reflecting on this, Tobirama felt a twinge of regret for not directly asking Rinya to bring him lunch. Now, he felt too embarrassed to chase after him. He still had some pride. He could only irritably attend to the documents on his desk, hoping that Rinya would have the decency to bring him a meal. At the Senju residence, Rinya returned to his room, eagerly unrolling the storage scroll. He was curious to discover what treasures his predecessor had left for him. With a puff of white smoke, a multitude of scrolls appeared on the ground. Rinya was taken aback. Could they all be storage scrolls? Approaching, he picked one up, realizing it was not a storage scroll and bore no seals. Upon opening it, he found it contained a fire release technique. However, this technique was unfamiliar to him. Falling fire? He continued to examine the scroll, noting that this technique differed from typical ninjutsu release methods. Instead of projecting forward, it was unleashed into the air. Once airborne, the fireballs would split into dozens, even hundreds, raining down upon the ground. It was categorized as a large-scale attack ninjutsu. Rated at level A, Rinya's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "This technique is impressive. Especially potent in battlefield scenarios, its lethality was formidable." He hurriedly sifted through the other scrolls, each detailing practical fire release techniques, all superior to the great fireball he often employed. The wisdom of our ancestors is truly remarkable. As Lianye flipped through the scrolls, he couldn't help but marvel. Upon unveiling the next scroll, his pupils dilated in shock. A technique like this truly exists. The scroll bore the inscription, "The forbidden technique of destiny alteration, Izanagi." Principle of the technique. Izanagi allows the user to transform all detrimental factors in reality, including death, into a dreamscape. Simultaneously, it converts favorable elements from the dream into reality, serving as a means to distort the fabric of reality itself. Activation conditions. The practitioner must intertwine the power of the Sharingan with their own chakra to invoke Izanagi. Effect of the technique. Once Izanagi is activated, the user enters a state of absolute invincibility for a limited duration, impervious to any attack, as all inflicted harm is transmuted into scenes within the dream. Cost of the technique. Utilizing Izanagi results in the permanent loss of one Sharingan's light, rendering that eye incapable of employing any ocular techniques. Exchanging a single eye for a life is indeed a worthwhile trade, Lianye reflected. Becoming a one-eyed dragon is certainly preferable to death. Moreover, as long as one possesses a Sharingan, this ninjutsu can be activated, implying that with an ample supply of eyes, one could be resurrected multiple times. This notion was substantiated by his teammate, Shimura Danzo, whose arm brimming with Sharingan was akin to a resurrection armor. Indeed, Uchiha Madara had utilized this very technique to feign death and escape. However, Lianye had long harbored a question. If employing Izanagi results in the blindness of one eye, how did Madara awaken a pair of Rinnegan with only one eye? It was essential to dismiss the notion that he used another's eye to cast Izanagi. After all, it was improbable that during his battle with Hashirama, Madara would simply pluck out his own eyeball and then activate Izanagi. Never mind. He decided to focus on learning this forbidden technique first. With it, his life would gain an additional layer of security. The mechanics of invoking Izanagi were straightforward. After reading it twice, Lianye comprehended it thoroughly. He then proceeded to study the fire release techniques bequeathed by his predecessors, which were sure to become a formidable weapon in his future arsenal, potentially shattering the curse that fire release techniques can never slay. Truly, the wisdom of our ancestors is profound. I wonder how the predecessor who developed such ninjutsu met their end. Time, when engrossed in concentration, always seemed to fly. Before he knew it, noon had arrived. Lianye paused his studies and entered the kitchen to prepare lunch. He was well aware of Senju Tobirama's implications. His lack of response was merely to annoy the old man, who had forbidden him from undertaking missions. To add insult to injury, he had even assigned him the morally questionable task of grave robbing. However, fortune favored him, granting him the gifts of his predecessors. Lianye was in good spirits today and decided not to bicker with that old coot. Once the meal was prepared, he did not rush to eat, but instead packed the food in a container to deliver to Senju Tobirama. Time was of the essence. Surely, the old man must be hungry by now. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama glanced at the clock. Nearly 1 o'clock. Damn it, this brat really didn't bring me lunch. Tobirama's eyelids twitched. He was unsure whether Lianye was being intentionally obstinate or if he genuinely misinterpreted the situation. He sighed as he retrieved a few military rations from his drawer. Well, I suppose I'll have to settle for this. Just then, he sensed a familiar chakra approaching. That brat. Tobirama's lips curled into a slight smile as he returned the military rations to the drawer. Moments later, Lianye's voice resonated from outside the office. Uncle, I've brought you lunch. Chapter 80. The Uchiha Conference Kid. When do you plan to head out on your mission? Senju Tobirama inquired upon seeing Lianye enter, carrying the food container. He couldn't help but think that if Lianye didn't embark on missions, he could enjoy warm meals daily. Although he could go out to buy or prepare his own food, his culinary skills paled in comparison to Lianye's. His palate had been thoroughly spoiled by Lianye's cooking. If it weren't for the meals prepared by Lianye, he would rather subsist on military rations. Uncle, I'll go after I finish eating, Lianye replied, placing the food container on the table. Oh, I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tobirama's face. He had hoped Lianye might linger in the village for a few days, but it seemed the boy was restless. Lianye served a bowl of rice to Tobirama. Uncle, you eat first. I'll head back to eat now. Tobirama was taken aback. You haven't eaten yet? He had assumed Lianye arrived late because he had already dined at home, but that didn't seem to be the case. I was busy training this morning, and by the time I thought of cooking, it was already noon, Lianye explained. Tobirama nodded, warmth spreading in his heart. It seemed the boy still had some conscience. Bringing him food promptly after preparing it. As Lianye prepared to leave, Tobirama instinctively blurted out, "Don't go back. Stay and eat with me." The moment he spoke, he froze. Lianye halted, glancing back at Tobirama in surprise, then smiled and said, "It's fine, Uncle. I've already prepared food at home." He waved his hand and exited the office. Tobirama watched Lianye's retreating figure, lost in thought. How did I end up saying that? He suddenly recalled the words of his elder brother who had once guided him. Could it be that I have truly developed an emotional bond with that brat? Tobirama chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he picked up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. Delicious. As Lianye left the office, he couldn't help but ponder Tobirama's earlier words, muttering to himself, that old coot must have eaten some spoiled mushrooms. Today's lunch featured stir-fried mushrooms, and he suspected that Tobirama was hallucinating when he made that statement. However, he thought the mushrooms should have been thoroughly cooked. The scene earlier had sent chills down Lianye's spine, leaving him with an uneasy feeling about Tobirama. Yes, it must be the mushrooms playing tricks on him. It would be wise to avoid returning home for a while. Faced with the oddity of Senju Tobirama, he felt a twinge of fear. What if the old man suddenly awakened some strange attribute and decided to dissect him? Thus, Lianye sought out Danzo and Koharu to head to the mission assembly to accept their task. This time, the staff did not hinder the trio any further, and they successfully received their mission before departing the village. Senju Tobirama stood by the window, watching Lianye's figure disappear beyond the gates of Konoha, whispering softly, "Kid, come back soon." Lianye's departure signified a temporary absence of warm and delectable meals. He looked at the half-eaten food on the table and proceeded to pack the leftovers into a container, intending to save them for dinner. From his pocket, Tobirama produced the Uchiha observation manual and noted, "As time passes, it seems I have formed a bond with this wicked little Uchiha." Lianye-kun, why did you stop? At the Konoha gates, T-Rune Koharu and Shimura Danzo looked curiously at Lianye, who had suddenly halted. "I'm fine," Lianye shook his head, instinctively turning to glance back at the village. He had felt someone watching him, which made him quite uncomfortable. However, upon turning back, the sensation of being observed vanished. Lianye was certain this was no mere illusion. The truth was singular. Someone in the village was watching him. Who could it be? Lianye fell into contemplation. Uchiha, Senju, or perhaps members of other clans in the village. It was not unreasonable for Lianye to have such thoughts, as fame often invites scrutiny. As a member of the Uchiha clan raised by the Senju, particularly by the acting Hokage Senju Tobirama, there were many who would wish to forge connections with him. It was only natural that he would attract attention. Not long after the trio departed, a young boy emerged from behind a tree, whispering softly, "The traitor has left the village." As soon as the words left his lips, he turned and departed, the emblem of the Fan clan prominently displayed on his back. In the Uchiha clan's meeting hall, a stern-looking middle-aged man occupied the main seat, flanked by several elderly men with white hair. "I propose we expel Uchiha Renya from the clan," declared one elder on the left. "Indeed, he is unworthy of the Uchiha name." Another elder concurred. The clan extended him an olive branch, only to have it rejected. "I disagree," interrupted an elder on the right with a single eye. "This was a decision made out of necessity. We cannot blame the boy." "Indeed, that child has suffered greatly," sighed another elder on the right. "Suffered? Huh, I think not," scoffed the elder on the left. "Isn't that traitor living quite well with the Senju? You all are regressing. How dare you place the blame on a child?" The elder on the right retorted coldly. "Then why don't you go and speak to Senju Hashirama yourself?" The elders on the left fell silent. At that moment, a young boy walked in. "Father, I have returned," he announced. The man seated at the head of the table spoke in a deep voice. "Reifong, has Uchiha Renya left the village?" "Yes, father, that traitor has just departed," replied Uchiha Reifong promptly. The middle-aged man did not ask further questions, but turned to the elders, stating, Elders, I shall personally inquire into that child's intentions. If he wishes to return to the Uchiha, the clan will offer him that opportunity. If he does not." He paused, "Then let him be cast out of the Uchiha." Hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement. The one-eyed elder furrowed his brow, about to speak, but was halted by a companion beside him. He exchanged a glance with his ally and sighed in resignation. Initially, the elders regarded Rinya as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. However, when they attempted to extend a hand to him, they found he had deliberately distanced himself from the clan, provoking discontent among some elders. Eventually, they split into two factions. One believed that Rinya should not be blamed, as he was a victim of circumstances, while the other felt he had been brainwashed by Senju Tobirama and thus did not deserve the Uchiha name. Advocating for his expulsion from the clan, the middle-aged man rose and exited the meeting room. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama, occupied with paperwork, set down his documents, his expression darkening. These Uchiha are becoming increasingly unruly. With that, he vanished from the office in an instant. Chapter 81. Uchiha Tanaka in the Land of Fire. Within a forest, three individuals prepared to rest after a lengthy journey. Leaning against a tree, Rinya examined the mission scroll in his hand. Shimura Danzo and Tsurugamine Komatsu sat a short distance away. "Rinya, why is this mission location so distant?" Tsurugamine Komatsu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Danzo turned his head at her words. "This mission is indeed quite far. Merely traveling will take 3 days. It hardly aligns with the previous criteria for our Team's missions: high reward, minimal effort, and proximity to home." Rinya explained, "The compensation for this task is considerably high." He couldn't divulge to them that he sought to distance himself from Senju Tobirama, hence accepting this long-distance mission. The two nodded instinctively, accepting Rinya's reasoning. The bounty for this task was indeed well above the ordinary, providing protection for a wealthy merchant. Wealthy individuals, keen to safeguard their lives, were naturally generous. Rinya breathed a sigh of relief when the two did not press further. The mission would take at least 2 weeks, including travel and protection time. By the time he returned, Senju Tobirama should have returned to normalcy. Shuntihi? Suddenly, sensing something amiss, Rinya stood abruptly, gazing into the distance. "What is it, Rinya?" The two asked instinctively, following his line of sight. They spotted a middle-aged man standing not far away. Before they could react, they were ensnared by the man's crimson Sharingan, leaving them momentarily stunned. Clapping his hands, the middle-aged man praised, "Rinya, you truly are a genius of the Uchiha clan, having detected me so swiftly." "And you are?" Rinya asked, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, unwilling to lower his guard. Even in the presence of a clan member, especially given the man's sudden appearance and the control he had exerted over his companions, the man appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that Rinya did not recognize him. He furrowed his brow, expressing displeasure. "As a member of the Uchiha, you do not recognize your clan leader?" Clearly, he believed Rinya was indifferent to the clan. Rinya was genuinely caught off guard. He was unaware of this fact. "I apologize, but I did not know you were the clan leader." "Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Tanaka, the newly appointed clan leader," the man proclaimed. "Tanaka, what business do you have with me?" Rinya inquired, maintaining his vigilance. Tanaka noticed Rinya's subtle movements, but chose to disregard them, or perhaps he simply did not care. "Rinya, I have come to ask you," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Do you still consider yourself a member of the Uchiha clan?" Rinya was taken aback. "What do you mean by that, Tanaka?" Tanaka smirked. "It means that the clan is discussing your worthiness to bear the Uchiha surname." Upon hearing this, Rinya immediately grasped the situation. Evidently, the Uchiha were displeased with his actions. The irony of it struck him as amusing. These individuals had deliberately distanced themselves from him, and now that he had grown stronger, they sought to extend their hand once more. Should he refuse, they would blame him for not recognizing their goodwill. "Tanaka, how do you perceive me?" Rinya asked flatly. Tanaka regarded Rinya without an immediate response, the silence stretching between them for an extended period. "I certainly consider you a member of the Uchiha clan." Tanaka suddenly laughed. "What do you think, Rinya?" Rinya chuckled in response, but soon restrained his laughter. "Your perceptions of me are of no consequence to me." Tanaka's smile faltered, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Rinya. "Uchiha Rinya, are you truly willing to betray your clan?" "Tanaka, are you attempting to label me?" Rinya narrowed his eyes, a hint of crimson flickering within them, as 3 black tomo manifested in his gaze. Tanaka's expression shifted to one of fleeting shock upon seeing Rinya's 3 tomo. You dare call me a traitor? Renya scoffed. When Senju Hashirama took me in, you didn't dare utter a word. Now you stand here accusing me? Do you understand what you are saying, Uchiha Renya? Tanaka's face darkened, clearly agitated by Renya's words. You all believe that I am a disgrace to the Uchiha because I was taken in by the Senju, don't you? Renya smiled. You are mistaken. The true disgrace lies not with me, but with you, self-proclaimed proud fools. Silence. Tanaka interrupted Renya. Wow, I've only spoken a few words. And you're already in a hurry? Renya sneered. Uchiha Renya, I shall ask you once more. Do you refuse to return to the clan? Tanaka's face was ashen. Huh, you still refuse to understand your own foolishness. Why would I wish to return to the Uchiha? Even if I did wish to return, would you dare allow me? Would the Hokage agree? Could you persuade the Hokage? Renya had little interaction with the Uchiha before, and thus felt little attachment. The recent conversation with Uchiha Tanaka made him realize that some members of the Uchiha clan are nothing more than arrogant fools devoid of intellect. Setting aside his own willingness to return, could they truly persuade Senju Tobirama? It was evident that Tobirama would never consent to such a thing. Without any forethought, they came bustling over to question his allegiance to the Uchiha clan. What right do they have to demand such loyalty, simply based on their Uchiha identity? It was utterly exasperating. No wonder Senju Tobirama remained vigilant against the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tanaka was momentarily flabbergasted by Lianye's question, and after a brief pause, he glared at Lianye with palpable fury. You traitor, you do not deserve the Uchiha surname. Whether I deserve the Uchiha name is not for you to decide. Lianye retorted coldly. Calling you clan leader has evidently inflated your sense of self-importance. The Uchiha clan's inability to recognize their precarious position is precisely what led to their downfall. Very well. Uchiha Tanaka laughed maniacally. Today, I shall eradicate you, the traitor of the Uchiha. With that, he drew the katana from his waist. I've tolerated your foolishness for far too long. Clang. Lianye unsheathed his own katana, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. His blade was laced with a deadly poison. Should it come to a trade of wounds, it would undoubtedly be Uchiha Tanaka who would perish. Just as they were about to clash, a white-haired figure suddenly appeared between them. Tanaka, what do you intend to do? Chapter 82. Merely a surname Senju Tobirama crossed his arms, frowning as he regarded Uchiha Tanaka. He had initially assumed Tanaka aimed to recruit Lianye, never anticipating a confrontation. Arriving late, he had missed their earlier exchange. Yet, Tobirama resolutely chose to side with Lianye. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that this lad could engage in combat with his own clan leader pleased him greatly. This indicated that Lianye was not the type to exhibit blind loyalty to his family. Upon seeing Senju Tobirama's sudden appearance, both men halted their impending battle. Lianye sheathed his sword, positioning himself beside Tobirama. With the elder present, this matter no longer concerned him. Tobirama glanced at Lianye, noting his unscathed state, before fixing his gaze back on Uchiha Tanaka. Lord Hokage, what do you mean by this? Uchiha Tanaka's expression darkened, as Tobirama's arrival had evidently interrupted his plans. Internally, Tanaka cursed, realizing that this rascal had indeed been monitoring his actions. He had scarcely left the village when his pursuer caught up with him. It was clear that the Uchihas had been under Tobirama's watchful eye. Aware of this fact, he found himself unable to lash out. Currently, the Uchiha clan's standing within the village was precarious. They had never been particularly well-liked, and following the incident with Uchiha Madara, no one was eager to associate with them. It could be said that the Uchihas were becoming increasingly despised within the village. Everyone secretly held a consensus regarding their views on the Uchiha. It was simply a matter no one dared to voice openly. Tanaka, as the captain of the Konoha Guard, you have left the village without authorization, Senju Tobirama said sternly. Shall you provide me with an explanation? Uchiha Tanaka was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Tobirama to shift the conversation to this matter. The implication was that he had abandoned his post. If it were any other Uchiha, it might have been overlooked. But as both the clan leader and the captain of the guard, he could not escape scrutiny. In light of the Uchiha's current situation, being caught by the Hokage posed significant complications. As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat broke out on Tanaka's forehead, and he hastily explained, Lord Hokage, you misunderstand. I merely wish to check on my clansmen. Oh, Tobirama arched an eyebrow, countering, what need have you to carry a weapon while visiting your clansmen? Upon hearing this, Tanaka swiftly sheathed his sword, forcing a smile as he replied, Lord Hokage, what are you suggesting? It is entirely normal for a ninja to carry a weapon. Tanaka, I insist that you refrain from disturbing Uchiha Lianye in the future, Senju Tobirama stated firmly. Hokage, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Uchiha Tanaka frowned. Uchiha Lianye is a member of my Uchiha clan. What right do you have to prevent me from seeing him? Lianye scoffed dismissively, muttering under his breath, fool. Both Tobirama and Tanaka instinctively turned their gazes toward Lianye. Although they did not fully grasp the meaning of the term, they recognized it was hardly a compliment. Uchiha Tanaka's face darkened. Had it not been for Senju Tobirama's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this insufferable traitor. Noticing Tanaka's displeasure, Tobirama instinctively positioned himself in front of Lianye, warning, Uchiha Tanaka, I shall warn you once more. Keep your distance from Lianye, or you shall face the consequences. Hokage, this is an internal matter for the Uchiha clan. You are overstepping your bounds. Uchiha Tanaka clenched his fists. How dare this insolent brat threaten him? This boy has long been under my care, Tobirama replied, casting a glance at Lianye. This was the decision of the late Uchiha elder. Should you have any questions, direct them to him. Tanaka was well aware that the elder had long since passed. Tobirama's reference to the elder was merely an attempt to silence him. Very well. Uchiha Tanaka sneered. From this day forth, Uchiha Lianye shall no longer be a member of my clan. Let him bear the Senju name instead. With that, he turned to leave. With Tobirama present, his plans to eliminate Lianye were thwarted, for now. He could only expel this traitor from the Uchiha clan and settle the score later. Senju Tobirama appeared contemplative, as if he found Tanaka's suggestion quite appealing. If Lianye were to adopt the Senju name, it would indeed sound far more melodious than that of Uchiha. However, such a decision would require the boy's consent. At that moment, the previously silent Lianye finally spoke. Hey, what authority do you possess to cast me out of the Uchiha? In truth, he held little regard for the Uchiha surname. It was Tanaka's attitude that he found intolerable. The haughty, self-righteous demeanor infuriated him. Had Tanaka approached him civilly, Lianye would not have cared at all. Even when the Uchiha had deliberately distanced themselves from him, he bore no resentment. However, he could not abide having someone look down upon him. In the past, when he was weaker, he could endure. But now that he had grown stronger, he would not tolerate such indignities. Though his strength may not match that of Uchiha Tanaka, he possessed numerous means to ensure the latter's demise. Such foolish arrogance made Tanaka an easy target. Uchiha Tanaka halted, turning to face Lianye. I am the clan leader of the Uchiha. Ah, the Uchiha clan leader, you say? Lianye scoffed. What grand authority you presume to wield? Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are the last clan leader? A foolish braggart who still failed to grasp the reality of the situation. Lianye could hardly be bothered to engage in further dialogue, were it not for Senju Tobirama's presence. He would have already dispatched Tanaka. Uchiha Tanaka's expression froze at Lianye's words. The reference to the previous clan leader, Uchiha Madara, struck a nerve. Though he was incensed, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. He certainly could not claim to be stronger than Madara, could he? Senju Tobirama looked at Lianye with incredulity, wondering if this boy truly was an Uchiha. His words hardly resembled those of a typical Uchiha, especially one possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan. Lianye's statement shocked him as profoundly as the initial truce between the Uchiha and Senju clans that led to the village's founding. Uchiha Tanaka's face darkened with fury. He genuinely contemplated disregarding all caution and eliminating this traitor. Yet, seeing Tobirama standing in front of Lianye, he quickly regained his composure. In a true confrontation, he was no match for Senju Tobirama. Those of Tanaka's generation are undoubtedly aware of Senju Tobirama's formidable prowess. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clans suffered losses at the hands of Tobirama, with casualties numbering at least 80. Observing Tanaka's exasperated demeanor, Lianye suddenly chuckled. It's merely a surname. Do you truly believe I care? He hurled his garment adorned with a flame fan to the ground and incinerated it with a fire technique, reducing it to ashes. Having completed this act, Lianye fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Tanaka. You must remember, it was not you who expelled me from the Uchiha. Rather, I chose to depart willingly. Tanaka's expression darkened as he cast a penetrating glance at the two. Upon noticing the smirk on Tobirama's lips, his mouth nearly twisted in frustration. Damn Senju Tobirama. Lianye Uchiha has undoubtedly been brainwashed by him. With a cold snort, Tanaka turned and departed without hesitation. Chapter 83. Joining Senju, Lianye watched as Uchiha Tanaka left, his expression remaining unchanged. A rift had undoubtedly formed between them. Tanaka sought to eliminate him, and Rinya would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. He must find a way to strike first, otherwise, remaining under scrutiny would inevitably lead to complications. Perhaps he would face more than just Tanaka alone. Yet, he felt no fear. One day, he would reclaim all that he had lost. With a sigh, Rinya did not anticipate that Uchiha could be so petty. "Do not be disheartened," Tobirama said, patting Rinya on the shoulder. "There is little I can do regarding this matter." Despite his feigned sympathy, the upward curve of his lips betrayed him. Rinya found himself speechless. "Uncle, you seem rather pleased." "How could that be?" Tobirama replied, suppressing his smile. "I genuinely lament your circumstances." He never expected Tanaka to expel Rinya from the Uchiha. What could possibly be going through Tanaka's mind? Was it merely due to Rinya being his ward? The intricacies of the Uchiha clan's mindset eluded Tobirama. Rather than dwell on it, he resolved to remain vigilant towards the Uchiha. As long as he and his brother were present, Konoha would remain stable. "Since you have been cast out from the Uchiha, have you considered joining the Senju?" Tobirama inquired suddenly. Rinya rolled his eyes and retorted, "Uncle, I left the Uchiha voluntarily. I was not expelled." Tobirama observed Rinya, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He recalled a deceased individual who had once proclaimed, "It was not they who abandoned me, but I who abandoned them." He understood well. Madara was akin to Rinya, projecting indifference while harboring deep sorrow. The Uchiha truly possessed a stubborn disposition. "So, do you wish to join the Senju?" Tobirama pressed on, convinced that Rinya must feel desolate after being forsaken by his kin. A mere gesture of warmth at this moment would surely open Rinya's heart. This insight stemmed from his observations of his brother's interactions with Madara. He believed the Uchiha shared a common temperament. Tobirama suddenly devised a strategy for dealing with the Uchiha. Faced with Tobirama's inquiry, Rinya found himself momentarily taken aback. Though he felt indifferent toward his departure from the Uchiha, almost amused, he was warmed by Tobirama's kindness. He looked up at Senju Tobirama, his expression complex. This old fellow didn't seem so detestable after all. Reflecting on their years together, Tobirama had never treated him unfairly due to his Uchiha lineage. Rather, he had guided him in his training. Indeed, Rinya held this old man in high regard. Noticing the change in Rinya's expression, Tobirama sensed that the matter was secure. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, "Have you given it thought?" Under Tobirama's expectant gaze, Rinya nodded slightly. "Uncle, I believe it is a viable option." For him, it mattered not which clan he belonged to, since this old fellow was decent. Joining the Senju seemed a commendable choice. At the very least, the Senju were far more amiable than the Uchiha. He recalled his initial arrival at the Senju clan's estate, where most of the members had harbored ill will towards him. However, as time passed, they began to accept Rinya, recognizing his connection to Tobirama. After all, he was a ward of Tobirama, and unlike the self-righteous Uchiha, the Senju welcomed him swiftly. Upon Rinya's agreement, Tobirama's lips curled into a smile. "From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Senju clan." He lowered his gaze to the ashes of the burned garment, raising a hand gently as the remnants scattered in the wind. Henceforth, Rinya Uchiha's identity would vanish like those ashes. Rinya felt somewhat dazed, wondering how he had so naively joined the Senju. No, he suddenly realized. Even if he left the Uchiha, it would not necessitate joining the Senju. Why did he agree to this? Upon reflection, it appeared that this old man had been deliberately guiding him toward a choice between the Uchiha and the Senju, ultimately luring him into the Senju clan. How infuriating! He had been ensnared in a trap. Truly, the nefarious Senju Tobirama was deserving of his reputation. At this juncture, he could only accept the situation with grace. After all, had he not remained with the Senju since his voluntary departure from the Uchiha, the difference seemed negligible. Perhaps the only advantage would be that joining the Senju provided a valid reason to confront Uchiha Tanaka. Imagining the future scenario, Rinya envisioned himself drawing his katana, declaring, "Inherently malevolent Uchiha Tanaka, I bid you farewell on behalf of the Senju clan." Tanaka would undoubtedly be taken aback, leaving him vulnerable to Rinya's low-tier flying thunder god slash. The Uchiha clan leader would be no more. With this thought, Rinya couldn't help but laugh, envisioning the moment of Tanaka's demise before him. Hearing Rinya's laughter, Tobirama joined in, mistakenly believing Rinya was elated about joining the Senju. "Uncle, what is amusing you?" Rinya queried, bewildered by the sudden laughter. However, he quickly pieced it together. This old man was undoubtedly pleased with his successful scheme. The smile on Tobirama's face faltered. This boy was intentionally undermining him. How fitting for a member of the inherently nefarious Senju clan. Since Rinya was now part of the Senju, Tobirama decided not to dwell on it. Casting a sidelong glance at Rinya, he declared, "I must take my leave. Return promptly after completing your task." With that, he vanished from the spot, eager to share this delightful news with his brother. Surely, his brother would be thrilled to learn of Rinya's induction into the Senju. Rinya watched as Tobirama disappeared, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. The Flying Thunder God technique is truly remarkable. Now that he was a member of the Senju, could he shamelessly approach Tobirama to learn the technique? As he pondered this, he walked towards his two teammates, uncertain whether it was Uchiha Tanaka's Jinjutsu that was too potent or their resistance too feeble. The two had yet to awaken from the illusion even after considerable time had passed. Chapter 84. The elder brother must monitor the Uchiha? Rinya stepped forward and dispelled the Jinjutsu afflicting the two. Danzo and Koharu, upon seeing Rinya before them, finally realized they had fallen victim to an illusion. Damn it! When did that happen? Danzo clenched his fists, astonished that he had been ensnared by a Jinjutsu without noticing. Had it not been for Rinya's presence, he would have perished long ago. Rinya-kun, who was that person just now? Asked Kokoharu, recalling the moment she had glimpsed a pair of Sharingan before losing consciousness. Rinya, disdainfully recalling Uchiha Tanaka, merely shrugged, indicating it was irrelevant. Not wishing to press further, Kokoharu refrained from asking again. After this brief interlude, their mission continued, and the trio proceeded to their destination. Chief, what did the child say? Upon Uchiha Tanaka's return to the clan's territory, several elders surrounded him, evidently having waited for some time. The one-eyed elder appeared particularly anxious. However, upon observing Tanaka's somber expression, he quickly grasped the situation. It seemed Rinya would not be returning to the clan. He was acutely aware of the myriad factors at play: the Senju clan's influence, the Uchiha's internal strife, and Rinya's own disposition. Even if Rinya desired to return to the Uchiha, they could not confidently persuade Senju Tobirama to accept him back into the fold. After all, the current standing between the Uchiha and Senju was far from equal, especially considering that Tobirama was the Hokage of Konoha. Although he was merely acting Hokage at present, it was clear to all that his ascension to the position was inevitable. As the one-eyed elder felt a sense of helplessness, Uchiha Tanaka spoke. Uchiha Rinya has no desire to return to the clan, and he even looks down upon me as the clan leader. I have expelled him from the Uchiha. He cast a cold smirk at the leading one-eyed elder, asserting, from this point forward, he is no longer one of us, and I will not permit any clan member to associate with him. He refrained from disclosing his own actions against Rinya to the others. After speaking, Uchiha Tanaka employed the body flicker technique to depart. He needed to ponder how to eliminate Rinya discreetly, with no time to waste on this group of elders. Ha. Well done, esteemed leader. It was high time this traitor was expelled from the Uchiha. The elders who had previously advocated for Rinya's departure from the clan left satisfied. In their eyes, this Uchiha, raised by the Senju, was a disgrace to the clan and should have been cast out long ago. Only the three remaining elders stood in silence. After a moment, the one-eyed elder sighed in resignation, musing that these old fools were truly losing their grasp on reality. Could they blame the child for this? Indeed, another elder echoed, had I known, I would have followed Lord Madara in leaving. Haha, you old fool. If you had gone with Madara, wouldn't you have been a burden to him? I'm merely aging gracefully. Aging gracefully, you say? I see you wobbling as you walk. Nonsense. You're the one whose eyesight is failing. Enough. We old folks should have retired long ago. I shall no longer meddle in clan affairs. Quite right. Lest these younger generations accuse us of being indecisive. With that, the three elders, leaning on their canes, wobbled away. They were among the longest-lived members of the Uchiha clan. In an era where the average lifespan was only 30 during the Warring States period, reaching such an age was indeed miraculous. At the Senju residence, Hashirama was playing dice with Tsunade in the courtyard when he suddenly noticed Tobirama rushing in, visibly distressed. Second Grandpa, Tsunade called out in a sweet voice. Tobirama affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair, but upon noticing the dice on the table, he glared at Hashirama in disapproval. Brother, how could you teach Tsunade to gamble? Just your gambling addiction alone is troublesome enough. I cannot tolerate you leading her astray. With that thought, he crushed the dice into dust. Hashirama and Tsunade watched in dismay as the powder scattered in the wind, yet they remained silent in the face of Tobirama's darkening expression. What brings you here, Tobirama? Hashirama asked awkwardly, aware that Tobirama typically only sought him out for significant matters regarding the village's planning. Upon hearing this, Tobirama remembered his purpose. Without any preamble, he stated, "Brother, Rinya has been expelled from the Uchiha clan." Hashirama paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. This development seemed inconsequential. Rinya had been living with the Senju for some time and had long severed ties with the Uchiha. Therefore, the Uchiha's actions had no bearing on Rinya. The only aspect that remained was Rinya's surname. He was puzzled by the Uchiha leader's rationale behind such actions. What was the significance of doing this? Just as Hashirama was lost in thought, Tobirama's next words left him utterly astounded. After Rinya was expelled from the Uchiha, I invited him to join the Senju. Did he accept? Hashirama asked instinctively, swallowing hard with anticipation. Need you even ask? Tobirama replied with a smirk. At my invitation, the young lad gratefully accepted. Haha, that's wonderful. Hashirama couldn't help but laugh. He had always held a fondness for Rinya, especially for his culinary skills. Once tasted, one would be left longing for more. Hashirama was delighted by Rinya's willingness to join the Senju, as it indicated his acceptance of the clan. Suddenly, Hashirama recalled the initial intention behind adopting Rinya, to foster a bond that would prevent Tobirama from harboring animosity towards the Uchiha. He regarded Tobirama, who appeared quite pleased, and nodded in approval. It seemed that a connection had indeed formed between Tobirama and Rinya. However, with Rinya now joining the Senju, it remained uncertain whether Tobirama would continue to antagonize the Uchiha. Brother, the Uchiha have increasingly disregarded me as Hokage, Tobirama stated, especially Uchiha Tanaka. He even attempted to take action against Rinya. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. Upon hearing this, Hashirama furrowed his brow. He had initially believed that the Uchiha had merely expelled Rinya, not that they would resort to such extreme measures. He finally comprehended why Tobirama had always been wary of the Uchiha. This group, reckless in their actions, indeed required close supervision. In the past, when Madara was present, no one dared to defy his orders. But now that he was gone, individuals like Uchiha Tanaka had begun to emerge. Thinking this through, Hashirama said, Tobirama, we must strengthen our surveillance of the Uchiha during this period. Upon hearing this, Tobirama stood frozen in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Had he misheard? His brother was actually asking him to enhance surveillance on the Uchiha. Was this truly the brother he had known? Chapter 85. Mission failure and return to the village in the land of rivers. Before a residence, rain poured down, the droplets cascading like silver threads. The world was shrouded in a veil of mist. In the distance, 3 figures were slowly approaching the estate, their black hats obscuring their faces as the bamboo brim swayed gently in the rain. This is the employer's residence, Danzo remarked, examining the task map. Something feels amiss. It seems we have arrived too late. Rinya lowered his hat, the Sharingan glimmering ominously in the shadows as he remained vigilant. Instinctively, he grasped the katana at his waist. The trio slowed their pace, the sound of raindrops striking their hats becoming distinctly audible. Before long, the vermilion gate of the merchant's estate loomed before them. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind lifted Renya's hat, and he quickly pressed it down, his gaze locking with another figure on the rooftop wearing a similar hat. Renya sighed inwardly. This mission had failed. They were too late, resulting in the employer's death. Yet having come this far, they must avenge the employer, he resolved. With that thought, Renya immediately cast a genjutsu using his Sharingan. The figure on the rooftop, meeting the gaze of the Sharingan, stood frozen in place. He dares to stare directly at the Uchiha's Sharingan. Renya smirked, knowing full well the fate awaiting his opponent. Attack! Danzo commanded sharply. In an instant, Xiaochun spun and hurled several shurikens, which pierced through the curtain of rain, hurtling towards the silhouette atop the roof. The sound of shurikens embedding into flesh echoed. And soon after, the figure tumbled down from the rooftop. Lianye stepped forward to push open the door, and a heavy stench of blood, mingled with the damp air, assaulted his senses. Inside the house lay a disarray of corpses, presumably the bodyguards hired by the homeowner, who were simply too weak to contend with the assailant. In the flickering firelight, a corpulent man dressed in lavish attire slumped in a wooden chair, a gruesome wound at his neck nearly severing his head. His bulging eyes frozen in terror, seemingly narrating his despair in the moments before death. It was evident that this rotund figure was their employer. Damn it! We arrived too late. Towanzo clenched his fists in frustration upon witnessing the scene. What now, Lianye-kun? Xiaoqun inquired. Though our employer has perished, we cannot leave empty-handed. Lianye surveyed the opulent decor of the room, suggesting they take something valuable as compensation for their troubles. Towanzo's lips twitched, at a loss for words. Uchiha Lianye had indeed become increasingly wicked, even scavenging from the deceased. However, the proposal was not without merit. The lavish furnishings indicated that the homeowner was wealthy. Thus, the trio commenced their search through the estate. Had this scene been witnessed by others, one would undoubtedly conclude that the ninjas of Konoha had succumbed to avarice, murdering their employer to plunder his wealth. Ha ha, we've struck gold, Towanzo exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he beheld a chest overflowing with gold and jewels. Nearly grinning from ear to ear, Towanzo, we share the spoils. Lianye and Xiaoqun had approached him, witnessing the two take away 2/3 of the treasure. Towanzo felt a surge of regret. Had he known, he would have been more discreet. Now, the prospect of a grand fortune had dwindled to a mere trifle. Once their scavenging concluded, they departed the estate. Lianye took the time to collect the bodies, intending to find a suitable place for burial. The money they acquired would serve as the burial expenses from their employer. Alas, this mission has failed, Lianye lamented. In an effort to distance himself from Senju Tobirama, he had deliberately chosen a protection mission, hoping to remain outside for a while. Little did he anticipate that they would arrive too late. The task having concluded before it even began. Cursed Uchiha Tianzhong, Lianye muttered in displeasure. Were it not for this old fool wasting his time, their employer would not have met his demise. Thus, he rationally attributed the failure of the mission to Tianzhong, intensifying his desire to eliminate him. Towanzo and Xiaoqun were somewhat perplexed, unaware of whom Lianye spoke. Could it be that there was a conflict with someone from the Uchiha clan? For reasons unknown, Towanzo felt a strange sense of relief at the thought of Lianye clashing with the Uchiha. Though Lianye had not provoked him, Towanzo could not bear to see him prosper. Perhaps this was simply human nature. Lianye found a picturesque spot to inter the body of their employer before returning with his companions. They faced no delays and made their way back to Konoha in just 2 days. As Lianye entered the village, he encountered 3 members of the Uchiha clan, one of whom, a towering man nearly 2 meters tall, caught his attention. Wasn't this Uchiha Shun? It was hard to believe that this appearance belonged to a mere 14-year-old. One could easily mistake him for someone in their 40s. Uchiha Shun maintained a stoic expression, directly ignoring Lianye. In response, Lianye chose silence, walking past them. At that moment, one of the Uchiha youths taunted him. Oh, look who's here. Not an Uchiha anymore. I should address you as Senju Lianye. He emphasized the Senju name. The news of Lianye's expulsion from the Uchiha clan had already spread throughout the family, and these youths seized the opportunity to mock him. Lianye halted and turned to face the taunting Uchiha youth. The boy felt the weight of Lianye's gaze, discomfort, and attempted to ease the tension by continuing. What are you looking at? You're just a lost dog, cast out from your clan. What are you trying to convey? Lianye suddenly smiled. Is this your way of flaunting your superiority? Pathetic. How dare you insult me? The youth exclaimed, anger etched across his face. Lianye regarded the furious boy, puzzled. How could he be so enraged when he was the one who initiated the provocation? What are you getting worked up about? Indeed, many from the Uchiha clan were self-righteous fools. I think you misunderstand the disparity between us. Lianye activated his Sharingan. When did the weak dare to bellow before the strong? The boy froze at the sight of Lianye's eyes. In a flash, Lianye appeared before him, and, before the other two could react, delivered a heavy punch to the boy's nose. Blood erupted from his nostrils as he was sent flying backward. The excruciating pain jolted him from his stupor, and he glared at Lianye, roaring, You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? At that moment, Uchiha Shun stepped forward, stating, This is the second son of clan leader Tianzhong, Uchiha Lianye. Ah, the son of that man. Lianye's eyes narrowed. I don't even regard your father. Why should I care about you? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Lianye materialized before Lianye, planting his foot firmly on the boy's chest and grinding down with force. Uchiha Lianye let out a heart-wrenching scream, clearly suffering broken ribs. Uchiha Shun instinctively frowned, but chose not to intervene. Remember this. Bow your head in the presence of the strong. Lianye looked down upon the pale-faced Lianye. He simply could not comprehend Lianye's audacity. Despite being a weakling, he dared to mock someone far superior to him. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Lianye was not one to be swayed by the ideals of those like Kakashi, brainwashed by the will of fire, who would silently endure slights from the weak instead of swiftly eliminating those who dared insult them. were it Lianye's choice. Those who barked like dogs would have long since met their end. The dignity of the strong is not something the weak can trample upon at will. Once angered, the strong would unleash their wrath. As for Uchiha Lyahua's provocation, Lianye had no intention of killing him. This was Konoha, and the act of killing a fellow villager was strictly forbidden. However, imparting a lesson was certainly within reason. The commotion attracted the attention of onlookers, both ninja and villagers alike, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Look, isn't that one of the Uchiha? Indeed, that kid is finished. He dared to provoke the Uchiha. Wait, that guy has the Sharingan. So it's infighting within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shun, noticing the gathering crowd, frowned in displeasure. He turned to Lianye and implored, Lianye, grant me a favor and cease this. This marked the first time in years that Shun had spoken to Lianye. Lianye regarded Shun with interest. Grant you a favor? Who do you think you are? Is your face of such significance? His impression of Shun was merely that of a childhood playmate, and their interactions had been minimal, especially since Lianye had distanced himself from the Uchiha. Initially, Lianye had occasionally visited the orphanage, but upon realizing that his clan members shunned him, he ceased all contact with the Uchiha. He was not the type to grovel. Uchiha Shun was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Lianye's response. Do you truly intend to stand against the Uchiha? Another enraged youth glared at Lianye. With so many witnesses, you've brought shame upon the Uchiha, especially on the ground. Where the son of the Uchiha clan leader stood, he wished he could find a crevice to hide in. As for why he refrained from confronting Lianye, it was simply because he felt inadequate in comparison. He had no desire to be trampled like the flames of defeat. You certainly underestimate us Uchihas. At that moment, 3 Uchiha youths approached. Lianye recognized them. They were Uchiha Reifeng, Uchiha Rin, and Uchiha Yen, who had been in the same class as him. The previously wailing Reihuo ceased his cries upon seeing the leading youth and, with a face full of grievance, exclaimed, Brother, he hit me. You worthless fool, be quiet. Uchiha Reifeng shot a cold glance at Reihuo, harboring no fondness for this brother who was more of a liability than an asset. The already aggrieved Reihuo felt even more wronged. Oh, isn't this my former subordinate? Lianye remarked with a mocking expression directed at the trio. What brings you here? Seeking a rematch? Uchiha Reifeng's expression darkened. Do you truly believe you can act as if we are still in school? Under his father's guidance, he had long since surpassed his former self. With that, he activated his Sharingan, revealing 3 black tomo within the crimson iris. Lianye displayed no reaction, for he understood that strength was not exclusive to him alone. He regarded Reifeng's 3 tomo Sharingan with indifference, recognizing the disparity among the Uchiha's eyes. Seeing Linye's calm demeanor, Reifeng instinctively clenched his fists. You always act so superior. You were like this in school, and you remain so now. Over the years, he had diligently trained, striving to surpass Lianye. Yet, the latter spent most of his time executing missions or residing within the Senju territory, leaving him with little opportunity to confront Lianye. Now that he had found an opportunity, he was determined to engage in battle with him. Lianye, sensing Reifeng's ill intentions, drew his weapon. So you wish to challenge me? Fire style, grand fireball technique. Uchiha Reifeng wasted no time and launched an attack. Lianye raised an eyebrow, thinking, this madman. Does he not realize my brother is at my feet? Wasn't he it said that the Uchiha clan were overly protective of their kin? As the fireball surged toward him, Lianye kicked Reihuo aside and swiftly evaded the attack. The enormous fireball hurtled towards several villagers who were watching from a distance, leaving them stunned. Fortunately, nearby ninjas reacted promptly, employing Earth Style to counter the fireball. Just as Uchiha Reifeng was about to launch another assault, he noticed Lianye watching him with an amused expression. Huh. Using ninjutsu in the village and nearly harming civilians. Uchiha Reifeng, you are finished. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Reifeng's face paled. He suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. While using ninjutsu in the village was not uncommon, injuring villagers was an entirely different matter. He instinctively glanced at the villagers who had nearly been frightened out of their wits. Damn it, why are these fools watching the commotion? Uchiha Reifeng gritted his teeth. These ninjas should stay out of it. At that moment, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Tanaka arrived simultaneously. Uchiha Tanaka, seeing his unconscious son on the ground, cast a dark look at Senju Tobirama. Hokage, do we not deserve an explanation regarding this matter? Before Tobirama could respond, Lianye interrupted Tanaka. Explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek? Your worthless son came over to provoke me and got beaten. Is that sufficient for you? TSK. It seems the clan leader has failed in raising his son, Rinya remarked scornfully, noting that not only was Tanaka's son weak, but his wits were lacking as well. Uchiha Tanaka's expression shifted through shades of anger. Shut your mouth. With tensions escalating, Rinya showed no signs of relenting. The spectators gasped, astonished that a member of the Uchiha clan dared speak to their leader in such a manner. This was indeed a sensational occurrence. Rinya, how can you speak to clan leader Tanaka like that? Senju Tobirama admonished, though a smirk threatened to escape his lips. Uchiha Tanaka, witnessing this, felt his face contort with rage. These two were colluding to bully the Uchiha clan. You'll regret this, Uchiha Tanaka declared as he scooped up the unconscious Reihyuo and turned to leave. Just then, Senju Tobirama's deep voice echoed ominously. Uchiha Tanaka, did I permit you to leave? Chapter 87. I am not the Hokage. Uchiha Tanaka's foot halted abruptly. He turned back, his face darkened, and coldly retorted, Hokage, what do you mean by this? You want to let me leave? My son was attacked by that traitor, and now you refuse us passage? You are clearly targeting me. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Tanaka's expression grew more grim, his eyes burning with fury as he subconsciously activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Hokage, do you truly think the Uchiha are so easily bullied? In response to Tanaka's accusation, Senju Tobirama remained composed, which only served to infuriate Tanaka further. The audacity of Senju Tobirama to disregard the Uchiha clan was palpable. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow and stated, Uchiha Tanaka, your son nearly harmed villagers while using ninjutsu in the village. How do you propose we address this matter? While he would usually overlook the Uchiha clan's arrogance within the village, the actions of Uchiha Reifong had crossed a line, threatening the very foundation of the village. Although Konoha was a great ninja village, the number of ordinary citizens far outnumbered the ninjas. In the face of ninja power, ordinary citizens had no means to defend themselves. If left unchecked, the very roots of Konoha could be destroyed. After all, ninjas had their roles, and so did civilians. Ninjas were tasked with protecting the village and country, typically engaging in missions of security, reconnaissance, and combat. Meanwhile, civilians engaged in agriculture, handicrafts, commerce, and various foundational activities, being the primary producers of necessities and goods. In fact, most missions undertaken by ninjas were commissioned by civilians. If ninjas began to harm civilians indiscriminately, it would spell the indirect destruction of Konoha. Thus, it was imperative to strictly prohibit ninjas from harming civilians. This principle had been established since the founding of Konoha. However, the fact that Uchiha Reifong had nearly harmed villagers was a grave matter. Uchiha Tanaka, upon hearing this news, looked at Uchiha Reifong in disbelief. He had arrived late and was unaware of the events that transpired. Senju Tobirama had already witnessed everything and only revealed himself upon Tanaka's arrival. Uchiha Reifong, feeling the weight of his father's gaze, lowered his head in shame. Father, it was not my intention. He had only wished to challenge Rinya and had not considered the presence of villagers watching. Bowing his head, he concealed the resentment etched on his face. It was all these wretched villagers' fault. If it weren't for them, he would have already faced Rinya in battle. He had even sent his brother Reihyuo to provoke Rinya, hoping to create a legitimate opportunity for a duel. His well-laid plans had been thwarted by the spectators, and his father's reputation was now at stake, ensnared by the Hokage. Uchiha Reifong felt a surge of anger towards the villagers. Uchiha Tanaka gave Reifong a deep, meaningful look before turning back to Senju Tobirama, saying, Hokage, I admit I have not raised my son properly. I will ensure he is thoroughly reprimanded upon our return. Before Tobirama could respond, Rinya interjected with a playful expression. TSK, such a serious matter, and you think a mere admission of poor parenting will suffice? Uchiha Tanaka's expression darkened. What do you propose we do, then? Why ask me? Rinya shrugged nonchalantly. I am not the Hokage. I merely express my sentiments. Uchiha Tanaka glared at Rinya, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing the murderous intent emanating from him. Unfazed, Rinya activated his three-tomo Sharingan and returned the stare. Uchiha Tanaka, do you intend to strike me? Setting aside the fact that they were in Konoha, Tanaka would undoubtedly refrain from attacking. Even if he dared to act, Rinya was not the least bit intimidated. Tanaka was merely an elite jonin. It remained uncertain who would prevail in a life-and-death struggle between them. Moreover, Senju Tobirama was present, which further deterred any rash actions. The onlookers were utterly astonished, pondering the identity of this youth who dared to converse so boldly with the Uchiha clan leader. You do not recognize Rinya, the elite Jonin? He is the adopted son of the Hokage. But isn't he an Uchiha? How could the Hokage adopt him? Shoo! Don't spread baseless rumors. Hearing the murmurs around him, Uchiha Reifong felt a surge of rage, wishing to silence the gossips. While not everyone knew that Rinya was adopted by Senju Tobirama, the moment this information spread, it would tarnish the Uchiha's reputation. As proud members of the Uchiha clan, they could not allow such a disgrace. In that moment, Reifong contemplated silencing the chatter permanently, but quickly dismissed the thought. Tanaka's face darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. Hokage, how do you propose to resolve this? He was eager to conclude this matter and depart. Yet, the insufferable Tobirama remained silent, causing him to consider leaving without further ado. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Rinya interjected, Tanaka clan leader. I recall that the Uchiha possessed several shops in the commercial district. At these words, Uchiha Tanaka's fists tightened. When the Uchiha and Senju established Konoha, the Uchiha clan had received certain privileges, including lucrative shops that provided substantial annual income. Tobirama had long desired to reclaim these shops, but lacked an opportunity. Now that he had found leverage, he would seize it. Tobirama, recalling the shops, felt a sense of helplessness. During the planning of the commercial district, it was intended for both the Senju and Uchiha to hold an equal number of shops. Yet, his elder brother had secretly gifted several of the Senju's shops to the Uchiha under the guise of compensation. This had infuriated him, but he had no recourse. Finally, he had a legitimate reason to reclaim the shops. Hokage, I am willing to surrender 3 shops to the village, Uchiha Tanaka said, suppressing his anger. I appreciate it. Tanaka clan leader. The village will remember your contributions, Tobirama replied. Regaining the shops would bolster the village's finances, as funds flowing into the Uchiha's coffers differed vastly from those entering the village treasury. Hokage, may we now take our leave? Tanaka's voice was cold. He had suffered a significant loss, not only in dignity but also in business. While the Uchiha had other ventures, no one would ever complain about having more money. He could already envision the scornful expressions of his elders upon his return. Of course, Tobirama nodded, adding, however, Tanaka clan leader, ensure you instruct your children to avoid making graver mistakes in the future. He had sensed the fleeting murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Reifong towards the villagers. A momentary flicker that warranted vigilance. The Uchiha clan was known for their extremism, necessitating thorough oversight. Reifong had now been added to his watch list. Thank you for your reminder. Hokage, I shall keep a close eye on my children, Tanaka replied, turning to leave. Uchiha Reifong cast a reluctant glance at Rinya before following his father. With the other Uchiha youths hastening to keep up, Rinya observed the procession adorned with the Uchiha emblem and scoffed, muttering to himself. A pack of stray dogs fleeing in disarray. Chapter 88. I warned you, smack. A hand landed on Rinya's head, prompting him to instinctively clutch it. Ouch! Uncle! Why did you hit me? He exclaimed, his expression one of grievance. Who would be pleased to be struck, especially in front of so many witnesses? Senju Tobirama shot him an exasperated glance. You've become increasingly arrogant lately. He believed that with Rinya's stubborn nature, it was only a matter of time before he faced serious consequences. TCH, would there have been any trouble had they not provoked me? Rinya muttered under his breath. In his view, the moment Uchiha Tanaka had made a move against him, the relationship had irrevocably soured. Only one of them could emerge alive. Given the current state of affairs, there was no need to indulge the opponent. While there was no immediate danger in the village, once they stepped outside, their paths would inevitably intersect. In Konoha, no one dares to harm you, Tobirama said gently. During this time, refrain from undertaking any missions. Rinya was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this old man to be so protective. It felt rather pleasant to have someone looking out for him. All right, I understand, Uncle, Rinya nodded obediently. Tobirama was surprised by Rinya's compliance. He had anticipated resistance. Good. Let us return, he said, heading toward the Senju clan compound. Rinya waved goodbye to Danzo and Shizune in the distance before departing. They exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. This is a family matter for the Uchiha. It is wise for us to remain uninvolved, Danzo stated. But will Rinya resent us? Shizune asked with concern. Danzo's lips twitched. Why ask now that it's over? Why didn't you voice your thoughts earlier when we were watching? Senju Tobirama's residence. You will stay home during this time and go nowhere, he instructed Rinya, leaning against the doorframe. I will address Uchiha Tanaka. Understood, Rinya replied, reclining on the sofa and casually picking up a manga from the table. Observing Rinya's nonchalant demeanor, Tobirama frowned. You've grown. In the future, do not act impulsively. He referenced the earlier confrontation with Uchiha Tanaka. Had he not arrived in time, the situation could have escalated severely. It was crucial to remember that Tanaka was an elite jonin, and Rinya might not necessarily stand a chance against him. If a serious incident were to occur, the consequences would be dire, and they would only be able to meet again through the summoning of the impure world reincarnation. Listening to Tobirama's admonitions, Rinya felt warmth in his heart. The old man truly cared about him. He closed the manga and said, "Uncle, I want to behave like that again." Whether or not he meant it, only he knew. His desire to grow stronger was driven by the need for self-preservation and a better life. If he was confident in eliminating threats, why endure their mockery? Ultimately, being a ninja was a perilous profession. Living on the edge for extended periods could warp one's psyche, and Rinya was no exception. To survive, he had to eliminate those who posed a threat to him, such as Uchiha Tanaka, whose very existence kept him awake at night. No one could predict when Uchiha Tanaka might strike. Rather than passively waiting, it was far more prudent for him to address this lingering threat proactively. Satisfied with Rinya's earnest acknowledgement, Tobirama nodded. "Stay at home. I shall return to my office." Just as he was about to leave, Rinya called out to him, "Uncle, will you be home for lunch?" "Given my busy schedule, I seem to have little time," Tobirama replied, staring intently at Rinya, his gaze unmistakably conveying his thoughts. "What would you like to eat?" "I can bring you lunch," Rinya inquired. He recalled that in the past, he would simply prepare whatever he desired to eat, seldom considering the feelings of the young lad. Since the other had stood up for him today, he decided to inquire what the boy wished to eat, so he could prepare it for him. Senju Tobirama raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat taken aback. It was worth noting that Yoru never inquired about his culinary preferences. Had the boy truly changed his demeanor today? As he pondered over the lunch menu, he found himself at a loss after much contemplation. He adored all the dishes Yoru prepared, struggling to pinpoint any particular favorites, deeming them all delightful. "Whatever you decide to make, I shall eat," he replied casually. "Very well. You may attend to your matters. I shall bring it to you when the meal is ready," Yoru said, flipping open a manga book. Tobirama nodded and turned to leave. Once outside, he could hardly suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. His cook had returned. Yet, recalling the reasons for Yoru's return, his expression darkened. The Uchiha clan indeed required a stern reprimand. They had dared to interact with Yoru without his consent. This alone was unacceptable, but their intention to lay hands on Yoru was intolerable. In Tobirama's view, the Uchiha clan were akin to lunatics. No one could predict when they might spiral into madness, necessitating rigorous oversight to prevent any extreme actions. "Tanaka, I expect an explanation from you," he demanded, addressing the Uchiha clan leader, surrounded by several elders. "Why must the family shop be handed over to the village? This is a significant source of income for our clan." Uchiha Tanaka instinctively clenched his fists in response to the elders' inquiries, feeling increasingly vexed by their incessant nagging. Yet, he knew this predicament was indeed his fault and could only endure in silence. "Had I known you would act so impulsively, I would never have appointed you as clan leader." Silence. Uchiha Tanaka's temper flared at the elder's words. He shot a cold glare at the speaker, asserting, "The affairs of the clan are mine to govern. It is not your place to meddle." The elder's expressions darkened ominously at his words. Realizing he had spoken too harshly, Tanaka softened his tone, assuring them, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter." The elders ignored him, leaving with disdainful scoffs. Clearly, they had lost faith in the newly appointed clan leader. With a crash, Uchiha Tanaka smashed his fist onto the empty table of the meeting hall, his fury boiling over. A bunch of old fools, they truly think themselves of great importance. This situation was fundamentally the result of that traitor's actions. As he contemplated this, he gradually calmed down. "I shall not let you go unpunished." To be challenged repeatedly in his authority as the esteemed Uchiha clan leader by a traitor was intolerable. If it weren't for Senju Tobirama's constant surveillance, preventing him from leaving Konoha, that traitor would have long since met his demise. "Time is on my side. I will find my opportunity." Uchiha Tanaka, I believe I have warned you before. Chapter 89. Am I a babysitter? Who? The sudden voice caused Uchiha Tanaka's body to stiffen. He hastily stepped back, instinctively creating distance. Upon turning to see the owner of the voice, Cold sweat instantly dripped from his brow. "Hokage, what brings you here?" He stammered, his face paling. This was the Uchiha clan's meeting hall. How had this individual managed to infiltrate so silently? Fortunately, the visitor bore no ill intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how he had met his end. Senju Tobirama remained expressionless, having no intention of offering explanations. He had long since marked Tanaka with the Flying Thunder God technique, coming here solely to issue a warning against any thoughts of targeting Yoru. "Uchiha Tanaka, I warn you once more, do not harbor any intentions towards Yoru. He is now a member of the Senju clan." Tobirama spoke icily. Tanaka's pupils constricted in shock at his words. He had not anticipated that the traitor had indeed joined the Senju. No wonder Tobirama was so furious. Tanaka's complexion darkened further, his fists clenched in frustration. Thus, he found himself unable to act against Yoru. "Uchiha Tanaka, I trust you will refrain from any reckless actions." Tobirama's eyes narrowed, his murderous intent palpable. "Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate you." If the conflict were merely between the younger generations, he would certainly not intervene. However, Uchiha Tanaka shamelessly involved himself, and Tobirama would not allow such folly to persist. Feeling the intensity of Tobirama's killing intent, Tanaka's face drained of color. He suddenly realized he stood before a notorious executioner from the Warring States period. Many powerful figures within the clan had fallen victim to his ruthless hands. Even the esteemed Izuna had been defeated by him. "I understand, Hokage," Uchiha Tanaka stammered, nervously swallowing. He had no time to dwell on Tobirama's rudeness, fearing for his life. Sensing that the moment was right, Tobirama began to retract his killing intent, though his crimson gaze remained fixed on Tanaka. The latter dared not meet Tobirama's eyes. Instinctively lowering his head, "This is my final warning. Yoru is my adopted son, and I will not permit anyone to lay a hand on him," Tobirama declared. "Uchiha Tanaka, do you comprehend?" "I understand, Hokage," Tanaka replied, trembling. As time passed, he started to forget the terror that Tobirama instilled in him, only to be reminded of it today. Seeing his response, Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. Reasoning with the Uchiha clan was futile. Only overwhelming strength could serve as an effective deterrent. He had learned this lesson well from Uchiha Madara. Madara had commanded respect through sheer power. Every Uchiha held a sense of pride, and any attempt to command them required formidable strength. Uchiha Tanaka, realizing Tobirama had fallen silent, cautiously raised his head, but found the room empty. He sighed with relief, muttering to himself, "It seems I can no longer pursue that boy." Though it was begrudging, it was the only course of action available, at least for the time being. He had no opportunity to act. In the Hokage's office, Tobirama remarked, "I hope that fool remembers my warning." He would not allow anyone in the village to harm Yoru. Now that the boy had joined the Senju, it was his duty to protect him. This was not only his responsibility, but also the essence of his role. In his view, Yoru could perish on a mission, but he must never fall victim to the schemes of his comrades. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. For a village to endure, unity against external threats was paramount. Internal strife would inevitably lead to decline. With this notion in mind, he began to draft notes, intending to write a guide on effective village management for future Hokages. "Uncle, dinner is ready." At that moment, Yoru pushed open the office door. Noticing Tobirama deep in thought, he instinctively lowered his voice, fearful of disturbing his concentration. Tobirama looked up at the sound, and his previously stern expression softened upon seeing Yoru. "Thank you for your hard work, young one," he said, setting down his pen and rubbing his sore neck. He had been so engrossed in writing that he had lost track of time. It was already noon. Yoru opened the food container, revealing a beautifully arranged array of dishes on the table. There was golden, crispy tempura, vibrant and fresh salad, and a steaming bowl of miso soup, rich with aroma. He realized that Tobirama had grown accustomed to such cuisine since childhood, so he had specifically prepared a Japanese-style lunch for him. Considering the warm weather, "I made you something light and appetizing," Yoru explained with a smile. Tobirama gazed at the Japanese dishes on the table, momentarily entranced. He had not savored such a meal for quite some time. Previously, the dishes prepared by Lianye were predominantly spicy and aromatic. Although they were delightful, he found himself preferring the food before him. This was a matter of personal dietary habits, nearly impossible to alter. Tobirama gazed at the sumptuous lunch laid out before him, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Since ascending to the position of Hokage, he had been ensnared by a multitude of administrative duties. often so busy that he forgot to eat, subsisting instead on the military rations stowed away in his drawer. Renya's presence was akin to a breath of tranquility in this bustling world, always bringing steaming meals during his moments of hunger. He truly felt fortunate for having adopted this young lad. "Uncle, what are you dawdling for? Do you not fancy the dish?" Renya inquired, noticing Tobirama's hesitation to pick up his chopsticks. He couldn't help but ponder. Could this old fellow have grown accustomed to Chinese cuisine and now find Japanese dishes unpalatable? "If you dislike it, just wait a moment, and I shall return to prepare something anew." Upon hearing this, Tobirama snapped back to reality and hastily shook his head. "No need, Renya. I genuinely enjoy this dish." With that, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began to relish his lunch. Renya did not rush to leave, intending to wait until Tobirama finished so he could take the food container back with him. This old fellow always found excuses to avoid washing dishes. Now, it was left to him to do so. Tobirama displayed an elegant demeanor while dining, and he ate swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, the table was devoid of any dishes, yet it remained neat and orderly. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "You have truly improved your culinary skills, my boy." Renya, upon hearing this, smirked. "Uncle, you're merely accustomed to those military rations, which makes my cooking seem exceptional." It seemed that his absence had left this old fellow quite hungry. Tobirama thought it a pity that his compliment was met with jest. Renya paid no mind to Tobirama's expression. Once he saw that Tobirama had finished, he began to tidy up the tableware, muttering to himself, "I truly am at my wit's end. Am I a mere housekeeper? Finally taking a break, and yet I must come over to serve a meal." Tobirama silently watched Renya clean up, remaining quiet. Chapter 90. An unexpected reunion with old classmates. Renya strolled down the street, carrying the food container while the surrounding vendors shouted their wares. Observing the increasingly prosperous village, he couldn't help but reflect. Konoha has truly flourished. Just a few years prior, the village was far less lively. Nowadays, numerous merchants flocked to Konoha to conduct business, and the village's infrastructure had undergone significant upgrades. This progress was largely attributable to the governance of the Senju brothers, particularly had it not been for Hashirama stepping forward to end the turmoil. Where would one witness such peace today? If only Hashirama were still in his prime. Then, peace could be sustained for a considerable time. As he contemplated this, Renya realized it had been some time since he last visited Hashirama. He intended to wash the dishes at home before checking on his health. "Renya-kun?" At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he spotted two figures standing a short distance away, gazing intently at him. Narashika, clad in a green chunin vest, wore an expression of surprise, exclaiming, "It really is you." A few steps away, Hyuga Yuki's long hair cascaded over his shoulders, his Byakugan reflecting Renya's figure. Noticing their somewhat disheveled appearance, Renya smiled. "Have you just returned from a mission?" Shika's vest was tattered, clearly a result of sharp blades, while Yuki's clothes bore traces of dirt. Renya recalled that Yuki had a penchant for cleanliness. He would never allow himself to get dirty except during missions, leading him to deduce that they had just completed one. Both nodded in acknowledgement. "Renya-kun, it's quite rare to see you in the village," Shika remarked, clicking his tongue in amazement. "Your team is notorious for being quite busy. You're either on a mission or en route to one." Consequently, they had not seen Renya and his companions for an extended period. Sarutobi Hiruzen had organized several class reunions, yet these three had never attended even once. When they visited the Senju clan's residence, they were informed that Renya was out on a mission with no knowledge of when he would return. Over time, everyone ceased inviting Renya and the others. After all, even if they extended an invitation, they were seldom at home. Moreover, each team had to undertake missions, naturally reducing their opportunities to meet. All of this stemmed from Renya's team. Their relentless drive had other ninjas unwilling to lag behind, striving to catch up to Renya's team, leading to a cycle of competition. In recent years, the number of missions undertaken by ninjas had multiplied significantly. In the past, a jounin would complete 2 B-rank missions in a month to meet performance standards. Now, if one did not complete 5 A-rank missions in a month, how could they still call themselves a jounin? Regarding this situation, Tobirama, as Hokage, was naturally pleased, even commending those ninja teams that completed a high number of missions. With the Hokage's encouragement, the ninjas worked even harder. This was one of the reasons for the village's rapid development. Upon hearing Shika's complaints, Renya chuckled awkwardly. "Our team hasn't taken on missions lately, so feel free to come and hang out with us. Yuki's eyes sparkled with curiosity at this statement, his expression seemingly questioning. Could it truly be Rinya Uchiha who uttered such words? Rinya-kun, you haven't offended any significant figures outside, have you? Is that why you're hesitant to take on missions? Shika queried. In his view, it was impossible for Rinya to refrain from accepting missions. The only explanation was that they had crossed paths with a powerful individual, prompting them to return to the village to avoid the storm. Yuki's interest piqued. He found Shika's reasoning plausible. Rinya's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, the Nara clan's members possessed sharp minds. With just a single sentence, they had nearly discerned the truth. Observing Rinya's lack of rebuttal, Shika donned a knowing expression. Rinya-kun, could you share who you offended? Whoever it is must be extraordinary to make your team reluctant to leave the village. Was it the leader of another village? Or perhaps a daimyo from the feudal lords? Just as he spiraled into conjecture, Rinya's words left him momentarily speechless. It's not a big deal. I simply offended Uchiha Taijima, the clan leader. Yuki's eyelids twitched. You offended the Uchiha clan leader? For him, who had been instilled with the concept of adhering to rules since childhood, Rinya's actions seemed utterly audacious. As a member of the Uchiha clan, offending the clan leader was unthinkable. He could already envision the grim fate awaiting Rinya within the clan. Wait, isn't Rinya residing with the Senju? Shika exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. Rinya, are you planning to abandon the village? It's merely a matter of offending Uchiha Taijima. What's the big fuss? Rinya scoffed dismissively. The two exchanged incredulous glances at Rinya's nonchalance. An absurd thought crossed their minds simultaneously. Could it be that Rinya had grown so powerful that he no longer regarded the Uchiha clan leader? For a moment, their expressions became rather complex. Was this truly the same classmate they had attended school with? Rinya remained oblivious to their thoughts. If he were indeed so strong as to dismiss Taijima, that man would have long since been reduced to a corpse. His lack of fear towards Uchiha Taijima stemmed from his confidence in his own abilities, coupled with Tobirama's protection. Should he truly find himself at a disadvantage against Taijima, Tobirama would undoubtedly intervene to rescue him. However, Rinya did not believe he would ever be outmatched by Taijima. Regarding the deadly poison he has developed, once someone is afflicted, there is no remedy, unless perhaps the future Tsunade could concoct an antidote. Even if it were created, it would be of little use. As that girl refers to herself as his niece, Lianye noticed the two standing in a daze and inquired, "What is the matter with you? Why are you lost in thought?" Upon hearing this, they snapped back to reality. Lianye-kun, you've grown stronger. Naramoto's expression was complicated. Hinata Yuki remained silent, instinctively biting his lip. What do you mean? Haven't I always been strong? Lianye responded with a smile. I'll be heading back now. Come visit me when you have time. With that, he picked up the food box and turned to leave. Lianye still had to return home to wash the dishes and visit Senju Hashirama. He had no time to linger with the two. After all, he still needed to prepare dinner and wondered if Senju Tobirama would return in time to eat. If not, he would have to deliver food. The two stood there, watching Lianye's figure disappear around the corner. Yuki-kun, do you have confidence in defeating him? Perhaps. Chapter 91. The Hokage's personal chef at the Senju residence. Lianye had not yet entered the courtyard when he heard Hashirama's hearty laughter. It was hard to believe that the owner of such a vibrant voice had little time left. In the courtyard, Senju Hashirama sat cross-legged at a stone table, a gentle yet mischievous smile gracing his lips. Tsunade, with her chubby little hands, tightly grasped a pouch embroidered with a kitten design, standing on tiptoe by the table's edge. Her eyes fixed on the dice cup. This time, I will surely win. Tsunade bit her lip, lifting the dice cup with determination. 4, 2, 3. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation, but when her gaze fell upon the dice in front of Hashirama, her little face fell instantly. Before him lay 3 sixes, perfectly aligned. Ha ha ha, Tsunade, a bet is a bet. Hashirama's hearty laughter echoed through the courtyard as he ruffled Tsunade's bun. Now, hand over the money. Tsunade stomped her foot in frustration, slowly extracting coins from her kitten-embroidered pouch, each one placed begrudgingly into Hashirama's open palm, muttering under her breath, "Grandpa must be cheating. How is it that I lose every time?" Having played several rounds, she had yet to win a single one. Her allowance from Grandma was nearly depleted. With that thought, Tsunade gazed at Hashirama with watery eyes. Hashirama placed the coins in his robe, chuckling as he playfully pinched her nose. "This isn't cheating, it's experience. When you grow up, you'll be just as skilled as Grandpa, and then you can win it all back." "I understand, Grandpa." Tsunade nodded earnestly. She firmly believed that if she persisted in gambling, one day she would be as formidable as her grandfather. Tsunade, you mustn't let Grandma find out about this. Hashirama cautioned, seizing the opportunity while Mito was away. If she learned of his teaching Tsunade to gamble, he would be in serious trouble. Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't let Grandma know. This is our little secret. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. Ever since Mito discovered his gambling habit, she had ceased to provide him with pocket money, compelling him to swindle a few coins from Tsunade as his initial betting capital. Today his luck was on fire. He hadn't lost a single round to Tsunade. He was certain he would leave the casino that evening with a bounty. With this thought, Hashirama couldn't help but laugh heartily. Although Tsunade didn't understand why her grandfather was laughing, she joined in, giggling along. As Lianye entered the courtyard, he spotted the duo laughing heartily. Uncle Hashirama, what's so amusing? Hashirama halted his laughter, noticing Lianye had arrived. Lianye, you're here. Tsunade blinked her big, watery eyes, instinctively swallowing hard. Uncle Lianye, are you here to cook for me again? Lianye's mouth twitched. This glutton truly regarded him as her personal chef. Ever since Tsunade had tasted his culinary skills, each visit required him to prepare a meal before she would leave. Hashirama also looked at Lianye with eager anticipation. Lianye, will you really cook for us? Under the pleading gazes of the two, Lianye found himself compelled to agree. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged excited high fives. Hooray! We'll get to savor Uncle Lianye's cooking again. Ha ha ha! Lianye, I'll be counting on you tonight. Lianye couldn't help but think. Wasn't he here to check on Uncle Hashirama's health? How had he unwittingly become the chef? He had just cooked for Senju Tobirama at noon, and now had to prepare a meal for Hashirama in the afternoon. Wait. It seemed he had to cook every time he came here. He had indeed become the Senju family's designated chef. Lianye mused that he could one day publish a book titled The Hokage's Personal Chef, as the first, second, and future third, fifth, and even the sixth Hokage all praised his culinary talents. It would certainly establish his reputation in the culinary world. Lianye's gaze swept over Hashirama's slightly gaunt face, which appeared thinner than before. Uncle Hashirama, how is your health? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Hashirama's boisterous laughter. Lianye, look at Tsunade. She's so frustrated from losing. Hashirama raised his voice, playfully pinching Tsunade's cheek while using would release to snatch her pouch, retrieving a few coins. A bet is a bet, Tsunade. Tsunade huffed, turning to Lianye and winking. Uncle Lianye, don't believe Grandpa. He's definitely cheating. I haven't won a single round. Observing Tsunade's earnestness, Lianye chuckled and shook his head. It seemed that Tsunade had always been a hapless gambler. Seeing that Lianye did not pursue the matter further, Hashirama felt relieved. He was uncertain how to respond to Lianye's concern for his health. He was aware of his own condition and wished to spare those who cared for him from worry. Whether it was Mito, Tobirama, or Lianye, he preferred to keep silent. The three, understanding his reluctance to discuss it, refrained from pressing. Yet, they all knew that Hashirama's health was likely more precarious than anticipated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reluctant to share. Lianye observed Hashirama gambling with Tsunade, sighing helplessly in his heart. After watching for a while, he decided to take his leave. Uncle Hashirama, I'll be heading back for now. I'll come by later to cook. All right, thank you, Lianye. As Lianye exited the courtyard, he encountered Mito Uzumaki. Aunt Mito, it's been a while. Ah, Lianye, have you not been on any missions these past few days? Mito smiled. Yes, Lianye nodded, informing her about his plans to cook that evening. Mito readily agreed, promising to prepare the ingredients for him. Just as Lianye walked a short distance away, he heard Mito's furious voice. Hashirama, you actually taught Tsunade to gamble. Mito, let me explain. I was wrong. Upon hearing the commotion, Lianye remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. Uncle Hashirama didn't even wish to activate his senses. Given Senju Hashirama's strength, it was impossible for him not to sense Mito's arrival. Yet, he had still been caught, which only indicated that his condition had deteriorated to the point where he could not consistently employ his sensory abilities. Of course, it was also possible that he was so caught up in gambling that he failed to notice. However, this possibility was quite slim. Regardless, it was an undeniable truth that Senju Hashirama's health was declining day by day. No one knew when he might succumb. In matters of life and death, uncertainty was the only certainty. One might be full of life one day, only to fall gravely ill the next. Chapter 92. This child uncle. I will be going to Uncle Hashirama's house to prepare dinner tonight. If I have time, I'll head straight there. If not, I will deliver it later. Rinya specifically made a trip to inform Senju Tobirama, hoping to prevent the old rascal from returning home only to find that his brother had called him for dinner. Did your brother summon you to cook for him? Senju Tobirama inquired, lifting his head. Yes, I'm off to prepare the meal, Rinya replied, turning to leave. Senju Tobirama's mind was filled with thoughts of the delectable dishes Rinya conjured, and he could not help but swallow hard, losing focus on the documents before him. The culinary delights Rinya crafted for his brother were always lavish. At home, Rinya usually prepared simple home-cooked meals, while at Hashirama's, he laid out an extravagant feast, never repeating a dish. Tobirama suspected that Rinya was favoring his brother. Why should Hashirama enjoy such splendid meals while he was relegated to mere home cooking? With this thought in mind, Tobirama hastened his pace in reviewing the files. If he worked quickly, he could make it in time for dinner. After all, dining on-site was incomparable to merely taking leftovers. Hashirama and Tsunade would surely devour all the scrumptious dishes, leaving him with only the remnants. At the Senju residence, Rinya has arrived quite early. Hashirama greeted with a smile. Uncle Hashirama, I am always punctual, Rinya replied. Uncle Rinya, you are finally here, Tsunade exclaimed, her little legs carrying her swiftly toward Rinya, tugging at his trousers and pulling him toward the kitchen. Uncle Rinya, hurry and cook for me. All right, little Tsunade. No need to rush, Rinya chuckled, ruffling Tsunade's hair. The girl was endearingly adorable in her soft, cuddly demeanor. It was hard to believe she would grow into a fierce woman in the future. Little Tsunade, do not disturb Uncle Rinya, Uzumaki Mito called out as she emerged from the kitchen. Oh, Tsunade reluctantly released her grip on Rinya's trousers. Seeing this, Rinya smiled and addressed Mito. Aunt Mito. It's quite all right. Thank you for your effort, Rinya, Uzumaki Mito said with a smile, recalling something and inquiring. Will Tobirama be coming over tonight? I'm not certain. Rinya shook his head. If he doesn't have time, I'll deliver the food after I finish cooking. After all, he had already spoken with that old fellow earlier. It would be best if he could make it in time for dinner. If not, he would simply deliver it to him. Rinya could not possibly indulge himself while Tobirama suffered alone in the office, subsisting on soldier pills. That was not the kind of person he was. Rinya is truly thoughtful. Mito chuckled softly, feeling relieved that Tobirama would not go hungry. It was indeed a wise decision to have Tobirama adopt this child. In the future, he would not have to worry about lacking care in his old age. Aunt Mito, have the ingredients been prepared? Rinya inquired. Mito replied that she had taken care of the ingredients, so he had not needed to bring any. The ingredients are ready. We were just waiting for you. Uncle Rinya. Hurry and cook. I'm hungry. Tsunade tugged at Rinya's hand. I will get right to it, Rinya said, pinching Tsunade's chubby cheek before effortlessly entering the kitchen. You are such a glutton, Mito teased, playfully tapping Tsunade's nose before turning to assist Rinya. Tsunade cheekily stuck out her tongue and ran to Hashirama's side, whispering, Grandpa. While Grandma helps, let us play a few rounds. Hashirama glanced furtively toward the kitchen, ensuring Mito was occupied, then cautiously retrieved a few dice from his pocket. Come on. Be careful, don't let your grandmother find out. Yes, I know. In the kitchen, the two busy individuals unconsciously paused their actions. Hearing the commotion outside, Mito shook her head in exasperation. Aunt Mito, aren't you going to intervene? Rinya asked curiously, having heard the sound of dice being rolled from the kitchen. They could all hear the clattering of the dice. Rinya mused that Uncle Hashirama was quite reckless, gambling with Tsunade. If he recalled correctly, he had been reprimanded for it just at noon. How quickly had he forgotten the sting of that lesson? Let him be. Hashirama had always had this penchant. Mito sighed and explained, ever since he got injured, he has had nothing to do but gamble. I can only turn a blind eye to his behavior. Even though it's concerning that he is gambling with his granddaughter. This man even took advantage of his granddaughter as pocket money. What astonished Mito was that Hashirama, who usually had terrible luck, was somehow winning every round with Tsunade. Although it was merely a simple game of chance, Tsunade had yet to guess correctly even once. Mito pondered whether it was Hashirama's good fortune or Tsunade's bad luck. I won again. Little Tsunade, you must accept defeat. Humph, Grandpa, let us go again. Listening to the playful banter in the yard, Mito couldn't help but smile, a gentle expression gracing her features. For her, such simple, warm days were true happiness. However, the smile quickly faded, replaced by a shadow of sadness. Given Hashirama's health, such blissful days might not last much longer. Although their marriage was politically motivated over the years, They had developed genuine affection for one another. As a wife, watching her husband succumb to illness while feeling utterly powerless was excruciating. There were times when she could only hide away and shed tears at the sight of Hashirama's declining health. Rinya, noticing Mito's sorrowful expression, said nothing. Life and death were beyond human control. If it were up to him, he would never wish for Senju Hashirama to pass away like this. Yet, some things were simply unavoidable. Since he could not change the outcome, he could only choose to accept it. Rinya thought to himself that while Hashirama could still eat, he would prepare as many of his favorite dishes as possible, so he would not regret it later when Hashirama could no longer enjoy food. Seeing Rinya begin to handle the ingredients, Mito snapped out of her melancholy and smiled, saying, "Rinya, let me help you." "All right, Aunt Mito," Rinya responded without hesitation, allowing her to assist him. They had worked together before, and their cooperation quickly led to the ingredients being prepped. Next, Rinya began to cook. This part did not require Mito's assistance, so she watched as Rinya placed one delicious dish after another on the table. However, as she watched, she noticed something amiss. The dishes on the table seemed to be entirely composed of Hashirama's favorites. Looking at the smoke rising from the pan in Rinya's hands, Mito's heart warmed. This child. Chapter 93. Getting along quite well as the sun began to set, the remnants of daylight cast a warm glow over Konoha village. "Uncle Rinya, is my sweet and sour pork ready?" Tsunade opened the paper-sliding door to the kitchen, standing on tiptoe and peering in with eager eyes. Sweet and sour pork was her absolute favorite dish that Rinya prepared. Perhaps it was a common trait among children to love sweets. But Tsunade had no resistance to sugary treats. Since her last taste, she had been yearning for sweet and sour pork. Hashirama's tall figure loomed over Tsunade as he mimicked her posture, stretching his neck to peer inside. "It smells amazing. Is it almost ready?" Uzumaki Mito observed the duo and wore an affectionate expression. "It will be ready shortly." "Aunt Mito, let us take these dishes outside first," Rinya suggested, pointing to the completed dishes on the table. Of course, before Mito could react, Hashirama cheerfully approached the table. "Mito, let me help you." With that, he picked up 2 plates of food and left the kitchen. "Haha, these are all my favorites. Rinya is so thoughtful." Mito smiled slightly, following suit to carry out the dishes. Tsunade did not leave, instead approaching Rinya and tugging at his pants. "Uncle Lianye, where's my sweet and sour pork?" Observing Tsunade's pitiful expression, Lianye felt his heart melting. This girl was excessively adorable. "Don't worry, I shall prepare it for you immediately." Lianye placed the food from the pot onto a plate and promptly began to create the sweet and sour pork. He first sliced the fresh pork tenderloin into evenly thick strips, placing them into a bowl. He added an egg, a sprinkle of salt, pepper, and cooking wine. Using his hands, he gently mixed the ingredients, allowing the meat to thoroughly absorb the marinade's aroma. Meanwhile, he poured oil into the pan. Next, he added an appropriate amount of starch to the bowl containing the meat, kneading it repeatedly until each piece was uniformly coated with a delicate layer of batter. As the oil began to emit white smoke, reaching a moderate temperature, Lianye carefully placed the meat strips into the pan. With a sizzling sound, the pork gradually became crispy. After frying the first batch, he removed the pieces to drain the oil, and when the oil reached a higher temperature, he fried them a second time. This time, the surface of the tenderloin became even crispier, emanating an enticing fragrance. Lianye swiftly prepared the sweet and sour sauce, for this sauce was the key to a delectable dish. He sequentially added aromatic vinegar, white sugar, soy sauce, ketchup, and a little water into a bowl, stirring with chopsticks to ensure each ingredient was harmoniously blended. Afterward, he cleaned the pan, adding minced garlic and ginger slices to saute until fragrant, then poured in the prepared sweet and sour sauce. The sauce in the pan began to bubble while its color transformed into a vibrant, glossy red. He sprinkled in a spoonful of starch water to thicken the sauce, which grew increasingly viscous. Finally, Lianye added the golden pork into the pan and quickly stir-fried it. The dish of sweet and sour pork was now complete. "Uncle Lianye, I want to eat. I want to eat," Tsunade exclaimed, nearly drooling. Seeing this, Lianye, somewhat exasperated, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork for her. The greedy girl didn't mind the heat and eagerly began to devour it. "Let us go. It's time to eat," Lianye announced, carrying the food and beckoning Tsunade to follow. Seeing that dinner was served, she hurried after him. Though Lianye's sweet and sour pork was delicious, the other dishes were equally appetizing. She couldn't possibly forsake the other delicacies for just one dish, could she? "Has Tobirama not arrived yet?" asked Uzumaki Minato at the dining table. It seems he won't make it, Lianye replied. I've already packed food for him. I'll deliver it later. Ha ha. It appears Tobirama will miss out on the feast, Hashirama chuckled, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork and savoring it with delight, his eyes squinting in pleasure. Grandpa, you've stolen my food again. Tsunade pouted in mock anger. This sweet and sour pork was specifically requested from Uncle Lianye for her. Ha ha ha, don't be angry. Tsunade, try this, Hashirama said, offering her a pair of chopsticks filled with another dish. Seeing this, Tsunade relented. You've worked hard, Lianye Minato said, placing a chicken leg into Lianye's bowl. You're too kind, Minato, Lianye replied. The twilight filtered through the paper windows, casting dappled shadows upon the four people and a cat. Tsunade, her cheeks stuffed, insisted on not allowing the limited sweet and sour pork to be added to her bowl. The tabby cat meowed, nudging against her legs incessantly. Although reluctant, Tsunade eventually fed a piece of sweet and sour pork to the cat. Hashirama began to recount tales from his youth as they dined, with Lianye and Minato listening quietly, occasionally interjecting. The family enjoyed their meal in harmony, laughter resonating at the table. In the Hokage office, Tobirama Senju glared darkly at the mountain of paperwork before him. He had painstakingly completed the documents just before mealtime and was preparing to tidy up to head to his brother's home for dinner. However, as he stood, his assistant entered, burdened with another stack of papers. The thought of his brother feasting at home while he was stuck here, laboring over paperwork, ignited his frustration. I can't take this any longer. I must eat. Tobirama muttered to himself. After all, paperwork could wait, but a lavish meal was not a frequent indulgence. Known for his diligence, Tobirama began to entertain the thought of shirking his duties to enjoy dinner. Forget it. I'll leave it to my shadow clone. He preferred to handle paperwork himself rather than rely on shadow clones for shortcuts. Yet, given the unusual circumstances, he had no choice but to summon a shadow clone. After forming the necessary seals, he created the clone and exited the Hokage office, leaving it to manage the paperwork. Brother, I'm not too late, am I? Tobirama entered the room to find a generous spread of food still available, sighing in relief. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time, a moment later, and he would have been left with only leftovers. Tobirama, you're late, Hashirama remarked. Tobirama pulled out a chair to sit, noticing the place setting prepared for him. Brother, there was nothing I could do. There was too much to handle. He was more eager for this feast than anyone else, wishing he could have arrived sooner had his duties allowed. Hashirama nodded, offering him a chicken leg. You've worked hard, Tobirama. Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement, not saying much before starting to eat. Noticing the many dishes being consumed, Lianye worried that Tobirama might not have enough to eat. Hence, he retrieved a takeout box from the kitchen and placed it before Tobirama. Uncle, I thought you wouldn't return for dinner, so I packed some food for you. Tobirama instinctively opened the box, and a look of gratitude crossed his face upon seeing the variety of dishes inside. This boy had even thought ahead to prepare a takeout for him. Minato, witnessing this, turned to Hashirama with a smile. Hashirama. It seems Tobirama and Lianye have developed a good rapport. Chapter 94, You Don't Oppose? Hearing Minato's words, Hashirama looked contentedly at the two. He recalled the time when Tobirama had begged to return Lianye to his home, despite his insistence on not agreeing. Thankfully, he had denied the request. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this wonderful child. Who would have thought that Tobirama, who had always been wary of the Uchiha, would get along so well with Lianye? However, Lianye had since distanced himself from the Uchiha clan, joining the Senju instead. Hashirama pondered, could it be that Tobirama had brainwashed Lianye? As this thought crossed his mind, he observed their every interaction intently. Uncle, eat this. It's delicious. Lianye pointed to a dish on the table. Tobirama nodded, picking up a portion with his chopsticks and tasting it. Indeed, it is quite tasty. Witnessing this, Hashirama scratched his head, finding it rather normal. Lianye did not appear to be brainwashed by Tobirama. It seemed that Tobirama had quite the knack for teaching children. Noticing Hashirama's gaze, Tobirama furrowed his brow. Brother, what are you doing? Haha, I'm just pleased to see you two getting along harmoniously, Hashirama replied with a hearty laugh, genuinely happy for them. Minato covered his mouth, giggling softly. It's more than just harmony. Their relationship is warmer than that of most fathers and sons. Brother, sister-in-law, Tobirama's face flushed slightly. To conceal his embarrassment, he instinctively turned away. Hashirama and Minato couldn't help but laugh at this. Tsunade, unsure of what was happening, joined in the laughter when she saw her grandparents smiling. Lianye's mouth twitched, thinking this couple was quite tedious. He suddenly noticed Tobirama's slightly flushed cheeks, feeling a mix of surprise and shock. Wait, is this old man blushing like a teapot? After the meal, Lianye stood up to clear the dishes. His adeptness suggested he had done this many times before. Minato quickly called out to him, Lianye, you sit, I'll take care of this. She didn't want to trouble Lianye further, as he had already worked hard preparing so many dishes in the afternoon. Let the task of cleaning up fall to her instead. Just as Lianye was about to speak, Hashirama suddenly interjected. Lianye, please let Mizuho come in. I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Hashirama, including Mizuho, who slowed her pace in curiosity about what her husband might require from Lianye. Lianye, intrigued, wondered what matters could necessitate her assistance. Lianye, I need your help in taking care of Tsunade for a while, Hashirama slowly declared. I am planning to accompany Mizuho to the Land of Waves. Mizuho stared blankly at Hashirama upon hearing this. Ever since her marriage into the Senju clan, she had scarcely returned to her homeland. The only occasion she did so was to attend her father's funeral, and since then, she had not set foot in her birthplace. Throughout the years, she had contemplated visiting the Land of Waves. When she wed into the Senju clan, she held the wedding attire sewn by her father, casting a final glance at the verdant hills of her hometown through the palanquin curtains. The elder's admonitions echoed in her mind. A married daughter is like water that has been poured out. Moreover, at that time, she bore the weight of a diplomatic mission. Having married into the Senju clan, Mizuho was now one of them. Every action she took had to consider Hashirama and the clan, making the desire to return a cumbersome affair. After Hashirama established Konoha, he was perpetually overwhelmed with responsibilities. Observing her weary husband, Mizuho could only harbor her thoughts in silence. Later, as Hashirama's busyness waned, his health declined, and she had not broached the subject again. It was unexpected that Hashirama would bring it up today. Mizuho, I know you wish to return to the Land of Waves, Hashirama said, gently grasping her hand. These years, I have been so preoccupied that I have indeed overlooked your feelings. During the Warring States period, he was either engaged in battle or traveling to one. After founding Konoha, he was consumed with various governmental affairs. It was only when he passed through the Land of Waves with Lianye that he remembered how long it had been since Mizuho had visited her family, especially since her uncle was eagerly awaiting her return. Hashirama intended to seize the opportunity while his health permitted and take Mizuho back home. Hence, he requested Lianye to care for Tsunade for a while. Mizuho's eyes glistened with tears, deeply touched. She had not imagined that Hashirama would consider her feelings even in his current state. Hashirama smiled at Mizuho and then eagerly turned to Lianye. Of course, Uncle Hashirama. Lianye nodded in agreement. As it happens, I'll be at home during this time, so taking care of the children will not be an issue. Haha. Then I am in your debt, Hashirama replied with a grin. However, Tsunade is quite attached to me. Ever since Tsunade was brought to this place by her parents, she had clung to her grandfather. If she were to be separated from him, she would undoubtedly cry uncontrollably. Hashirama planned to prepare Tsunade psychologically for her stay with Lianye for a time. Just as Hashirama was about to continue, he was interrupted by Tsunade's excited exclamation. Yay, I finally get to stay with Uncle Lianye. She was well aware that living with Lianye meant enjoying delicious meals every day. Tsunade had always envied her great-uncle, who could request any dish he desired from Lianye. Now she could finally experience that lifestyle herself. As for her grandparents being away for a while, that was entirely acceptable. After all, her great-uncle and Uncle Lianye would be around. Between the allure of delicious food and the presence of her grandparents, Tsunade unhesitatingly chose the former. To her, it was clear that her grandparents would return. Observing Tsunade's excitement, Hashirama felt slightly embarrassed. He had just been boasting about her attachment to him, only to be swiftly contradicted. Mizuho, watching her husband's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. Tsunade truly was a glutton. She feigned reproach towards Tsunade, saying, You little one, forsaking your grandparents for the sake of food. Tsunade, you know I love you the most, Tsunade sweetly pouted, shaking Mizuho's hand. Mizuho playfully pinched Tsunade's nose. That's more like it. Upon learning of Hashirama's intention to leave the village, Tobirama frowned in concern. Given his brother's current health, what if something happened during the journey? Yet, witnessing his sister-in-law's happiness, he swallowed his words. After all, Mizuho had been married into the Senju clan for many years and truly deserved a visit home. Ultimately, Tobirama refrained from voicing his objections and continued his meal, as he had arrived late and had not yet satisfied his hunger. Hashirama observed this with surprise. Initially believing his brother would oppose the idea, he had even prepared arguments to persuade Tobirama, only to find him silent. Knowing his brother well, Hashirama interpreted Tobirama's silence as consent. Still, he couldn't help but ask, "Tobirama, do you not oppose my leaving the village with Mizuho?" "Brother, you should indeed take your wife back to see her family," Tobirama replied, setting down his chopsticks. He saw no need to contest such matters. "Haha, I'm glad you agree," Hashirama exclaimed heartily. Mizuho looked at Tobirama with a joyful smile, grateful for her younger brother-in-law's consideration. "When do you plan to leave?" Tobirama inquired. "Tomorrow, perhaps?" Hashirama looked at Mizuho for confirmation. Upon receiving a nod, he smiled and said, "Yes, tomorrow it is." "Very well. I shall dispatch a team of guards to ensure your safety," Tobirama stated. At this, Lianye cast an incredulous glance at Tobirama. "Is that truly necessary?" He then turned to Hashirama and Mizuho. "One is the god of shinobi, and the other is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. With such a duo, who would dare to make trouble?" Despite Hashirama's current frail condition, he was not someone easily trifled with. As for Mizuho, although she was a woman, being a member of the Uzumaki clan endowed her with immense chakra and mastery of powerful sealing techniques. Not to mention, she harbored the Nine Tails within her. With her sealing skills, restraining an average Kage-level ninja would be a trivial matter. This couple had virtually no rivals in the current shinobi world, unless Madara Uchiha were to emerge. However, Madara was preoccupied with his Moon Eye plan and had no time to attend to them. Tobirama's suggestion to send guards was unnecessary. "No need, Tobirama." Hashirama waved his hand, declining the offer. Tobirama did not press the matter further, understanding that his brother and sister-in-law were more than capable of handling themselves. After finishing their meal, Hashirama and Mizuho took Tsunade with them. Since they were departing early the following morning, they decided to let Tsunade stay with Tobirama for the night. As the moonlight poured over the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade exclaimed, "Uncle Lianye, I want a midnight snack." Perched on Tobirama's shoulder, swinging her short legs, Tobirama quickly reached out to steady her, fearing she might fall. "I want dango, with double red bean paste. Didn't you just eat?" Lianye replied, slightly exasperated at the gluttonous child. Tsunade blinked her large, watery eyes, elongating her tone, "But I'm hungry again." Listening to his granddaughter's coaxing, Tobirama, known for his strict demeanor, felt his resolve waver. After much hesitation, he finally managed to say, "Eating too much at night is not good for your health. Just a little bit, please, great uncle," Tsunade pleaded, tightening her legs around his neck and swaying her arms, causing her hair to tickle Tobirama's cheek. Lianye observed the softening look in Tobirama's eyes, rolling her own in bemusement. He nearly forgot that this old fellow was also quite fond of his granddaughter. Ultimately, Senju Tobirama could not resist Tsunade's request and turned to Lianye. "Kid, make her something, and while you're at it, prepare some hawthorn tea for digestion." Lianye responded, "What the hell? You agreed to do it, so why are you ordering me around? Do I look like I have nothing to do?" "Uncle Lianye, please," Tsunade pleaded, her voice dripping with charm. Faced with her endearing demeanor, Lianye quickly succumbed. "Fine, I got it," he sighed, turning towards the kitchen. It seemed he had truly become the cook of the Senju clan. In the end, Tsunade, satisfied after her meal, went off to sleep. In the living room, Senju Tobirama watched Lianye, who was sprawled on the sofa, and raised an eyebrow. Was it really necessary for this kid to be so exhausted just for cooking a meal? Lianye lay on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind adrift. After being accustomed to executing missions, he found himself at a loss when there was nothing to do. He planned to resume his tasks once the couple returned. As for Tobirama's advice, please. He had rested for a few days. That was already showing considerable respect to this old man. Uchiha Tanaka was a threat, but he wasn't so dangerous that Lianye couldn't leave the village. If they crossed paths, he could simply eliminate him. The worst-case scenario would be him losing an eye while Tanaka lost his life. Lianye seriously suspected that Tobirama's intention to keep him home was not entirely pure. It felt as if he was being treated as a free cook. After all, Tobirama had certainly indulged himself in food these past few days. Lianye had even seen him sneakily eating Tsunade's dango, justifying it by saying, "It's not good to eat too much at night. Let your second uncle help you finish it." It was merely the old man wanting to indulge himself. Why not rest if you're tired? "We need to send them off tomorrow," Tobirama said, placing a cup of milk in front of Lianye. At this moment, Lianye snapped back to reality. Indeed, it was getting late. It was time for bed. Lianye picked up the milk, but suddenly stopped. Tobirama, noticing Lianye's strange expression, swallowed nervously. Trying to maintain a calm facade. Did this kid discover something? That shouldn't be possible. After all, this was his latest concoction of sleeping medicine. Unlike traditional sleeping drugs, this one was far more potent. It was colorless, tasteless, and devoid of any side effects. A must-have for home use, travel, and even for nefarious deeds. By all accounts, Lianye should not have been able to detect it. As Tobirama waited anxiously, Lianye finally spoke. Uncle, this milk isn't expired, is it? He hadn't returned home for a while, so the milk had been sitting there for quite some time, certainly past its prime. Tobirama immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. This kid startled him for no reason. He rolled his eyes at Lianye, assuring him that the milk was fresh, delivered just that morning. As the esteemed second Hokage of the Senju clan, he wouldn't stoop to drinking expired milk. That's good to know, Lianye nodded, finishing the milk in one gulp. Uncle, I'm heading back to sleep now. Just as Lianye stood up, his vision darkened, and he collapsed back onto the sofa. Tobirama wore a sly smile, delighted to see the kid so exhausted that he had fallen asleep right there. However, perhaps he had added a bit too much of the medicine. With that, he bent down to pick Lianye up and left the Senju compound under the cover of night. Tomorrow, with his brother away, he could conduct his research with peace of mind. Chapter 96. Brother, it seems you are dying these past few days, aside from cooking for Tsunade. Lianye had been diligently training at the training grounds. He had thought that the couple would be away for several days, but they returned on the third day. Upon learning that his brother had returned, Tobirama took Lianye and Tsunade to the entrance to greet them. You shouldn't have come to meet us, Senju Hashirama said. His complexion pale as he forced a faint smile upon seeing the three. Lianye's heart sank at the sight of Hashirama. Why was his uncle's health deteriorating so rapidly? They had only been away for 3 days. How could this happen? Seeing his brother's condition, Tobirama could not help but ask, Brother, are you all right? He genuinely worried for his brother's health. If he had known it would come to this, he would have never let him leave. Hashirama waved his hand, reassuringly saying, Tobirama, there is no need to worry. I'm fine. A good night's sleep will do the trick. Yes, a good night's sleep would suffice. He had just been a bit fatigued from the journey. His tone became increasingly resolute, as if he truly believed in his own words. It seemed that fatigue was the only issue at hand. Beside him, Uzumaki Mito's eyes glistened with tears as she gently took hold of her husband's hand. Hashirama, if you're tired, let us go home and rest. Her voice trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. Had she known things would unfold this way, she would never have agreed to travel to the land of whirlpools with Hashirama. When they had first departed, Hashirama had seemed perfectly fine. But upon leaving the land of fire, he had suddenly collapsed without warning, slipping into unconsciousness. This had terrified Mito, though fortunately, he had awakened shortly thereafter. The problem arose afterward. Upon waking, Hashirama's face was ashen, resembling that of someone long afflicted by illness. Clearly, an old injury had resurfaced. As Hashirama regained consciousness and saw Mito's worried expression, he merely said, I'm sorry, Mito, but it seems I can't accompany you to the land of whirlpools. Mito remained silent, helping her husband retrace their steps home. At that moment, returning to their homeland was of little importance. All she desired was for her husband to be safe and sound. Hashirama, hearing Mito's words, gently patted her hand. All right, let us go home and rest. With that, they stepped forward into the village. Lianye and Tobirama instinctively stepped aside, allowing the couple to pass. As Hashirama walked past them, he gradually came to a halt. Tobirama, I wish to rest well for a few days, so please don't disturb me. Tsunade, reaching out her hand to Mito, smiled, Yay, Grandpa and Grandma, you're finally back. She took Mito's hand, following her grandparents as they departed. Grandpa, are you feeling unwell? Not really, just a little tired. A couple of days of rest will fix that. Make sure to rest well, and when you're better, we can play dice together. Haha, no problem. Little Tsunade, are you trying to win back the pocket money you lost? Of course. This time, I'm sure I'll win. Lianye and Tobirama silently watched as the trio walked farther away. Uncle, is Hashirama really at that point? Lianye murmured, his expression complex. The way Hashirama had just appeared struck him as that of a twilight elder, emanating a strong aura of impending death. The oppressive feeling made it hard for him to breathe. Tobirama crossed his arms, his face impassive. Yet, His fingers trembled slightly, revealing the turmoil beneath his composed exterior. His mind was in a tumult of emotions, making even breathing feel laborious. Tobirama had always been a calm individual. Yet, seeing his brother in such a state made his usually steely heart feel as if it were being tightly gripped by something. "Brother, it seems you are nearing your end." He had thought his brother could hold on for a few more years, but fate had played a cruel joke, bringing this day upon them so swiftly. Seeing Tobirama in such distress, Lianye understood that this old man was suffering internally. He chose not to say more, standing quietly by his side. He knew full well that, given Senju Hashirama's current condition, he likely had but a few days left. Memories of the time spent with Hashirama flooded Lianye's mind, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Though he had always viewed himself as an outsider, he was still human, a living, breathing being, full of emotion and flesh. He remembers in his heart who has treated him well and who has not. Observing the state of Hashirama, Lianye inevitably feels a pang of sorrow. As Hashirama's younger brother, Tobirama's heart is even more burdened by the sight of his elder brother in such a condition. As the night envelopes the last traces of twilight, Lianye stands alongside Tobirama before the gates of Konoha. The gentle night breeze stirs a few dry leaves, brushing past their feet. Tobirama maintains his posture with arms crossed, the hem of his dark robe fluttering in the wind. Time passes unnoticed until the silvery moonlight bathes Tobirama's face. He swallows hard, his voice hoarse. "You should go back now." Lianye instinctively looks up, only to find the moonlight casting a stark contrast on Tobirama's stern visage. The half of his face hidden in shadow obscures his features, while the part illuminated by the moon remains cold, with only the faint traces of red in his eyes betraying an imperceptible weariness. Lianye opens his mouth, hesitates, and ultimately nods solemnly. He walks ahead, faintly hearing the soft rustle of fabric behind him. Tobirama's measured footsteps follow closely. Their shadows intertwine and stretch across the stone path, leading deeper into Konoha. Throughout the journey, Lianye's mind races with thoughts. The power of Hashirama's cells, the reasons behind his deteriorating health, and possible solutions swirl in his mind. Yet, after much contemplation, he remains at a loss. He cannot bear the thought of Hashirama perishing, yet feels utterly powerless. Tobirama, having approached Lianye without him noticing, too has pondered solutions. Over the years, he has tried numerous methods, even resorting to human experimentation, yet none have yielded a remedy for his brother's condition. Unbeknownst to them, they arrive at Hashirama's door and instinctively halt, gazing at the tightly shut entrance. Tobirama contemplates knocking but hesitates and ultimately refrains. His brother had previously instructed him not to disturb him. Tobirama understands that Hashirama does not wish for him to witness his frail state. Observing this scene, Lianye bites his lip, his expression somber. "Uncle, let us return home." Tobirama nods, casting one last glance at the door before departing. Once the two have completely left, a faint, weakened voice emanates from within. "Mito, have they gone?" Mito's choked response follows. "Yes, they have returned." That is good, Hashirama murmurs. "You must hold on." "I am sorry, Mito, but I may have to break my promise." Chapter 97. Lianye's solution. Upon returning home, Tobirama locks himself in his study. Lianye sits alone on the threshold, gazing blankly at the full moon above. In that moment, he suddenly realizes that even someone as radiant as the sun could one day extinguish its light. No, there must be a way. There must be. He begins to recall details he had previously overlooked. During the battle between Hashirama and Madara, Hashirama sustained severe injuries. Logically, given his physical resilience and recovery rate, such wounds should heal quickly. After all, it seems he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Injuries of this magnitude could not possibly be beyond repair, unless his cells are depleted, for Hashirama's self-healing ability relies on accelerated cell division. It is possible that during his fight with Madara, he overexerted this ability, causing the limit of cell division to be reached, leading to a depletion of vitality. One must acknowledge that Hashirama's cells possess remarkable tenacity and aggression. Even if his bodily cells were exhausted, he would not perish so swiftly. With proper care, living for several more decades would be entirely feasible. At worst, his combat prowess would diminish. As for why he is in such a state now, it is likely that Hashirama's instincts are resisting physical recovery. The reason is simple. He personally killed his dear friend, Uchiha Madara, with whom he had once shared a dream of creating Konoha. Despite their eventual ideological rift and diverging paths, Hashirama still regarded Madara as his one true friend. To protect the village, he took the life of Madara. The guilt in his heart weighs far more heavily than any physical pain. He likely feels he has betrayed Madara, forsaking their shared ideals, and is unable to forgive himself. With both body and spirit profoundly wounded, the psychological trauma compounded with his physical injuries has caused his life force to dwindle rapidly. In just a few short years, he has become a shadow of his former self. Rinya stands up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He seems to have uncovered the reason behind Hashirama's grave condition. If only Hashirama were to learn that Madara was not truly dead, perhaps his decaying body could be revitalized. Uncle, Hashirama may still have hope. Rinya calls out as he rushes from the courtyard. Tobirama bursts through the door of the study, following closely behind. Mito sits by the bedside, her trembling fingertips brushing against Hashirama's pale cheek, tears welling in her eyes. Hashirama, do you truly not wish to call Tobirama and the others? After returning home, his injuries have worsened. She senses that her husband may not endure much longer. Hashirama shakes his head. No, I do not want to burden them. He struggles to lift his hand, gently grasping his wife's hand. Mito bites her lip, turning her face away to hide her tears, but her trembling shoulders betray her sorrow. Tsunade leans over the edge of the bed, her golden hair cascading down to conceal her reddened eyes. Grandfather, you are lying. The little girl's fists pound against the bedding, tears streaming down her cheeks. Did you not say you would recover? My money has yet to be won back. You cannot die? Witnessing Tsunade's heart-wrenching tears, Hashirama weakly reaches out to stroke his granddaughter's head. I am sorry, Tsunade, he replies with a bitter smile. The money I won from you has long since been lost in gambling. Upon hearing this, the little girl cries even louder. Grandfather is a bad man. Tsunade will not cry. Grandfather will not gamble again. From now on, I will listen to Grandma. If anything happens, I can ask second uncle and Uncle Rinya. Before she finishes speaking, a fit of violent coughing erupts. Blood seeps through his fingers as he covers his mouth, blooming like a painful flower upon the bedding. Hashirama slowly closes his eyes, feeling a rare sense of ease wash over him. The image of Madara appears before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, he can descend and personally apologize to his dear friend. Madara's death has been like a thorn embedded in his heart, a constant source of pain. Given his physical condition, it should be possible to achieve some degree of recovery, though he subconsciously resists. While he feels a twinge of reluctance to leave this world, his ideals have already been fulfilled. Departing in this manner is not so bad. The matters that follow will be entrusted to Tobirama. Yet, Hashirama believes that Tobirama will manage everything well. Madara, I have come to find you. Just then, a loud crash echoes from outside. Rinya kicks open the courtyard door and strides into the room. Hashirama gazes at the youth's crimson eyes, a faint smile tugging at his pale lips. Rinya, you have come. In truth, he did not wish for Rinya to witness his current state. Tsunade turns and clings to Renya's leg, crying out, Uncle Rinya, grandfather seems to be dying. Mito, please take Tsunade away. Rinya speaks in a low voice. I have matters to discuss with Hashirama. Mito hesitates, but upon seeing the seriousness in the youth's expression, she nods and leads Tsunade away. Once the two have exited, Rinya casts a barrier to prevent anyone outside from overhearing. This matter, he intends to discuss solely with Hashirama. Some matters become detrimental when too many people are aware of them. As Senju Tobirama hurriedly entered the room, he noticed the barrier within and furrowed his brow. What on earth does this young man intend to do? What could Rinya possibly wish to discuss with his elder brother that even they must be cautious? Despite his inner doubts, he still wished to place his trust in Rinya. Rinya, what is it that you wish to convey? The weakened Hashirama inquired. He merely desired to send Rinya away quickly so he could pursue Madara. If there were a pure land, he could still apologize to Madara. Uncle Hashirama, do you truly intend to leave just like this? Renya's crimson Sharingan fixed its gaze upon Senju Hashirama. In Hashirama's eyes, Renya's figure gradually overlapped with Madara's. And for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if he beheld his deceased dear friend. He whispered softly, Madara, I shall join you soon. Upon hearing this, Renya's brow knitted in concern. It was evident that Hashirama had already resigned himself to death. Nevertheless, he had finally discerned the underlying reason. The tension in Renya's brow eased as he observed Hashirama ignoring him. He resolved to adopt a different approach, one that Hashirama could comprehend. Uncle Hashirama, do you genuinely believe that Uchiha Madara is dead? Upon these words, Senju Hashirama's eyes widened suddenly, and a glimmer of light appeared in his dim gaze. He struggled to sit up, his eyes fixed intently on Rinya. What had he just heard? It seemed Rinya was suggesting that Madara was not dead. Hashirama's previously withered form appeared to revive with newfound vigor. Rinya, what do you mean by that? Chapter 98. Hashirama's request. Seeing Senju Hashirama's excited demeanor, Rinya displayed a knowing expression. He had anticipated that Uncle Hashirama's condition was not beyond salvation. It was merely his own desire to give up. When the mind can no longer bear immense pain, the body begins to shoulder unbearable emotions. This is akin to the common saying that after experiencing a setback, one may fall gravely ill. Hashirama was indeed in such a predicament. He had yet to emerge from the grief of having killed Uchiha Madara. Coupled with the severe injuries sustained during their battle, it was only natural for his body to falter over time. Rinya, you mean to say that Madara is not dead? Hashirama exclaimed, his agitation palpable as he anxiously scratched his head. Were it not for his physical limitations, he would have already leapt from the bed to inquire further. Ever since he had slain Madara, he had been engulfed in profound anguish. The memories of that fateful day were suffocating. The sight of Madara's blood splattered upon him, hot and blinding, haunted him. They had once envisioned a peaceful future together, playing and dreaming as close friends. Yet now, they had arrived at a point of mutual destruction, where had it all gone awry? Suddenly, Hashirama raised his hand to look at his trembling fingertips, recalling the bloodstained scene that served as an indelible mark of guilt. Madara, he murmured, his voice choked and hoarse, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, blurring his vision. If only Renya's words were true. If only Madara were truly alive. Wait, Rinya. Hashirama looked up at Rinya, urgency lacing his tone. Is what you say true? This marked his third inquiry. This time, Rinya provided an answer to his question. Uncle Hashirama, Uchiha Madara is indeed not dead. As these words left Rinya's lips, a glint of gold illuminated Hashirama's eyes, and his pallid complexion gradually took on a healthy hue. Rinya, how do you know this? Hashirama gasped, his breath heavy as he fixed his gaze upon Rinya. A normal person would have questioned such a statement immediately, especially considering that it was Hashirama himself who had slain Madara. How could he not know whether Madara was dead or alive? Yet, Hashirama did not question it. He seemed to genuinely believe Rinya's words. This could hardly be called belief. Hashirama merely regarded Rinya's words as a glimmer of hope for his continued existence. If Madara were not dead, then he need not rush. He could at least wait until he personally sought out Madara to apologize. Uncle Hashirama, do you know of Izanagi? Rinya asked. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's pupils constricted suddenly, as if recalling something. He was well aware of the technique known as Izanagi, a forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha clan, existing since the Warring States period, employed in battle. He had witnessed Uchiha clan members use the technique at the cost of an eye to achieve resurrection. It was only later, upon questioning Madara, that he learned it was a forbidden jutsu known only to a select few within the Uchiha clan. Although he had not asked Madara whether he could perform the technique, Hashirama was certain Madara had mastered it. If Rinya's assertion was accurate and Madara had utilized Izanagi, the thought ignited a surge of excitement within Senju Hashirama as he sat up abruptly. Madara may not be dead after all. Rinya was taken aback by Hashirama's reaction. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to persuade Hashirama to believe him. Yet before he could utter a word, Hashirama sprang from the bed, his previous frailty replaced by vigor. Outside, Uzumaki Naruto and Senju Tobirama would surely be astonished to witness this miraculous recovery. Unbeknownst to him, Hashirama had already conjured a vivid scenario in his mind. He grasped Rinya's shoulders with both hands, gratitude etched upon his face. Thank you, Rinya. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have never considered this possibility. If Madara is alive, then my sacrifice would not have been in vain. The realization filled Hashirama with trepidation. Rinya regarded him with a peculiar expression. Uncle Hashirama, do you not doubt the authenticity of my words? Surely Hashirama possessed a more discerning mind than this. Did he not harbor even a semblance of skepticism? Had it been Tobirama, he would have immediately questioned the veracity of Rinya's statements, analyzing the likelihood of Madara's feigned death and scrutinizing his motives. Then, to be safe, he would undoubtedly have rushed to examine Madara's corpse. Yet, Hashirama had not uttered a single word of doubt. Rinya resolved to provide Hashirama with a preemptive dose of reassurance to instill in him the belief that Madara truly still lived. Otherwise, if Hashirama were unable to find Madara and mistakenly believed he had been deceived, it could lead to a shattered resolve and existential despair, ultimately culminating in his untimely demise. Confronted with Rinya's counter-question, Senju Hashirama fell silent. He appeared to genuinely lack any skepticism regarding Rinya's assertions, for reasons he could not fathom. Upon hearing Rinya declare that Madara was alive, his heart raced with anticipation. Instinctively, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if their fates were intertwined. Rinya, observing Hashirama's silence, felt a sense of exasperation. This man was truly impervious to reason. With no other recourse, he began to speak again. Uchiha Madara's desire to destroy Konoha stemmed from a fundamental disagreement with your beliefs. Both sides clung to their perspectives, leading to this impasse. After realizing he could not defeat you, Madara likely resorted to his Izanagi and now lurks in the shadows, preparing to implement his ideology. That is my perspective. Rinya shared his insights with Hashirama, urging him to investigate Madara's remains if he sought verification. Senju Hashirama stared at Rinya, astonished that he had presented such a logical analysis. It seemed almost too plausible. Given his understanding of his dear friend, the possibility was indeed quite high. While Hashirama had relied solely on his instincts to believe that Madara was alive, Rinya's articulations reflected a depth of thought befitting a child raised by Tobirama. I understand now. Rinya, Hashirama replied softly. Uncle Hashirama, do you believe me? Rinya asked, perplexed. He always felt that Hashirama seemed less than joyful. Hashirama, seemingly aware of the confusion in Rinya's eyes, offered a bittersweet smile and said, even if Madara were truly alive, I am nearing the end of my days. The news of Madara's survival merely provided a fleeting resurgence of vitality. It did not signify a genuine recovery. Cells that have perished cannot be revitalized. Hashirama's vitality was indeed astonishing, yet he remained human, and all humans must face death. Given his current condition, he could only persist for another 3 years at the most. Furthermore, employing ninjutsu would only hasten his demise. Nevertheless, 3 years was sufficient for him. Hashirama was merely a dying man, and his sole desire was to find Madara and utter an apology. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Rinya. Rinya, please do me a favor. I beg of you. Chapter 99. Madara, I have come to find you. The barrier within the room gradually dissipated, and Rinya stepped out with a complex expression. How is my brother faring? Tobirama's voice trembled slightly, and a rare tension graced his countenance. He refrained from using his sensory abilities, seemingly reluctant to learn the outcome too soon. However, upon seeing Rinya's expression, he understood. Uncle, Hashirama has passed. Rinya's voice was hoarse. Tobirama remained silent, gazing up at the full moon in the sky. Uzumaki Mito tightly embraced Tsunade, the two weeping inconsolably. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment, the reality was still excruciatingly painful. Witnessing their sorrow, Rinya felt a pang of guilt. In truth, he did not wish for this outcome, but it was Hashirama's request. Rather than allowing him to languish in the village for 3 more years, it was preferable to grant him release. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Tobirama suddenly said, Take care of my brother. I must attend to certain matters. With that, he vanished in an instant. The news of his brother's death must not reach anyone. He needed to seal the information immediately to prevent widespread panic. It was imperative that enemy spies remained unaware. Mito, please accept my condolences, Rinya gently consoled. Yes, I understand. Mito's emotions began to stabilize, and Tsunade had fallen asleep in her arms. She gently handed Tsunade to Rinya. Rinya, could you please take Tsunade to rest? I wish to stay a while longer with Hashirama. Nodding, Rinya departed with Tsunade in tow. Mito entered the room, gazing at Hashirama, whose eyes were closed in eternal slumber, tears streaming down her face. Hashirama Senju had passed away. His funeral was a simple affair, attended by only 4 individuals. As Hokage, Tobirama acted swiftly to seal the news. Throughout the night, almost no one was aware of Hashirama's demise. Tobirama understood the immense influence his brother held in the ninja world. As long as Hashirama was alive, no one dared to threaten Konoha. After all, the title of God of Shinobi was earned through formidable prowess. The ninja world was subdued by Hashirama's strength, which earned him the esteemed title. The Land of Fire boasted favorable geography and abundant resources, perceived by other villages as a coveted prize. While Hashirama lived, they could only suppress their desires. Should they learn of Hashirama's death, they would undoubtedly launch an unhesitating assault on the Land of Fire. Without the god of shinobi, Konoha would lack formidable deterrence. Even if Konoha's overall strength surpassed that of other villages, they would still wage war for the resources of the Land of Fire. The longer this matter could be concealed, the better. This would provide ample time for Konoha to develop. Gentle rain fell, turning the stone path of the Senju cemetery into a muddy expanse. Tobirama, cloaked in black, stood at the edge of the freshly dug grave, his white hair billowing in the wind. Beside him stood Renya, holding a bouquet of flowers. Raindrops mingled with fine sand, landing on Tsunade's youthful face as she clutched Mito's sleeve, gazing at her great-uncle and uncle as they lowered her grandfather's coffin into the grave, lost in a daze. She had lost the one who loved her most dearly. No longer would anyone accompany her in gambling. Tears mingled with raindrops as they cascaded down Tsunade's cheeks, splattering on the ground. Mito silently lit 3 incense sticks, the thin smoke twisting and dissipating in the rain. After completing this solemn act, she took Tsunade's hand and left the cemetery, leaving Renya and Tobirama standing in the rain. After an indeterminate time, Tobirama suddenly inquired, "Renya, did my brother truly die? It feels suspicious. How could he have simply passed away without uttering a final word?" He was curious about the last conversation Hashirama had with Renya. Faced with Tobirama's sudden question, Renya momentarily paused before quickly regaining composure. "Uncle, I understand your feelings," Renya sighed, offering solace. "However, once a person has departed, they cannot return. Please, allow yourself to grieve. We both know Hashirama's health. He could not have survived. Let us not deceive ourselves any longer." Tobirama fell silent, turning his gaze towards his brother's grave. Though it was called a grave, it was merely a larger mound of earth. Hashirama's cells were unique. They must not be subjected to arbitrary study. To prevent anyone from having designs on his brother's body, he did not erect a headstone. In a decade or two, who would suspect that the occupant of this small mound was the legendary god of shinobi? Thus, this served as a form of protection. Naturally, there were many such graves within the cemetery. During the Warring States period, the kind-hearted Hashirama had buried fallen clan members alongside their adversaries in this place. The headstones belonged to the Senju clan, while the unmarked graves were for nameless foes. Seeing Tobirama remain silent, Renya continued, "Uncle, if you truly do not believe, you may excavate Hashirama's body for examination." Knowing this old man well, he was certain Tobirama would never resort to such a thing. Thus, he made this suggestion to instill belief in Tobirama. Just as Renya anticipated, Tobirama would not conduct such an act. He turned to Renya, his voice low. "I do not doubt you. I simply find it hard to accept." He had already used his sensory abilities to cover all of Konoha, and upon sensing the absence of his brother's chakra, he knew the truth. Hashirama was indeed gone. Even if he were in denial, the reality was unavoidable. Renya maintained a calm demeanor, though turmoil brewed within. Finally, he had managed to deceive him. "Child, what did my brother say to you before he passed?" Tobirama asked, eager to know if his brother had entrusted any last words. Renya nodded, and indeed, Hashirama had left behind a final message. "Uncle, Hashirama asked me to convey to you that the village is now in your hands. He hopes you can lead it towards prosperity." Tobirama gazed at the mound before him, whispering softly, "Rest assured, brother. The village you established, I hold the duty to protect." The two stood before the grave, oblivious to the shadow that had emerged from a nearby mound, which quickly blended back into the earth. Ah, the reincarnation of Ashura has finally met his end. In the Land of Fire, upon a cliff, a figure clad in a straw hat stood for a long while, eyes filled with nostalgia and relief. The wind swept across the cliff, lifting the edge of the hat, revealing Hashirama Senju's slightly pale visage. He cast a final lingering glance at Konoha, as if etching every detail into his memory. As he turned, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upward. He took a step forward, his silhouette gradually vanishing into the curtain of rain. "Madara, I have come to find you." Chapter 100. News leaks. Damn it. Who leaked the information? In the Hokage's office, Tobirama sat at his desk, his expression darkened. Following Hashirama's passing, he had indeed sealed the news immediately, and yet, almost no one was aware of this event. The very next day, news of Senju Hashirama's demise spread throughout Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Not only the village, but all major clans sent their leaders to inquire about the situation. Senju Tobirama could only declare that the reports of Hashirama's death were false. Now retired, he spent his days at home caring for his granddaughter. Tobirama understood that this matter could not be concealed for long. He needed to prepare before the truth was fully revealed. His predictions proved accurate, as other nations were already stirring with intent. The Kage of those nations would undoubtedly dispatch numerous spies to Konoha to investigate. If they confirmed the news was true, war would be unavoidable. He had hoped to keep his brother's death a secret for a while, but the leak had completely disrupted his plans. Tobirama had to create the illusion that Hashirama was still alive to buy more time for development. Summon Renya, Tobirama instructed, addressing the corner of the room. Yes, replied a ninja wearing an animal mask as he exited the office. This was the an organization Tobirama had established after becoming Hokage, aimed at consolidating the Hokage's authority. Under the current system, the Hokage could mobilize the fighting forces of ninja clans during wartime, but could not directly command them. Essentially, the ninjas still obeyed their clan leaders rather than the Hokage. Thus, Tobirama founded the an absolutely reliable ninja army that the Hokage could command. The Uchiha clan had established the Konoha police force, which made other clans uneasy due to their enforcement powers. Tobirama took advantage of this sentiment to recruit ninjas from various clans into the Members of the wore masks to conceal their identities and sever ties with their original clans, gradually becoming solely loyal to the Hokage. "Uncle, I have arrived," Renya announced as he pushed open the door. "Young man, the news has leaked," Tobirama said, rubbing his temples. "How could this information have spread so quickly? It's only the second day. I had already detained those involved for questioning, yet it turned out they weren't the source of the leak. Only 3 individuals remained unexamined: Uzumaki Mido, Tsunade, and Renya. Tobirama did not suspect them of leaking the information and thus refrained from questioning them. "I understand. What should we do now?" Renya inquired, already having heard villagers discussing Hashirama's death on his way here. At this point, if the situation could not be contained, Konoha would face dire consequences. Tobirama's expression darkened. Spies from other nations might already be en route. During this time, lead a team to strengthen the patrols around the village. We must not allow any spies to infiltrate. He could not initiate a large-scale alert, as that would reveal Konoha's vulnerabilities. This approach would only delay the time it took for other ninja villages to learn the truth. Tobirama believed that war was inevitable. Few nations could resist the allure of the bountiful land of fire. Surrendering and offering land as tribute was not an option he would ever consider. He would rather die in battle than capitulate. Once the notion of surrender was entertained, Konoha would be utterly lost. "Have Nichiren and the others join you in patrolling the village," Tobirama added, recalling that Nichiren's team had just returned from a mission. Their strength would suffice for the task. Konoha had sensory barriers, and the sensory unit was responsible for detecting any spies infiltrating the village, allowing Renya and others to apprehend them. "Understood, Uncle," Renya replied, turning to leave. "By the way," Tobirama suddenly called after him, "do not disclose anything about my brother's situation to anyone." Renya paused, responding quietly, Even without Tobirama's warning, he would have kept it secret. The fewer people who knew the truth, the better. After Renya left, Tobirama approached the window, gazing at the thriving Konoha, lost in thought. "Brother, I will not allow anyone to undermine the village you established. Prepare Konoha for war." "Renya, is it true about the first Hokage?" Sarutobi Nichiren could not contain his curiosity at the training ground. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at Renya. When they first learned of the news, disbelief was their immediate reaction. The legendary god of ninjas, the first Hokage, could not have died so easily. In their minds, Hashirama was invincible. As everyone's anxious gazes fixed on him, Renya declared, "That news is false." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. "Haha, I knew it was a rumor," exclaimed Uzumaki Mido with a grin. "Indeed, how could the first Hokage die?" Shimura Danzo concurred. "Why doesn't he, the teacher, apprehend those spreading the rumors?" Uchiha Kagami murmured. "Perhaps my uncle has his reasons," Renya explained. "I believe Renya is right. The teacher has his own considerations," Nichiren agreed. They preferred to trust Renya over the rumor-mongers. "Renya-kun, why did you gather us here?" Narashikamaru asked. His brow furrowed in confusion. It was only then that everyone recalled the purpose of their meeting, turning their attention to Renya. "My uncle has instructed us to assist the sensory unit in capturing any spies infiltrating the village," Renya informed them. The gravity of the situation settled in, and their expressions turned serious. Renya began assigning tasks, pairing them off to patrol Konoha alongside the sensory unit. "Have you heard? The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, is dead. In a tavern within the ninja world, A group of wandering ninjas spoke loudly. Is the news accurate? One inquired. It originated from the exchange center. So it's likely true. TSK. Even such a prominent figure can die. A man cloaked in black, his face shrouded by a hood, set down his chopsticks upon overhearing their conversation. Hashirama is dead. With his passing, there is no one left in the ninja world who piques my interest. The hooded figure's face revealed a complex expression, his crimson eyes shimmering ominously. This time, I have triumphed, Hashirama. Chapter 101. Should spies be left alive? How many is this now? Rinya asked as he stared at the corpse of a spy at his feet. This is the fourth, Danzo sighed. These individuals are rather eager. Rinya remarked. The news of Hashirama's death had barely spread, yet so many spies had infiltrated Konoha. It seemed other nations could no longer contain themselves. Rinya, another has infiltrated. A member of the sensory unit reported. Without a word, they swiftly followed the direction indicated. In a narrow alley of Konoha, a dark-skinned man addressed his companions. Lord Rakage has ordered us to investigate whether Senju Hashirama is truly dead. This task must succeed. Failure is not an option. Understood, Captain. They replied. Good. Let us commence the mission. Just then, an unexpected voice chimed in. Oh, what mission? Let me hear about it. The three turned instinctively toward the voice to see a young man wielding a katana standing at the alley's entrance. Damn it, we've been exposed. Attack, kill him. One of them cursed, realizing their cover was blown. Drawing their kunai, they charged at Rinya. Since they were in Konoha, they worried that using ninjutsu would attract attention and opted to eliminate him silently with their kunai. Rinya, observing the three approaching cloud ninjas, brandished his katana and struck at the foremost ninja from an advantageous angle. The man had just attempted to sidestep when, at the moment he raised his head, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes, and before he could react, he fell victim to an illusion. Yunren's pupils suddenly dulled, and his body froze in place. Lianye's blade did not falter. The cold light flashed across his neck, and as warm blood splattered onto the ground, he sprang into the air, his toes barely grazing the earth. Sharingan, do not look into his eyes. Amidst their exclamations, Lianye spun in midair, his sword carving a crescent arc. The Yunren on the left, in a panic, hurled a kunai, which narrowly missed Lianye's ear. The realization that his attack had failed filled him with despair. If this youth did not perish, it would be him who would meet his end. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh. Lianye had impaled his body. Damn it, die! The last remaining Yunren seized the opportunity to ambush Lianye with a kunai while he was engaged in dispatching his comrade. Just as the weapon was about to strike Lianye's heart, the youth vanished from sight. Damn it, where did he go? The Yunren frantically scanned his surroundings and soon spotted Lianye not far away, now wielding 3 poisoned kunai. A petty trick, he scoffed, as his Sharingan adeptly detected the slightest changes in his opponent's breathing. With precision, he launched the 3 kunai, severing the enemy's throat, heart, and thigh. The last Yunren hastily dodged, only to find Lianye closing the distance in an instant, the hilt of his sword crashing against his temple, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Having completed his task, Lianye sheathed his sword. Shimura Danzo hurriedly arrived, surveying the chaotic scene, unable to suppress his complaints. Lianye, you fool, you left no survivors again. Earlier in the day, 4 spies had been discovered, and he had hoped to keep one alive for interrogation, only to have Lianye eliminate them all, including the 3 on the ground. That made 7 dead. Lianye shrugged, remarking, There's no point in keeping such spies alive. They yield no valuable intelligence and are better off dead. Danzo's eyelids twitched as he retorted, How do you know they lack value? If you encounter a spy, you should leave one alive. Lianye, uninterested in a debate with Danzo, turned to leave. This guy is so tedious. Communicating with him is a hassle. Was it worth teaming up with him? Killing a few spies shouldn't warrant endless nagging. As Lianye departed, Danzo's expression twisted with frustration. Uchiha Lianye, what is the meaning of this? Yes, successfully infiltrated Konoha. A boy, clad in rough hemp clothing and seemingly around 10 years old, shouted within his mind. He gazed curiously at the architecture of Konoha, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Is this Konoha? How prosperous! The boy could not help but marvel. It was far more vibrant than Sunagakure. While Konoha currently surpassed Sunagakure in strength, should they conquer it, such resources would be theirs. His objective for infiltrating Konoha was to gather intelligence on Senju Hashirama. If the information proved true, the Land of Wind would declare war on the Land of Fire. Victory would mean those resources would belong to them, as the boy envisioned his future. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Prosperous? Then let it remain here. He stiffly turned his head, only to meet a pair of crimson eyes. Lianye drew his sword, fixating on the spy before him. Big brother, who are you? The boy feigned innocence, for he was merely a scout trained by Sunagakure. Not even a ninja, just an ordinary person. Surely, the Konoha ninja would not harm him. After all, he was just a tourist in Konoha. Why is my perspective spinning? Just as confusion washed over him, he suddenly noticed the headless corpse on the ground. That appeared to be his body. So, my head was launched off. Wasn't it said that ninjas were forbidden from harming civilians? Yet, no one was left to answer his questions. Lianye sheathed his sword and turned to leave, knowing the Umbu would arrive to handle the scene. Just a mere spy. Killing him was of little consequence. When Danzo arrived, he beheld the headless corpse and a distant head, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes as he muttered, Uchiha Lianye is becoming increasingly frightening. Although aware of the individual's status as a spy, this was exceedingly brutal. Danzo had always considered himself cold-blooded, yet in Lianye's presence, he felt overly compassionate. Swallowing hard, he hastened after Lianye, fearing that if he delayed, another spy would be slain, and he still desired a living one for interrogation. As Danzo departed, two Umbu members, their faces obscured by animal masks, arrived on the scene, shocked by the sight of the corpses. Goodness, this is an atrocious death, they both thought simultaneously. The conclusion was clear. Do not provoke Lianye, lest one meet a similarly grim fate. We captured 5 spies, Tenketsu Koha and Mito Minya reported. We caught 9. Saratobi Hizashi grinned at his comrades, to which Uchiha Kagami smiled in response. The 4 instinctively glanced at Danzo and Lianye. Danzo, feeling embarrassed, struggled to find the right words. He knew Hizashi's group would definitely leave survivors. Do spies even need to be left alive? I killed 10 today, Lianye stated. Noticing everyone looking at him with confusion, the crowd responded with bewilderment. Is that not correct? Chapter 102. The pinnacle of the ninja world in just one day. Nearly 20 spies had infiltrated Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama's expression darkened as he perused the documents in hand. These individuals truly cannot wait any longer. Hokage-sama. In fact, there are 30 spies who infiltrated the village, though 10 of them were killed by Nin Lianye. The Umbu member reporting to him stated in the face of Tobirama's anger. Tobirama's expression froze at this revelation. This young man seems increasingly inclined to kill. Ever since he learned that Lianye had begun experimenting with poisons, he understood that the boy was no soft-hearted individual. However, must he truly eliminate all the spies? After a moment of silence, he instructed the Umbu before him, bring Lianye to me. Once the Umbu left, he rubbed his temples. This boy really leaves no survivors. He felt it necessary to counsel Lianye on moderating his lethal tendencies. Otherwise, psychological issues would inevitably arise. After all, the ninja profession often leads to mental challenges. If left unaddressed, problems would surely manifest, especially since Lianye belonged to the Uchiha clan, known for their unstable mental states. If this boy ever developed a psychological disorder, it would spell trouble. Yet, he sensed that Lianye was not like the others in his clan. While Senju Tobirama was lost in thought, Lianye pushed open the door and entered the office. Uncle, did you call for me? He said, pulling out a chair and sitting across from Tobirama. His mind filled with curiosity regarding the old man's intentions. Does he not realize it's after hours? After a day of capturing spies, he had just returned home and had yet to begin preparing dinner when the Umbu summoned him to the office. Young man, I've heard that you killed all the spies? Senju Tobirama inquired. Lianye nodded, not denying it. Observing Lianye's nonchalant demeanor, Tobirama felt a headache coming on. He instinctively rubbed his brow and asked, Can you explain why you did not leave any alive? Their infiltration of the village makes them my enemies, Lianye clarified. In battle, to ensure my own safety, I must give my all, thus they perished. He could hardly be expected to hold back to spare a life. What if an enemy took advantage of his restraint and struck him down? Ever since he realized ninjas were vulnerable, Lianye had approached every battle with unwavering intensity. Even when faced with opponents significantly weaker than himself, he never allows himself to become complacent. Even if he desired to show leniency, he would find no opportunity to do so. His weapons are coated with lethal poison. A mere scratch could herald death. Thus far, among those who have battled against Lianye, all but one, Kakuzu, have perished. Had it not been for Hashirama Senju's intervention, Kakuzu would have long since met his demise. Upon hearing Lianye's explanation, Tobirama Senju found it quite reasonable. The nature of combat among ninjas is inherently perilous, and for the sake of personal safety, it is indeed prudent to exert oneself fully. He suddenly recalled that this principle was one he had previously imparted to Lianye. With this thought, Tobirama nodded approvingly and remarked, "Well done, young man." "Uncle, did you summon me for something?" Lianye inquired, perplexed by the unexpected summons. Tobirama had originally intended to counsel Lianye against harboring such a murderous intent, but upon hearing his explanation, he found little to contest. This young man did not seem to be of unsound mind. In matters of taking lives, Lianye had dispatched countless foes. "It's fine. You may return." Tobirama gestured dismissively. Lianye, bemused by Tobirama's seemingly erratic behavior, speculated that perhaps the recent pressure had taken its toll on him. After all, news of his brother's death had spread like wildfire through the ninja world. It was no wonder Tobirama felt overwhelmed. If mishandled, war could erupt at any moment. Yet Lianye understood that this situation could not remain concealed for long. Once other nations learned of Hashirama's passing, it would not be long before conflict ensued. This was an inevitability. He had previously discussed this very matter with Hashirama, who had shared his belief that such trials were unavoidable. He could not protect Konoha indefinitely. Even though Hashirama yearned for world peace more than anyone, his experiences over the years had led him to realize that such ideals were somewhat utopian. Human desires are insatiable. As long as desire exists, so too will war. Indeed, the wars of the present may be even more brutal than those of the Warring States period. In the past, conflicts were fought between clans. Now, they rage between villages, and the scale of warfare appears to have expanded. Before departing, Hashirama had implored Lianye to ensure the village's safety. "Uncle, will you be returning home for dinner?" Lianye asked. Tobirama sighed, "Bring it to me. I cannot leave right now." He was overwhelmed with responsibilities and had no time to return for a meal. Even though he endeavored to conceal the news of his brother's death, it would be impossible to keep it under wraps for long. Before long, once other nations discerned the truth, war would be upon them. As Hokage, he needed to buy time to prepare the village for battle. After Lianye departed, Tobirama wrestled with his thoughts and ultimately spoke to the corner of the room. "Go notify the heads of the clans to convene in the Hokage's office." He had not wished to reveal this matter so soon, but an unseen hand had disrupted his plans. To this day, Tobirama had no idea who had leaked the information. The speed at which it spread throughout the ninja world was nothing short of astonishing. Since the situation had been exposed, he had no choice but to alter his plans. He needed to mobilize for war and prepare for the worst-case scenario, a simultaneous assault on Konoha by the four great nations. To prevent such an eventuality, he must strategize in advance, lest they be caught unprepared when the time came. At the Senju estate, Lianye lamented, "Hashirama, you departed hastily, leaving us with a mountain of problems." Hashirama had left Konoha in search of Uchiha Madara, and now they were left to clean up the mess. Lianye bore unspoken burdens, for he alone knew the truth of Hashirama's faked death. He reflected on his time in the ninja world. War was inevitably on the horizon. Yet, unlike before, he had grown stronger. As long as he remained prudent, he would survive the coming conflicts. Lianye's current prowess approached that of an elite Genin, augmented by the Sharingan and a formidable chakra reserve. As long as his opponents were not of Kage caliber, he could almost guarantee his safe escape. Against elite Genin, he could eliminate them with minimal cost. The considerable investment he had made in researching poisons was not in vain. The potency of his toxins had escalated, reaching a point where a single drop could lead to certain death. Lianye believed that the venom he had developed was unparalleled in the ninja world. Should it strike, no one would escape unscathed. While others might inflict mere wounds, one scratch from him would be fatal. Where could one seek justice in such a circumstance? Chapter 103. I have brought you your meal in the land of lightning. Within the rakeage's office, the first rakeage, A, gazed at the note in his hand, erupting into exuberant laughter. "Ha ha ha. Hashirama Senju is truly dead." The spies dispatched had confirmed the veracity of the news regarding Hashirama's demise. Now, Kumogakure could act without restraint. Among the nations of the ninja world, none longed to attack Konoha more than the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning was already a formidable power, rich in resources. Naturally, it looked down on other villages, focusing solely on the wealthiest, Konoha. By vanquishing Konoha, Kumobikure would gain access to even greater resources. Had they not feared Hashirama's overwhelming strength, they would have launched an assault on Konoha long ago. Now that they had learned of Hashirama's death, the time had come for the Land of Lightning to declare war. The first Raikage commanded his attendant, "Send word to summon all ninja back to the village. We shall wage war on Konoha in 3 months." A shadow lurking in the darkness observed this scene with satisfaction. Heh, the brash warriors of the Land of Lightning are so easily swayed. This news spread rapidly throughout the ninja world, leaving other villages in a state of watchful anticipation, while only the Raikage prepared for war. However, it was sufficient for one nation to take the lead. Soon, those who hesitated would be unable to contain themselves and would join the fray. In the laboratory of Konoha, Lianye donned a specially designed gas mask, his eyes fixated on the vessel in his hand. A deep purple liquid writhed ominously within the glass container, emitting a faint glow, as though it possessed life. Cautiously, he lifted a dropper, holding his breath as he extracted a single drop of the venom. As that drop fell, the wooden floor emitted a sharp hissing sound, releasing a plume of white smoke. Visible signs of corrosion swiftly spread, and in an instant, a sizable hole burned through the floor. Alas, a failure, Lianye sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Although this poison boasted incredible power and lethality, it harbored a fatal flaw. It did not differentiate between friend and foe. In the ever-shifting chaos of battle, a moment's carelessness could harm both oneself and allies. "This is far too dangerous," he murmured, his voice echoing in the sealed laboratory. This laboratory was his own creation, dedicated to the study of toxins. With the impending war on the horizon, Lianye clenched his fists. He yearned to develop a more perfect poison, one that was not only immensely potent, but also capable of precise control, ideally dispersing silently through the air while leaving him unscathed. Should he succeed in concocting such a toxin, it would prove extraordinarily effective on the battlefield, capable of decimating large numbers of enemies, whether they be Genin, Nin, J-Nin, or even Kaga-level shinobi. With this thought, a spark of excitement ignited in Lianye's eyes. He set the vessel down and approached a bookshelf brimming with tomes and documents, extracting a hefty, ancient manuscript. The yellowed pages were densely packed with various poisons and the formulas for their creation. As he flipped through the pages, he contemplated new strategies, occasionally jotting down flashes of inspiration in his notebook. The laboratory had once again succumbed to silence, interrupted only by the faint scratching of pen on paper and the sporadic clinking of glassware. Crafting poisons proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. Each herb possessed distinct properties that necessitated a thorough understanding. Lianye ground various ingredients into powder, meticulously blending them in different proportions, followed by experiments on small white mice. A 1:1 ratio merely caused the mice's pupils to constrict, while a 3:2 mixture resulted in immediate death. Such subtle differences underscored the challenges inherent in poison creation. The more potent the toxin, the more arduous the formulation process became. His experimental notations sprawled across the third page, densely packed with annotations interspersed with splattered stains from the concoctions. Time slipped away unnoticed. Realizing that the hour was late, Lianye closed his notebook and departed the laboratory, needing to prepare dinner for Senju Tobirama. If memory served, that old fellow hadn't eaten all day. Lianye planned to make extra to ensure Tobirama had enough. He had indeed been swamped with work these past few days. A full-blown war would be preferable. It was this limbo that proved the most tormenting. Lianye acutely recognized the burdens of the Hokage position, where every action must be weighed against the overall welfare of the village. Who among normal individuals would desire the role of Hokage? Lianye scoffed at the ambition for the Hokage title, which entailed tedious hours spent in an office handling paperwork. He had no aspirations for such a position and failed to comprehend why Uchiha Danzo coveted it. Was it merely for the sake of power? In Lianye's view, such pursuits were ephemeral. True strength was of paramount importance. With formidable power, one would face no opposition, as those who dared to oppose would be swiftly dealt with. Take Senju Hashirama, for instance. His establishment of peace in the shinobi world was not merely due to charisma, but rather his overwhelming strength. Without such power, he would have been disregarded. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. He would focus on preparing dinner. Tying on his apron, Lianye entered the kitchen. Each person's pursuits differ, and he would not impose his thoughts upon others. After preparing the meal, he refrained from eating immediately. Instead, he packaged it up to deliver to Senju Tobirama. planning to eat upon his return. That old fellow must be starving, Lianye murmured to himself. Hokage-sama, is it true that the first Hokage has passed away? In the Hokage's office, the clan leaders gasped upon hearing the news. Although they had suspected as much from the outset, hearing Senju Tobirama's admission was still hard to fathom. How could the legendary man have died? My brother sustained severe injuries during his battle with Uchiha Madara and has not improved, Tobirama explained. The clan leaders fell into a solemn silence, the explanation making sense. After all, they were well aware of Uchiha Madara's formidable prowess. They had all lived through that era, vividly recalling the might of both Madara and Hashirama. I summoned you all to discuss the impending war, Tobirama stated. The clan leaders sighed in resignation. They understood all too well what Hashirama's death signified. It meant that the hard-won peace was once again at risk. Other nations would not let slip this golden opportunity to strike at the land of fire. Hokage, what would you have us do? Uchiha Taijima inquired. Although he held no affection for Tobirama, the threat of war necessitated a united front against their common enemy. The other clan leaders turned their attention to Tobirama at his words. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly. Everyone instinctively turned to see Lianye entering, carrying a food container. Uncle, I brought you lunch. Chapter 104. What a delightful aroma. As Lianye pushed the door open, he was met with a sea of curious faces. My apologies for the intrusion, he said, realizing too late that Tobirama was in a meeting. Had he known, he certainly would not have barged in. He had never knocked upon entering the Hokage's office, always opting to simply push the door open. In the past, that had never been an issue, but now, with so many people present, it felt awkward. The clan leaders exchanged amused glances as they regarded Lianye. Their expressions filled with curiosity. They instinctively glanced at Tobirama and Uchiha Taijima. News of Lianye severing ties with the Uchiha clan had spread throughout the village. The prodigy of the Uchiha, now distanced from his family, what had transpired? Tobirama remained seated, silent, seemingly detached from the matter. Uchiha Taijima, sensing the scrutiny of the surrounding leaders, felt his expression darken. Were they mocking the Uchiha? Activating his Sharingan, he cast a cold glare around the room. The clan leaders, meeting